Yeah.
Imagine that every number and every claim he's got is from a globe standpoint. So if you and I, as a flat earther, go make a flat reading, he's going to say no, no, globe. Imagine all this. So we can't
Well,
take
but Democ, what I'm saying.
hold on. We can't line our direct measurement up with his imaginary whenever. That's our problem. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Well, can you see the thing I just posted? One of these Skunk Bay footages. You see how that's wavering around like that? Like it's literally underwater. Like it's like wavering, and like the lines are showing the midpoint on the camera because the camera's stationary. So imagine one of those lines is like your eye level or whatever line you want to make. Look at the mountains in the distance. Look at how those are just warping. See how they're just wiggling up and down? So that's what I'm saying. He's actually measuring this wiggle. Well, measuring quote unquote. He's using a tool incorrectly, first of all. So that's a huge problem right there.
He's looking at a mirage, and he's calling globe. I mean,
pretty much, yeah, and using a tool incorrectly, and then asserting it. Yeah.
I looked in the manual. I don't think I'm.
Well, you can't object because that's what it is.
Well, can you provide any evidence from the manufacturer that I'm using it incorrectly? Because I didn't see it in the manual.
No, but here's the thing, dude. Those tools are they have to be calibrated to actually work at a distance that you can verify in physical reality. That's how they're actually dialed to work. Just because you can use it beyond its actual tested and validated
I mean, isn't this where the question of spherical excess gets calculated in anyway?
You're looking for the range, Gio.
Yeah, I know that word. Yeah, range. That's exactly.
Well, you can say that, but that doesn't make it true. Does the manufacturer say that? If the manufacturer doesn't say this instrument can only be used to a certain distance and no farther, then
well, doesn't it require the calculation of spherical excess at that point? Am I wrong?
Just use Jesse's claim. Does it say infinite, Jesse? Does that little tool say you can see infinite, Jesse? You can see infinite degrees into infinite space, Jesse, and infinite archangels with this little theodolite, with this little tool, Jesse. It's infinite. Does it say that on there?
Actually, it says it focuses to infinity.
It focuses to infinity. Does that mean you can see infinity? Does that mean you can use it to measure infinity?
Do that again with your English accent again, Democ. It makes it better.
Does that mean you can use that to focus to infinity or not?
Oh, much better, mate.
Yeah, I mean, there's kind of two problems, dude. Well, the thing about that equipment is that, you know what, like a story pole is?
I've probably seen it. I forgot what the name is. I heard the term before. Is it like the rod or something?
Yeah, so they calibrate that equipment based on actual physicality when they're first calibrated. Although there's different kinds of equipment. The one you have could be different than others because yeah, there's new ones now that are like all digital. They have computer chips in them. They're completely digital. They even have complete digital readouts, and then meaning you're looking through something, but it's just giving you numbers on a screen. So whatever you're pointing at, that's not, you're not even sure that whatever the numbers on the screen even relate to what you're pointing at, unless you built the equipment, for sure. And a lot of the equipment these days, depending on which model you have all kinds of computer chips and circuit boards and all kinds of other factors involved. And some of them even have, I think you even said the one you have has a curvature correction mode where you literally go through the digital screen, you add curvature correction, and it changes the numbers on the screen. It's that absurd.
Yeah, only in XYZ mode. Those are
just so you're just adding
real life mode. Yeah,
the equipment adds the curve. It goes from real life mode into false globe mode, so they can.
So Jesse's looking for curve, but he's got a magic theodolite that adjusts for curve. You just don't have a straight lit line one. That's pretty weird.
That's what I'm saying, dude. These new ones are all computer chips. They have curve calculations in them, and they're just giving you digits on a screen. Like they're not measuring it within like a. It's not like a physical dial or something. It's like literally numbers.
Can I clarify that, please?
You should not have told us that it correct for curvature. That was a mistake. But anyway, go ahead.
Okay, a lot of misinformation.
Bad tactical move.
Yeah, a lot of misinformation has just been hurled here, and if you don't mind, let me just clear up a little bit of it. First of all, the theodolites don't measure range and don't correct for curvature. A total station is the next step up. It has a rangefinder. It measures distance, but it also measures angles. But it just reads the angles when you're in angle mode. But you can turn it to XYZ mode where it converts it to a rectangular coordinate system and reads the XYZ position of the target relative to the observer. And then in that mode, you can turn on or off curvature correction if you want.
Tape
And
measures, man.
but when they're in angle mode, they just read angles. And as far as them being a physical scale, they actually are. They have like a 3 or 4 inch diameter thick glass disc in them with probably tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of very tiny metal film fingers vapor plated onto it all the way around this physical glass disc, and little photosensors count those little metal fingers as they go by. So it's actually physically measuring the angle of rotation of the two axes on the instrument.
That's cool for the instrument. Tell us what else the tea kettle does when it whistles.
Well, you said several things there, Jesse, so we'd have to go through them one at a time, perhaps. But if you want to do or not, I don't know, because you just kind of a little bit of a scattergun. But I know that there were several points that were brought up, so that's
yeah. I was just responding to some false information that had been stated because there were several of them.
All right, we'll start with the first one.
A theodolite does not measure distance and does not apply any curve correction. It just measures distance, and it does so using a physical optical encoder.
Okay, my question is, why would it ever have to ever correct for curvature? Ever?
I just said that the theodolite doesn't. It just measures angles.
So why do you have to apply curvature calculations to any of the real measurements that you get?
What's crazy is that they make this equipment for actual surveyors to use. And the thing is, they're fitting those, like when they're doing like, either like property lines and some of this geodetic surveying stuff, because they're basically kind of trying to fit like, like county lines and state lines and country lines and all of these factors. So the guys that are actually hired to do it, they have to go out in the world. They do have to use data from the world, and then they have to calculate it and put it into a system they're given, essentially. Because like the WGS 84, which the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency publishes, which is part of like the CIA, the FBI, they're the ones who release the WGS 84. That's the coordinate structure. That's the coordinate structure of the entire, oblate spheroid globe. So that's what they're given. They then have to fit the data they're getting into that. And their equipment literally just does it for them these days. It's all electronic. Just calculates the curve, and then they're able to put that into the globe model.
And I got a question too. Why would the CIA or FBI, criminal investigative organizations, have anything to do with geodetic surveying? Any reason for that at all? I don't know why.
Well, it's called the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. So it's like one of the family of intelligence agencies. It's like you got the CIA, you got the FBI. You got NOAA. NOAA, and then this one is the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. They're the ones that put out the globe Earth, and just that term, like National Geospatial. So it's basically Earth Spatial, and quote unquote intelligence agency, which is bizarre that the shape of the Earth is actually an intelligence issue. That's how absurd this is. Like it's actually an intelligence released protocol.
Yeah, why would they do that? Why wouldn't it be part of some science group? Why is it the FBI?
Because it's orientation, man. That's all how they orientate your highways and everything. Because if they orientated them different, you could figure a little more out a lot better. But they won't, and they don't. They set them up that way for a reason, to orientate things. They are the orientators. That's why they get the stuff and put it through, and that's when the surveyors have to get it through the little electronic thing, and that's what they get back. The final say is whatever, like how Jesse would say. Same type of stuff. Just, globe. Nothing actual. Nothing where you put the pole in the ground like we usually do, like Gio was talking about, like how you actually have to survey. You put a pole in the ground and then another pole in the ground, and you keep going. And that's how you would measure Earth's topography.
And they do use theodolites over short distances, which are which are effective. They can be effective over short distances. When you're building, like when they actually use them in building, for like parking lots and foundations of floors and So over those short distances. So they are calibrated to function accurately over those short distances. But Jesse, what you're doing is now you're shooting it over a much longer distance. I mean, the thing is, dude, they don't even claim to measure the shape of the Earth the way that you're doing it. So like you and Ruhif and some of these other guys that want to somehow assert a globe, like you guys are all doing it in a way that even geodetic surveying does not claim to measure the shape of the Earth this way. So you guys are just misusing a tool and applying it and trying to assert a cherry-picked result as somehow validation of the curvature of the Earth, which is just invalid.
Well,
they're applying it to geometry that's round when the topography of your dirt isn't exactly perfectly round ever. That's one of their major misconceptions.
But they measure this, DMOC, with radio waves within like 2 centimeters. They measure this within 2 centimeters. It's that accurate, the ellipsoid.
Democ and Xana coming in over talking is not. Hold on, bro.
Why don't they drop down to the lower?
No, nobody needs to drop anything. Just Jesse, if you want to respond to what I said, and then someone else can go, because that was first where we were at. Democ came in, and then Xana, they both started over talking. Just go ahead and try if you want to respond.
Definitely. Thank you. Well, I guess I still don't understand, and maybe you can help me understand. I mean, the theodolite, it just measures the direction of the light entering the lens, right? It doesn't know how far it's come from. It just measures the angle. It's like sighting through a long, skinny, straight pipe, right? It doesn't matter how far the light came from. That's just the angle it hit the lens at, right? Geo?
Yeah, you're just looking through an optics, man. Just a scope. Yeah, that's all it is. Yep, with a line on it that's connected to a bunch of other equipment that's giving you some information. Yeah.
No, it's not a bunch of other equipment. If it's an electronic one, it just electronically counts the graduations on the ring in there, the plate. If it's a mechanical one, like the old ones are all purely mechanical, they just have a microscope and you look at the dial with a microscope and just literally read the angle. So, but how do you, let's see, how do you think I got those 36 measurements all showing missing 3,200 feet plus or minus 100 at 75 miles? Because I did it at different times of day, at different times of year. What would be an actual objective reason that that's not a valid measurement?
Right, is it missing 15% less than the physical prediction of the globe? No, that was tough.
Well, I was asking Gio a question.
No, man, I think his was the next thing. I didn't really have any response. So,
well,
yeah, I think you should address what he was saying.
But you just told me that my measurement was somehow invalid for some reason.
Yeah, but I personally have spent the last 20 minutes describing in detail how it is. So if you want to hear the answer, I would recommend going back to the last 20 minutes and re-listen maybe.
Can you help us understand your claim though? Is it 15% less obstructed than the physical claim of the globe?
I don't know the exact percent. The unrefracted angle would have been like 35. So let me just look it up.
Yeah. Okay.
It was like 3750 or something.
So 15%, yeah, has to be around 15%.
Right. So the unrefracted angle should be 3750 feet. I measured 3600 or 3200 plus or minus 100.
Real quick. We can't trust anything optical. I'm sorry. We can't trust anything optical to determine if the Earth is flat or a globe. Remember.
Jesse, what you're doing, I'm going to say this real quick. What you're doing reminds me of if you have a massive, like let's say a Costco, like a massive Costco, and you're going to measure it with like a 1-inch ruler. That's what you're doing. You're using a tool that's meant for a very short distance to have accuracy for doing like parking lots and homes and things like that. And you're just shooting it at incredibly long distance. And it's like using a little 1-inch ruler. It's just, it's complete. It's like an inaccurate tool.
Geo, it's okay. There's no measuring tool that's going to help you demonstrate a globe Earth. But yeah, yes. He's right. Geo's right.
This is all it comes down to. It's very simple.
What about the WGS 84?
They have a double standard with everything. So anything that you make, any observation you make, Even if you use lasers, it doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't count. Anything that shows the planar nature of the Earth, it doesn't count. Optical can't be used. But then they can invoke specifically optical evidence, and it's definitive evidence for the globe. This is what they do with everything. Everything that they do is a double standard. So they bake the Texas sharpshooter fallacy into their claim. It doesn't show what the globe predicts no matter what altitude you're at. They fluctuate on average 15%. So from the surface all the way up, it's just the same rough 15%. Totally makes sense. And then they can actually assume and beg the question, reifying the globe model using the Texas sharpshooter fallacy to get the 15% value, throw that on top of it, and say, oh, look, globe verified. But if you show anything optical that goes against the globe, that doesn't count at all. Doesn't count at all. You can't use that. This is what the whole conversation's like, though. Like every single aspect of it is a double standard, right? When it comes to gravity, talk about electrostatics, you can verify it actually physically manipulates the vector. Oh, no, that doesn't count. I got a million questions. If I can come up with one question, can't answer, it doesn't count. It's no good. Haha. Can you even define gravity for your paradigm? No. Can't even define it. Can you tell me an experiment? No. It's everything is a double standard. So that's the point where there is no actual fruitful conclusion to the conversation in this realm because it's a double standard. So that's not fair intellectual exchange, right? Like you guys can use optical observations, but we cannot. Well, that's convenient. I guess the Earth is a globe then. So it's kind of stupid.
So how does that explain why the light's arriving at my theodolite as if it was coming from 3,200 feet below where it should be?
What does where it should be mean?
Well, where is it should be the arctan of the delta height divided by the distance, which is like 1.5 degrees above eye level.
Nope, you can't just use one equation and extend it infinitely because of perspective. That's dumb. Provably wrong.
Well, it works at short distances.
Okay.
Why shouldn't it work at a longer distance?
Can we see things as accurately at a long distance as we can at a close distance?
Well, of course not, but that still doesn't answer the question.
Well, it does. It specifically refutes your point, actually.
So what is the formula?
It precisely refuted it.
If you're telling me I'm using the wrong formula for angle versus distance and height, then what is the correct formula?
It's relative to a variance of factors. You just claimed it works at short distances, thus it must work at great distances. I said, wait, can we see the same at short distances and great distances? Of course not. So you double spoke and refuted your own claim.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the angular resolution of the lens in your theodolite there, bud?
Hold on, I got a phone call. I really do.
It's just light work nowadays. I'm just being honest. But hey, I heard you talking about the Geospatial Intelligence Agency, Geo. What's so crazy, bro, is if you look at like Google Maps, they hid the flat Earth with three primary ways. As in, like when people look at maps and look at GPS and all stuff, they hid it with three ways, right? One thing what they like to say is that GPS proves gravity and relativity because of time dilation. They have to synchronize the clocks. In reality, if you look at it, they use this quote unquote global time UTC, right? The universal time, and those use absolute synchronization. They don't use time dilation. And the quote unquote satellites themselves, they use absolute time synchronization. They do not use the Einstein synchronization method, but they run around saying that satellites prove relativity, and literally the opposite happens. Literally the opposite happens in their math. They do not use Einstein synchronization. If anyone wants to bet $100 on it and then provide evidence for it, that's cool. I don't want to go in circles talking about something that people don't know what and just lie about it. I don't have time. But anyway, the point is that the GPS, that's all a lie. It's all a lie. Okay. Secondly, because this is the main way they deceive the world. People think the GPS proves the Earth's a globe. No, it doesn't. It literally doesn't. Right?
But you're saying the ground and the satellites actually do use the same time. They don't use the Einsteinian equation, but they claim it does, and then people think the claim it proves that, but they can't validate whether the satellites are actually doing that. But you're suggesting that they actually are not doing that. They're actually
No, they don't. They don't even claim it. So if you look it up on Google, like a Pop Sci article will tell you that satellites use relativity or verify relativity. But that's just for the lay person. They just lie. It's just misinformation. If you actually go and look at it, it uses absolute synchronization. It's a fact. I have all the documents on my computer. It doesn't matter what anyone here says, because they're going to say it does use relativity. It literally doesn't. You can also look into the fact they had to pull in someone else to fix the whole situation. They use absolute synchronization.
Well, it has to be pretty synced up. It does have to be pretty synced up because, like, with our like televisions and phones, and you know what I mean. Like, it's Yeah, it's all
Well, yeah,
synced up.
UTC, it comes from systems that use like atomic clocks. Of course, you have cesium clocks and you have quartz crystal clocks. And they use these, typically cesium is more precise because the oscillation is so delicate and precise, which is how they're getting the time, right? They have these buildings on the ground all over the earth for UTC. So that's like the considered standard time around the earth or whatever. And they use absolute synchronization. Absolute synchronization. And the GPS does as well, the quote unquote satellite. So that's just a fact. Anyway, that's one of the ways they deceive it is people think, oh, like the satellites go up there, fall around the ball, and it proves relativity and gravity and time changes and all this stuff, and somehow that verifies it because that's how we get GPS verifying the Earth's a globe with gravity. That's just a lie. Okay, the second thing that they did was they sleight of hand changed the time zones. We covered that ad nauseum, right? They say it's just arbitrary and don't worry about it, and that gives them a cover story to where they can actually make there be less in the northernmost portion, exactly 24 where the globe and the flat Earth would intersect at the same ratio, and then in the south add a lot of them 32 to 38 so that you can't tell because it gets so confusing with all of these time zones crossing over and stretching out in the north and then being divided up in great proportion in the south that you can't tell that it would be wider, the longitudinal divergence being different in the south on a flat Earth, right? The next thing that they did was magnetic declination. And if you look at what they did with magnetic declination in the south, right, this is going to prevent anyone navigating really putting together that the globe doesn't work. The lack of symmetry and the magnetic declination really helps disguise it in the form of navigation as well. And then what they did was they took the roads on Google Maps and they stretched them out on the maps so that it looks like they match the nautical miles that mariners and airplanes use. Okay, so it doesn't though. If you actually look at it, they stretch the roads out. For example, you can find a road that's super curvy in reality. If you go look at the Google map, it'll show that it's way more stretched out and less curvy. We have actually had a dude go out and test it, and he's driving crazy curves all over the place. But if you look at the map, it doesn't look nearly that curved. Okay, but they can't lie about the distances on the ground. You can verify that with rotations per minute in the car measures the distance, right? So what they've done is stretch it out optically so that it makes it look like it matches the nautical miles. And you can't really verify the nautical miles that the planes or the mariners use other than just reifying and assuming it matches the ground. So by doing this, and you can actually go verify by looking at the Google Maps, you can show that they stretched out the land and stretched out the roads. And then they change with the time zones and the magnetic declination, which is why when you get to the south, it's just crazy chaotic and doesn't make any sense. And they basically claim there's like 5 different south poles in the south. All this crazy nonsense. And by mixing all these together and then making the claim of GPS as the big bow that wraps it up, that's how they hid the flat Earth. And if someone thinks it's a coincidence that they stretched the roads just to make it look like what you would have to do to make it look like a globe, but just a coincidence that they stretched the maps all over the world, right? Then that's on them. But in reality, that's how they changed it all. And I think that's what the Geospatial Intelligence Agency's job is. It is to create the final product that's sold to the public to make it look like it's a globe. I know that was a lot, but there you go.
Yeah, definitely. That's what they're doing. Yeah, they're the final arbiters of the coordinates. But yeah, dude. Well, that's a lot of components there that you laid out, and
yeah, it's just crazy. It's very eye-opening if you go look at the maps, the Google Maps, and what they did with the roads. Because that's a big discrepancy, right? Is like being able to physically measure the distances on the surface and then them having to match up with the nautical miles of the mariners and the planes. And the way they did this was just by stretching it out so no one can notice it. So,
but how could they stretch out on the map that doesn't correlate with the Earth? You're saying that just no one's checking it?
No, it's just a visual thing. Like when you look at the Google Maps, you'll see that this map actually what it is it's going like.
They distort it. Sorry, they stretch it out.
Yeah, I can send you a video. Yeah.
Well, yeah, dude. Well, I thought about how what do you think about the GPS coordinates of the actual cities and the areas we live in, our neighborhoods, and all this actually being planar? And then it's just the spherical part is brought in essentially when you zoom out, and they start piecing those pieces together into the larger system, which it also ultimately turns into a cartoon on Google Earth once you zoom out. Turns into a cartoon ball. Do you think that the actual in let's say Los Angeles, massive city, just pavement, Los Angeles is like the biggest, actually, like size-wise city I think I've ever been to. I'm not really talking about the downtown. I'm just talking about the sprawl of Los Angeles. Unbelievable. You're just driving for like hours pretty much within just pavement forever. Anyways, within that, like, do you think that has the planar GPS coordinates that are real, or you know what I'm saying? And then they're just but when you zoom out is when they make it spherical with the cartoon, or like, do you think that the coordinates on the ground are spherical? Because then it plays into what you were talking about in terms of them being able to stretch it and have it show up different graphically than it is on the actual ground.
Yeah, well, they've had to change coordinates on the ground as well. Like, that's what's so interesting. So you anyone that doesn't understand this from the globe perspective is just kind of deluded, right? I mean, you can take a flat Earth, create a GPS system, and then transpose a presupposed sphere into the GPS system, taking a plane Earth, right? Using a plane Earth. Like, there has to be areas that they're hiding. Okay, there has to be areas that they're adding land in the north.
Yeah, there has to be fudgery. There has to be fudgery, but they can do planar sections.
I'm back.
That's right. So what they had to do was add places in the north that's not really there, add distances. Well, the most obvious place they did that is like 60 degrees north and up. That's where they did it. No one can go up there and really verify. Someone please go verify the alleged distance of the width of Greenland and then the northern portion of Greenland. You can't. No one here can dare claim they know that supposed distance of Greenland, the width of Greenland in the northern portion is correct. No one at all. No one. So that's where they clearly added a bunch of it. And what this does is if you mess with the north, if you fudge the north enough above the 60th latitude and you spread things out enough, then you continue that out from there. That's going to give you a bigger radius, right? That's going to give you a bigger radius of the north. That's why they don't let you go there, bro, because they had to add land that's not really there. If people could consistently go and physically verify distances there, they'd have a real serious problem. And it's so bad that it even extended down as far as the Bering Strait, it seems, right? Because no one's really verifying that distance either. But the most of it would be in the north. Then what you would have to do is you'd have to subtract a ton of distance in the south. So how could they do that? Well, 90% of the world's population lives in the north. The vast majority of the south is Southern Ocean. Southern Ocean that basically no one traverses. They use magnetic declination when they do traverse it, which is a deception. Magnetic declination doesn't work on the sphere at all. It's just ridiculous. So that's how they pulled it off, dude. That's how they pulled it off. They spread everything out more from the very center, and therefore that's going to spill over beyond that. And then they just made up a lie about it being a globe in the south, and no one can verify it. And we have evidence of it when the ships try to travel in the south. The same exact ship's world record in the north is like 200 miles more a day than it is in the south, right? But in reality, it's because they're traveling a greater distance. And say you travel 800 miles in a day, right? But in the north, you're traveling 1,000 miles in a day. Well, they get their speed by how much distance they travel in a set amount of time. So if they're traveling a greater distance than they really know, and they're just getting their speed based on assumed distance and time, then that's going to give them a really low speed, which is why they claim to have such a lower speed in the south than in the north. It's the same boat, and it's not even close. They go way faster in the north than in the south. How does that make any sense? There's there's easily 50 anomalies stacked on top of each other of the south that doesn't match the north when it should all be symmetrical. And that's because that's where they really had to hide. They had to hide land or hide surface area. So pretty obvious to me in this. It's pretty brilliant. It's pretty brilliant because it worked amazing. We have to sit in here and argue about it every day.
So well, we don't have to. I mean,
but you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it's an argument. Yeah.
How much of that is all done by the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency? Because if they're the ones publishing the actual WGS-84, that's the coordinate system that everything else has to map into. Like every other country has to fit into that. And then the time zones are all correlated with that coordinate system as well. So for people not to be able to see that there's clearly a coordinated effort to assert this model, I mean, it's right there.
Yeah, and like this is the tactics they resort to. Right? In the chat here, Xanax says lower speeds in the north, lower speeds in the south versus the north. My God, is Witsit lost his marbles? And Blue Marble says, nope, never had any more. It's just a fact, though, right? Like it's just objectively a fact that if you look at the world record for these boats in the north versus the south, the southern record in the southern portion of the earth, the record is 200 miles a day less than in the north. It's just a fact. So like and name calling and gas, like what does that mean? The actual excuse is that the weather is so much more unpredictable of a variable in the south that it's more difficult to navigate. That's the official answer, right? But in here they just say no. I just think it's funny. Like the official answer is that it's much more difficult to navigate in the south because of weather. That's the official answer.
Well, yeah, that is a huge factor. I mean, if that's happening.
Yeah, I mean that's what their official answer is. It's harder to go as fast in the south. Good.
I was going to say the funny thing is one of the guys that came out and is completely exposing the ideas of manipulation within the map concerning time zones, distances, and things being distorted on the maps in comparison to actual reality is somebody who was a sailor who's done many of these trips, voyages, and races.
Yeah, exactly. That's the funniest part. They're like, you fighters are so stupid. These people do this global race, this global sailboat race that proves there's a sphere every year. And the guy who's done it multiple times, where they do the race in the south, he's done it multiple times. He's a flat earther, and he says that's what showed him the Earth is flat. That's what showed him the Earth was flat, was because the magnetic declination is completely ridiculous. You're clearly traveling a much greater distance in the south, right? Because he's like on optimal, clear days where we're just taking off, we're flying. Like we're supposedly covering very short distances, but we know we're not because I sail in the north and the south. We're going just as fast in the south, but we're supposedly covering way less distance. You know, like he actually went out and did it for years. That's why he's a flat earther. So it's pretty eye-opening, right? That people just say, no, that guy's automatically a quack, though.
Hey, could I have a second?
Right.
I'm back from my phone call. I do need to take off for work. Did anyone have any lingering questions for me that before my phone rang? I just didn't want to feel like anyone feel like I was running off. Nope, good enough. Thanks, guys.
So yeah. Anyway, like just think about it, right? On a basic level, the globe, the north and south should be symmetrical. So we should have similar animal life and plant life. We should have similar magnetic distribution, the magnetic field.
Why should they be symmetrical with it? Why do they have to be homogeneous? Well, why though? Well, why would it have to be symmetrical? Even if it's a globe, I mean, if it's symmetrical, why does it have to be the same life in the south as it is in the north? Why can't it be a variation like it is now?
Well, you would see similar climate. You would see a similar climate. Would you agree or disagree?
It is a similar climate. I mean, Antarctica and the North Pole isn't a similar climate.
No. He did at. Sorry. I was just gonna say he did ask Witsit, so we should let Witsit respond. However, I was gonna say the thing is, like, adding to that, like, what on a globe, the sun is at either the equator or one of the tropics, north or south of the equator. So it's an evenly positioned Earth with the sun. So you would have the consistency in the climates in the north and south because it centers on the equator.
But it's not even though, because it tilts, so it's uneven. Do you get what I mean?
No, because it's still the same amount of time on each side. Jesus.
I get what you mean. It is a bit weird, the fact that it's colder when we're closer to the sun type of thing. There are some discrepancies in there, but I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be exactly the same. And plus, there is a discrepancy between the width of the Earth at the North and South Pole. I think it's the South Pole, the radius is 40 miles wider or something like that. It's not big, it's just a little bit. So what I'm trying to say is it's not even.
Well, the tilt accounts for the seasons, but no matter the seasons, you would still get equal life and climate at the north and south in their respective seasons.
I just said though, even the width of the Earth is different. I mean, the radius at the North Pole is different than the radius at the South Pole. Because I mean, they don't say that the Earth is a perfect sphere, do they? It's an oblate spheroid, or whatever you want to call it. But I know what you mean, though. I know what you mean. Because even that wouldn't really account for why it is so different. But I'm just saying that you're saying that it definitely cannot be this way. Well, it obviously is this way now. So I mean, it's weird that it is this way. But I think it's not right to say that, you know, it definitely cannot be this way.
Well, there's pretty stark differences between the North and the South, meaning how close you get relative to the alleged pole in the North and the alleged pole in the South. The distances from those points to where you start to see any type of life forms like trees, bushes, shrubs, any of that stuff. It's vastly different between the North and the South. What would you say is the cause for that vast difference?
I don't know, you know. What I would say, though, is that I'd say that it's probably something to do with the atmosphere. That's what I think. That the atmosphere is somehow thinner or thicker or something around it. But I don't know. I can't say that I know. I do find it weird as well. So I can't. Well, what do you think, bro?
It's because the Earth is not a sphere. And there's an actual difference in the North and South. The sun, in my viewpoint, it's making a tighter circle, covering less ground and moving slower in the North. And then just like a record player, you know, the inner part of the record versus the outer.
Yeah.
You know how and they have to account for that, like when they actually, you know, make a record, because obviously there's, you know, when you have music, the music has to stay the same time. You know what I mean? So like the way they burn it in there, it has to correlate differently in the North and the South.
But for that to be correct, then the sun would have to speed up and slow down, and that's not something we observe, is it? It moves at the same speed all the time. No?
Well, that's not something I've seen validated yet, because you can have the same rotational speed of 24 hours, but the actual ground speed would need to be measured. So we've talked about doing this, ways of doing it, like measuring what's called the subsolar point. So directly under the sun, there's like the GP or the subsolar point of the sun at every moment in time, and that tracks across the Earth. So to do it, you'd have to be able to measure the GP, you know, let's say every half a mile or every quarter mile or whatever distance you'd want to use, measure the GP of the sun, and then track the distance versus the time and see if it actually is moving a different ground speed. Because it actually could be moving a different ground speed and you still have your 24-hour day.
It could be. I mean, that's what it would have to be. In order for what you're saying to be correct, it would have to speed up and or slow down in its daily orbit, so to speak. Because in your belief, the sun orbits the Earth, right? It's not the other way around. So I mean, in its daily orbit, it would then have to speed up and slow down. And I agree that what you're saying is a way that could actually prove or disprove it. And if it proved it, then it's a very strong case for the Earth being flat.
Yeah, it's still going the same amount of revolutions, right? Meaning it's going around once every 24 hours. And the way that this is hidden very easily, if people don't pay attention, is with time zones like we were speaking about earlier. So if you look at alleged land masses, which are fairly close to the same size, like if you want to take the width of Australia east to west, and you want to take the United States east to west, why does Australia have 2 time zones where North America,
I know. I've heard this argument. I'd be honest with you.
4 time zones, right? So it's actually double the amount of time zones utilized within the United States compared to Australia. Why would that be the case?
I've seen this. To be honest, I've heard this conversation something like 3-4 days ago, and it's the first time I've ever heard it, that there's 19 time zones in the north, 24 at the equator, and 32 in the south, and that, you know, Australia and North America, which have, you know, quite similar width, have 2 and 4 time zones respectively. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know about this enough to comment. I don't even know why or how it would cover up the shape of the Earth if it was this way. Do you understand? I'm that ignorant of the subject. Maybe if someone could tell me, like explain in detail why, like how this would, you know.
All right, think about this. So pull out a piece of paper, or at least in your head, right? And then draw a little circle in the middle. Now we're going to draw lines out from that circle, straight lines out to the edge of the paper, right? Those are going to be our longitude line. Okay. So as you go further and further out towards the edge of the paper, those lines are going to get further and further apart, right? So you have a point in the middle, you draw lines out from it to the edge. As they go further and further out, they're going to diverge more and more, right? There's going to be more and more space as it gets further out. That would be the flat Earth. The longitude lines as you go further out are going to diverge and be wider. On the globe, it's going to slowly get wider, and then it's going to hit the equator, then it's going to start getting smaller again and come back to another point on the bottom. So there's a huge difference, right? There's a huge difference. One of them, it converges back down. The other one, it keeps diverging out. Okay, well, that means on a flat Earth, the time zones are going to be really small in the north, as in the longitudinal zones are going to be smaller. As
yeah, because the orbit, the diameter of the orbit is smaller. I mean, is that what you mean? The orbit, the circle, like the orbit is smaller, right?
Not the orbit. Yeah, not the orbit, but yeah. Okay, so you see the picture that Geo dropped.
Wait, one second.
This makes sense.
Let me have a look. 1 second. Yeah. Go on.
Okay, so it makes sense then that a place in the north, like the USA, would have 4 time zones because it's closer to the center. So the amount of space in between each line is smaller. So that means it's going to have more of those spaces. It's going to have 4. Well, at the corresponding latitude, meaning on the opposite side, like the 33rd degree north latitude, 33rd degree south latitude, for example, that's where Australia is. It's on the opposite side of the ball. So it should be the same as America on a ball, right? Because it's on the other side of the globe, the same distance away from the equator. And they're like the same width. But Australia has...
Oh, you broke up.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, Australia has 2 1-hour time zones. Now they'll claim it has like 3 because they throw a half hour in there.
But they do have 2.5 hours, don't they? So it's technically 3, but it's like 2 1/2 time zone.
Well, if you actually look at the time from the East Coast to the West Coast, it's just 2 hours.
Yeah, the time. Right, exactly. It's different than what people are calling the time. Yeah.
Yep. So now in the US, if you look at it, it would go 12, 1, 2, 3. 12, 1, 2, 3. Right. But in say Australia, it's just 2. Well, that doesn't make any sense. On a globe, it should be the same. But on a flat Earth, as you got that far out to Australia, like Geo's picture, those time zones would be wider. So it would make sense for there to only be 2. So what they did was they added a bunch of little half-hour time zones to make it look like there were more in the south to hide the fact that it's wider there. Right? That's what they did. So it was a way to hide it. In the north, they took some out and they stretched time zones out.
Right. Sorry, it finally clicked in my head. So basically, because it's the corresponding parallel on the map. What did you say? It's the 30th or the 33rd? So it's
like
the
33rd.
Yeah, right. So it's the 33rd parallel. One's on the north and one's on the south, and they should be the same. But because if the Earth is flat, then this proves that the southern parallel is a lot wider. So what they've done is they've added a lot of time zones to cover for that fact. I get it. Yeah. All right.
And so the globe claim has to be it's just a coincidence that they took time zones out in the north and then they added them in the south. Just coincidentally, all the countries just picked their own time zones. It just happened to end up that way, where the south has way more, like 32 to 38. The north has 19. And then now, if you keep drawing these lines out, the globe and the flat Earth are going to match at one point. They're going to be the same. And that's going to be just below like the 40-degree latitude north. There's a certain portion where they're going to overlap and be the same. And that line across the Earth is actually the only place that has 24. That same portion that just so happened to would match on a globe and a flat Earth. So it goes 19, 24, 32. There's no way that's a coincidence when you combine that with magnetic declination, what they did with the maps and all this stuff. So
I want to add to that. So basically, it's like a track field. The inner lane is shorter distance. The outer lane would be the longer distance, greater circumference, greater area to cover. The sun, in fact, speeds up. If not the sun, then the Earth is speeding up and slowing down, which is it's not. The Earth isn't moving. But I want to say something that I've noticed because I do have a sundial that I follow meticulously, like I'm observing the luminaries, and there's a phenomena that occurred from 2021 to 2022 that's unexplainable. Where, for example, in 2021, my Hebrew year started March 17th. 2021 was a Abib 1, the first day of the year. And I marked the shadow. You could tell that I have a sundial that's 2,300 years old. It's a replica from one found in the deserts. Now, hear me out, though. Hear me out. So, on March 17th, 2021, the shadow of the sun, of the dowel, marked the Abib marker. There's a marker on my sundial that determines the beginning of the year. Now, a whole year later, right, that shadow was no longer on that same marker, but a whole week later. So 364 days later, the shadow was marking, but instead it was March 22nd, 2022, where the sun was in the same spot that it was the previous year. You guys following me?
Yep, I gotcha.
So literally a year later, right? The shadow was in the same spot, but March 22nd.
Right, you're basically saying if we use the luminaries as our calendar, which is where the calendar is derived from to begin with, if we use that as the calendar and you use a spot in which you're able to mark what would be a nodal point that you could determine the beginning of the year from, that nodal point was off by 5 days?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
So
which
either the Earth
makes sense that if we derived our calendar or our ideas of time, day, month, all of that from the luminaries, why wouldn't we just continue to use the luminaries as our determination for these things instead of trying to fix it into stone? Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, it's because they purposely wanted to take us out of sync with the Earth. Like, not only the globe lie comes with like the calendar lie and the sky lie. Yep. Sky lie and calendar lie.
Look at right where it meets there. Right there where it meets, you have that 3-hour difference. So it's like the same longitudinal zone at the Bering Strait has 3-hour difference. Look, if you go down from there, look how chaotic it gets. Look at the time zones, the date line. You see the black line is the date line. Look what it does. What is that?
It's like they
shifted out in the ocean.
It's like they shifted everything over. And that's where you'd have to stretch. There would be more stretch. That's where you would stretch the globe. And then
you stretch it. Yeah, in the north, and then you compress it in the south.
Yep.
And then if you look at the hours, go to the United States, look at the hours here. It goes -8, -7, -6, -5, all in the U.S. And then go to Australia. And they throw a half in there. 8 to 9, 9 to 10, they throw a half in there to make it look like there's 3. Even if there were 3 hours, it's still not the 4, right? So it's just pretty crazy. And if you just keep looking in the south, it's like it gets really crazy in the Southern Ocean, but who's going to go verify that? Like, what are you going to do about it? Oh, just governments arbitrarily chose it. Okay, well, what's up with all this stuff going on in the Southern Ocean then?
Isn't there something like in the Southern Ocean where there's like one little island or something where there's like 3 time zones on one island or some shit like that? There's something really crazy.
Yeah, same thing as in the Bering Strait. There's 2 little islands right beside each other, like 30 miles away from each other, but there's a 3-hour time difference. Same thing in the Bering Strait. You have where Alaska's coming to Russia. They're in the same longitudinal zone. 3-hour time difference. It's midnight there. It's 3 a.m. in Alaska. It's a pretty smooth trick though, because this is just like, it's just an optical thing, right? It just
That
creates
don't make sense
the
to me.
idea.
I have heard though that a lot of people know enough about it, so I can't.
Well, it creates the illusion that it's a globe. That's what it's made to do. It's just made to hide the artifacts of a flat Earth. If you were to do the time zones accurately, you would see very quickly, what's going on? Why is this not symmetrical in the north and the south?
Yeah, and the funny thing is, like, you know, when everybody first got into this, there's a lot of people that just immediately go on to Google, like, 10 reasons why we know the Earth is not a globe. And one of the things that they always bring up is time zones wouldn't work on a flat Earth. Like, literally, time zones is what they use to hide the fact that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, none of them say that now. They used to say that time zones debunked the flat Earth, and now time zones don't matter at all. They're just arbitrary.
Yeah, that's a 180. Big 180.
So
Although
to
that was an
clarify-
argument they pushed more back in like 16, 17.
To clarify what I was saying, it took the sun 371 days to make a revolution to return to the same spot that it had previously been. The year prior was March 17th, and the following year was March 22nd. 364 days would have been March 16th. March 17th would have marked 365 days. But so it was 371 days it took the sun to return to the same position it was a year prior. What's going on for the sun to do that, right? Either the Earth is slowing down and speeding up, or the sun is slowing down and speeding up.
That's kind of a different topic, though.
Well, I actually have and what it is my opinion, is the sun is higher in the north, and then it goes lower in the south. And since it's lower, it's in a lower portion of the vortex, so it goes faster, just like a tornado.
That makes sense to you. Okay.
Yeah,
Why don't
it
we
makes sense to me. It makes a lot more sense to me than you. It makes a lot more sense to me than your belief, where every time I ask questions about it, the whole room gets quiet. Yeah,
No,
it makes
I
much
can
more
never
sense
quiet.
to me. Like, hey, look, Zen. Before I engage with you, you have to answer.
No.
Before I engage with you, you have to answer my intellectual honesty litmus test. Can you provide any exclusive evidence that the Earth is orbiting the sun?
Don't worry about it.
Oh.
No, I'm playing by your rule. I'm not going to be obnoxious. If Australia has times when 8 o'clock in the morning, or it should be 5 o'clock in the morning, or 7 at night the sun sets, who cares? As long as we can track those positions anywhere in the Earth relative to other positions, north and south, and see if there is a 12 difference if it's directly on the opposite side of the Earth for a sunset or for a sunrise. And that's what we do see, by the way. It doesn't matter what the time zones are arbitrarily, and they're set for political or just convenience reasons for these cities to be in the same time zones as other cities that they maybe do have commerce with. It's not a big deal. I don't know why this is such a big deal.
Because they have to make somewhat equal time zones to correlate with what it looks like on a globe, but it isn't a globe, so they can't do that. So they have to have less in the north and more in the south. But there's not as much land in the north, so they can't split them equally and say that there's just 24 all around. So they had to do this. There's no other option.
It would be obvious. Yeah, it would be obvious that they're not symmetrical.
Right. It would be even more obvious than now, where at least maybe they went with this because it's like, well, at least we can try to say that, oh yeah, the country's just decided them and they're just going with it. You know what I was thinking with it? What if they start now, like literally listening to what we're saying? They're going to start changing them. We'll see, like in 5 years, they're going to say, oh, this country moved theirs. They're going to try to like even it out. I wonder if they're going to try to do that, because this is a huge like red flag.
But then you would run into huge differences, right? Because I mean, no matter how you want to slice it, each country and each region is going to want to try to have their noon be in a position where the sun is close to the zenith, as close
to it
as possible. Yeah,
exactly. They can't throw it off that much because of the real way the sun moves. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's no way out.
They can't do it.
Gio, the question would be, why don't we find out how far noon, a straight up sun in the sky, deviates from all these time zones around the world. But the easiest way is what I mentioned when I started out saying.
Oh, they do a lot. Sorry, that's why they did daylight savings. So they do it. Yeah, absolutely. But
that's not.
This
that's
is
not why
what he doesn't. This is what he's trying to
we'd have
say.
longer.
This is what he's trying
Oh
to
my
say.
God!
He's trying
Come
to
on.
say.
Can I finish
because
the
it's just
sentence?
boring. No, because it's a red herring fallacy.
We're talking about it for an hour or two, and I want to between I'm talking to Gio about it. It's real simple. Guys, you guys are
I did
so rude. It's not Gio. It's not a red herring. I'm talking to you and me.
All right, dude. I'm only muting you now for a minute because you're yelling. Bro, I did interrupt you. So when that happens, you got to just chill because when you just make it way worse, and that's why you get muted. So don't do that, please. Okay, so I did interrupt you. Witsit was saying he didn't really want to hear you out. It's fair enough, but if we, I think we should at least let Zanuck finish.
Thank you. I was just talking to you, Gio, about it. I didn't want to argue in a big. Said if these are the claims you're making, then you should be able at any one of these spots, any of these time zones, whether the sun is straight up. That would be an easy way to figure this out. Or you find out where these positions are relative to another 180 degrees around a sphere, and see if those time zones have a frequency of once every 24 hours. If they do, then it's no big deal. It just means we've shifted for whatever reason they've decided. It could be nonsensical that we've shifted midnight at one place to be 3 a.m. in another place, which is 10 p.m. someplace else. And who cares? I mean, who cares if the sun sets? I mean, we have variations throughout the year anyway, so it doesn't really matter whether the sun sets at 6 o'clock in the evening or at 9 o'clock in the evening, as it does here in California.
I can see why Witsit didn't want to hear that out because, dude, yeah, you were not even. That was avoiding the issue right there.
Well,
really, I thought it was really clear.
I just want to add to this.
I really thought it was clear. Okay, I'm sorry about that then.
Well, no, you
I
did
wanna
add
add
some
some
other.
truth to this.
You did add some other points. I mean, those things are all different things. I'm just saying, with the point we were on, it was you were avoiding that issue. So that was
the red herring fallacy, dude.
If it is the height,
no, let me just stillman it because it's a waste of time. That's why I interrupted because I can just stillman it and show it's just a red herring fallacy. Okay, it's like, oh well, if we have corresponding latitudes, say 33 degree north, 30 degree south, so we'll use United States and we'll use Australia. That's 3,500 kilometers both ways. They should have the same sunset and sunrise times. Oh my gosh, they do. Look at that. That must mean that it's symmetrical because the Earth's a globe. No, because we only have a limited field of view, so we have the same sunrise sunset because of the sun reaching outside of our limited field of view, which is actually curved visual space. Thus, we have the sunrise and the sunset being relative to that observer within that curved limited space. So the actual distinguishing factor here would not be that sunrise and sunset is corresponding or symmetrical. It is, in fact, whether or not a greater piece of land is actually covered by the sun in the set amount of time. And in fact, it is. And they hid this with the time zones by adding tons to the south. So if you bring up the fact that the sunrise and sunset times are corresponding, that doesn't mean anything. It's literally a non sequitur.
I want to add that throughout history, the keeping of time has changed drastically, where we have it fixed now. Like solar noon is different throughout the country. Solar noon is truly only at 12 o'clock around the equinox or around March 20th. Will solar noon be accurate? I mean, will 12 o'clock be accurate to solar noon? Right now, for example, in Massachusetts, solar noon is like 12:50, right? And the more that you reach the solstice, the later it will be. Like solar noon will be like around 1 o'clock. So it's not 12 o'clock noon is not an accurate representation of solar noon. And this is obvious like throughout the world. But back in the day, like you'd have bells, church bells ringing throughout the cities because they would ring at solar noon, and solar noon was different, just 50 miles apart. You know, so yeah, that doesn't mean anything.
1 degree.
So so back to what I was saying earlier. There seems to, so I've been noticing a pattern with the sun, right? Around every 7 years, ironically. Like right now, like 2022, the year started March 22nd. 2023, the year started March 21st. And the precession of the equinox is consistent. And the shadows that I'm marking are consistent to year. It only deviates by 1 day from the previous year, right? Until you have a leap year where the sun in real time takes 366 days to make a revolution according to, astronomy. Now I don't believe the earth is moving. I believe the sun is moving. But regardless, there's something incredible happening that nobody talks about. I have not seen anybody talk about because everybody's under the heliocentric model. But if you detach yourself from that, there's something remarkable going on that every 7 years, the sun will literally shift the whole week. So, and it's ironic because when you get to around March 16th, March 17th is the earliest possible date that the sun will reach before it shifts a whole week. And that's what I'm talking about. I witnessed that in 2021, where it was supposed to be March 16th was supposed to be Abib the following year, but it wasn't. The sun shifted a whole week. Inexplainably just shifted a whole week, where the shadow where it was supposed to mark March 16th did not mark March 16th. It marked March 22nd. But for a whole Shemitah, a whole 7 years, it was consistent. And then all of a sudden just shifted a whole week.
Oh yeah.
So but the earth is not moving. The earth is not slowing down a whole week or speeding up a whole week in during the year. That's not what's happening here. So
yeah, I don't even know what they would claim.
So what I'm noticing is that the sun will take the same out of 364 possible circuits or possible lanes. Pretend that the realm is a track, right? It's a track, but it has 364 lanes that the sun will travel in. And in those 364 circuits, it will take the same circuit a couple times in a row. 2 circuits will take twice a row.
Well, are you talking about the position? Are you talking about the position of the sun in the sky amongst the fixed stars, or are you talking about its position on the ground? Because those correlate. Like the equator, for example, like at the equinox, the moment the sun hits the equator in your local region, like at the precise equinox, will be at that precise position on Earth. Like it'll have that GP.
The sun has its own circuit that it travels in, right? There's 364 possible circuits, possible circles, possible lanes, however you want to call it. And it will take the same lane twice a year during the Shemitah. That's how you end up with 371 day years. Now they won't tell you this. The scientists won't tell you this because it won't work in their model, dude.
So it's kind of
what
like
I'm saying. Like there's actually no their insanity knows no bounds. So they will make up anything though. Like whenever the motion in the sky changes, they literally claim the Earth just speeds up and then slows down. They're like, oh, they discovered the Earth slowed down. Oh, the Earth is speeding up. Like they literally will just make up anything. So I don't know the specifics of what you're saying or what they would say, but they will say something. Like they will make claims blatantly in the face of physics that the Earth can speed up and slow down, but we can't measure or detect it. But we know it did because the sky changed.
Well, here's the
Earth's
thing.
wobbling because the sky changes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like in the chat, they're like, "Oh, so we missed 5 days, and this guy's the only one who noticed it." Well, how many people are paying attention to a sundial and trying to figure out the actual position of the sun on a daily basis? How many people in 2023 are actually doing that? Steel City.
That's the only way to track the sun is with a sundial.
What a nice straw man that you came in to really give us the great input for. Thank you.
Well,
there's time in Utah.com that does it every day.
These guys think that the Earth slowed down and sped up, and no one could tell, and you couldn't measure it.
No, I think people
You're claiming 6 days are missing.
Do you think that the Earth? But don't you already think that the Earth just sped up and that no one could measure it?
Somebody did. You think the people that told you about
we're off 6 days?
Well, there is something called Well, I'm not claiming that. I think that was something that Lion had claimed. But there is something called the equation of time, and you can look it up. There's a lot of information on it. These are slight variations in the sun's pattern, and ironically, they correlate with whether the sun is at the Tropic of Cancer or at the Tropic of Capricorn. They're longer at the Capricorn and shorter at the Tropic of Cancer. So on an AE type map, they're shorter when it's at the inner circle and longer at the outer. Now that's the actual pattern of the sun, but it's only by like minutes. It's not by days or anything like that. Yeah.
But what I'm saying that the sun skipped forward 7 days. It literally skipped forward 7 days in 2020. 2.
What do you mean by that?
Why do you keep on saying that? It's skipping 7 days. What do you mean?
Because, okay, so the shadow the year before, right, was March 17th at the beginning of the year. Now, 364 days later, it should mark March 16th, right? But it didn't. That same shadow didn't mark in the same spot till March
Sidereal and not the same
22nd.
as solar. We know that.
But a whole week, dude. It took
Why is that
the
some
sun
position?
371 days to return to the same position that it was.
Why would that happen?
It's 1 day.
Farmers
1
would
day
be
different.
flipping out all over the world.
It's 1 day different, not 7 days.
Dude, I'm telling you, bro. 7 days, bro.
No one says that except for you.
Yeah, no one says that because it's been suppressed for whatever reason, bro. And it's not just me. There's multiple witnesses in the Hebrew community that have been following the luminaries. Yeah,
Could it be that you're
but
wrong?
how would I be wrong?
Because you didn't. Well, come on, man. We have some of the most amazing astronomical equipment you can even imagine. That you somehow made some observation that disagrees with all this, the billions and billions of dollars worth of equipment. You've suddenly found something that nobody else noticed. Don't you think that's a little bit odd? Could you be wrong? Is it possible?
It's not just me, bro.
Xanax, with your billions of dollars worth of equipment, can you detect the actual rotation of Earth?
That's what I keep asking.
Yes,
It's like if we
very
have such
easily.
good equipment, hey,
Around the sun, no.
Can you provide evidence? Can you provide exclusive evidence that the Earth is orbiting the sun?
Excluding the exclusive evidence. What does that even mean?
You don't know what dude? Has anyone heard?
I
that?
do
When
know
I've
what it
asked-
means, but I don't think you're
Stop
using it
interrupting me.
correctly.
You're about to be muted for the rest of the day. Keep
Then,
interrupting me,
if
man.
you don't know what he's
someone's gonna have to override my decisions. So I'm gonna.
Xanax, if you don't understand what he's like, answer his question and stop being retarded.
Well, I think he means like one.
Asking. You know
It's very
exactly
difficult
what
to
he's
do.
asking for. Xanax.
It's very difficult to do. I can't do it. No.
You can't give the evidence.
You have
No.
billions of dollars worth of equipment and you can't do it?
Gio, you were here
Not
yesterday.
exclusive. I think what you mean by exclusive. No, not single.
Be quiet, dude. Gio, do you remember yesterday when I asked the same question and they gave the same response? What does that even mean? What does exclusive even mean? What do you mean by that?
Well, I think
they don't know what the word means.
Well, let me. Can I?
So dishonest, dude.
Impossible
It's
to
so
talk.
dishonest. Define
Impossible.
exclusive.
Yeah, Xanax, you overtalked about 5 times there. If you could please not do that. But okay, well, but how about, but I think yesterday you defined exclusive and it was even better when you defined it. So, because
I wasn't here, but
he's not going to be able to do it. So,
Gio, I wasn't here, but I think.
Okay, I'll okay, dude. Exclusive means it's exclusive to the globe Earth, to the heliocentric model.
It's restricted or limited to one explanation. Okay, so in context, is that it can only be explained by the Earth going around the sun. So let's ask it again. And let's not pretend we don't know what the word exclusive means this time, since I just defined it.
Well,
restricted or limited.
If you let me talk, I could actually give you what my understanding was, and you're not letting me.
You should be like thrown on a trampoline every time you interrupt or something.
I'm gonna mute him every time, and then I'll unmute him. That way, he'll just never interrupt.
It's like a child. So, okay, restricted or limited to one explanation. In the context, this one explanation, as in it can be the only thing that can explain it, is that the Earth orbits the sun. Okay, so the question is, once again, do you have any exclusive evidence that the Earth is orbiting the sun?
If someone else wants to respond, it looks like Xanax dipped out. I don't know if he lost his connection, or maybe if he can't interrupt, he just doesn't even want to engage. It could be that. I don't know. Either way,
That's
leave it
probably
up.
Yeah,
leave it up to the audience. Just 2 possibilities. Everyone can decide. But yeah, I had him muted just so you could talk. There are some people that they only want to engage if they can interrupt, and if we don't let them interrupt, they sometimes just leave. It's like that's So it's
it's just funny because none of them can answer this question, bro. Like none of them. I've been asking for 3 straight days.
No,
so it's pretty funny.
I don't think there's exclusive evidence for anything. So no, I can't provide it.
Aside from solipsism, does anybody else have an answer?
yeah, that's so bad. So it's like, and really we can even boil it down to this: is the Earth is not moving and everything's moving around it, or the Earth's moving around the sun, right? Out of these 2 options, just these 2 options, is there any exclusive evidence that it's moving around the sun?
No.
All right, Xanix back. Chucky, Xanix back. So let's go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. No, did you? All I was going to ask and say that when I take the word exclusive and how it's used in the context for which I think he's using it, I would mean like some singular evidence or some, one, like he even said, a description. I think there's many, but if I have to use one, I don't think it'd be possible to do it.
That's not what it means in the dude. It means it's restricted or limited to one explanation. Okay.
I just said that. Didn't I say that?
I think he agreed with you.
No, he didn't.
I think he just,
no, he didn't.
he did.
He's
He just said he
didn't.
said he can't, and he said he can't do it. He
Okay,
said
well,
there is
no,
exclusive.
that's not what he's doing. No, what he's trying to do is say that the way he interprets me to mean exclusive is that, well, there's actually so much more evidence than just one that he can't just provide one, which is so laughably ignorant. It has nothing to do with what we're saying.
Well, that's not. Yeah, so that's not what it is.
Well, but he then said, then if I understand it in the context that he thought he was using it, meaning you, with it, he said no, there isn't any exclusive.
What he's saying that the way I'm using it is meaning he can only bring up one thing. Okay, so no, it's exclusive as it only can be explained by the Earth orbiting the sun. So once again, do you have any evidence that's exclusive to the Earth orbiting the sun?
Yeah, Xanic, go ahead now, man.
Well, thanks, but you don't need to mute me. I mean, seriously, you guys are talking about me.
Xanic, answer the question after me.
Okay.
No, dude.
I don't.
No, dude, I already said a minute ago, it seems like the only way for you to be able to have a conversation is I'll have to sit here and mute and unmute you because you will clip, you interrupt, you do all kinds of things. Maybe you think you're just doing a quick response, but every time it's an interruption, it totally interrupts the flow of the other person. So I guess if you're going to be in this, I am at my computer right now, so I guess I can do this, but it's not really a good long-term solution. No one wants to sit and mute and unmute you, so I don't know. But anyways, go ahead.
Well, how do you want to respond to that? But okay, I appreciate that, and I will try not to. But seriously, I was just trying to respond. I wasn't being rude at all, and I wasn't trying to clip. I can't use one description to explain how we can determine the Earth's path around the sun rather than if the sun's moving around us. So that would be almost impossible for me to do.
Okay, so there's no actual evidence that shows that the Earth is orbiting the sun, because if it's not exclusive. If it's not exclusive, then it's not evidence, right? To claim that we know the Earth,
that's not true.
To claim that we know the Earth is orbiting the sun, it would have to have exclusivity, meaning at the least it would have to be the more viable explanation. You would have to show some evidence that can't be equally explained with the Earth not moving. If you don't have that, then you have no actual evidence pertinent to the discussion. That's a fact.
That's not how evidence works. If just because you can't describe something in one bit of data or evidence doesn't mean that the entire body of evidence is not valid, even though components on their own cannot stand alone. Now you're clipping me. They cannot stand on their own. So again, you did it. Okay, so I'm done. I'll stop. I'll stop.
Nobody's clipping you.
It was Chucky. I muted him. Go ahead.
Okay, the answer is no. The answer is no. You guys don't have any exclusive evidence. You can't bring up parallax. You can't bring up retrograde. You can't bring up aberration. You can't bring up anything. You guys have nothing. You can't bring up anything. So all of that is equally, keyword there, explained with the stationary geocentric universe, which means what's the actual evidence that we're going around the sun?
All those other pieces of data that you're not allowing us to include, but that's okay. If you think the evidence is okay, what's your evidence, singular, exclusive evidence that the sun is revolving around us?
First of all, I didn't limit it to one piece of evidence. If you have multiple pieces of evidence,
I thought you said that.
That's great. Like just name them one at a time. But you have zero. So if you want to give the evidence that can only be explained if we're orbiting the sun, then please provide it.
You said exclusive, then you said it bounds into one something singular is what you said, and now you're saying it could be a bunch of evidence. So which is it?
You still don't understand. It's the basic.
Hold on.
Like what the?
Are you purposely not understanding what he is? Which is explained it multiple times very clearly. I clearly understand what he's asking.
He double spoke though, didn't he?
No, here,
He
let
did
me
not.
see if I
He's
can.
changed the
Absolutely did not.
definition a couple times.
Well, let
No,
me.
I didn't. He did, actually. You did. You said a single piece of evidence, and then you said the whole body of it, as much evidence as you want.
No,
So those
he
two
said
things are in contrast.
I'm going to do it one more time. I'm going to do it one more time, and then maybe Gio can do it. This is so pathetic. And then still he's jumping in and claiming I changed the definition. Okay, everyone listen carefully.
You actually did.
Okay, do you want to bet $500?
Let's just let Witzer go, guys. Please don't interrupt. Let's just go one at a time.
Like, I'm just so tired of the lying.
No, it is important, though. It is an important distinction, so.
Okay, so in the context, the question is there evidence that can only be explained by the Earth orbiting the sun, meaning it's exclusive to the claim that the Earth orbits the sun, meaning it's limited or restricted to the one explanation, one explanation, that one explanation being that the Earth orbits the sun, exclusive to the Earth orbiting the sun, exclusive, limited, or restricted to the one claim that the Earth is orbiting the sun, cannot be adequately explained by an alternative explanation because it's exclusive to the claim that the Earth is orbiting the sun. Exclusively heliocentric explanation, the only one that can explain it. That's like 5 different ways saying the same thing. So do we have any evidence that is exclusive to the Earth orbiting the sun?
Yes, I hope that should be clear for everyone now. You could have multiple of these exclusive evidences, but do you have at least one? Could anyone even come to one?
Go ahead, Chucky. Give it a shot. I already get my answer. One can't be done.
Still City doesn't jump in and say, "Oh, I was wrong. Austin didn't change the definition."
No,
this is where
I
none of them
wasn't
actually.
wrong. You did change your definition.
You did.
No, that was it. No, dude, you guys, you cannot. We're not going to let you avoid the issue by just railing off into that. That's not true. There were maybe a lot of things said. Could have been some interruptions. Maybe you didn't feel like it was fully clear to you, but he did make it clear the first time, and the second time was even more detailed. Zanuck, you were the one who came in and you said, "Well, no, I'm not just going to come to one." So you took the word exclusive to mean just one, which is somewhat understandable. One could think of it that way, but it's now been clarified multiple times. So instead of like going on about that, let's just move forward. Do you have that, yes or no?
Oh, yes. If you have multiple bits of evidence, and that'd be things that would include things like the paths of Mars and other types of observations of the sun and radiometric data. I mean, there's a lot of evidence we can bring up.
Not lots of bits that make up one piece of evidence. Just one piece of evidence that's exclusive. You can have another piece of exclusive thing, but one thing.
Exactly. Well,
How do you understand this?
So all those things aren't.
Mars. The motion of Mars. What he's saying is retrograde of Mars. The retrograde of Mars. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay. So why can the retrograde motion of Mars only be explained by the Earth moving around the sun?
Because there'd have to be some other explanation of why and how that's possible for a planetary body of a certain mass to make some type of circular path without a force acting on it.
Okay, so now you're getting into the dynamic claim. So you agree that you agree that kinematically it's equivalent, meaning that if the Earth is stationary, that you could have the same motion. You could have the same perceived retrograde motion of Mars in a stationary Earth. It's kinematically equivalent.
Yes. Stop muting me. I'm not interrupting anybody.
No,
it's just not dynamically equivalent. That's your claim. So
Correct.
Make sure you correct all the Globers here, right? Because they all say that if the Earth is stationary, there's no way you could have retrograde. And they're talking about kinematically, that the motion of retrograde couldn't happen around a stationary Earth. So
I know the definition with it.
I know. I just want all the Globers to take note here. Okay. So you're saying that it's only dynamically exclusive to a heliocentric model.
Correct.
Okay. So if I use Newtonian mechanics, I can show that in a neotectonic system with the sun moving around the Earth and all the planets moving around the sun, that actually if the entire angular momentum of the universe moves around the Earth, then actually that would overpower the bigger mass of the sun, thus cause the sun to move around the center of the universe, which would be the Earth, and then the actual the locality of the planets would move around the sun. Therefore, it would all move around the Earth as the planets move around the sun. This we call retrograde, aberration, and parallax in a kinematically and dynamically equivalence of the geocentric and heliocentric model.
Yeah, except you still can't explain the phases of Venus or Mercury, can you?
Okay, and this is what's so funny. Dude, he said that last time. Is Coffee still in here? Because all the Globers dunked all over him as soon as he ran away when he said it last time.
Well, that's a good one. That's what I was going to bring up next, obviously.
It doesn't work.
Wait, Zanuck, you agree with him that the phases of Venus are kinematically exclusive to heliocentrism?
It doesn't work on your model. What's it?
Only
Oh
way it works
my
is the
God.
interior.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it was. Yes.
Really? Can you explain
How-
why? Why?
Because you can't have the sun in that position. The sun in that position and have it illuminating. If we believe that these are not just luminaries that are just have some type of phase shifting, size changing, illumination system built on them, that you could see
What
a
if you
half.
don't believe that?
Like I saw a couple nights ago, through my telescope, I saw Venus half illuminated when the sun was past sunset. How is that possible if the sun?
Yeah.
Okay,
If the
go ahead.
sun is moving around the Earth and the planets are moving around the sun as it moves around the Earth, why would that not explain the phases of Venus?
Because
Yeah, it does explain it. No,
It's
Peyton,
the period.
it does because
it does explain the observations we see. Then we should see phases of all the planets, and we only see the ones that
Correct.
are
That's
interior to
incorrect.
us.
That's also incorrect.
No, we should see the phases of all the planets, not just the ones interior to us. It doesn't work.
True.
That's incorrect.
No,
it's based on the
That's a really good point.
It's based on the relative distance.
That's correct. It's
relative
based on the
distance.
relative distance and the fact they're interior or in orbit to us. That's why from Mars they can see Earth also in phase. Wonder how that works with it.
Yeah, we never see a half Mars. Why is that?
That's another claim. Hold on, that's going off to claims of people being on Mars. Let's stick to the Earth.
No, not people on Mars. We have.
I know. I'm
machines
not
on
people.
Mars.
Yeah, the claim, but I'm just saying that's very unverifiable. Let's stick to
What do you mean it's very unviable? We have pictures.
All right. Well, I'm going to say this. I actually think you have a pretty good point here, and this is why. So, in my understanding of it, over a planar surface, you have the sun and all the wandering stars are moving. The planets, as it were, between the tropics, over the equator, etc. The thing is, in my understanding of how the clockwork actually works, Mercury and Venus, they both. Okay, so let's say you have a track of cars, a bunch of different lanes with cars all going in a circle. If you have one car that's going 5 miles an hour and the other car is going 10 miles an hour, they're moving a dramatically different enough speed that they're going to lap each other. So they're going to like separate in their motions. They're going to lap each other because they're both making entire circles. Okay. Now, if you have another setup where you have two cars that don't lap each other, but instead one of them goes a little bit in front of the other car, and then it goes a little faster, and then it comes back. It goes the same speed as the other one, and then it goes a little slower, and it goes slower than it. And then it picks up speed again, goes a little faster, comes equal, goes the same speed, and then eventually it goes faster than it. It goes a little bit above. If you have that process back and forth, that means that they're never going to lap each other. They're always just going a little faster, a little slower. Well, Mercury and Venus, and only Mercury and Venus, do that. That is what we actually observe above. Like that they do. Like Venus never gets further than 45 degrees from the sun. Mercury never roughly about 21 degrees. So they never get further. That going faster and slower. In the case of Mercury, that 21 degrees. It's never going beyond that. So in their model, it does fit in a way, because what I think is actually happening is that those are fluorescing. They're in like a cycle like the moon. So they're fluorescing their light in correlation to the position of the sun, which still works absolutely over a planar Earth model with everything above, because they are positioned in that way, just like the sun and the moon are, where these things like Mercury, Venus, and the moon, they all fluoresce in their position to the sun. And now the moon does lap the sun. That isn't a whole lapping thing. But like I said, Mercury and Venus stay close to the sun. So actually, it is a decent argument for their heliocentric model, I think, to claim that it's the light of the sun. But that's why they had to put those. That's the thing, though. They built their model on the actual reality. So they built it afterwards. So it's a post hoc thing anyways, but it does correlate with their post hoc model.
But we could just say the same thing. We could say the exact same thing of a post hoc explanation and just say, look at Venus and how it's halfway lit by the way the sun is, and that's proof of flat. Like that, you would never accept that as proof the other way. Why should we accept proof of your way?
Because we already were that way. The other way. We kind of proved it wrong. That's why we went back to the heliocentric.
We could make up. Hold on, we could make up whatever we think the sun is.
It works kinematically. That's what we're talking about, the dynamic and kinematics. That works.
The shadows.
No, it does work with the shadows, because the illumination of the phase is correlated with the position of the sun and Venus. So like over a planar Earth, if Venus is, you're looking at the sun and Venus is off to the right, quote unquote, that phase will be reflected towards the sun. It would be pointing just like the moon does. It's pointing towards the sun. And when it's on the other side, it's pointing that way. So it works kinematically in terms of that actual gear system and the positions of them.
No, but the distance doesn't. The
The parallax doesn't work out. The moon's distance to us, and also with
Yes, it
respect
does.
to our.
Those
No,
are
it
all
doesn't.
different. Those are all different topics.
But they
No,
they're not they're different, but they don't. You can I hear what you're saying, Gio, and you can actually map that. Okay, here's where these have to be, and this is the speeds that have to be traveling at, and then we look at things like how far these objects are away from us, and then suddenly those angles don't work out anymore.
Look, I'm about to drop a picture. Literally, a picture debunks all of you guys, and I'm kind of disappointed. And Coffee's saying that's actually a good point. I guess you guys don't actually understand it. So here is a picture, okay, of a neotychonic system, and it literally would explain all of the phases. So maybe the picture will help us out here.
And I think Coffee hold on. Well, Coffee did unmute his mic, so I know sometimes it's hard to get in. So Coffee, I just want to leave some space if you want to jump in because you've been mentioned, and I saw you unmuted.
Do you guys see the picture?
We should see phases on Mars then, and we don't.
Wait, do you see the picture?
I see the picture.
We do
should
see
phases on
we do
Mars.
see phases
according to
on
this
Mars.
diagram.
We don't see phases
we
on
don't.
Mars.
No, we
We
don't.
never do.
We do.
No,
It's about
why do you say that?
90%
We're not. We
phase or
don't.
so.
We do not see phases on Mars. That is incorrect.
We don't
problem for
always
this
see
particular
a
idea.
full illuminated Mars.
Yeah, here it
Always.
says right here, but it says we do not exhibit. It does not exhibit the whole range of phases, but in fact, that there is phases. So why are you guys just lying?
Yeah, it's something like 90% is the around there is the minimum phase.
I mean, I'm not. We don't have to take this completely to an astrological level, but I will say that, like, the thing. Hold on, real quick. Astrologically, like, the sun and the moon are very connected to, like, the identity through the outer and the inner. There's a lot of different ways in which that's the case. And then Mercury, Venus, and Mars are always referred to as, like, they use the word planets, obviously, in the heliocentric. They call them the personal planets, quote unquote, meaning they're the ones that are, like, connected to the core foundations of the personality in that sense. Like, Mercury is like thinking and talking. Venus is like relationships and art and love. And then Mars is like, you know, the assertion, taking action, can be aggression. So you have the male female of Mars and Venus. You have the male female of the sun and the moon. So these these four luminaries are deeply connected to that foundation. Now, when you get to like Jupiter and Saturn, those are getting to like larger conceptually. They're larger. They're different in that sense. They're not personal in the same way that these are. So the fact that we're talking about the phasing of these, I was just saying it links with that ancient understanding of how these are all correlated and how they actually reflect in connection to the way that they're interrelated.
Yeah, dude, this is what's so funny. There's a kinematic equivalence, okay? So, and this includes the phase because that's all relative position. So if you take the sun moving around the Earth and you draw the orbits around the Earth relative to the sun and the Earth, then of course, as it gets further out from what the solar system would claim is the planets further than the Earth, they start to get in bigger. Stop interrupting me.
Sorry.
They start getting in bigger loops around the Earth, okay? That's the neotychonic system. They start getting bigger loops. So the Lagrange points, there's a kinematic and dynamic equivalence. For the phases, there's a kinematic equivalence. For parallax, retrograde, and aberration, there's a kinematic equivalence. This is just a fact.
Well, how do you do a full phase with your diagram? Show me that you can have partial phases with the two objects, the Earth and Mars, in that particular diagram. You can't. There's going to be.
Do you see Mars going outside the internal orbits of the other internal planets? Do you not see the circles bigger than that?
If it's 90 degrees opposed, it will be a full phase observation of Mars, which we never see.
Do you not see that it's a bigger circle around the Earth?
Yes.
Oh my God, dude. So then you're seeing phases relative to the position of the sun, but Mars is outside of that. This is basic equivalence principle. This is the covariance equivalence principle.
You're trying to sound smart about it, but you're not. You're actually making a lot of conflicting statements.
Hold on, real quick. So your entire premise of why it's not what's it saying is because you think you know about what the sky is and what you know that Venus and Mars are the same thing, and it would illuminate the same way. How do you know that?
Matter. No, even that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if we grant them all the planets as if they're real. It still doesn't matter, dude. It doesn't matter. The neotychonic system shows this is why it's super frustrating. You guys don't defend the real model. You deny the kinematic equivalence.
The sun not run into them. How does the sun not run into the moon in that drawing, by the way?
Oh my God. Then we get the most ridiculous. Okay.
Does that make sense to anybody else but me?
Did I answer it? Did I answer it?
Can I get caught up?
Yeah.
Oh boy,
Charlie's getting caught up. This is what this is.
Let Charlie get caught up. Might help us all understand.
I said, is there any evidence that's exclusive to the Earth orbiting the sun? Okay, and that took 20 minutes for them to understand the question, right? And then they brought up the phases of Venus. I said, no, in a neotectonic system where the planets move around the sun and that moves around the Earth, and you have a kinematic equivalence. Okay?
Hold on. When you say,
Sorry,
is there any evidence that that excludes that the Earth is going around the sun? Is that what you said?
No, that is
Any evidence
exclusive.
exclusive.
What does that mean?
That it only can be explained by it can only be explained by the Earth moving around the sun. It's exclusive to that explanation.
Okay.
Right. Like it can't also be explained and understood on another system or model or concept.
Like a geocentric.
Okay. So
Yeah,
you mean
so-
unique too.
Unique too, yeah.
Exclusive, yeah.
I've literally never heard of exclusive. I've heard unique too, but that's fine.
You never heard the word exclusive.
No, I've heard that. Of course, I've heard the word exclusive. You know very well that I mean that.
I mean, the word exclusive comes from exclude. So we're excluding all other options other than that one to actually have it be validatable as that being the case. Because if it can be explained, if it can be seen and explained and shown in different models, different coordinate systems, then you don't have anything exclusive. It's really just a reification of the concept.
Gio, it's funny. It's funny how he had the same exact.
We can observe that the moon.
Well, we got to go one at a time. Maybe Charlie and then Paid.
I know, but it's funny. We all had the same objection, though, isn't it, Gio?
I don't know. It doesn't matter. Somebody
No,
was
it's not, because what you guys do is look for any way to avoid the obvious question. And if you guys all truly didn't understand the question, yeah, I agree that's funny. And it certainly doesn't mean that the question's incoherent because it's objectively coherent.
It means that you guys are possibly in a mind pattern that's
it could be. But let Charlie get up to speed here. I think he'll have an interesting time with this as well.
Well, you haven't, but just to be clear, Zanuck, you couldn't do it.
No, I said it with one, but with multiples, the phase of Venus. We got the.
We just went through. Hold on.
I got radio. I said radiometric data. I have 5 things. You can't even finish them. Just 2.
One at
but
a
you
time.
asked me. I couldn't do it. I was going to rattle off 5 more.
You definitely interrupted Gio. Dude.
We have to do one at a time though as well. I may have interrupted a little as well. I don't know, but yeah, I mean you're yeah. But okay, we went through the Venus one, and that's not exclusive. So that one's been stamped. Done.
Oh, no, it is exclusive. It is exclusive. You guys just hand wave yourself to say it's not.
Okay, then let's we got to go one at a time.
Explanation.
Yeah, we got to go one at a time. I mean, Charlie's still in the queue, but since we're still on this page, why don't you go ahead and explain how it's exclusive?
The only way it works is for Venus to be interior to Earth. That only way it works. It doesn't work.
That's right. That's right. So if you have the kinematic equivalence of the neotectonic system as it moves in between the sun and the Earth, those internal planets, their orbit is inside the sun and the Earth, as opposed to Mars that is outside of it. So I'm about to give you a video that literally shows the heliocentric model, then it transfers over to the central point of the Earth and continues the 3 planets outside of the Earth, right? So the 2 internal planets, and it shows you them all changing.
Yeah,
okay?
except then you can now you can't explain why we see phases of Earth from Mars.
No, because that's okay. No, just hold on a second. Again, before you, that's your rebuttal. For real? What is your specific rebuttal to what he just said?
Mine?
He doesn't have one, but he was wrong.
No, you just said because
it doesn't work
because you think there's something on Mars that's looking at
That's
Earth.
correct. We have
right.
We have
So, but you
things
can't
orbiting Mars
recap
looking back. That's correct.
Problem.
We have planets. We have things on the planet.
Sorry.
But in the meantime, though, Witsit just has come up with some ad hoc. So now the Earth isn't at the center of everything. It's only at the center of most things, right?
No, that's a lie. So
no.
Here,
what do you mean? What do you mean that's a lie? You're neotectonic where there are 2 centers of rotation.
Oh my God! Hey, please stop. So let me recap for the room. First page said that the phases of Venus is impossible if the Earth is in the center. Then we dunked all over that. Okay.
Well, it's
so then
true.
he changed it to, oh well, then we would see phases in all the other planets, which means he's now removing his first claim, which is that you can't explain the phases of Venus. He's now admitting, oh, that was wrong. So as soon as he's
that's
rebutted,
not admitting that
stop
wrong.
interrupting me, dude.
Hey, don't interrupt. I'll give you your full time to respond, man. Please.
As soon as he gets rebutted for his first claim that the phases of Venus don't work, he skates right past it and moves the goalpost to, oh, well, then the other planets would have it. Okay? So then we rebut that, and I explained, and here's the video right here explaining it, literally showing it visually, that no, the planet Mars would be wider than the Earth as it moves around the sun and that moves around the Earth neotectonic system. Then when that was rebutted, he didn't respond to that either, moved the goalpost again, saying, oh, well, we can't explain the shadow on Mars from the Earth. So he never admits he's wrong as they get refuted. He just moves the goalpost and then claims he was victorious from beginning to end the whole time. It's so disingenuous.
All right, nobody interrupt. Nobody.
All you're doing.
Hold
all
on.
you're doing.
Hold on. Just an announcement to the room. Please, no one interrupt Paid. Paid, you can have as long as you want to respond. Please, though, let's not go ad homs and derailing. Try to respond directly to what he said, and please don't interrupt. So you have the floor. Go ahead.
All you're doing is saying, "Nuh-uh." You're coming up with ad hoc explanation after ad hoc explanation. It won't work on your model. We know it won't work. It won't explain the observations that we see. There's many different ones, and you keep on saying "nuh-uh" and keep on saying that when I bring up a new objection to it, that's moving the goalpost. It's not. It's the same model that doesn't work. Is the Earth heliocentric? I mean, or is the Earth geocentric? Or is the Earth geocentric to some things, but heliocentric to other things? But long ago, we showed that the Earth isn't at the center of the universe because we saw the moons of Jupiter going around Jupiter. So now the Earth is sort of at the center of the universe, maybe. It depends on the ad hoc explanation of the day from Whitsitt.
So he said nothing of substance, obviously, right? Like all he did was claim I said nuh-uh. But what I did was actually gave a specific animation describing exactly what I'm talking about. I invoked the kinematic equivalence. So that means the geometric and kinematic equivalence of a geostationary position. Right now, he's diverting away each time. Now it's the Mars around. Now it's the moons around Jupiter. Anything but say, okay, you're right. I was wrong. The phases of Venus aren't exclusive to heliocentrism. Okay, I was wrong. The rest of the planets wouldn't have it. Okay, I was
totally
wrong.
exclusive to the explain it any other way. Whitsitt? Sorry.
I just now dropped a video that literally shows the sun in the middle. And then it moves over to the Earth thing in the middle, and it shows you that it 100% would work. And you're claiming I said nuh-uh, which is projection. You're just saying nuh-uh instead of actually addressing the video specifically.
The video doesn't work, Whitsitt. It doesn't explain the phases as we see them. And even then, we should see phases on all the planets according to this thing, not just some of them. And even if that doesn't work, then explain how Mars, we can see the phases of Earth from Mars. You're just making shit up as you go along, trying to ad hoc.
Hey, how do you know how the sky works in our model?
Whitsitt just posted the so-called model.
He said, no, it's an explanation of something that you think is on our model. It's an explanation for something that we see.
Well, no, it's just what this shows is that the claim that it's exclusion to heliocentrism is patently wrong. There are many different explanations, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And you hear what he just did.
You can say that all you want, Whitsitt.
All
you're doing is saying that.
Like if you guys don't interrupt, you get dunked on. So you have to censor the other person.
Whitsitt, could you explain to me?
Just don't interrupt, man. We're going one at a time.
You have to hear what he just did. He said, even if that doesn't work, no. Be intellectually honest and say, okay, never mind. That isn't exclusive. But you can't do that. You have to claim it is, but then slide in, even if that doesn't work. Okay, we're not talking about rovers on Mars and all this nonsense. We're talking about the actual planetary motion that you guys invoke in the heliocentric model. You guys claim that retrograde is impossible on a geocentric universe. Debunked that. Then you said that the phases of Venus is impossible in geocentric model. Debunked that. Even Coffee jumped in the other day when you brought it up and said, that's not true. That's wrong. I just think it's more elegant. Okay. Now we talked about the phases of Venus. So we just keep shifting the goalposts, right? Never admitting the first one was wrong. Now we explained with this animation, if you understand the animation at all, you see, okay, well, there are the two planets moving around the sun. That's going to move in between the Earth and the sun. Okay. That's going to cause the phases. Mars loops around the outside of the Earth as it goes around the sun. So it's not going to have the same fate. And so as you keep having the planets further out, they're also not going to. This would be very understandable if people understood what the kinematic equivalence was, which comes from the covariance and equivalence principle itself.
Okay, Paid is next. Hold on. Paid is next. And then if Whitsitt wants to respond, and then if not, Charlie, or after Whitsitt responds, either way, Charlie's then next. Go ahead.
God, that was a lot of words that said absolutely nothing. What's it? You still can't explain the phases of Earth from Mars with this model. So now the sun isn't at the center of the universe, and the Earth isn't at the center of the universe. Sometimes the sun is around. Some stuff revolves around the sun. Some stuff revolves around the Earth. Some stuff revolves around other stuff. But the Earth is still at the center of the universe. That seems weird. Your whole thing, Whitsitt, is just one ad hoc thing after ad hoc thing, and you're just trying to explain stuff that you know doesn't work on your model.
He's got
Sorry.
I
got nothing. Says you. What's it? All you ever do is talk. You just talk about kinematic equivalence and other bullshit that has been disproven for centuries now, and you're still talking.
All you do is repeat what
and in your drawing, it shows it's not possible.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Whitsitt next. Well, hold on. Witsit was next. However, paid. This is the thing, dude. If we're gonna do like more discussion like this, we almost need to have like a follow system or something, because like if you just start with an ad hom, it just poisons the well, and it's just a whole.
Wait a minute, hold on. Who's ad homing who here? All I hear Witsit say is that I just moved the goalposts and talking stuff. For fuck's sake, he has no
You
proof
are.
of this. You have a 200-year-old, you have an old model that doesn't work, that's been discarded by science because it doesn't make the predictions that the heliocentric model does. There are way other heliocentric stuff, and I don't know. What's your problem with heliocentrism? It just doesn't obey the Bible, or what? What's your basic problem with it?
Okay, hold on. And if you're done, I'm going to mute you just so you don't interrupt, but you can have your chance as well. Witsit, go ahead. But Charlie is also on deck as well. But go ahead, Witsit, to respond.
Yeah, well, it's simple. My problem is that it's being misrepresented as if the observations are exclusive to heliocentrism, and that's just objectively wrong. It's patently wrong, right? And even a remedial understanding of your model would know this, right? Because just like Einstein himself said, that whether we move around the sun moves around us are kinematically equivalent. They're equally valid coordinate systems. There's a coordinate system preference. And that the struggle so violent in the days of Copernicus seems rather meaningless. Turns out, once we propose general relativity, of course, Newton said the same thing in the final page of his Principia. So if you knew Newtonian Einsteinian dynamics, you'd even know that they're equivalent as well as kinematically. I showed you the animation. It explains the Lagrange point, explains the Venus phases, it explains retrograde, explains parallax, explains aberration. It's nothing more than flipping the coordinate system. Okay. If you knew that your model claimed, well, it looks like we're in the center, even though we're not, then you would never even make this argument. So it's very simple. You're just saying it's been debunked doesn't mean anything. I'm asking exclusively how it's debunked. Like, I'm asking, how can you provide evidence that can only be explained that the Earth is orbiting the sun? No one's doing it. Okay. And so if you guys would stop misrepresenting it, that it can only be explained by us going around the sun, then we could just move on and agree or disagree. You have a philosophical bias of heliocentrism. It's okay.
To be fair to NASA, to be fair to Pate, he did say that NASA said that that's what's going on because he believes that there's a probe on Mars to look backwards. So,
all right,
in his understanding of it, that is an explanation.
All right, I'm going to unmute Paige, Zanuck, and Charlie. If you guys could please not interrupt one at a time, just like we've been doing, because this way we all get our time to speak. We all don't feel like we're being interrupted. We all get to say our full thing, but it's time consuming to have to sit and mute and unmute people. So try really not to just give everyone like their full 30 seconds. And because Charlie wanted to get in as well. I don't know if Paige wanted to respond to that because those were a lot of points on both sides that were made. Good points. So yeah, go ahead.
Oh, wow, finally. Okay, so I have several questions now that they've all been queued up. So, number one, paid NASA shell. I have a question for you. Would it be correct, or several questions for you, but would it be correct to assume that you're a solipsist? If you know what that means.
You're asking Witsit this?
No, I'm asking paid to this.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. Yeah, I think, well.
I mean, if he's gone, I guess.
No, he's there. He's just not, he's muted, locally muted. Maybe he stepped away.
Zanuck, are you there? I'll ask Zanuck this. Nope. Okay, fine.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, couldn't get unmuted quick enough here.
Okay. How could you say that anything is unique? How can you say the observations are unique to this model when I assume that you're a solipsist? Therefore, in theory, there is a lot of different models which could explain observations. No.
Sure, but some of the things make little or no sense to us now that we have modern advancement in technology and further observations with different types of data. We say, yeah, we could say that the planets are all revolving us. Then the retrograde orbits are caught to some type of magical forces that can make planets make circular loops.
Okay.
So it makes more sense if we actually have things revolving the sun based on observations, and the shadows and things we see on Venus, presumably caused by the sun, wouldn't be correct in a heliocentric or a geocentric model.
Okay. So it seems to me that what you're saying is that sure, there are many possible explanations, but with the current data that we have available and with the current understanding of how the universe behaves and works, it's the one that's consistent, right? It excludes all others.
Right. Well, that's what the data is used for. You start excluding all the other and all this behavior, and it makes whatever makes the most sense becomes the model that you tend to lean toward.
Okay. Well, that leads me to my other question, and this one's for Witsit. Because to me, what it means for two models to be kinematically equivalent, or for two motions to be kinematically equivalent, means that the motions yield to the same observations, but the motions could be due to like totally different laws of physics, right? So
Yes.
Okay, great.
Oh,
So
this
like
for Witsit or me?
No, absolutely not. Kinematics has nothing to do with laws.
Hold on. So Smurf showed a GIF in the chat, right? Where on the left side it's labeled heliocentrism and the other one's labeled geocentrism. Would I be correct in saying that you would say that those two are kinematically equivalent?
There's a kinematic equivalence. Yes. Do you know what kinematics has nothing to do with laws of physics?
It's a study of motion. Yeah, I'm very
then
well
why'd you
aware
say
of
laws
kinematics.
of physics then?
Because I think you're using kinematic equivalence in a different way that I would, and I want to understand how you're using it.
Okay, so according to relative motion, an object moving in relation to something else can be inverted and be equally valid. Okay, so there's a kinematic equivalence according
That's not
to your
the same
own
thing.
model.
That's
Yes,
not
it is.
kinematic. No, it's not. That's not kinematic equivalence.
Yes, it is. If I walk around a tree and I say I'm moving around the tree, it's equally valid to say that the tree's moving around me according to relativity.
Yes, that's true, but that's not kinematic equivalence.
Yes, it is.
Okay, well, I guess that's how you're defining it, but that's not how it's conventionally defined.
Okay, can anyone else correct him, or is this one of those moments where all the ballers never correct each other, and it takes me an hour to explain something that's just objective within your own paradigm? Can any of the ballers just save us time?
You redefine stuff all the time, Witsit. You take stuff out of
There you go,
context
yeah.
and throw it together and try to make it into something that's not. Despite the fact that the motion would still be explained the same, that doesn't mean that we're going to see the same observations.
Okay, so you don't know what it means. So
no, I do know what it means, Witsit. It doesn't mean what you think it does to begin with. And second of all, again, we would not see the same things just because the motion can be explained.
Wait, does this mean that Witsit is accepting the principle of relativity?
No,
it depends.
Dude,
it depends
you
what
guys
day it is.
Hold on.
Whoa, Witsit's accepting the principle of relativity?
Hold on. I feel like Pate needs to back up and let Witsit respond because you interrupted.
This is what they want to do, right? Like this like it's just weird. So I'm showing that within your own paradigm, you cannot claim exclusivity of heliocentrism. And this is a fact, but you guys are globe heretics. So you make up your own doctrine in Discord to win arguments, right? So in reality, both Newtonian and Einsteinian systems necessitate conceding a kinematic equivalence in validity. And in fact, if you look at the math, they're both kinematically and dynamically equivalent. And if you deny this, you deny relativity, you deny the current model.
For fuck's sake, just because something can be explained that way doesn't mean it is that way, Witsit.
Okay, but that's why I'm asking for exclusive evidence.
Hey, can
you define the covariance principle?
Can you define anything that can I
You guys
define
are
the covariance
engaging with
principle
the
off the
Gish
top of
Gallagher
my
all
head?
wrong.
Off the top of
So
my head,
you don't even know what the
ask me some-
covariance principle is.
off the top of my head, you want to ask me some stuff. You want to change the subject into something else. Now you declare
It's
your
the
win.
same
because,
subject.
Because I don't know some definition that you know. You're going to declare you win now because you've run out to the limits of my knowledge. Congratulations.
No,
this is your typical
buddy.
thing.
It's very relevant to the conversation. It's specifically relevant. It's a principle that's in relativity. Okay, so it's very relevant. If you don't know what it means, that's okay. I can tell you, but it is specifically relevant.
It depends on what it is that you're talking about, right? Like if we're talking about covariant or contravariant changing quantities, it has to do with changes of reference frames, where your basis vectors change in the opposite way as your actual measurements, depending on your reference frame change. It doesn't matter. It's dumb. It's stupid.
Okay, what it means is that the laws of physics should be the same in all inertial and accelerating frames of reference, the covariance principle in relativity. That's what it means. Okay, so that's the dynamic part of it that you guys don't get. You just don't get it.
Are you declining my suggestion that we go back a few years, predict where stars are going to be under your model, and then I do the same thing with my model? Have you?
Yeah, I can just use this model right here, a neotectonic system.
Is that a yes?
Sure.
Excellent. When are we going to do it?
I don't know. I'm not prioritizing you because I have tons of stuff to do. So
No, because it'll show you to be wrong with
the
it.
problem
Oh,
is
really, NASA?
the problem is with it is that I am the
wait,
problem
wait
is
up, NASA, side bet $500 that I can do it.
You don't have $500 to bet, Witsit.
See, okay, so and I only bring up the betting because it always exposes everyone, right? Like
You
you
don't
guys
have
made all these.
$500 to bet,
Does
Witsit.
anybody know the bet that I have on Witsit? You do know that I've bet like I have a bounty for Witsit to go and pass the SAT physics subject test, and I will give him $1,000. But he has to agree to it beforehand, and I need to see him sign up, and I need to have the results sent to me. So you want to talk about bets, Witsit? Why are you running away from that?
Oh
bet?
wait, you're saying if I pass the test, I get $1,000?
I'm saying if you agree to it right now, right, and you sign up to it right now, and you
No,
take it
I'm not
under
doing it. No.
testing conditions, you actually go out to a testing site, and you actually have a chaperone there watching you as official testing conditions are. I will send you $1,000.
Okay, that's what's up. Can
I'll
anyone
pay for 100 of that.
Can anyone actually
take it.
address the point here? Like, you guys notice that you guys can't address the
Well,
point.
no, bro.
So,
No. You're gish shipping. I'm not. You're gish shipping. I'm not gonna let you move
How am I
on. Okay?
gish
You brought
galloping?
up betting.
Co-
You brought up how much you
covariance
love betting. I'm betting you right now, and I have for like a year. For
Oh
you to
my
do
God,
this.
this dude's
Demonstrate
unbearable,
your
dude.
knowledge in the area that you claim so much knowledge of.
For the
Okay,
globe,
so
I'll
what
give you
happened was
$1,000.
you brought up the whole predict the planets thing. I said, yeah, you can easily use a neoticonic system. It already works. It already works. And then you said, okay, so you are taking it. And then Pay jumped in. I said, I can't promise when I'm doing it because I have tons of stuff to do. This is objective. I'm running like 7 businesses. I have tons of stuff to do. I'm in here right now
you
while
sure
I'm
do
setting up
spend a
the
lot of
entire
time here.
Look,
for
he
being super
interrupted
busy.
me to say what I was addressing, right? And so I'm just going to be frank here. You're a textbook gamma mouth, right? So what I was just now addressing was I spend time in Discord while I'm doing other stuff. I'm literally launching an entire portal of 200 employees as we speak. Okay, as we speak, back and forth with the IT team. Oh, okay. So feel free to be quiet. Yeah, I'm in Discord while I do other things. And this is the actual point, right? If I have to chisel out of my day, oh, I have to work on doing all these different predictions. That's a commitment. I'm not giving you a specific time. And this is the actual point that you are avoiding. You just got up to the SAT from that, by the way. I'm actually bringing up the specific point of the discussion, which is the covariance and equivalence principles. So when are one of the people in this room that are so arrogant and talk down about how stupid that what I'm saying is, when are you guys going to actually address the intellectual points of the covariance and equivalence principles?
All right, I'm gonna unmute Charlie. Charlie, please don't interrupt, and let's keep it. Let's try to maybe dial back, keep it in a good.
Sure. Okay. Notice what Woodsit just did. He tried to move it to another point, right? Like he's a textbook gish galloper, and the strategy to combat this, right, is to focus on one point that he makes. Focus on one and do not let him move on from it.
His one point was asking you what exclusive evidence you have for the globe.
Notice that he will not address the points that he himself brought up. He'll just bring up another point, and then I can spend a lot of time.
Hold on, Charlie. I'm sorry. I'm only interrupting you because, dude, no, this is hold on, Fuzzy. The thing he just said, Charlie, is the point. So I only muted you to interrupt because to say to go on and on about that is not valid. You're actually doing what you're saying you're doing. He just mentioned those particular points. Do you have a response to that?
Yes, I do. But I have a question for you, Gio. When I spend 5 minutes and actually brush up on the covariance principle, right, and actually address it, and Witsit then wants to move on from that, are you going to call him out on his bullshit, or are you going to protect him like you're doing right now?
Oh, well, wait, if you brush up on it, you're going to see it actually just verifies my point.
Because I do this with every single topic that Witsit brings up, every single one. And whenever I'm confident enough that I have enough information or enough agility to talk circles around him about it, he moves on to the next subject, and then he just comes up with some bullshit like a excuse, like, I'm running a business, I can't spend so much time in this. You have so much less work to do than I do. Okay, so I'm asking you, Gio, you personally, are you going to call him out when
Dude,
I address the point that he wants to talk about, and then he tries to move on?
This is so lame, bro. Like, you would never talk to me like this in real life. And this is the problem, right? You guys get to come on here and act so tough. But in reality, you would never even for a second talk like this to me in real life. And in reality, you've never ever done that. You've never brushed up and got so agile, you ran circles around me. If I asked you to name one specific time I brought up a point that you claim was obfuscation and gish gallop, then you went and brushed up on it and tried to bring it up to me, and then I avoided it, I would be amazed. You 100% can't name anything specific.
I can recall them right now if you want me to. We talked about the precession of the orbit of Mercury, which I would love to talk to you about, but then you keep fucking moving on from that. Then we talked about your knowledge in basic physics and how so much about it. That's where the bet for the SAT subject test came up. And then as soon as I actually put down the bet, you ran away from that. You came up about how your model makes much more accurate predictions as to like the positions of the planets and stars. And when I actually challenged you to like, okay, let's go back a few years, pick a few stars, and compare results, you now claim that, hey, I don't have the time to do that. Okay, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like,
Let me respond.
I
Okay,
address every single one of your points
Everything you just said was
to
a lie.
me, and I purposely harp on them because it is the strategy against the type of debater that you are, which is a gish galloper.
Okay, so everything you just said was a lie, and I'm going to break them down one by one. So I brought up the Mercury precession. It's called Mercury's anomaly. You had no idea what it was. You said, nah, right? I even told you the Schwarzschild equation and the Kerr metric, and you should go look into it. You say you brushed up on it. You've never brought it up to me ever. I've never ran away from that because I would dunk on you with it. That was a lie. Secondly, when you bring up the SAT, I never said anything about, I know all things in physics.
One
and
at a
can base
time.
the SAT. No, I'm addressing all of them. Stop interrupting me. So that was a lie. I've never ran away from anything. You're the one that randomly brought it up just to try as to have some flex on me. Let's take this test. Ha ha ha. Okay. And then the third one that you just brought up, you blatantly lied and said I claimed that the geocentric model can more accurately predict the motion of the planets. And I've corrected you on this in this room 5 times. The same lie. And you're in here saying it again. So I'm going to do it again. Okay.
So it can't.
No,
it can't it's not as good, or it's as good.
So it's equally valid. I never claimed anything about the planets. What I said was, if the geocentric and heliocentric model are dynamically and kinematically equivalent, yet the geocentric model doesn't have the dark matter and dark energy problem, then that would mean the geocentric model is way more viable than the heliocentric model. He's now taken that, blatantly lied, shifted over to planets on the local scale and claimed I said that it makes more precise prediction. So are you going to address that you lied, or are you just going to breeze past it?
Oh, all right, Charlie, I'm going to unmute you. I don't know if somehow this conversation could be dialed back from like the flexing and I don't know, some of the just back and forth, like the I'm better than you thing, and we could get into the actual conversation. Because to be fair, Charlie, like without attacking you, like the thing you said that you asked me about, and I'm going to unmute you right after this, but I'm just going to say this because you were trying to target something to me about what I call something out. The thing is, dude, is like what you did there was actually, and I'm not trying to be rude in this sense. I'm just actually saying it was sophistry because you were kind of dancing around and trying, oh, well, will Whitsitt do this and this test I wanted him to take and all these other side things where the covariance principle and these actual topics were the things at hand. And then you kind of scattergunned with a bunch of different things. And then now you and Whitsitt are kind of going back and forth in this way. So I don't know if we could dial it back and get back to the actual like information itself and not do all the side stuff like he said, she said, and you did this and did that. Can we actually stick to the information? Because that's what people are here to listen to, not necessarily all the other stuff, you know? So go ahead and respond.
Yeah, notice what's happening now. I accused him of being a gish galloper, and he brought up the Schwarzschild metric and how he dunked me on that. Okay, now you brought up like me challenging him on the fucking SAT test, and now he's accusing me of like, I agree. Let's focus on one thing, right? That's what I want to do. That's exactly what I want to do. You guys keep bringing up like multiple other things.
All right, no, we're still waiting on the exclusive evidence. We're still waiting on the exclusive evidence.
Whitsitt accused me of like dunking on me on, for example, the Schwarzschild metric bullshit.
Okay, is that part of the exclusive evidence? Because that's all we really care about right now. When Gio just told you not to start talking about who's flexing on who.
Gio, why are you muting me but not like other people that are interrupting me?
Well, he was trying to help moderate. I mean, dude, what
is he?
We need to reset. I think from here forward, we need to reset. There's literally been about 25 points on the table. The original one, hold on. The original one was exclusive evidence talking about something that is exclusive to the heliocentric model of the Earth rotating around the sun, because that is the claim. In fact, it's one of the most important claims of all in heliocentrism is that the Earth is rotating around the sun. That's where we started. Now, I know there's been all these other points brought up, but we need to somehow reset, get on one point, and then carry forth.
I will let Whitsitt pick. Which one do you want, Whitsitt?
Oh, the same one that we were talking about. I mean, you brought up this planets challenge, and then I called NASA out, and then you brought up this other SAT challenge. We're still talking about the same thing, which is, can you guys provide any exclusive evidence that the Earth is orbiting the sun? Meaning it can only be explained by the Earth orbiting the sun. We're still just waiting for the answer. Even Lee is waiting for the answer.
I told you that the phases of Venus and Mercury and of that of Earth from Mars will not work on your model, no matter how you cut it, Whitsitt. It just doesn't work.
According to you and who else?
According to anybody.
So how do you know how the
references?
Could you give us stars are in our model?
Yeah, could you give it specifics?
The stars don't matter to this. We don't. All that care
I'm sorry, the
about
planets.
is the sun and the planets.
What is the sun in our model? What's the sun and what are the planets in our model?
It is a light, and the planets are what other things that reflect light.
Well, hold on. Hey, can you give
are you sure?
specifics? Can you, because for you just to say it doesn't work, could you give specifics? Because to just say that is, I mean, I'm not trying to get into the things. I don't even like using that terminology, but you're kind of just saying it doesn't work, meaning, you know what I mean? So do you have something like of actual specifics? Like, for example, you could say, okay, Whitson, I hear what you're saying about this neotectonic model. There's Earth at the center and this, and that. It doesn't work because X, Y, Z. Because what he's laying forth is that it is kinematically equivalent, meaning that the positions and distances from these objects in the sky clock, as it were, are correlative with these two different models. So instead of just saying it doesn't work, could you give any specifics? Because remember, you're trying to get something that's exclusive. This is your thing that you're claiming is exclusive. He's showing how it's not exclusive. And then all you're saying is it doesn't work. You'd have to give details.
Well,
Otherwise,
that's all he's saying. All he's saying is it does work.
Let me just finish. Otherwise, you've lost the point.
Well, I've lost the point
all
because
he has
he
to
can
do is
dish
offer an
gallop better than I,
explanation.
right?
If all you're wondering
without
for,
evidence can be refuted without evidence.
well,
We have the same evidence. The evidence is the observations. I don't even believe in the neotectonic model. It doesn't matter. The point is that it's just quick demonstration that you can't claim exclusivity because, again, I didn't just say it just works. I specified 10 times that actually what you call Mercury and Venus would be moving in between the sun and the Earth because the sun is moving around the Earth as the planets move around the sun. That means that those two internal planets would move in between the Earth and the sun. As you get out to Mars, that would be its orbit would be go around the Earth as it goes around the sun, and then the same would go for the further planets. Thus, explaining all the Venus or all the retrograde motion, the Lagrange points, and it would even explain parallax and aberration, and it explains the phases. If you're saying it wouldn't, can you please explain to me how could Mercury and Venus move in between the Earth and the sun as the sun orbits around the Earth? And the planets orbit around the sun, how could they move in between the two and not cause phases?
So I can give you a set of equations that predicts the positions of all the planets, right, at any one point in time with very high accuracy. Can you give me the corresponding equations for a tectonic system?
Wait, who's changing the subject now? Right. So you see what
I'm
happens
not
whenever
changing the
it gets
subject,
very,
right? Like
when it gets
that to
very
me.
specific as to the claim that the phases wouldn't work, and I specifically addressed that it would, and I say since you're saying it wouldn't work, can
Who's
you please
changing
tell me?
the claim?
Can you please tell me how that? First of all of Kepler's laws are satisfied with the neotectonic system. But anyway, the point is, and that's all you're using is Kepler's laws. But the point is that he's saying that the phases wouldn't work. I said, can you please explain to me how Venus and Mercury could move in between the Earth and the Sun in the neotectonic system, and then it wouldn't cause phases? Okay, thank you. So now Kepler's
I have a
laws
question.
are
What about the size change of these objects?
Hold on. You guys are missing the point. Whitsitt has explained an idea that doesn't that addresses all the different points that you're talking about. You call it ad hoc, but we could just as well call your theory about what it is ad hoc as well, because unless you have specific proof of the distances to these things or anything we're talking about, it's still ad hoc.
Which we
no,
do.
it's even worse than
by the way.
that, though. It's even worse than that, though, because what I'm doing to avoid all the dragging through the mud thing is I'm actually taking their distances. So literally taking the masses and the distances that they believe in, there's still a kinematic equivalence in a neotectonic system, right?
But
That's
no,
the
we don't
funniest
see
part, is you
the
guys have no
size
idea.
change of Mercury to the extent that your video, your GIF shows. You have the moon.
Why would it change?
Because it's much closer than it currently is from.
No, it's the same distances.
You're saying your GIF actually keeps the distances constant, the same or equivalent.
Buddy, you not see they just moved the central point? Yeah, the neotectonic system just can be integrated with the same size and distances.
Did you get? Did you post a new one?
Know what you're talking about.
No. Did you post a new one? Because when I saw it, it showed clearly that there was changes that were not representative of the same.
No, it didn't. It just moved the central point over to the Earth and kept everything else the same. Yeah, so this is awkward, but it's okay. The point is that in Kepler's laws are also satisfied. You would know that if you understood that Kepler's laws are merely kinematic, and so if there's a kinematic equivalence, then of course Kepler's laws would be satisfied because it's a kinematic set of laws.
Well, I have a question, Whitsitt. Why wouldn't we see when I stop it right here? I see where the moon is. It should be half illuminated. Why isn't Mars ever seeing a half Mars?
You're roboting really hard.
Why isn't Mars ever half? Why isn't it ever having a phase that is 50%?
Because it goes outside of the Earth in its orbit.
But we don't see that today with our observations ever.
It's literally identical to what we see.
No,
This
your
is what's
distances
so
are
weird.
identical, but
you guys don't. No. What we see is identical. It's like you don't even understand it. This is what's so weird. Right?
I do
Like we
Winston,
use,
you keep on. Now, remember how you used to get mad at me for saying you don't understand? You don't understand.
We use Earth-centered.
You're making fun of us for understanding things that you maybe don't understand. Now, I'm watching your GIF. Just let me finish. I'm watching your GIF, and I'm looking at the positions of Mars, the Sun, and us. And at one position, there should be, from Earth, there should be a half illuminated Mars. We don't ever see that. Now, the distances may be kept constant by your GIF, which is interesting. I do appreciate the transformations. That definitely appreciated by anybody mathematically oriented. But I don't understand how you can say that are equivalent if I would normally see a half illuminated Mars, where in reality I never see that.
Okay,
you wouldn't see that because the orbit goes outside of the Earth. And if I have to just keep repeating it, I'm just not going to answer it again.
Maybe you should be.
I think hold on. I think.
What do you mean by
Xanac,
that?
I think you're confused because the GIF does a transition between the two. Maybe you're just trying to find like a transitional point. Is that what you're?
No, I'm watching the geocentric model, where it's got, it keeps the distances relatively the same. I guess I would take his word that they're the same. They're not exactly, but close enough. And at one point, there should be more of an elliptical orbits than two, right? Or is that in there as well? But I'm not going to get to that level. It doesn't matter. Either way.
All right, to elucidate this, just give me a minute.
Well, let me finish my crescendo here.
All right.
So the final question is, in looking at that, Napalm, if you're the one to ask that question, I see a spot in the heliocentric model where the Mars should be half illuminated with respect to the Earth, and it's not, ever.
All right, let me just say this real quick. So, okay, I'm going to post an image. So this happens to be August 21st, 2017. It's just the chart for that date. And it happens to be when the Great American Eclipse of 2017. But that's not really relevant. wanted to point at this. This shows precisely this kinematic equivalence. So, okay, I know there's a lot to this chart, but okay, so you know, like where these are all the wandering stars, the planets, as it were. All of these glyphs, they're called glyphs, the symbols that are in like that first ring in the center, right? All of you see the sun, the moon over on the left, over near the 9 o'clock position, Mars over at the 9 o'clock position, etc. So these are all of the positions of the wandering stars. Now, this is a geocentric chart. So you have all the star constellations and the planets, as it were, in this. So if you were to do you are here in the middle, you would put yourself in the middle there. Now, on a heliocentric model, all of these things would be shooting out from the globe, as it were, in a heliocentric world. So the Mars would be over there, you know, because that's where it's setting. No, that's where it's rising. Sorry, we're like right there. Mars is rising because you have the rising and the setting. The rising's on the left, the setting's on the right. Those lines. Anyways, the point is that this is a geocentric chart. So astrologers use a geocentric chart. However, it's kinematically equivalent to the heliocentric solar system. This is why modern day astrologers, as it were, they believe the Earth is a globe in a heliocentric world. However, they use a geocentric chart. They literally use a geocentric chart. You could put an azimuthal equidistant map under this, which I do have. Somebody did that for me. It's pretty cool. Because I'm not super good with graphics, although it was a simple thing to do. They just happened to do it. I probably could have done it, but he just did it. And actually, it could even be done better too. I could post that one too. But anyways, you can put an azimuthal equidistant map under this, and it's kinematically equivalent, meaning all of these solar system, quote unquote, if you put it above a planar surface in a clockwork like this, is literally identical to the concept if you want to believe it's heliocentric. So even though astrologers, all the modern day ones are, most of them. So you can make a heliocentric chart actually. So you can actually make a sun-centered chart. You can make a sun-centered chart or an earth-centered chart. So there are some that will work with the sun-centered charts, and there's specific purposes to do so. But the great majority of it is earth-centered because you are at the center, as it were. And they're all believing the Earth is heliocentric and the Earth's a globe. However, they're using a geocentric chart. So it just shows the equivalence between these. And the Neotaconic, which puts the Earth at the center instead of the sun, they are equivalent. And that's how they've been able to invert this and sell it as a heliocentric idea.
That's why I appreciate Coffee's argument. Coffee at least is like, yeah, sure, right? The coordinate systems are equally valid, but I just think that the heliocentric model is more elegant. And, it makes more sense to him that it's more elegant. Like, that's an honest answer. If that's what you want to rock with, that's fine. But I think this is just obvious, right? It's like, if relativity and Newtonian mechanics, by the way, says that they're kinematically equivalent and you can satisfy all of Kepler's laws of the neotactonic system, then just admit that. It's not like anything to do with the relative motions is not going to show us that the Earth is moving around the sun. It's just not. So your better argument would be dynamics, but I've actually discovered that even it's dynamically equivalent. So that's like the death blow to you guys, because if it's kinematic and dynamically equivalent, well, you got a problem, because geocentrism doesn't have the dark matter and dark energy problem. So it's way more viable, 97% more viable.
I agree with you that it's kinematic equivalent.
Yeah, I know. No, what do you mean the dark matter and dark energy? There's no proof of that in this.
No, the geocentric model doesn't have a dark matter and dark energy problem.
Neither does a heliocentric model.
Yes, it does. Dude.
How does it have a problem?
Okay, because you can't just isolate the solar system. You're claiming that we're going around this because we're trying to explain what's actually going on. And if you have to ignore like 99.9999999999999 and way more 9% of the universe, then your model doesn't mean anything.
That's not easily
they're not ignoring it, right? They're saying that they're far away enough that their effects are negligible to what we.
Yeah, not only that, it's not supposed to be evenly distributed. It's not in the solar system or in the center parts of the galaxy.
I'll teach you guys again. So,
yeah,
okay, Newton presupposed an absolute fixed space. Okay, and he only applied his dynamics to the solar system. And if you assume that the sun is way bigger than the Earth, and you only apply Newtonian dynamics to the solar system, then yes, the Earth would move around the sun because the sun's a bigger mass, so it would tend towards it. But if you take his dynamics and you apply it to the rest of the universe, and you don't assume that space is fixed, you would actually get angular momentum of immense magnitude of the universe that would largely outweigh the sun's mass. Therefore, the sun would tend around the Earth. Okay, this is just, it's even explained in his Principia, Proposition 43, Theorem 22.
Wait, what the fuck was this? I'm not saying you're lying. I'm saying I've never have heard of this.
Yeah,
you're saying okay, can you go back one or two words before you said angular momentum and repeat?
Yeah, so if the entire universe is moving around the Earth, then that angular momentum would be of such immense magnitude, it would outweigh the effects of the sun on the Earth, actually cause everything to move around the Earth, including the sun itself, and it would cause a real set of inertial forces, centrifugal, Coriolis, and Euler forces.
Right. But that's if the universe if the universe is rotating around the Earth, right? But I don't think Einstein ever said that.
Okay, we're talking about Newton right now, and
really, I thought you were talking about Einstein, but okay.
No, Principia was written by Newton. Okay. And in the Principia, the final page that didn't make it to publication, but I have the handwritten page, he says in Proposition 43, Theorem 22, he says that if there was an equal and opposite force akin to gravitation, then the Earth could be at rest in the center, just like the Tychonic system. Now, he only applied to the solar system, assumed absolute fixed space. That's when Mach came around and said, whoa, people were rocking with Newton this whole time, and they overlooked a huge assumption. He just assumed space was absolutely fixed, and he only applied it to the solar system. He also corrected Einstein on this. He's like, you're not applying it to the distant galaxies. Okay, so in both situations, you end up getting a dynamic equivalence. If the whole universe was moving around the Earth, that would create real inertial forces. That would create a kinematic and dynamic equivalence. I have all the math in relational mechanics paper by Andre Assis, or Assis, a professor. So anyway.
Inertial forces.
When do you care about the mass?
Well, I'm just showing that. I'm showing because this is all built upon math. I'm showing that if you choose either Einstein or Newtonian physics, you have to acknowledge that the Earth could be in the center. To not do so is just not understanding your own model.
Wait, what did you say?
You know what you should do? You should go watch my conversation with Robert Sungenis on my channel.
No. I want you to repeat what you just said.
Okay. In both Einsteinian and Newtonian systems, there's a kinematic and dynamic equivalence of a geocentric universe. And if you do not accept
not dynamic. No. I don't accept that at all.
Okay, well.
No, not dynamic.
Not dynamic.
Okay. Okay, well, Zanuck, you were in here when I dropped the relational mechanics showing all the math that it is dynamically equivalent. So I'm sorry you don't understand it, but in Newtonian mechanics, you account for these forces as if they're fictitious, right? But we treat them as if they're real.
Inertial forces. We treat them as
Yes,
well.
inertial forces, centrifugal, Coriolis, and Euler forces. Okay, now if they're real forces, because the universe is actually moving around an Earth in space is not absolute. Those
All right,
real
so
inertial
Switch is just gonna
forces.
talk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is this just what's
But this is
going
why I don't like talking to you guys, right? You have no idea about any of this. You just say, "Nuh-uh." I'm taking the time
No,
out of my
I'm
day
willing.
while I'm
No.
holding my
We don't
daughter.
want you to educate us, dude. I want to like talk to you about this.
Oh, I clearly need to.
No, you don't. It's you're using things incorrectly, even in the way you're describing them.
Yeah, but you still have to let him finish it out. So
Do we?
Well, I mean, it sounds like you were inquiring about it, and you were interested to hear more. So he's
Well, yeah. Well, the problem is that I want to drill down on one thing which I claim he is not knowledgeable on, right? And then I wanted to expand on a specific thing, and then he finishes at it within 15 seconds, and then goes on for like a minute and a half on like something totally unrelated. And that's what I have an issue with.
Okay.
And I think you know that he does that too.
Yeah, it's kind of a form of gish galloping in a way, but it's on topic gish galloping. It's just a little annoying to listen to.
That's an oxymoron.
No, it's not, because he asks you a specific question, you start answering, and then you go off on some other tangents that he's not talking about.
He didn't ask me a specific question. He asked me to repeat what I said.
And then you went on a complete tirade about the inertial forces or fictitious forces, how the angular momentum is conserved in the entire universe rotating around the. I mean, that's not what we're talking about.
all right. Well, let's just move forward. I mean, I guess at this point, if you want to give the floor to Charlie, otherwise, if you want to finish.
No, that's fine. I don't care. I mean, I know that they're not familiar with this, and so it's not my problem.
So
Can I ask a quick question before I have to go? I have to go. Can I ask? I don't understand why you guys asked for exclusivity, or he asked for exclusivity, and you showed him something. He showed you a model, right? Whether or not, and then you strawmanned the reason why that's not true. You said
no. I gave you a real reason.
No, you said that you think you understand how planets work in our model and how light and all that stuff work in our model. You're strawmanning how you think it works and saying no. How does that work?
Fuzzy, I posted a picture that was part of my objection. Can you see it? At 51 after the hour, it shows the sun and Mars and the Earth kind of in line. We'd see shadows that would be obviously to the point where we wouldn't see that happening in reality. We don't see it in reality, actually. And this is his model. This is the
sky is, and the light. It's like you assume what the light in the sky.
Show Mars in the picture, though.
I see Mars in the pictures between the Earth and the sun.
No, it's not.
Venus.
It's not.
That's Venus, bro. That's Venus.
Okay, Venus. Fine. We don't see that we don't see that in reality.
Yes, we do. We see phases of Venus, dude. This is so goofy, right? You thought that was Mars. So that bigger circle that goes around the Earth, that's the orbit of Mars in the neotychonic system. They're kinematically equivalent. It doesn't matter what you say. It literally doesn't matter what you say.
Okay, I know. Obviously, we don't see.
Still strawmanning our argument.
You're not going to see phases. You're not going to see phases of Mars.
You're using the answer no because you think you know what the sky does in our model, and that's a straw man, right?
No, if you grant, that's what I'm saying. Even with the straw man, they're wrong. Like if you have all of it.
I know. I'm just saying that they're not even addressing that it's a straw man. They're just saying nah. Anyway, I gotta go. Bye.
And what's funny is they actually do see a slight phase with Mars, allegedly, right? So,
not a slight phase. We want to see. You can't see a half Mars, which you see.
Why would you see half Mars?
I'm sorry. What did you say?
You just don't understand it. It's okay, man. So
I understand it. I understand we don't see the things. Just because you see a slight phase change in our model doesn't mean it is the same for your model, which would be grossly different.
I'll drop you a mathematician, physicist. That his name is Andre. No, his name is Luka Popov, and he did all of the mechanics and showed the perpetual motion based on Newtonian dynamics within a stationary Earth. I'll also send you Andre Assis, professor that broke down the relational mechanics and all the math to show kinematic and dynamic equivalence, and even attributed it to being able to explain the pendulum, that it can no longer be considered as evidence of real Earth rotation. The angular momentum of the sky moving around the Earth would cause inertial forces, and you would have centrifugal forces, right? Then you would have Coriolis forces, but the Coriolis force would be twice as strong as a centrifugal force, which means you would get a net centripetal force, it radially inward towards the Earth. Okay, and what this is going to do is keep everything in place. It's going to allow for perpetual motion, and it's going to cause the entire cosmos to move around the Earth. Then you combine that with the kinematic equivalence of a neotectonic system. That means they're both dynamically and kinematically equivalent.
All right, so does anybody else want to take me up on actually calculating out the positions of stars and planets and?
Yeah, so I mean, the whole
comparing
last
them?
point we were on, though, then that's it. Then you got the points that were brought up for exclusive evidence, for example, phases of Venus and so on, have all been refuted. So to this moment, there's still no exclusive evidence of the Earth moving around the sun.
Correct.
Can we move on?
Wait, I got to play the cricket soundboard. One more time. All right, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Do you really think this is a?
Well, it's crickets. I mean, there's no proof of the Earth going around the sun. As long as we're on the same page, then all right.
No. Let's not move the goalposts here, Mr. Geo.
Maybe tomorrow you could find it. I don't know. Tomorrow.
No. Do you really think that was the same claim that was made?
This
Yeah,
was
literally, we're asking for a proof or exclusive evidence of the Earth moving around the sun. You guys have
Oh,
nothing.
Jesus Christ.
That's why we went on all those other
So
sides.
first of all, I never made the claim that it was exclusive to it. Right? I'm a
Okay,
solipsist.
perfect.
I don't know how any solipsist could say that. Right? Because
Okay, well, that's what's up. So make sure you drown it in philosophy so that you can avoid the fact that you guys
it's
claim
it. Stop.
you want your cake and you want to eat it too. You want to claim
Oh
we
no,
know
I don't
the Earth
want my
moves
cake
around
and
the
I
sun.
don't want 82. Like it's very easy. Oh God, why do I do
No,
this?
what you want to say is that you're 99.999% sure we move around the sun, but you can never know anything. That's what's wanting your cake and to eat it too.
In the colloquial sense, right? See, the thing is, I agree that you could always say, okay, the Earth is in the center of the universe. But the laws of physics would be totally different. The dynamics would not be the same, would not be equivalent, which is what I'm trying to say.
And that's incorrect though, because
The kinematics could very well be equivalent, but not the dynamics.
the
And that's
dynamics
my
would be the
position.
same. The dynamics would be the same. Like
Yeah,
the
well, you
best
made it clear that that's what you think. What's it?
Yeah, but the best argument would be like for Einsteinian mechanics, if the whole
Jesus, you already
universe is moving, if the whole universe is moving around the Earth, the things beyond like the distance of Neptune would have to move faster than the speed of light, which means it wouldn't work dynamically within relativity. But what you actually find out is that Einstein himself says in Relativity, Special and General Theory that the constancy of the velocity of light in a vacuum can no longer claim unlimited validity, and that inside the presence of really strong gravitational fields, material bodies can far exceed the speed of light. So have William Rosser, a colleague of his, breaking that down in his Introduction to Relativity. He shows you all the math. It's very simple. It's just based on the gravitational fields, which is the
All right,
difference.
see what I mean by gish galloping?
Okay,
Like,
well,
I don't know how else. I don't know how else I could
No,
try
dude.
to
Hold on.
convince people to like move on to a different topic here.
Oh no, that's not gish galloping. He just went in detail with his
No, he didn't. You guys don't understand what he's talking.
You're interrupting me, dude. He said his point. Now you get the mic. Go ahead. You have your time to respond. He just went into.
All right, let me go next.
Gio, stop fucking protecting your side. It's pathetic.
Go ahead. You have the floor.
You know very well what he's doing, and I don't know why you're doing it. Like you and I get along very well.
Do you have a response? He just laid out the points on his point that he.
Why would I respond to a gish galloper besides pointing out that it's gish gallop and trying to focusing on one point?
All right. Well,
that's all that I've done with Witsit. And that's all that I'm trying to do.
one of those points for
The
him.
fact that you try to take that away from me means that that you're sort of afraid that he is gish galloping.
We're just
Because
gonna
you
run
feel
away
like you
from
need to
this
protect him
from what
against
he
gish
said.
galloper
Charlie,
counter.
Okay, I have
Charlie,
something real to say,
hold
so
on.
I don't know.
Hold on.
Maybe
You're
he's
gonna
not
run
going to
from what
respond.
Witsit said, aren't you?
Yeah, Charlie, you had the
Isn't-
floor. You had the floor. We're passing it to Jeremy now. So go ahead, Jeremy. You didn't say.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not worried about shit moving faster than the speed of light because even in their current model, they have things moving quite faster than the speed of light in. So that's not even that shouldn't even be an issue.
It's not an issue.
Cool.
Anybody who says that things moving faster than the speed of light is a problem in relativity doesn't understand relativity.
Then you have to concede dynamic equivalence.
No, I don't.
Isn't
you'll get there.
Isn't this constant notion of talking about how the other opponent is gish galloping also a way of escaping the very conversation of giving suitable answers? Thank you.
Well, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Absolutely.
There may have been several points on the table, but I didn't hear anything Witz did was a gish gallop. He specifically honed in on the same point we're talking about now. He just gave detail to it. It was about to be your turn to respond, and you had some kind of a I don't know, something where you went into all these other things and you didn't respond to it.
No, I've been begging to move on for a while now. Have you not been hearing me explicitly? I want to move on to a different topic.
Yeah, but
we don't care what you want though. We're on this thing. If you don't want to talk about it, then fine.
Yeah,
I'll make a concluding remark, right? This is it's a misnomer that there's evidence, observational evidence that's exclusive to the Earth moving around the sun. Like, it's well known and accepted that there's no direct measurements or anything, right? But it's actually a misnomer that the observations in the sky can only be explained by us going around the sun. And so what it comes down to is a philosophical decision of what to quote Stephen Hawking, right? We can never disprove that the Earth is in the center. In fact, it adequately explains all observations, but I choose the heliocentric position and the Copernican principle on grounds of modesty. Okay, so it's a philosophical decision, according to Stephen Hawking, 2007, Grand Design. So whatever, teach their own.
I mean, I thought that that you didn't want to bury yourself in philosophy. But if you want to talk about the philosophical reasons for believing something like that, I'm more than happy to do so.
No,
It's a
that
hell
was
of
my
a
point.
fresher topic than it is that we're talking right now.
My only point is just that it's a philosophical decision masquerading as science.
No, who says that that the Copernican principle is a scientific view?
No, they claim the heliocentric model has been proven.
No. The Copernican principle.
That's tied together with the heliocentric model.
Right. I don't care that it's tied together. Who says that the Copernican principle is a scientific position?
That's a straw man. I'm just saying that they claim that the heliocentric model has been proven scientific.
So thank you for agreeing with me that nobody says that the Copernican principle is a scientific position. Nobody says that.
I never said they did, though. I said that
good.
They're masquerading the heliocentric model as if it's been scientifically validated, when in fact it's just a philosophical bias.
No. The fact that a foundational assumption of it is a philosophical origins doesn't mean that the derived concepts aren't scientific.
Stephen Hawking specifically says that a geocentric position is equally valid, but that we choose the heliocentric position based on grounds of modesty.
My point. It's okay for me to have a philosophical position and then make conclusions that must be true if that philosophical position is true.
Yeah, of course. That's fine.
And the former is scientific and the latter is not. Excuse me, the other way around. Jesus.
But children are not taught. Children are not taught that the geocentric model is equally valid. They're taught the solar system as if it's a definitive fact, and people think that it's been scientifically verified, when in reality, it's just a deduction based on a philosophical decision, and that decision is the Copernican principle. So the whole point is that if people would be honest, be like, well, philosophically, kind of like Coffee does, he's like, I think it's more elegant, blah, blah, blah. I think it's more logical that we would be insignificant. Then that's fine. But when people act like it's been scientifically verified, when in fact
who acts that way?
Everyone in this room.
Me? Do you think that I act like as if the Copernican principle is scientifically validated?
Well, let me read this real quick. Just
Who
give me
does? Zanuck?
Hold on, man.
Blaine?
You got to pass the mic. Let me just say this real quick. This is from Physics Review Letters, a general test of the Copernican principle by Clarkson, Bassett, and Liu. I'm just going to read these two sentences. This is actually from Wikipedia, but that's the reference to it. The Copernican principle has never been proven and in the most general sense cannot be proven, but it is implicit in many theories of physics. Cosmological models are often derived with reference to the cosmological principle, slightly more general than the Copernican principle, and many tests of these models can be considered tests of the Copernican principle.
Okay. Whitsitt just accused the Globers in the room of asserting or implying that the Copernican principle has been scientifically validated.
No, you're strong.
I want to know who has said that.
I don't know
the heliocentric model.
Yeah, he didn't say that, but he was saying, but that term implicit, like that one, what I just read. It's
okay. Well, I don't care about what is on a wiki page. He accused people in this room right now.
It's philosophical. No, it's not in a wiki page. It's from the Physics Review Letters. It's from I told you the source of it. It is on Wikipedia, but it's a direct from it's direct quote from that source.
Okay,
Anyways,
the
but
fact that it's
hold on.
sourced
The point
anywhere
is,
doesn't mean that it isn't from Wikipedia. My whole point is that Whitsitt accused people in this room of asserting that the Copernican principle is scientifically validated, okay? And
No,
I
I
claim
didn't.
that is a
No, I
lie.
didn't. I
Nobody
said
here does that.
I said the heliocentric model.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I
And
stand
also-
by that. The heliocentric model has been scientifically validated, okay? And
Okay,
the
so
fact
you're making
that its
my point.
foundations are in the Copernican principle doesn't mean that the heliocentric model, that the heliocentric model is not scientifically validated.
No, if it
No,
requires
you're
a
straw manning.
core and foundational philosophical bias to then interpret the observations and evidence through that philosophical lens,
Mhm.
then it's not scientific.
It
okay?
absolutely is. We all do this.
Oh
You
my
do
God.
this. Everybody has unproven axioms. Everybody has foundational beliefs. This is just a fact of life.
But they should be taught to children, right? It should be taught to a child. Like, look, if the Earth is in a center or if it goes around the sun, they both can be true. They're equally valid, right? The decision you have to make is philosophical. Not make the children, not make their philosophical decisions for them and impose a worldview onto them, and then just points to all the claimed science so they think that it's not a decision to be made. That's the point.
Hey, wait a minute. Does that mean the Earth is round, by the way? If we're looking at these balls
No.
revolving around each other?
No, see, this is the point that I'm only bringing up.
Charlie, did you pick up on that, by the way, along the way here?
This is so goofy, dude. That's such a stupid red herring. The point is that in your own
Red
paradigm,
herring.
look, it's in your own paradigm. I don't believe in Newtonian dynamics. I don't believe in Einsteinian mechanics. I don't believe in the masses. I don't believe in the distances. I don't believe in the vacuum. None of that matters. I'm using a hostile witness. I'm basically taking your own model and having to teach you what it actually says so that you understand that you actually don't have any exclusive evidence of heliocentrism within your own paradigm. Okay? You can explain all of this within the geocentric position of a plane. You would actually be in a toroid, which would give you the ellipses. Everything would move in relation to each other over the plane. So,
And Charlie, you said that it's okay to make conclusions based on a philosophical thing being true, right? That's what you said.
I said it's close to what I said. I said it's okay to make conclusions based on unproven axioms. Now, you forgive me, somebody just knocked on my door.
On what? Unproven axioms? Okay. So conclusions based on unproven axioms. How the conclusion part is the problem. Because that sounds
So
like
just so we're clear, they had no proof, nothing exclusive to the Earth orbiting the sun. Is that what happened?
that's correct.
After all that?
Yeah, certainly wasn't because of lack of effort.
Nothing
Also making progress
inclusive.
because they used to say parallax, right? Like now they won't even say that word.
All right, sorry about that.
So Charlie, I was just pointing out the contradiction. Like that, you were saying that you kept reversing it and saying who says that the Copernican philosophy is scientifically proven, right? When really it was, how are you making conclusions that could be exchanged for what seems to be what you think is scientific proof based on a philosophical principle?
Because it's perfectly valid for you to say, if this is true, then this must follow, even if the thing that is in that if statement isn't actually true. That's a perfectly valid, logical thing to say.
I mean, it could be true.
Affirmative.
Well, just real quick, it could be true and a philosophical concept.
Correct.
I'm just saying, to give Charlie that, like in theory or whatever, like it could be true and philosophical concept, but there is a component of which this philosophical concept is implicit in these other theories, which when we look deeper into those theories, they don't have empirical. We just went through it with the Earth going around the sun. There isn't actually empirical evidence to show that it's the case. So now we have science, or like Whitsitt said before, philosophy masquerading as science.
Yeah. And you were trying to sidestep that by saying it's perfectly okay to make conclusions. We're not talking about if it's okay to do so within the context of how this whole thing, is presented. We're talking about, is there exclusive proof to something? And then conclusions kind of substitute for that, even though they're based on philosophical principles that we admit may or may not be true.
I don't follow at all.
It's a skip around, bro.
I don't follow at all what you just said.
You
said
My
it's
whole
okay to
point-
make
my whole-
conclusions
my
based
whole
on a
po-
philosophical principle that
Yes.
may or may not be true.
Correct. That's all I said. I
Right,
said
but those
those are called
conclusions, how do you
axioms. Those are called axioms, right? And we
Sure.
all have them. And if you say you don't have one, then either you don't know what an axiom is or you're lying to yourself.
But this is the whole
Well,
point, though. The whole point of me bringing it up is to show that actually there is no exclusive evidence that we move around the sun. Okay, so then if we accept that it's a philosophical decision that then
What is
determines
it?
how we, like, say the Copernican principle, whether the
Sure.
Earth
Okay.
can.
Then say the Copernican principle and not the heliocentric model because you're muddling those two.
No, they are intrinsically tied together because if
I
you
never
understand,
said they weren't tied together. I said they weren't the same.
You're interrupting every time again, man. Come on, we'll give you your chance, but you can't necessarily do that. Just let him respond.
Yeah, so it's just like the way that we interpret the data to mean heliocentrism is because we start off with the philosophical decision of the Copernican principle, which is that the Earth cannot occupy a special or unique position. So then when we go out there, we interpret the data based upon that, right? The problem is, though, in reality, if you exclude the philosophical bias, you just look at the evidence for what it is, you find out, okay, well, the Earth being in the center is entirely valid. And in fact, the heliocentric model has to update like 20 times to say, oh, well, it just looks like we're in the center. Oh, well, the evidence just shows that. Oh, well, it's anisotropic distribution that's inhomogeneous, but it's just a coincidence and all this different stuff. And then the main point here is like, okay, when we establish that if we remove the philosophical bias and we just look at the evidence, that one's not exclusive relative to the other, but then we find out that the geocentric model does not have the dark matter and dark energy problem. That would mean that the geocentric model is 97% more viable than the heliocentric model.
That's letting someone finish. He's finished, Charlie, if you want to respond to, you got the floor.
No, I don't want to talk about that. I already said I want to move on. I was answering questions about philosophy. Right? This is what I mean by gish galloping. We were on one topic. He contributed for 10 seconds on that topic, and then he went on for 45 seconds about something that's totally unrelated. I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to contribute to a gish galloper. I know that you guys don't think he's doing that because he's on your side, right? But I'm just not going to contribute.
No, talk about projecting. One last closing comment. He mentioned the philosophy. Just because he mentioned that it was a philosophical principle, now you say the new topic that I want to talk about is philosophy, and forget about the fact that all my conclusions are based on a philosophy that may or may not be true. That's you gish galloping, and then calling him a gish galloper.
No. I have no problem with conclusions being based off philosophies which may or may not be true. Again, as I said, we all have.
I'm not asking if you have a problem. We have a problem.
Hey, Charlie, what's it? Can I ask a question?
Then let's talk about that. Why do you have a problem with people making conclusions from things which may or may not be true? That's what
the evidence shows.
It seems to me that you think that axioms aren't real or people shouldn't be allowed to have them.
Another straw man.
How is it a straw man?
You're turning it around, making it like, oh, we have a problem with axioms, or we don't want to talk about philosophy, rather than talking about the conclusion that you're saying. Well, you could say he has a problem with talking about philosophy and gish galloping and not wanting to talk about philosophy, even though it was sidetracked from the whole point he was making to begin with, is that everything's based on a philosophical conclusion and it shouldn't be presented as science, which you call conclusions, which are okay because it's only based on a philosophical principle.
No. It's not based off a philosophical conclusion. The conclusion.
I didn't say philosophical conclusion.
Yes, you did.
I said conclusions based on a philosophical principle.
You said conclusion. It's all good.
Oh, Jesus. The conclusion is based off a philosophical axiom.
Bias.
Okay? And that's bias. I'm okay with you calling it that. I don't care. That's okay. You, New Perspective. May I call you that, New Perspective? You also have axioms, which are foundational beliefs, which you have, which are not justified and cannot be proven.
Actually, I would say that axioms in my book, as far as this topic is concerned, are what is self-evident. Like we aren't spinning, right? The Earth is obviously a stationary plane as far as any of us can tell. That's our base axiom, right?
That's actually
now, if you want to talk about philosophical axioms, it's a totally different thing.
I'm talking about way more philosophical, way deeper concepts, like things like I exist or logic is a thing, right? Or 1 + 1 = 2.
Or we're not logic being. It seems like we're on a stationary Earth.
Jeremy, what's up?
If you think logic's a thing, I just heard you make an if-then statement. Mm-hmm. Like you just didn't affirming the. You're like it's fine to use affirming the consequent, basically.
Wait, what?
Exactly what I'm pointing out.
I wanted to address it like 5 minutes ago, but everyone got in. So you made it if that. You said if then. You said it's fine to base things on if this, then this. That's just affirming the consequent.
Okay, so you think an if statement is literally the same thing as affirming the consequent?
If this, then this.
Yes.
And then what? You see that thing, therefore that must be it.
No, Jeremy. Are you saying that anybody that uses an if-then statement that they are affirming the consequent?
No, dude, he mapped it out,
these
bro.
things.
He just said more than just the if-then. Did you hear the last?
No, I did not. No,
you didn't.
They don't even listen. They don't even listen.
I know. You just listen to like 12 words. The last 12 words Jeremy said. It's not just an if-then. It's the whole thing. Do you know what affirming the consequent is?
It's not just. Yes, I do. It's if X, then it's basically it's saying something like Charlie is so cool because he's so great. You know, I'm using the conclusion to prove the assumption. It's a form of circular reasoning. That's what affirming the consequent means.
Yeah, it uses the premise. It assumes the premise. The argument asserts and assumes the premise that it's attempting to prove.
Yeah.
But this is the problem, bro. What he's saying is if you just assume the if, and then you go see the then and say, oh, well, that must mean the if is true, that's affirming the consequent.
But I've never done that. Sure, but I've never.
You are doing that, though.
No, when did I do that?
Those are the conclusions we're talking about that you're making.
Hold on. Point to me the conclusion that I'm making that I'm saying implies the assumption, because I'm claiming that I don't do that.
Okay, well, I don't know exactly which one Jeremy's talking about, but in the context of the Copernican principle, that philosophical decision that you're making, if we cannot occupy a special or unique position, then whatever you see must be explained the way that you say it, right? That you're affirming your philosophical premise by interpreting the observations as if they are because of that premise.
Okay, sure, that is affirming the consequent, but I never made that claim.
No, your claim was it's okay to make conclusions based on if something is true. That's exactly what affirming the consequent is.
No, it's not.
That's
what's called an if statement, which is not the same thing as affirming the consequence, right?
I didn't say it was the same thing. I said what you said is you're making your conclusions based on if something is true. That means if the conclusion, if this philosophical principle is what we're working with, affirming the consequent, then I can make all these conclusions based on that affirming the consequent.
No, I don't, buddy. I don't think you know what affirming the consequent means.
Well, I just posted it. Like it just like the premise 1. If X, then Y. Premise 2, Y. Conclusion, therefore X.
Yeah.
So the X is the beginning. If this is something I'm assuming is the case, then this other thing I'm observing is the case. Well, this other thing I'm observing is the case. Y is Y. Therefore, it does prove the original.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's apply this.
The whole model,
the Copernican principle, right? So
all the evidence.
So
go ahead, Charlie.
For the Copernican principle, this is what I do. I say, if the Copernican principle is true, then I will observe Y. Okay, and then I go on to premise 2. I observe Y. That's where I stop. I never make conclusion 3. Therefore, I'm not asserting affirming the consequent.
Okay, but how would you actually know that? If the Copernican principle is true, what will you observe? Fill it in.
What's up?
If the Copernican principle is true, I'll observe what? Fill it in.
There is not enough information with just that, right? There's a lot of other things in the X that are just the Copernican principle.
Let's say Jeremy.
Right, and then the reason is because if you actually if you invoke any observational evidence, it goes directly against that, right? Because when we look out the sky, it creates the illusion that we are in a special, unique position. So they had to change the whole model to say, oh, well, it's just an illusion.
Again, I never was the one to claim that the heliocentric model. I'm getting heartburn so bad. I was never the one that said that the Earth going around the sun is the only explanation for what we see.
Do you agree that if the Earth is in the center, that it would have to be placed there by some type of intention or designer?
I don't know where the fuck we're coming with this. I don't. I don't see why.
Oh, okay. Well,
Jeremy was trying to get in.
I believe in God. If that's what you're asking.
I don't know if the moment's passed, but Jeremy, I think when two people start and then one person gets the floor, like that other person that was talking who pulled back, he should be the next one to speak. Ideally.
Yeah, that's not bad.
No, I don't know who did that. I'm just saying, like, ideally, like, that's ideal.
But I mean, I hope it's clear for New how I was not affirming the consequent. I think it's clear for Geo and for Jeremy.
No, I think they think the same thing, and you're still acting like I'm the one that doesn't understand something.
Really? Geo, am
Jeremy,
I affirming the consequent?
Geo.
I trust Geo's judgment on this. Geo, was I affirming the consequent?
I mean, you'd have to restate what we've gone kind of off the original thing.
Yeah, so New Perspective is accusing me of affirming the consequent.
All right, then remake your point so we can be
so
clear
is
on
Jeremy. And so,
No, he's
so is everyone else.
He can never affirm the consequent because he'll never make the therefore statement definitively. Okay, so that's pretty simple.
All right, so you're just not making a conclusion?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you started with
if
saying
you take
it's okay to
premise
make
1
conclusions.
and premise 2, that's just premise 1 and premise 2. That's just an if statement and the observation of the conclusion, which is totally logically sound. There's no contradiction there.
Okay, I don't.
Why is that funny? I don't understand what the fuck you're trying to gaslight me with that laugh. What the fuck?
Because you're talking about conclusions and not making conclusions at the same time.
Well, I'm sorry that I understand that the same word can be used in more than one context, dude.
I thought you were a Glober. I thought you were a Glober, so you're saying it could be.
Out of everything everyone says.
Well, if you're not making a conclusion, that's fine. But we were talking about the Copernican principle, the heliocentric model, all of those factors. So if you're not making any assertive claims about any of that, then okay. And you said that you call yourself a solipsist, right?
Yes, I do. And I'm sorry, my son is here, and I have to get off this Discord so I can take care of my son.
I'm pretty sure your son definitively exists, bro. But later.
All right, bro. Cheers.
Does your son maybe not exist?
I mean, I think what he did is he affirmed the consequent and then kind of decided to not say a conclusion afterwards. Is kind of what.
Well, it's like it's unfalsifiability on steroids. Solipsism. It's like you can go around making claims as if they're definitive, but you always have that asterisk where you don't make anything definitive. So it's this like sleight of hand removal of burden of proof.
Oh, it's like make a definitive claim and then be like, wait a minute, I didn't. Yeah, well, it's like make a definitive claim and then be like, wait a minute, I didn't make a definitive claim. I'm a solipsist. But ironically, that's what I guess what solipsism is.
Exactly.
It's like nothing is anything. So you can just make a claim and then say you didn't make the claim, and both of those are just valid because it's all relative to some uncentered system of discussion, argumentation, morality, ethics.
Yeah, 100%. And that's why earlier he went around the room and he asked all the other Globers, like, you're a solipsist, right? Blah, 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 and went on, because that is the tactic that they use, right? There's always the fallback, especially within science. Science doesn't prove anything, right? Solipsism's that way for literally everything. Existence.
And it sucks because there's a little bit of truth to it in this weird way, right? Where like we can only prove things in science relative to the variables we know, right? And there could be something we don't know about, but it's just like to take that and conflate it to where you can make claims and always invoke 99.9999% assurity, but then you can remove the burden of proof because nothing can be definitive. It's disingenuous, right? I mean, and basically it implies there's no objective reality, which is also not true. Solipsism, it depends on how you define it. Some people say you can never know the objective reality. Some say there is no objective reality, which are different things. But I don't know. It just seems so void of logic that it's hard to wrap my mind around. But it takes a little truth and runs with it, you know? So.
I was watching this Professor Dave debate against another organic chemist. And I mean, what it really just comes down to is spirituality every time. Like he had to assert that he's an atheist. I mean, every time they all do. It's crazy. It's crazy that everything is actually just that simple. Those are fighting against God, and then those accepting God. It's really just that basic.
Well, in a case like Charlie, you have to wonder. It's so calculated and so devised in the way he decides to answer the questions or pinpoint somebody else by using a straw man and saying, "I didn't say that because you're saying an absolute statement," and all this. Does he really actually embrace that and think that in his own head, or is it just a calculated way of trying to win an argument?
Yeah, it's just to win an argument. Yeah, when he's with his wife or whatever, he doesn't talk to his kid that way and say, "Hey, kid, whatever you do out in that schoolyard, it's all philosophy." No, everybody gets real when it gets real.
Yeah, like at his off time, like at his own head, does he think of it all that way as everything's just, a matter of the way you look at it? And he doesn't have any kind of like, oh, if I had to guess, I imagine that I'm wrong, but I'm not gonna admit that I'm wrong. I'm just gonna calculate my answer to make it seem like the other person is not saying what I'm saying and all this. Is that how he really thinks, or is it all just a game to him, and he really has some kind of like logic that he's not even allowing us to see, because then he would lose.
Since he isn't here to defend himself, should we move on to something else?
Yeah, I mean, I
Okay.
was gonna sort of indicate something to that line, although I was gonna double down on it and just say that his argumentation style, as it were, debate style, actually reminds me a lot of riding on eggshells. Just for me, I mean, it's not a criticism to either. I'm just saying for me, there's a similarity there, and
yeah.
Shout out to riding.
Well, let me just say something on the whole firm and the consequent thing. Fuck, I don't remember. Never mind.
Yeah, I don't think anybody is here talking bad about.
We got to do something about the Jeremy delay. So if you've changed phones and changed headphones, have you actually looked into your audio settings? There's obviously something, right? And it's very difficult to not interrupt Jeremy.
Well, it's almost impossible because, someone else is already going, and then you start speaking, Jeremy. So it always sounds like you're getting interrupted, which you're probably not even every time. But yeah,
I think that time he just forgot what he was going to say.
Yeah, I know you may have,
but he still was delayed though. Jeremy, you said you've changed phones and headphones, and have you looked at your actual audio settings on Discord itself? So I think there's a delay setting.
No, the lag's not there anymore. It's just simply the lag's not there anymore. It's just I just have a bad connection. That's all there is. There's nothing I could do with it. Maybe a cell phone signal booster. I don't know.
Okay. You don't have Wi-Fi at the school?
I do, but it doesn't let me Discord. Like I can't. It's weird. It's fucked up Wi-Fi.
Gotcha.
See, it is delayed.
I tried it before I switched phones.
Might have a
have
protected thing. Yeah, I can see that. That's cool.
Like what? Like watch the.
It's probably delayed because of the. It's probably delayed because of the internet connection. It's not the headphones anymore, though. I fixed that. I don't use AirPods on an iPhone anymore, which is ridiculous.
What I do, I use AirPods on an iPhone.
I know, but his had something with them where they totally did that. But just so you see the delay, Jeremy, watch this. I'm gonna count to 4. So right after I'm done saying 4, say something right away. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's bad. Oh shit.
All right, he didn't respond at all, but it would have been delayed if he had even.
No one else say anything. Let's try it again. No one else jump in, no matter how long it takes. Jeremy, are you there?
Oh, no, he's maybe not.
Okay. I think it's a solid 3.
I had to take a phone call.
Okay, listen.
What's up? I had to take a phone call.
Okay, Gio's gonna count to 4. Okay, no one else say anything. Gio's gonna count to 4. Once he says 4, then respond. Only after he says 4.
Yeah, say something like right after I say 4. Okay, ready? 1.
Okay.
Just right when I say 4, say something. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, 4.
The whole heliocentric model is based on an affirming the consequence fallacy.
Yeah, so it's like 1.5 to 2 seconds. Yeah, which is enough in these discussions to make it to where you think it's dead quiet, and so you start going because you think the floor is open, but actually someone else has already been going for 2 seconds. So, yeah,
it's fucked up.
Bro, I've been waiting for this conversation to happen about that with Jeremy and for him for a long time. So thank you for doing that.
So what needs to happen is everyone needs to just be conscious of the fact that Jeremy is 2 seconds delayed. So if you hear Jeremy, it's impossible. I've tried so hard to never interrupt him. It's literally impossible, right? Because you're just talking when it's silent, and then he comes in. So what I suggest, obviously, is just if you hear Jeremy trying to say something, be attentive out of respect. I mean, Jeremy's like an OG here, and he helps with tons of modding, etc. So if he's trying to say something, just clear the floor for him. Just be like, all right, Jeremy, go ahead. Because he's always delayed, instead of it just he gets trampled on a lot, unfortunately. So. It's my opinion.
The problem is I'm in a Faraday cage, and for the most part, we have no social awareness, so there's that too. And it gets heated. Everyone's trying to get in, so you don't wait a split second for the other person to stop talking. I know how it is. I do that shit too.
So you think that the guy Charlie's argument style is not productive but efficient?
I personally feel like I get absolutely nothing out of conversations that are argued or debated in the way that him and a few others do it.
Yeah, no, it's like they're arguing for argument's sake. So that's a fundamental difference, right? Like that's what a solipsist will do. Is like same with like a moral relativist, right?
Yep.
Like it's arguing for argument's sake. Yeah.
Yeah, the last I guess conversation I overheard him having was about how the Earth is rising up for two relative people, one on one side and one on another side. It's just silly shit.
Yeah, it's like very similar to contrarianism. But I will say, like, I do think that I think philosophical sparring is a lost art in modern society. Meaning, back in the day, people did this all the time. Now they did it in a much more elegant way, right? Like they did it in elegantly written letters, right? So you had to wait a week, 2 weeks, a month, get the response, really plan out your response, write it out elegantly, respectfully, send it back. But people were so they would have like 7 or 8 people that they were having ongoing discussions with, especially like the more prominent philosophers. If you read their letters, they're like incredible, right? Like the average person couldn't read and comprehend them. And like you could read a farmer's letter, like a 1902 farmer's letter would just like melt the brain of the average person in 2023. And so I think that that's a missing art. And so I respect like people that are willing to do that do understand, like kind of see the importance in it. It helps you grow personally, individually, philosophically, logically. But I think that taking that and kind of using it to justify like contrarianism is a stretch, right? I think you should talk about things with meaning.
He's an easygoing conversationalist, that Charlie guy. I mean, he can make a conversation out of anything, out of nothing. Like so that's a good attribute to have. I can appreciate that. But it reminds me of I was saying earlier, I was listening to the Dave Ferreira debate, which I don't understand like any of the arguments. I just wanted to see who won with that organic chemist, and it was I hope that you get to go up against him one day, right? But something that he called him out on, and like repeatedly through the debate, was that Dave Ferreira has absolute scripted responses, right? Because that are put together by a professional in the field, and he has no way of reasoning on his own. So I thought that.
Yeah, he literally called him out and said he's just reading YouTube scripts right now. Basically, he can't actually do chemistry on the fly, which is pretty funny. And Dave exposed himself as being the degenerate we all know he is, where he's just insulting the entire. Insulting the entire audience, blah blah blah. But I will get out in front of this. I think we are going to debate, but FTFE and Bro Sanchez did a debate, right? And it was PPV, pay-per-view, and it was like $25. We wouldn't do it that much, but I think the way to actually make it happen is do a PPV debate with him and then release it for free after like a week. So that's probably what's going to happen. So everyone want to get triggered about it. It's the only way to really make it happen with fair moderation is to offer the dude monetary incentive.
Yeah, the only way to moderate that I could ever think that could be valid would be you almost have to like have like an on the fly. I was just thinking, I'm not saying this is a fully thought out idea. It's just what came to my mind, and I'm kind of joking, but it's also kind of serious. If you're having a debate where somebody really wants to ad hom, like that's their thing they're going to do, it's going to ruin the points, and it's going to ruin the audience's actual observation of what's going on, because the ad homs do have a certain like they kind of do have, unfortunately, because of the way like kind of these dark energies can work, like in the sense is that they can kind of like, they have a bit of an influential impact.
Yeah, they have power.
Yeah, exactly. In a sense they do. Now it all depends on the audience, whether they perceive it that way or how they understand it, but it does have that. Yeah. And so I was just thinking like almost to have some kind of system where like, of course, like one person's muted while the other person's speaking and vice versa. So there's not the interruptions and there's very clear moderation that way, but almost like to have like an ad hom counter Which, I mean, they do like in sports, you have a foul, foul in basketball and hockey, they have their all that stuff. So it's like in sports they have that, but it's almost like you'd have to have something like that, like an ad hom, and not just like a counter, just not a thing, just counting the ad homs just to kind of be funny, but more of like, okay, in his time, okay, he did 3 ad homs, he had 2 actual responses. Okay, the ad homs are all thrown out. They're not valid for the actual discussion. So strike those from the record, essentially. And then now the 2 points he said, just stick to those. And then you respond to those. You know what I'm saying? Like the actual points. Because otherwise, if it's just the ad homs thrown in left and right, then yeah, there is kind of a way in which those have like, it's like they trigger an emotional response and they have that kind of, like influential power, like you said, in a sense.
Especially with this topic, because most people, especially if they're unfamiliar with it, they're just hoping for some kind of ad hom that makes them feel more comfortable being on that side because they want Witset's side to be wrong. Most people still at this point.
Yeah, mostly it's mostly it's a cathartic release of frustrations that come from understanding deep down in their soul that we don't live on a spinning globe in outer space. They come here to get those frustrations out in a therapeutic session, kind of just right in front of us. They throw tantrums and we're supposed to put up with it. It's okay. Maybe one day they'll be able to grow up and admit we don't live on a globe. Until then, we get this.
With the whole solipsism thing, I was trying to get in, but yeah, if you don't think you can prove things about definitive reality, I don't know why we even talk to people like that, because we're trying to find the truth, right? And they don't have a truth. There's no truth for them.
That was like 10 minutes delayed.
But what do you guys think about this? Because I think the Professor Dave debate, especially coming on the heels of that debate, could be like very important for True Earth. So I think that
You saw your boy out.
really.
You saw your boy out there saying, "Hey, look into cosmology." You know what he was talking about. But yeah, go ahead.
Wait, who said that?
It wasn't your boy. It was just a dude during the debate at the questioning time. He was like,
I didn't watch the Q&A. That thing was unbearable.
Okay.
But,
Yeah.
That's funny. I do know there were flat earthers there. There were actually Bears there, Owen Benjamin fans. Anyway, actually one of the Owen Benjamin fan is probably the one that did that. He's because he got a question. He asked a question. I bet he's the one that it was a dude.
It was a dude, not dark skin, but like maybe I can't remember. He had like a facial hair, darker skin. He's a cool look. He's like a cool dude. He's pretty chill about
he
the
was
whole
a bear.
question.
I'm pretty sure he was a bear, because meaning Owen Benjamin fans call themselves bears. They have bear names. Anyway, yeah, he's a flat earther, of course. So what I'm saying is I just think it would be very beneficial, right? And what I want to do is maybe break it up into subjects. So like heliocentrism, or like, is the earth moving, basically? And then like, is the earth flat, and blah, blah, blah. And I think Jaren's a really good moderator. And I think we should have segments where it's like, we go back and forth with time. But at one point we do have open dialogue for 30 minutes or whatever at the end. And then I just make it my priority to, no matter what he says, stay super calm and just calmly point out like, well, that was of course just an ad hom, or like really calm, right? Where the optics are just like pristine, beginning to end. Yeah, see, Leah agrees. So, and I think that the way to ensure that he agrees to the parameters is monetary incentive. So I think that like paying the moderator whatever 20% or whatever of what is made, and then it's like pay-per-view, so you can only get in to watch it live if you had a ticket, and then we'll just release it publicly after 5 days or whatever, right? I think that may be the move, honestly, because if he gets money based on each ticket, then he may actually even promote it on different podcasts and stuff, right? And that's what we want. We want him to promote it, because obviously that's like a commission format, meaning he's going to get money based on how many tickets are sold. So he would want to optimize that number. And if he'll promote it, now he's kind of stepped in it, right? Like, where if he doesn't show it to anyone, now he looks super suspect. So he's kind of trapping him into making sure that he shows his whole audience that the debate's happening, and maybe even having to upload it. And if we do that,
What's the average income for something like that? Like, what does it pull in?
Oh, I have no idea. I think that FTFE and Bro Sanchez, they did all right. They had like 100 people, but I will say there's no telling what me and Dave would do. And for me, it's not as much about the money. I'm saying, do you guys hear my tactic, like the logic behind it?
I think it's a great tactic. The reason I asked that was because you could put 500 in a startup or something. Say, hey, listen, we're ready. This is the, we're ready to go. Here's 500 already in it. Let's
Yeah,
start adding.
yeah, and then add on to it. Every ad hom is he gets $50 detracted off of his pay.
What he'll do is he'll say, I don't care about the money. This guy's an idiot, and do ad hom after ad hom and just blow it out of the water and say, I don't even need the money because flat earthers are so stupid. That's all this guy's got. He's the only value he brings is popularity. He has no context. He doesn't even know the arguments very well.
Well,
So it's not going to be a real debate.
I think he does have processing speed slightly above the average person. Like, I'm just being honest. Like
he doesn't know the arguments.
He's memorized a lot of things. So
yeah. So I mean, retainment and processing speed is basically what the IQ is. Its IQ is retainment, processing speed, and it's not that you have to retain to make the IQ score high, but it's the same part of your brain that retains information. It's attributed to processing speed and pattern recognition, right? That helps you retain. So all I'm saying is, I'm not saying he's like some savant, but he isn't really stupid. He's just really disingenuous, and he's like,
right. And he uses his processing speed to try to take advantage of people and make them out to be something they're not, as a rule.
But that's fine. Like, this is the world that we live in. We live in a world where gamma males virtue signal, and they think that illusory virtue is like a societal currency, right? Social currency. But that's okay for me. Like, I think it's the net positive is good. I think that if you want to incentivize him to sell more tickets because he makes more money, then he'll tell more people about it. And we just want him to publicly say it out loud beforehand. So then people are gonna be like, wait, what happened to that debate? Where's that at? He can't just hide it. I think if I just jumped on another channel and it's not fair, then that'll ruin the whole point. If it is fair, but then he gets destroyed, then he'll never post it. He'll never talk about it. But if you can get him to promote it, then he's trapped. He can't just brush it under the rug. I mean, that's what I think.
Well, I think that maybe the better approach, instead of trying to get him to agree to doing this like no ad hom thing, and trying to get these like restrictions put on it, because then he'll use it as like, he's afraid of me calling him names. He's a little baby, and all these other things that he could do in like leading up to it and promoting it for himself. Like, I agree. I will not do the debate because he can't even take an insult because he knows that he's in the wrong position and all these things. You could just promote it yourself and say, this is a open debate, and this is what we expect because this is what Professor Dave always brings, and we're going to have an ad hom counter on my channel, and we expect this and this and this, and then he's going to live up to our expectations, and this is what we predict, and then he will.
Well, okay, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not going to in any way propose us having ad hom counters or anything like.
Yeah, I just brought that up partially joking, but also like if it was going to be really, really like if you're viewing it like a court case, you know what I mean? And it's a real debate in that sense, then fallacies would have to be accounted for, and ad homs is a fallacy. However, I'm not suggesting that is the actual right setting for this particular time and these, people you got.
Never So I'm just trying to make it happen. And like, say a lot of people are like, wait, where's this channel? They can go to my channel, they'll see it uploaded for free, and then I could review it and count all the fallacies or whatever, right? And maybe it'll have a lot of new people come over there and see it. But I just think that, like,
are you count your own fallacies?
The Dave, the what? Okay, the Dave.
I
actually have done that before. Yeah, I pointed out that that I used a fallacy before. But actually, I show that, well, it comes off as a fallacy because I didn't add additional context, and in reality, what I'm actually saying isn't a fallacy, but the way I said it can be interpreted as a fallacy. But anyway, I know that's foreign concept to some of you guys like you. Like, just sometimes we slip up. It's okay. But what I'm saying is that the Dave Weiss one has millions of views, bro. It has millions of views, and I don't know. For me, I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna see if he agrees, like a PPV, and we'll have it in like a week later. I think it makes sense too, because some people will be like, well, I don't want to hear everyone talking about Austin, the Whitson and Professor Dave debate for a week and not know what happened. And so it will have, some people will come support it to make it happen. And I think that'll make him agree to fair moderation instead of trying to drag me to like FTFE and Mattoon 3v1, which is dangerous for flat earth. If they're able to like mute me and control me and be unfair and 3v1 me, and then read all kinds of insults from the audience. Like that.
Oh,
could
he'll
be bad.
re-edit it too to make you look dumb as much as possible.
Yeah.
That doesn't.
If he does what some of these other guys like the Fight the Flat Earth and MC2, where they just like turn you down or mute you and then just rail on you. I mean, we know other channels that do that too. That is bad because it's just like it's like tying. Oh, sorry, real quick. It's like tying you up and throwing tomatoes in your face. Like it's just not
right.
cool.
And he knows his video is going to get more views than any other video, so that'll be the one that people go by because more people are watching that one than the version that actually shows what happened.
But if they see that it's edited, they're going to want to see the full thing. So that's fine.
Not his viewers.
Well, maybe. I'm fine with that. He needs to be knocked down. And frankly, the guy he debated about the chemistry was too emotional. And I just think he needs to be exposed.
You could also put that out like in the very beginning in your intro, be like, one of the things that, I've been warned about is that this, whatever context, this debate includes will be re-edited. So anybody out there watching, please look for the full unedited version of this to understand what really happens from here on out.
You'll have plenty of time to come up with those ideas like after you lock in the debate. But how do you lock it in? I think money is a good idea. Money is because then he'll look like it.
I'm gonna probably say, like, look at how Jaron moderated Bro Sanchez and FTFE. You see how fair of a moderator he is. Or we can agree on another one. We cut the moderator money, so they have incentive not to be biased either way. We have a specific format. I just show it to them like, look, this is a completely neutral platform, completely neutral moderator. And then we'll even make an agreement with the moderator. If you show any bias and you don't fairly moderate, then you lose your cut or part of your cut or whatever. To where it's just so undeniably fair and beneficial to him that maybe he would just agree. And then I just think we can finally get it behind us because people keep
He
asking.
may not agree for those reasons. I think he's the kind of guy that only works if it's something he can like use to his advantage. He doesn't care about the money.
Yeah, but the money matters because you can't, because then people are going to say things about the money, like how could you not take money from this flat earther? It would be so epic, So if having money on the line is going to drive other people to force him to take the
I agree, and plus I would have the DM screenshots and, yeah. So
Is that Bro Sanchez debate available now, or is it something pay for it?
I don't know.
I watched others and I
How did
thought
it go?
that
Did
thing
you listen to
sucked. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Was it
He
good?
could
Was
give
it a good debate between Bro Sanchez and FTFE?
I haven't seen
Oh,
it.
you don't listen to it?
I'm pretty sure I listened to some of it, and I just wasn't not a fan of Bro Sanchez. And the one that I listened to, maybe it was a different one, but I thought he kind of sucked.
Yeah, but he's a
I
cool
would
guy.
say that Professor Dave,
He's not ready for,
just honestly, I think that messing with Professor Dave, I mean, I know it works for views and all that kind of stuff, but it's just like, just make sure you don't seem like you think that he's like credible on the side of that, of heliocentrism, because he doesn't even know the topic. Like, you're desperate for him. No, I don't. I don't.
So,
I just
like,
can't stand the dude so much that I'd hate to see him take the whole thing and make you look bad. That's all.
Do you guys know who the streamer Destiny is?
Heard of him, yeah.
Yeah, he's got like 700,000 subs. Anyway, I'm about to set up a debate with him. You guys know who Nick Fuentes is?
Yep.
They recently had John Zerka, the guy that debated with me on MDD and was just like, like super loose cannon. They were just talking about flat Earth, so I'm gonna try and pull some connection there. Have a conversation with them, which they're very, very popular in the censored off YouTube world, like very, very popular. So that's kind of my plan, and I think Professor Dave falls right within that. Like having these conversations, pulling the Eddie Bravo Connect, the King Lewis Connect, stuff like that. And where I may even go to certain shows and just talk about like the solar system is fake. Right. So that way you can get in the door in different places. It's not as polarizing as flat Earth. So I don't know. That's my move. That's my guess. Like as to the best move forward.
Did you see Destiny debate for flat Earth?
No.
Yeah, he done that like a couple years ago.
That's fun. I'm pretty sure he just debated Zerka not long ago, and I heard he got destroyed, but I don't know.
No, he did it for fun though. Like, it's not like he believed in flat Earth. He was just, he's a
You know,
good debater.
you know who else
So
debated? Who's the guy on modern day debate with the purple outfit, right? He I can't Witsit was talking to him with the guy John. Can't remember what his name is, right? But
Aslan.
yeah, Aslan. So the next day or the next maybe 2 days later, Nathan Thompson debated the same guy, Ozian, and Ozian said, "I like you a lot better than the last flat earther." And then Nathan Thompson was like, "Well, then we're just gonna end this thing here. This sucks." Just funny. So he's talking about how he liked Nathan Thompson because he was a lot nicer to him, and Witsit was
Then
mean.
Zerka. Well, no, then Zerka. Zerka was the one that was being like way out of left field, right? So
Oh, you think
I
he
was
was talking about him?
yeah, he was for 100% talking about the Zerka. Like, I was just like sitting there.
I
But
thought it was fun. I mean, I thought it was funny. People are talking down about it or whatever, like, oh, he was out of line. That shit happens every day when it's not on YouTube. Like that's standard
what's even
Discord.
funnier is the same people that were virtue signaling about the stuff he was saying, they sit by for 3 years now when every single time I'm on there, all that happens is I get impulsively interrupted and insulted from the comments, chats, and the people I'm debating nonstop every single time. The most vile stuff. I shouldn't have children. My daughter should be taken from me. I'm jobless, homeless, on drugs. I'm such an idiot. Blah, blah, blah. Like nonstop, constantly, every single time. They're perfectly fine with that. Just like totally like berating people, right? But as soon as the flat earther comes on there and starts checking the Globers and insults them, oh my gosh, this is so unacceptable. He should be deplatformed. Oh my goodness, this is not okay. This is not how debates work. It's like, oh, now you guys know how debates work. So for me, it was just kind of entertaining from that perspective. Like, this is the first time we've ever got a taste of their own medicine, I think. And they just have a double standard with every single part of it. They can literally talk about how they should call CPS and get my child taken from me, and that's okay. That's okay, right? They can lie about how I don't have a job. I'm like literally running 7 businesses. I barely sleep 5 hours a day, 5 hours a night, right? It's like the stuff that they say, they talk about my wife, they talk about my baby, they say my wife has to support the whole family and all this crazy, just mean stuff. And that's okay. And then this guy comes in and starts like checking them about how they're stupid. And then all of a sudden the whole world's over. It's just
Yeah,
kind of
no,
funny.
like that chick Hannah over there, like the ultra hypocrite. Yeah, no, I hear you for sure. It's like I think I said something one time like, yo, you shouldn't have that guy Mark on the debate. I didn't know he was a moderator there. The guy Mark, he's just such a sophist piece of shit, right? And I was like, you shouldn't have him on the. He's not a good representation. People want to hear like honest debate. And she was like, she took my post down and was like, this is your warning. If you talk bad about a moderator again, you're banned. I was like, what the fuck? Like, I literally didn't know he was a moderator. And I was just like, yo, that guy that I just saw for the first time was a real asshole. I don't think that's a good representation for you. It's just complete hypocrisy. Like,
Yeah, no, MDD is just a globe echo chamber, or really anti-flat earthism. But like,
oh yeah.
I don't know, man. Think about it. Think about the last 2 people I debated. I think James wanted me to debate again, and Kai's like, I say you stop going on there, because it's like 4 hours of my life that's just draining. I'm just getting like berated the whole time, and then I'm just making them money, and like I can stream for 4 hours and actually make my family money, But anyway, think about it.
It's a
Like you
good
have
listen.
people.
It is. It's a good platform because it looks neutral, and that's really was my mistake. Like I thought it was neutral, also, like because it looks neutral, and I went on there and said something like neutral, and found out real quick it's anti-flat Earth. Yeah, when I made that comment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like PhD, think about PhD Tony, Mark Reed, Conspiracy Cat. Like these last few debates I've been on, they've been just so terrible, bro. Like just anything goes. They can just treat people subhuman. So it's pretty frustrating, honestly. But
Yeah, but you have to weigh that out for yourself. I don't know all the ins and outs if it's worth getting the exposure because it does look and appear neutral because they have other topics, but it does appear neutral. So if that gets you the exposure that you want, then go for it. But if it's not, then yeah, it's actually just a anti-flat Earth atheist server in disguise for sure. Yeah.
well, I'm in the server just like the channel. Yeah, like I don't ever go in the server, but it's literally ran by a bunch of anti-flat earthers. So.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, yeah, I'll probably go on there. I need to actually respond to James. He called me earlier. I just wanted me to be like right in the middle of my.
You got it.
All I was saying is like I think that the move is to just get on bigger platforms, like what Dave Weiss does. Only I'm going to do it, and maybe not just be about flat Earth only. Like maybe also just be about geocentrism. That's the move, right? Like either I go back and forth with Zanuck about the same thing over and over and over, where they run you through circles, or I spend that 2 hours talking to 100,000 people.
Well, stick with Weiss like you have been. I mean, he's an old school guy who like builds stuff like the old school way by building relationships and being likable. And he does talk about other topics, like, you know, when he goes on Crow 777, it's not all flat Earth. It's not, you know, he does talk other topics too. Everybody's in agreement with him, but you know, I would stick with him just because I would say stick with him because he gets, you know, he can teach you, I guess, those kind of ways or work with you on it. Yeah.
Yeah, Dave's my homie. He's got all kinds of connects that he would link me up with if I asked. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm just letting you guys know that's kind of the move to me. And what you also find too is you don't have people that have devoted like 7 years into coming up with some crazy excuse for everything, or they flip flop 27 times since 2017. These are people that are kind of newbies, so they're going to ask like ignorant questions and make all kinds of claims that aren't true, and you get to show more accurately like how that whole illusion that flat earthers are so stupid and easily debunked isn't true. You know what I mean? As opposed to the most veteran office.
Yeah, I'm not. Listen, I'm not interested in the like. I would be with Professor Dave Ferreira, right? That debate, but I'm not interested in the anti-flat earthers, flat Earth debate. Like when you guys went over with Shane to the other place, that's interesting. That's fun. That's what you're doing it for. Not for these people should be dead to you. Like honestly, you know.
Yeah, and I'm about to do TikTok, and same thing. You're going to have a bunch less of the veteran anti-flat earthers. But what's going to happen is they're going to start flooding it as soon as I go there, and they're going to start like trying to have secret meetings with these people and give them an excuse for everything. And it's like these people. I'm just being honest. Like the anti-flat earthers are like a plague. Like if a new person comes into this room and starts asking genuine questions, they just start flooding their DMs. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty
You ever
crazy.
thought of doing it on Twitch as well?
Yeah, I've done some stuff on Twitch, but I never really pushed it. But yeah,
I
maybe.
think
I
you
mean, I'm trying to
should
see.
because you're already streaming to multiple platforms. That's a good one. And like I've been streaming on there like with my 24/7 Flat Earth channel, and I haven't got banned yet, and I got buku content compared to YouTube, which I get banned like the first day. So I mean, I think it'd be a great place for you just to throw it over there too.
Okay, yeah, nice. I know they have banned some people, but maybe it's just once you get big.
Maybe. Yeah, I ain't big yet. I'm only at 2,000, so.
Like Sneeko got banned there for
Well, I mean,
questioning.
it's all about what you say, I guess, because
Yeah.
what I don't have on there is medical stuff, so.
Yeah, that's
Stay
what he
away
got
from
banned
that.
for.
There you go. But the other cool thing is when you're streaming there, you can have it where your video is not saved to your account. That way they can't, really clip you or, keep stuff on your channel to ban you. So, I don't know. Food
Yeah,
for
that
thought.
kind of sucks, because then you're limiting the people that see it to whoever catches it live, I guess. But
Yeah, but they can always go to your YouTube and catch it or Rockfin.
yeah,
So, I mean, it is there.
yeah. No, that's
It's
true.
just an extra place.
I'm about to do Twitter, Rockfin, Rumble, YouTube, and maybe Twitch, and maybe Odysee. So, yeah. I mean, honestly, I will say this: just once I start making a lot of TikTok videos, my TikTok will probably blow up because.
Oh, for sure. All right, I'm going back to mute.
Flat Earth is very popular there. But I think, Gio, you should consider somehow integrating this place there, because, yeah, TikTok's like obsessed with FE debates, I think.
Yeah, especially there's a couple of guys you've debated with. Who was the last guy that you were with? Was it Greg or somebody that was when you guys dropped in on those kind of unbeknownst group, the three of you or four of you that went in there, and that was a good one, by the way. It was just recently, you and Shane and whoever else. Is it Greg from TikTok?
Well, yeah. So that was Troubling Tribune, Shane, Alan from Space Audit,
Yeah.
Caleb, and then I just saw it and just jumped in impromptu. But
That was great.
Yo, I was there too. What are you talking about? Why you
Oh,
leave me
yeah,
out?
Who was the TikTok guy? I thought his name Greg or something.
Caleb.
Okay. Can you drop a link for his TikTok? That'd be cool to see.
It's like
Yeah, you're
Caleb.fe on TikTok.
Okay.
Yeah. He's like, dude, I'm going to help you blow up on TikTok. He's like, dude, the fact I blew up, he's like, you're going to blow up so much on TikTok. So I think he knows what he's talking about. He's definitely blown up like 4 channels. He's like, dude, I get so mad when I think about the fact that you're not on TikTok. Like he gets like legitimately mad at me about it. Because I just keep not doing it, but
Well, that's where you can generate some money too, right?
I don't know about that. I mean, maybe if you can pull them over to somewhere else to support.
I thought it was all about views.
I don't know. I don't know if you make money on TikTok. I don't know anything about it. I don't think he really makes money on TikTok. It just gets a bunch of followers that then go over and help out his podcast platform.
I know. Yeah, he seemed pretty good.
Yeah, that dude's like a sponge, bro. He hits me up and he's like, yeah, he like watches my stuff and asks me all these details, and I just drop all kinds of PDFs and he reads through all of them. So that's why he's good. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, he's like, I told him that people like him are like it's the generation that's going to bring it home, basically. That's going to bring it home in the home stretch.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's how we win.
Overton window.
Yeah, the younger generation. Younger generation is how we win, bro, for sure. Like that's why they focus so much of the propaganda at universities, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just I mean, the angle, I guess, for the young ones, on this whole thing, and a lot of them won't be even surprised, at this point. It's like just this kind of like detachment from reality in general that I think is, it's like reality isn't reality. Of course, there is probably flat, but nothing's real, and we could be in a simulation, and that's kind of attitude that they all embrace, as like almost a mental out. Yeah, it's kind of where we're at. Add it to the list. But yeah, there's a lot of people that are taking up from what you're doing, and if you want on TikTok, man, that would totally blow up for sure. Do that.
Yeah, I'm about to do that.
Yeah. Your interview with Son Genis was great too, by the way. I'm puzzled at how he could know so much and realize how everything's been skewed a certain way. And then what's the idea behind the ball without the movement? The center of the universe ball. I mean, how does the gravity work on that? I mean, I don't even understand the technicalities.
Just the center of mass would be around the Earth. So just it would be that the creator made it where there's like a concentration of the center of mass around the Earth. So it doesn't, because even like he'll say even Newtonian
mathematically sound in some way.
Yeah, because like if you actually look at the Newtonian or Einsteinian physics, what happens is that angular momentum around the Earth will basically be moving in from all directions around the Earth and hold the Earth there.
Does he think that you could land on the moon, like the moon's a rock or something?
I don't know. I don't think he believes in the moon landing, but I don't know about that. Probably. I mean, he seems to just kind of take the heliocentric model and invert it. So.
But it's kind of like the Machian principle, where everything works like pushing us towards the center of the Earth, and it's still a ball in his mind.
Yeah, but that's what holds.
Or do you think he's just taking that philosophical standpoint so that he doesn't have to give up his solar system?
I think he's very clear. Like when I brought up the stuff in the conversation, he's like open to alternative explanation. His whole point is just to show that whatever you call gravity doesn't matter. Like it all actually shows that the Earth's in the center, and that's just how he views it. I think he still took drink a bit of the NASA Kool-Aid in a way. So he's like, well, look, the satellites go up there and they work, and they use geocentric math and dynamics. So, yeah, I don't know.
SC Montreal was saying he said something like he made fun of flat earthers at some point. Is that true, or is he?
Yeah,
he
said something. He mentioned his book, Flat Earth, Flat Wrong, and then I laughed, and I'm like, because I kept bringing up that we disagree. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, we obviously disagree quite a bit, actually, because of course I'm pretty sure the Earth is a geocentric stationary topographical plane within the inertial plane of a magnetic field, and the toroid gives you ellipses within that containing the system. It's a closed dynamic dense system, something to that effect. I said it real fast. And he ended up saying something about flat or flat wrong. And I'm like, yeah, basically we just agree that we could at some point debate. He's like, well, you bring your guns, I'll bring my guns. Like,
yeah, I heard that. So what do you think the argument would be that might sway him to see that? I mean, besides, I guess long distance observations, I mean, just ignore that? Does he think that like the looming excuse works, or what?
I don't know. Anyone that believes in the globe is going to have to automatically say all the excuses that they all say. So they're going to have to claim that microwaves are just magic, radio waves are magic, and even though they don't bounce off the ionosphere, they're still magic. Microwaves are way too high to bounce off the ionosphere, but they just happen to pretend there's a mini ionosphere. And I don't know, like you just have to believe you have to drink the Kool-Aid, dude. You have to believe all the excuses to believe in the globe. So I don't know. I feel kind of bad because I know he wouldn't be prepared for that. I think like he would probably just say stuff like explain the north and south and why we can't see Polaris past the equator and blah blah blah.
And break out time zones with him. See what he thinks of that, because he does seem like he does want to be intellectually honest. And if he starts
he wrote a book
fall into
about
that trap,
this.
right? But what is his book?
I'm saying it's very
does he talk about
difficult.
those points?
I think it might be difficult for him because he wrote that book. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, yeah, but then that shows that he's just trying to be, he's trying not to go back on what he said rather than try to find out the truth, which seems like it was the opposite of the way he presented himself.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's just, it's kind of ironic in that sense. He may be suffering from the same thing he sees as the problem.
Exactly. That's what I'm confused about, and whether he would actually go that distance and allow himself to. I mean, how much has he looked into it? Is the question?
I don't think he fully understands it. I don't think he fully understands it. But this is why I constantly try to step back myself and reconsider if the Earth is flat or not, because I don't want to ever be doing the same thing I have such a problem with. Like I consistently step back and think like, oh, could I be wrong about this? I do. I actually do that. I make
but do you think that the geocentric with the ball is plausible in all the ways he thinks?
Well, I think it's more plausible than the heliocentric ball. So
obviously. But then how would you break down what he's saying and falsify it?
Well, there's some problems I could point out that in his paradigm where he takes what they say about the core and stuff, like, okay, if there's no spin, what generates the magnetic field? If it's supposedly the motion of the outer core creating convection currents to establish the magnetic field. If you have no spin, how do you establish the magnetic field itself?
Yeah.
But I mean, he could just say that there's just like a permanent magnetic core. I don't think he's thought of it in this depth. I don't know. And he's really big on he just spent a lot of time wow, they're hiding geocentrism. Like they're literally omitting historical documents to paint a narrative that isn't true. And dude, he's an absolute legend for that, for finding all this information and putting it together. And so that's why I had him on and tipped my hat to him.
Right. And there's some of those things I'm sure that you could bring out as far as the curvature, excerpts that have been hidden, not or reinterpreted in just the right way. I mean, there's so much that I think he would, in an intellectually honest setting, would have to admit to. That's
why part of me wants to go back and forth with him in email and text, so that he doesn't have the public pressure of live time having to discuss it. Like, I literally didn't want to. Didn't
put him
want
on
to
the spot.
embarrass. Yeah.
That was good. The way you did it was perfect intro. Yeah, that was good. You handled yourself really well. And,
a lot of people got triggered about it.
I'd be surprised if he hasn't looked into all of your videos after being impressed with your knowledge on everything else. and then start to reconsider himself. I mean, there's this whole idea then as well that it's kind of a church affiliated idea that he's coming with that would have and all of it's based on this universe still being kind of like they say, but just with the ball in the middle. And
Well, that's why I
it's
think.
hard.
Sorry, but don't you think it's like way more impactful for me to have a flat Earth debate with someone that believes like in all like if someone sees that I win a debate about flat Earth against Robertson Jones, they're like, okay, but that dude already, like he doesn't really count to them, right? Whereas you have like a scientist with credentials that believe in the current model as is, then they get destroyed in a flat Earth debate. That's much more impactful, I think.
Sure. Yeah. I wouldn't say destroying him would be to your advantage necessarily. I think, in private DMs or whatever, it'd be interesting to find out if he's considered some of these things that seem like oversights as well, which would put us on a stationary plane rather than a stationary ball, which it seems logically fallacious, just conceptually.
I'm like a real keep my word kind of guy. So if somebody wanted it, if you wanted the interaction to be private, then I wouldn't tell anybody what happened. Like, or I probably just wouldn't.
Yeah,
I just wouldn't like rush to tell people anyway.
Right.
Yeah, like I know a lot of stuff. I actually know quite a few people and what they think about the Earth, but can't publicly say it. And yeah, like
Sure.
if I wasn't like that, then I wouldn't have ever known those people. I would never know. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
that. I think
And
that's,
you would lose trust. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. I think that's much more
Interesting, though.
important because my objective is actually just to kind of like help wake people up to some of it, not really to just like get internet clout. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and almost, I mean, and not to say that we should not wish for everyone to realize it, but we have to think about the long-term impact of what everyone realizing it might have. The people that can't handle it just being told it, right, might have a reaction that then they would have to play their card, and and that might not be to our advantage, because if they have to absorb this, as we've talked about before, there may be some things that then they start adding a bunch of pseudoscience to a flat Earth concept, and it's even worse off for us, because then we're arguing with them still it's flat, but it's not what you're saying about it being flat and all that. So it's almost like if you want to find out, it's great, because we're not going to get, once the mainstream absorbs it, then they're going to make like flat Earth taco stands and whatever else they want to make. That's going to be like a total different approach than what True Earth is all about. So I don't know how to defeat that or say that it's one way or another better.
It's inevitable. I think that we have a moral obligation to get it out there. It's not up to us what happens. It's not up to us to decide what would be good or bad about it happening. We just have a moral obligation to always speak the truth and seek and speak the truth unequivocally, and let the chips fall where they may. And that's why I just tell people it seems to be inevitable. It's about to blow up, and everyone should just kind of savor the moments.
I think it's just like this is kind of a so it's always been a weird thing in this discussion about if it ever comes out, people say or like if it comes out, rather than look, it's already come out, people already know. It's something you find out. It's not something that comes out because the media says it's true, and then it's true only because it's kind of like reinforcing that idea that it coming out is the media actually acknowledging it, which is probably at that point then going to be only what they make of it and misinterpretations and all the other things that they may decide to use it against us with. So maybe, I don't know, maybe some kind of way of like speculating about, if they have to absorb it, we need to watch out for these things, or let's make sure that, I don't know, just some predictions that maybe would thwart those kind of, pseudoscience attachments to flat Earth, in case it ever does, at some point become something they absorb,
Well, I think that like even just exposing that it's actually geocentric will have that same paradigm altering effect, and you would still have to deal with ramifications. If they had to admit that they were wrong about that, that's the whole reason they would have huge ramifications. Flat Earth means that it's stationary geocentric, right? Like if that's what causes the societal reaction, is the major philosophical implications of being in the center in reality. So like even that coming out alone would have the same disturbing effect. Like that's my opinion.
All right, you're all right. I think we'll all be all right. People who would riot in the streets over it, I mean, that's fucking. They're gonna riot in the streets over something else.
Yeah, flat Earth is different though because it means they're hiding land, or they could be, right? So.
Yeah, there would be like it could be a reaction where people go to explore. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, so I
Well,
should
like
take it back. It wouldn't be exactly the same. Like if it just came out that it's actually geocentric, it wouldn't be exactly the same as flat Earth because flat Earth is like, oh, you guys put a circle around us and you're hiding what the world really is and what land is here, and that's a totally different aspect of it. So.
Yeah, and then there's going to be the discussion of like the Globers have that. Well, they're doing it for our own good because there's nothing there or something. They have that in their
they'll
their
say
mind.
they're doing it for their own good because there is something there, and that's where the aliens come from. They're outer ponders, like I always say. That's their best plan. Sorry, but it's going to be what they have to do, and to be the perfect alien, extraterrestrial invasion that would cause its own chaos. And then, as far as acknowledging it, then you have to unite as one world to defend or serve the outer ponders with real-time gods in the sky. That's only our own technology and just their fake version of the outer ponders that actually probably do exist, but that's going to be their fake version of it. So,
so what I think right now is that the next 2.5 years is when it's going to happen. As in, it's going to progressively happen over the next 2.5 years. Exactly, like precisely. That's when I think it's going to happen, and that's going to be crazy. I think that by the end of 2025, it's going to be a much different situation.
And what do you think they'll do? How do you think they'll absorb it?
I think the best move for them is just a distraction. So it's not even to combat it; it's just to distract away from it.
That's exactly what they're doing right now, man. That's why they're doing all this censorship, distraction, this and that, genitals, gender, LGBTQ, all stuff. Like they're pulling every stop they can because they know this is the crux.
They can't really distract from flat Earth with other like political issues or gender issues or any other
war.
Flat Earth. How are they going to absorb flat Earth?
War,
like with the alien invasion distraction. Huh?
No, war, food supply, fuel shortage. No, I'm talking about like weather stuff. Wars. Yeah. There's all kinds of huge distractions that you could pull out. Where like, dude, if you're trying to survive, are you really going to be on here talking about flat Earth?
Nope.
Exactly.
Well, I think that part of the gift of it might be in their minds give them God through flat Earth because they're only trying to survive, and maybe then they won't worry about the material things that they can't afford any longer because they have God and flat Earth now.
I know that if I'm trying to survive or if I'm at war or trying to, I'm going to treat the Earth as if it's flat. That's for sure. And I think so. Everybody is when they're at war. They're going to treat it as flat and stationary.
The last thing they would want is people knowing there's a God because then they're not going to conform. Like you answer to God.
Well, their version of it, their interpretation of it is they probably want to get out in front of it and make it their interpretation, which is why I would say outer ponders.
That's what they always
according
do.
to them, they're going to get rid of atheism. So atheism will be done away with, and what they're going to do is actually paint the creator as an evil person. Like the creator trapped you here, didn't tell you what all was here, and allowed all these evil people to take you over. Yeah, they're going to. It literally says that no one will enter the new age without the Luciferian initiation, and atheism will be done away with.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to feel like you were bullied and you were taken advantage of, and the United Nations and all these freaking spinning ballers will save you from the evil creator that put you in this shitty place, right? It's just so obvious, man.
The Watchers will return. Like I have a lot of conspiratorial things. Like I think that crazy meteor in where was it, Queensland? Like I don't know what that was. Like that. What if they are returning? So I don't know.
Right. That's the thing. Even flat earthers won't know what's fake.
That's right. That's why flat Earth won't save you. That's why you need to hyper focus on having a real, pure, and authentic relationship with the Creator.
Right.
Yep. We'll all be on the same level playing field, pun intended.
Right.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Have you seen that Djokovic meme where he's holding that sign up, a level playing field?
Mm-hmm.
You know, Djokovic, the tennis player, #1 in the world.
Yeah, yeah. The guy that
You seen
refused
that?
the juice. Yeah.
Yeah. You've
Yeah,
seen
I've
that
seen it.
thing he made the sign.
Yep. He's a flat earther, yeah. But according to some of the people I've talked to, a lot of powerful people are flat earthers. So, like, they just talk about it. They just talk about it at their parties and get-togethers. Like, they all just know.
Right? That's interesting what you said about Alex Jones's crew all watching. You know, for like weeks they just binged on flat Earth, and they were told that it should never be brought up again.
Yep.
That's because Alex Jones is like, that's not really his gig. That's Bill Hicks. You know, that's Bill Hicks, and he was recruited. You know, it's
That's
all
debatable.
freaking.
I think it might even be
Whatever.
Jenkins.
Everything's debatable, but if you look through all the video and you see the shit and you can see the patterns, the behavior, the same mannerisms, dude. You can pull up some Bill Hicks old footage, dude. They were just like, oh, okay,
Yeah,
this guy's
yeah.
being a little too. He's being a little too to the point. So let's recruit his ass. We'll let him talk about a couple of things here and there, but we're gonna control that shit. That's how they do it.
Yeah, they want to take away our heroes. That's for sure.
Well, I think they just do it as simple as like, look, we'll make sure that you're very well off, but when we make the call, you have to comply. Like, I don't think they wake up every morning with like a, what's your mission for today? I think they let them do what they want to.
Totally.
They start getting out of line, then they call them. So what ends up happening is they kind of already know what they can and cannot do. And when a truth has serious implications, they don't cover that because they just want to avoid getting the phone call.
Right.
Yeah, it's that simple. It's just money. And I don't think that like Mossad agents live with Alex Jones and tell him what to say every day. It's just like he wants his money. He knows that it can all be taken away from him. He knows that. Yeah, he made the agreement. So.
Right. Yeah. The threat, the whole idea that people are being threatened on a regular basis doesn't make as much sense as people are being paid on a regular basis. And, in a roundabout way. But there's also that whole philosophical standpoint that you have to almost give some sympathy to as far as the societal structure. I mean, even the guys in here that are trying to debate us, even though they may know better, they may have justification in their mind, regardless if it's flat or round or a ball. Right now, the way we've inherited this psyop, and society can't handle the truth in their mind. So, speaking truth unequivocally isn't the the result that they think is going to be best for society, and that's how they justify it, I think.
You think they're actually thinking that deeply about denying flat Earth, though? Like, I mean,
Maybe some
people
of them
in this room, I doubt it.
I'm saying giving them the biggest benefit of the doubt, I guess, is what I'm saying.
It's a huge benefit. That's like a freaking Titanic iceberg benefit of the doubt, dude.
Yeah, exactly. It's just hard for me to even reason that they would actually believe anything they're saying.
Dude, you can take a pineapple and put the top of it in the ground and it grows pineapples. You can put a potato on the ground and it grows like 35 potatoes from one. And people don't think there's a creator. So, like, if someone can deny a creator, I mean, they can obviously deny flat Earth.
That was an interesting thing that Dave Weiss was saying about the pineapple conspiracy, by the way, since you mentioned pineapples. What do you think of that? I haven't looked into it yet, but that's interesting that there's no profit at all, but just to keep people busy, they sell pineapples at $1 when it costs way too much. Yeah,
their entire MO is denial, dude. Like, it doesn't matter what it is. I mean,
right, but if they're just in denial,
MO,
I mean, it's like, how much do they know that they're in denial, and
Okay.
are they just tactically, in their mind?
No, it's a subconscious thing. If you make a philosophical decision that there can't be a God because I don't like the idea of superior moral accountability, then everything else that I come across must run through that philosophical lens. So therefore, I must make it make sense within that philosophical confinement. That's all that it is, man. That's all it is. And some people will say, I believe in a God, because they see that it's kind of inevitable. There's some type of creator, but they want to remove the idea of benevolence or accountability, or personable nature. So they just kind of, they say, oh, well, I think there's a God, but they don't, it's not real to them. That's what
Right.
flat Earth does. Flat Earth makes it super real. You're like, oh my God, like there's no getting away from this. Like, now I already knew that, but it made it where I'm like, whoa, I need to really seek out what it is and have a personal relationship, right? As opposed to defining it myself. So it's easy to say you believe in God. It's much more difficult to like be super real about it.
Well, yeah, but then there's a whole context that goes along with just saying you believe in God, because most people think that you're saying I believe in a biblical God, right? And that's the only way to define it.
Yeah, but I
That's
mean,
why we use
I say
creator.
it's because the scripture is actually true. Like, the reason I think people do that is because the scriptures are true, and there's just like it's super grapple to mess with and stuff. And the creator, I think he allowed that to happen because you're not supposed to just like read a book and know the answers, and you're not supposed to beat people over the head with your beliefs or your doctrines and stuff. But like the fact that all atheists intuitively, when they argue against the creator, they argue against the Bible when you don't even bring it up. I think it's because they know intuitively that that's the truth.
Well, they probably haven't even read it.
Well, that's right. Just like most people argue against flat Earth, and they've only heard what someone else said about flat Earth. They do the
Right.
same thing with the Bible. But I'm just saying it's very interesting. If you argue with an atheist about atheism, you can just say, look at the order from the small to the big. Natural laws necessitate everything seeks equilibrium, which means it's trying to find a natural order. In order for that natural order to be here, something had to place it there, specifically with intention and determination, thus requiring, be an antecedent relationship. Intention, which means a creator. Like they'll be like, you think that there's a God that killed a bunch of babies. Like they just immediately start arguing about the Bible instinctively when you don't bring it up.
Well, I think maybe the problem there is that it, in general, might be that there's this personification of the God that then it gets argued about, whether he's making decisions and saying this is going to happen or this is going to happen, and this is my decision, and I'm going to have babies being killed because in the roundabout way it's justified for these reasons, and all of the things that we attach to the idea of God working in the same way that we might make decisions, you know. And I would argue that, at the very least, we could get anyone that has any kind of common sense to understand, or at least to agree that there's an essence of intelligence to everything at the core, and that everything all together, and this is kind of like pantheism, but at least we could all agree that at the core, there's an essence of intelligence that communicates and is in connection with everything else. And as a whole, at least that's at the very least, we can agree what we call God. Whether it's an outside conscious being outside of our reality that's making decisions about our reality, none of us can prove or even know necessarily for sure. But if we see it as like one brain, and that's not to say we are God, but at least that we are a part of God, which Christians can believe, agree with, and anyone else that knows that there's an essence of intelligence to everything.
I don't know. There's actually a deductive argument for like God existing, but not for any one specific God, not just an intelligence. It's called, I don't know if you've heard of it, it's the transcendental argument for God.
Yeah, it's one of the best ones.
That being said, even if the Bible were true, I don't think you should believe it because it's backwards epistemology to have a position and then justify backwards from that, which is what almost every Christian invariably does. I'm not accusing any Christian here of doing that, but and that would be kind of funny.
Transcendental,
well, that's what a lot of Christians do. I agree with that. But see, for example, from my perspective, that's not what happened. What happened was the inevitability of a creator basically prompted me to go look further into trying to figure out further detail clarification as to the nature of that creator. And then I came to a position in which I give credence to the scriptures. Like a lot of people do it the opposite way. I would say like 95% of people that claim to be Christian at least do it the opposite way, where they're like, oh, well, I was told about the Bible and then that's why there's a creator. Look at this Bible. But I don't think that actually leading credence to the Bible is necessarily fallacious or anything like that. Like it just depends on the process of like argumentation, right?
Well, even when you just say the Bible, it's hard to even put context to that because of the grappling that's gone on with the different versions and interpretations of what we mean by it when we say the Bible.
But that's what I'm saying. Like when people are like, "Oh, you think that there's a God that gave a book?" First of all, it's not a book, right? but gave a book that he let get manipulated. I'm like, yes, that's exactly what I think happened. I think that he let it be manipulated because he doesn't want it to be some scenario where, well, if you're just a lucky one that gets the book, then you're good, right? He specifically didn't design this place like that. Like, the test is that you're humble and you pursue the truth diligently until the end. And so if there was some final, perfect, untouched version of the word, then that would kind of, make that, like, it would make it a moot point. So that's what I think. I think that's specifically why he did allow it. In fact, if you look into it, he specifically seems to leave out books on purpose. Yeah, at a certain point, he's like, don't include these about the truth and wisdom, and that's what these other texts are for.
I mean, like a standard, like an even somewhat generous interpretation of the Bible leads to some, I don't know, just completely, I would say, immoral views on reality, or just completely, like, for example, the notion of there being a chosen race that was supposed to be the vehicle. I'm not making some SJW argument here. I'm just like genuinely just like presenting us. It's ludicrous that God would somehow be on the side of this nation of Hebrews or whatever you want to call them, and in whatever way. I'm not, even if you want to like say it's not in a direct way that he ordered them to go and like kill Canaanites, and by the way, I used to be a Christian at one point, but ordered them to go and kill Canaanites and bring down random towns of people like Jericho, which weren't doing anything to them. Like, that God would ask people to go and violate the non-aggression principle seems ludicrous to me. So I don't know what interpretation.
Yeah, but this is a lot of context. Like, you have to take it one by one. But this is why I believe in the scriptures, because when I found out that you have to research all the context, all of a sudden it's a totally different story. So, for one, there is no chosen race of people. Like, it specifically says that the Creator is no respecter of persons, or what we call race, and that not everyone from Israel, meaning of the Hebrew lineage, is of Israel. And specifically that you choose to follow the Creator, then you're in the spiritual house of Israel. There is no chosen group of people. That's a bastardization of the text. In addition to the idea of the Canaanites requires context. What happened was all of the people groups came to an agreement that there were certain land allotted to each group, and that you were not to go take over the other person's land, and that if you did, it was punishable by death. It was punishable by death to prevent people from stealing other people's lands. But then what happened was the Israelites got captured and then enslaved in Egypt, and while they were enslaved, the Canaanites went and took their land directly against the agreement that they all agreed to, right? And then what they actually did, they knew that they were forcing the Israelites to go take their land back, because the alternative is they have nowhere to stay, because they're not going to go against the agreement and go try to steal someone else's land. They only have their land allotted to them. So what they did was fortify their civilization the entire time they were enslaved in bondage. And then when they got out, they went and took it back, right? So that's the actual context. It's like they deliberately stole it against the agreement that was punishable by death. They knew they were doing it. They tried to fortify so that they could hold them off from taking their land back. So they went and took their land back, even because they were warned numerous times and refused to actually adhere to their agreement. So, and actually it's even deeper than that. They were actually flirting with genetic hybridization of metaphysical entities as well. So, I mean, that's just a different context of what you were saying, the idea that he just like said, go kill them, or like that Jericho was doing nothing to them. That's also not true either. So,
well, with all due respect, again, I myself, again, I'm just a new entrant into flat Earth, but I think I'm decent logic. So when it comes, one of the fallacies that globe earthers make all the time is the reification fallacy, and I think that's also true of speaking about groups as if they're actual decision-making entities. Like these groups made an agreement that this is the land appropriated to each of them, and therefore now they can go back and take it from now again a completely different generation of people. I think morality ultimately can only be squared at the individual level, because the individual is the agent who's making a choice and not a group. I mean, it's the same thing as if right now, if imagine, I'm not trying to be cute with this, but like imagine if some Native American came to you and said, look, I've got the deed, this used to be my land, I'm going to take this back from you, I'm going to scalp you. Look, we had an agreement dating back. At some point, even you would say that's ridiculous, right? And that's just, it just is what it is. You can't square morality. Here's the...
it's not analogous. This is generations attached. Like if I had a house and then someone and you went and then say you had your house, and then you went on vacation, and you came back, and someone was living in your house, like, are you? Is it morally permissible for you to take your house back even for a parse force?
If it's the same people who took, like, if someone, like, so here's like, let me just steal my example. I've gone on vacation. I've come back and someone's living in my house. Now, let's to steel man to try and make this analogous. Let's say that this has actually changed hands a bunch of times, and the people currently living in that house have no idea. Like they bought it from someone who bought it from someone who bought it from the one guy who actually jacked the house. I don't have the right at that point to actually kill those people and take it back from them. I have the right to try and convince them. I have the right to try and make this happen. And for this, I think people have to like get a much more naturalistic understanding of what it means to even own property. It can't be something where some piece of paper enforces it. If you want to have your personal property, I think the one thing that human beings can do is live in a community where people would automatically respect that this is this person's land, and then they themselves would guard it for you because you've built such trust amongst them, like living currency as opposed to dead currency of paper and deeds and all of this stuff. I think.
Yeah, but for the analogy to hold true, it's like the entire neighborhood got forcibly kidnapped and removed from it. Then another group of people went and took over everyone's house. You're saying you should just convince them? What if they say no? So you should just let them steal your house if they say no? You know what I'm saying? Like, and it didn't switch hands numerous times. That's not what happened. The Canaanites just went and stole it. It was just one switching of hands. They were all there. Their fathers were all there, present at the agreement, and they knew that they were stealing the Israelites' land. So it's like China invades America and steals a bunch of people out of a neighborhood, and then you go back to your neighborhood after you get out of the Chinese concentration camps in the United States, and then some other group of people have taken over all your houses that you paid for and that were rightfully yours. Do you just say, hey, can I have my house back? And if they say no, you just go be homeless? Or do you have the right to take your house back? Like, that's what I'm saying. And it's even worse. It's like the people that stole your house, they live in the neighborhood next door, and they all agreed, like, look, that's your neighborhood, this is my neighborhood. And then as soon as someone stole you and kidnapped you, they went and took your house, and then when you came back, they're like, sucks to suck. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, just like that. Why is that context never presented? That's what I'm saying.
Again, like my two things, major things here: the reification of a group as having like some sort of a conscious agency. I know people are using it as a heuristic, but I think at the model level, it actually becomes disanalogous the moment you go from an individual example, like a person or a family, to the level of a group or a nation or whatever, because these are not the people who the two people who are ultimately clashing will not be the individual the parties who are actually wronged or not. And then the second point will be, again, just about property rights in general. I don't think you can expect to have property rights guarded by deeds or agreements or papers between people intergenerationally. I think it's got to happen. If you want to keep it intergenerational, it should be a living thing. And the problem is, I see this more as like almost like a metaphysical engineering problem for God. God could have kept it in some way where just some external arbiter came and kept doing this, like nitpicking and micromanaging all of this. But because the way it seems to be right now is that God's just left it in such a way that there are going to be these outlandish scenarios where like a wrong is committed, and then the person who was in the wrong is now dead, and now what you have are two non-guilty parties, but still the effects of the wrong remaining. And I think it's just because I think God is. I know God is bound by logic as well, because it's internal to him. So I know he can't just due to logic, he just can't circumvent that. It's just the way I see it.
Okay, so like what happened was there was a group of people from the lineage that first murdered people. This is what the story, like the argument, like this is what Jason's doing right now. And we're talking about the story actually says, not whether or not someone believes it or anything like that. And I'm just talking about the misrepresentation of the story. So, like, the first murder ever done was by a certain group of people. And they basically chose to rebel against the order of the Creator. And when I say they, I mean, yes, their lineage and everything. Meaning some people may not have chosen to go and take the Israelite land. Some of the Canaanites may not have gone. Well, then they didn't get killed. So, because they didn't go take them. But they were all aware that they were migrating to a land that had been divvied out to Israel. They were all aware of that. And they all went and stole it. And in fact, evidence of this is that they were fortifying it in preparation for them to come back to their homeland.
Well,
and that was taken out of the scriptures, by the way. The fact that they fortified it in preparation was actually taken out of the canon.
But how many generations does this last for? That's just the. I mean, for me, I wouldn't even extend it past the one human where there's a non-guilty party involved, because I attribute a moral agency only to individuals and never to groups. Because I think that's logically self-evident or metaphysically self-evident, but that's self-evident. But
I'm sorry. Can I ask a general question on that particular point as well?
To me or to Whitson?
Yeah, just to both of you, because I asked myself the question: how does the Bible validate these concepts? Like, for example, if there's a group of people who have their land taken from them, to me, there's a lot of moralistic ideas around around this scenario, and those moralistic ideas are apparent to me without reification from the Bible. And I just wonder why it is that for some people they use the Bible to validate these moralistic ideas rather than put their faith or trust in their own morals.
Well, I quite literally removed the Bible and gave an analogy that no one answered. So if someone steals your house while you're gone and then you come back and they won't give you your house back, I literally asked this exact question. Is it morally permissible to take your house back by force if they will not give it back to you? That was the question.
I would say if somehow, but first, and it was asked to me, I suppose, since I was the one who's raising the concern, so I'll answer it directly. If it was the person, if I could somehow for sure know, and I don't actually know how that was a whole different question, but let's just say I somehow knew this was literally the people who took it from me and they had killed my entire tribe, who was the living currency, who were maintaining that this was my property, then yeah, I could take it back from them. But in some other scenario where this is now, the wrong was done, but it's changed hands multiple times, then I would not be right in doing so.
But it didn't change hands, though. Like, what do you mean changed hands? Like, it was the same people took it over from the beginning. Like, you mean like it was their offspring? Like, I understand what you're saying in the sense that, like, they were born into it, maybe, right? Like, that would be your best argument, is that the people were born into what their forefathers did. That would be the best argument. But, like, I don't need the Bible. First of all, like, this always gets inflated. I only spoke up because the scriptures are misrepresented, right? Like, to make a moral argument, first of all, it's entertaining, and I know you're not doing that, but most of the time when people make moral arguments against the scriptures, they're moral relativists, and then they make moral arguments. Now, I know you're not doing that because you said there's a creator, but that part's funny. But I'm not arguing about whether or not the Bible is real. What I'm saying is that to make a moral critique of the scriptures requires accuracy, right? Requires context. And I'm saying the context of this is that the Israeli people would have been homeless. They had their land stolen from them. After those groups of people came to an agreement, they had their land stolen from them. Like, if the Native Americans had went back, if the Europeans, based on the story we're told, the Europeans stole the land after coming to an agreement with the Native Americans, they stole their land. The Native Americans had the right to kill them and keep their land. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not allowed to just forcibly take people's land and make them homeless. Where now my family doesn't have a house because you're such a moral degenerate. You had your own place, but decided to come steal mine. How is that fair?
So the reason I used the example of like changing hands was actually like as a proxy for what you just said, like the being born into it, because these two things are just by nature disanalogous. And I think, and it's not just disanalogous like by one step, it's actually two steps. Because again, I've stated that the self-evident moral principle is that moral agency and moral culpability lies at the individual level and not at any group level. So therefore, the generations who are born into it cannot be morally culpable. So I wasn't saying, so the analogy, again, just to be clear, the analogy wasn't that, it was a different people who now took it from the Canaanites. No, because I'm saying the analogy break has already happened before that, from the individual to the group. And I'm just trying to bring it back to the individual and saying those individuals who were now born into having this land, it would not be right to go and kill those people and take
right.
them.
Well, certainly not without warning. So, like, implicit in that argument, it requires them be completely ignorant of the situation, right? Like, that they were born into it and that they didn't know the historical context of how their forefathers got the land in the first place, which the scriptures specifically say that's not the case. It specifically says that they did know, They were even warned multiple times to leave. So all the people, according to the scriptural context, all the people did know. All the people that lived there at the time of it being taken over did know, and they're like, "Come and take it from me." And then they fortified, and they thought they wouldn't be able to take it from them. So, and in fact, I know people are going, "This is crazy," but it says that there were giants there. So they were like, "We have giants in fortification of decades here. What are you going to do about it?" And then they came and lost. They lost. So that's what it actually says.
I'm going to sound like a real bleeding heart SJW here, but I'm going to appeal to the women and the children. I'm going to say, like, it is the women. I mean, not women and children. I suppose women are also culpable, but like, again, definitely a child who is going to be slaughtered as collateral damage. Basically, I don't believe that God's morality allows for collateral damage of any sort. I think God's morality, I think it's self-evident that collateral damage is evil, and therefore I think there are going to be other loopholes to be exploited because of this self-evident moral truth. So I don't think God would ever command for the killing of people, even if people do in some way think it's justified to go and take back some sort of ancestral land, even though hands have changed, not by switching from group to group, but just by switching from individual to individual via generations passing. I don't think God would allow for that, but it's fine, I guess.
No, I can give you that. Like the idea that the women and children were just born into it, and seeing as how they are reliant upon the men to survive, that they're just kind of there, and for them to then be killed, that would be immoral. So I don't have a problem with that. Like, I don't understand that either. Although it does seem to say specifically that you can take the women and children, like, as innocent parties, you can take them back with you. So,
yeah, I'm sure that no one would want that either, right? You would want.
Well, they can choose to. Well, yeah, but it doesn't matter. Like, if you murdered a group of people, they're going to come arrest you. They don't care if you have a wife and child. Like you don't get to say, "Oh, well, yeah, I murdered innocent people or I stole all their stuff, but you can't take me to jail because I have a woman and I have a wife and child that need to be cared for." It doesn't matter. You still have to be punished.
I know.
But
I mean, that's fine. The disanalogy here again is just because it's war and collateral damage is necessary, and to think that God would order this knowing that this is necessarily going to happen is just, I mean, it's just, to me, it's, I just find it like taking that moral stance, that as the morality seems far less, I don't know, I'm going to appeal to parsimony. For me, actually, it's self-evident that like collateral damage is immoral. I don't know for other people if that they share the same intuition, I suppose. When it comes down to self-evident truths, I think logic is the only one that everyone can agree on. Beyond that, and even that, some people don't agree on. Trust me, I've had conversations where people will even deny that logic holds true in all situations. So
interesting. For me, it's like if we were to look at it from the perspective of the Bible, it says that God is above morals, is not considering morals.
I think that's ludicrous.
Don't you think like one of the problems is that people base their morals on a book?
Or make the assumption.
I think one of the problems is that people think
God
they can make up
is
their own
moralistic.
morals. That's what I think the problem is.
Well,
God
they
is
make up their own morals, right? And then they write a book and say, okay, do this, right? But really, I don't think there's any book that really solves all these problems.
I think
like, even morality itself, right? Like, you know, there's no philosopher out there that understands what a truly, you know, moral code is. And when you say instead, like, you know, when you take both those things in hand and say, look, it's not to say there's no morality, right? It's just to say that anything that I claim at the end of the day is moral, right, is not good enough, right? And like, but even in a worst case scenario, you take a book and you say everything in here is moral, and I'm going to justify it. That's not good because
but I didn't do that.
that. I'm not saying
what
you
I
did.
did was show that people are just ignorant. I'm just saying that the Bible is straw man. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Like, it specifically says that when they went and scoped out the land to take it back, that they were like grasshoppers in their sight. That there were tons of giants, like descendants of the Nephilim, the sons of Anak. That they were giants that inhabited the land. So like, they weren't human. So like, I know that sounds crazy. I get that. Whatever. But like,
it doesn't to me because I've looked into this type of shit. But like to a lot of people, yeah, of course it does.
I don't
They
even.
found giant bones, and they claimed that they were dinosaurs in the mid 1700s by the Royal Society. So like, it's to each their own, right? I mean, all I'm saying is the rabbit hole is much deeper than like an easy hand wave dismissal of like you rely on a book. I think that people that morally justify any reprehensible act because it's in a book, that's disgusting. And I think that Christians do that all the time. They take the book and they think, I have to defend whatever's in here. So they start doing mental gymnastics to do it. And that's a problem.
So look, it comes down to like a situation, right? Like where somebody says, should you kill somebody, right? Is killing, and I don't like using the word moral or whatever, but is it wrong, right? And somebody will make the argument to say, okay, if you're the aggressor taking somebody's land or whatever, you shouldn't just kill them. You shouldn't kill the wives. You shouldn't kill the children. But if you're defending yourself and somebody's aggressing on you, right? Then it's moral to kill the person that's threatening you, right? And that gets into a whole gray area, right? And that's
because you just let people run all over you and steal your stuff. Is that
right?
I don't understand.
So I think both of those arguments, right, are just very like naive, right, and limited in nature. So there are accidents that happen. There are terrible, psychopaths out there that put people in situations where they're breaking, the order of the universe or whatever, right? And you take those extremes and you try to like apply them to everything. It's not, I don't know. It's just, I don't feel like any of these arguments have a complete picture of what's actually taking place, what has taken place, right? Like, and to call something, to make a justification, like a blanket statement saying, okay, this is moral, this is not moral. I don't think that's ever a clear enough, distinction.
But like, this is the thing. Like, this is the only problem. It's like normally it's presented like it's so clear cut and moral, but it's actually not. So like, if we're gonna claim that if the creator of the Bible is immoral, it has to be very clear cut and obvious that it's immoral. This is why it's always funny when moral relativists make the argument, because they have no ground to make any moral argument. But my point is, when you actually look at the context, it's like, okay, the creator made man. He also made metaphysical beings so he can watch over and protect them. Some of those metaphysical beings bucked the system because they all have free will, just like we do. They decided to come take women as wives, and they made giants. They were worshipped as gods, and so were their offspring. Okay? And then those that they bucked the natural order, they're not even man. They're not even supposed to exist. Okay? They took over the promised land. So then 12 spies went and looked at the land to scope it out so they could figure out how to get it back. And then they saw that there were giants everywhere and that they were like grasshoppers in their sight. And out of the 12 men, only one of them thought it was possible they could take them over. The other 11 were like, there's no way. There's absolutely no way. We're done. We can no way take the promise. And the creator's like, yes, you can. You have to trust me. Go take them over. Okay? So like, then if you look at it like this genetic manipulation of man, right? Inhabiting their land by stealing it on purpose as a rebellion to the creator, and that they were living longer durations of time. It isn't numerous generations detached because they were living way longer periods of time. And the giants lived a long time. And so it was the same people that stole it from them, they took it over, they had to go back and take it back. And they weren't even human, and they bucked the system. So it's like,
what happened to the giants?
The giants got taken out by the Israelites.
That's right. No, they got taken out by an earthquake, the flood.
Okay, well, I'm saying when the Israelites went back and took their land, the creator helped them win.
Okay, yeah, you can call it whatever you want to call it, and you can say like, you can describe any particular story or circumstance that doesn't apply to anything else. Do you know what I'm talking about?
But can we agree that context makes it different though? Like, if they're not man.
I fail to see how the Bible
really, what's important is like there's some sort of intelligence going on with every situation, right? And like just having a picture of something being right and therefore applicable to something else, I don't think that's very intelligent.
And that's where people would start to use
everyone concede that it's
a validation in a lot of different scenarios. Like that's what I was asking before. How is it that if this Bible, like, why is it that because this Bible story exists, it seems to give validation for people to act in a certain way, depending on the scenario that they're in? Like, as all this information that you just shared, with it from from the Bible doesn't seem to be relevant in any way.
Really? So if giants come and steal your home, are you allowed to try to fight against them and protect your family so they have a place to live, or is that immoral? Are you supposed to just
I'm
be a
just
little?
saying that's aside from the question from the statement I made. To me it is. It doesn't have any relevance just because it's coming from a book. Like
I'm
it's just a
literally not
statement.
asking about the book. I'm asking for you to answer the question. It's a question
Yeah.
about morals, not even talking at all about the Bible.
But you keep
Right?
referring to the Bible, right? You keep
Because
using
I'm
this one
addressing the
particular
straw man
story.
of the story. That's why.
Well, we could also just use another made-up scenario. It could just be any scenario.
Well, can you answer my question? If giants hypothetically existed and came and stole your land from your family, are you allowed to fight against them? Yes or no, or is it immoral?
I don't think it's a matter of being allowed. Like who's deciding? Like what sort of pre-assumptions are you
talking
making?
about? I got
I
a
just asked you
farm
if
and
it's moral, man. Is it moral to fight the people trying to steal your land? Yes or no?
It's moral to fight the people in the moment who are trying to steal your land, I would say, yeah. But I don't think it's
Okay, so if you come back from the grocery store and someone steals your land, then you're not allowed to take it back.
If I come back from the grocery store and I'm living in a degenerate city where the only way that my land is being upheld is by some contractual agreement, and not because I live in a living system of living people who respect each other's property and respect each other and actually guard each other's property, then it's kind of on me. And then at that point, what I'm going to do is, because my take on morality is very individual, I'm going to appeal to a loophole, which is Luciferianism, and I'm going to try and use whatever this broken, degenerate system has to offer me in order to try and get it back, because in some sense, that's what I would do.
I'm going to tell them to get out of my land because it's not theirs, and my family needs a house, and they need to get out of my property that I worked hard for.
Yeah,
they don't get to just come steal it. They don't get to just come steal it because I wasn't present for a second. If they refuse to leave and they say do something about it, then as a man, I have a moral obligation on behalf of my family to forcibly remove them, even if that requires me to take them out.
Yeah, and if that's your perspective or your take on morals, that's fine, right? Like that's how
self-defense is not a perspective on morals, dude. Self-defense is morality in itself.
Wait. Let's get some clarity and let's not interrupt him. But are you saying that morality is subjective?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, well that's the problem. You can make no moral arguments then.
If
you're a moral relativist, you have no logical foundation to make any moral argument.
I'm not making
Why? I don't see how your argument is valid. Like, how can you just say that and then dismiss anything a person says? That's ridiculous.
You can't make any arguments built upon claimed morality if you're claiming morality is subjective. Because I can just disagree with you, then immediately your argument's wrong.
What if you say
that's completely accurate? That's like a straw man in itself, isn't it?
Logically true, because
Does no one understand what I'm saying? If you're a moral relativist, you can't make a moral argument.
Yeah, that's true. That's logically true. So,
okay.
I wasn't the first to make that argument. I was making a moral.
Go on.
If it's subjective, of course I can, right?
It doesn't matter. It's just your opinion. It's not an actual logical argument that requires any type of rebuttal.
Yeah,
but that's exactly the same with all conversation. Like, in the exact same way, I can still make the argument, right? Then it just means that what you say is your opinion and what I say is my opinion.
What it comes down to ultimately is yes, it's a bunch of opinions, right? There's a large space that exists where you don't really know whether it's right or wrong, right? It doesn't even, it's kind of like a dumbed down question to ask: is this a good thing or a bad thing to do, right? And it comes down to utility and things like that, and it's really just like a surface level picture, okay? And you can make a bunch of arguments; those are all just opinions on that, okay? And that area, that space, can expand very large, and in your mind it can fill up the whole space if you want it to. But then you'd be a moral relativist, right? If everything was like that. But really,
moral relativism is stupid, though.
But the thing that separates it is you just say, okay, some things are just surface level, right? Saying it's good, saying it's bad doesn't really matter. But you say that there is an objective good, right? There actually is something good, right, to do, an action to do. It doesn't.
But you
It's
can't
not
claim
like.
that if you're a moral relativist, though. Like
But
we
I'm
talked about this the other
yeah.
day. We talked about this the other day. The fact that there are gray areas is not synonymous with is there objective morality or not. That's not the same thing.
Right.
Yeah, there are gray areas, and that's what I'm saying. Like
I don't like using the word morality. I like
if
using
someone's a
good.
moral relativist, this is the most blunt, straight to the point way to expose how stupid it is. If someone's a moral relativist, they have to claim that there's a scenario in which raping someone is not only not wrong, it's actually good. You have to, because if the person that did it believes it's good, then now it's morally good. So you have to, if you're a moral relativist, you have to claim that rape is not only not always bad, but there are scenarios where it's actually a good thing.
Not to me. To me,
Not
a
to me
moral
either.
relativist would
That's a
easily
stupid
say that
argument.
that's bad, right? But they wouldn't admit that there is any such thing as objective goodness, right? Or an objectively good action, or
Yeah,
objectively bad,
that's a
right?
lot
So
of
like,
assumptions.
well, it might be a smaller space, right? Like you might look at the world and you say, look, I don't see any objectively good actions. But you might also say, what do I know, right? What do I actually know, right? I mean, I can judge things on a surface level all I want and make that conclusion and say, I don't see any objective good. There must be none, right? And
Is
that would be,
rape objectively wrong, bro?
who are you asking here?
Anyone in here that thinks that they're a moral relativist, is rape objectively wrong? Because the answer, if you're a moral relativist, the answer has to be no.
Dude, I'm way more hardcore on this. Of course it's wrong. I think killing is objectively wrong.
I think that killing is not, and that murder is. So, but
No.
this is what I'm trying to say, right? Dude, this is what I'm saying. Like, no one actually believes in moral relativism. No one does. No one thinks. Everyone knows that rape is wrong. Everyone knows it, and no one truly believes that if someone believes it's good, then actually rape is morally good. No one believes that. No one believes that forcibly kidnapping someone against their will and forcing them to be your slave and beating them is morally good. No one actually believes that. Nobody. So it's just an argument. It's a philosophy people use to justify their behavior, where they can do whatever they want to, and they typically say, but the only thing is don't harm other people. Well, that's an objective standard anyway. So it's an intrinsically contradictory and logically bankrupt position.
And I also think by that same token that no one actually thinks that collateral damage is wrong. And I mean at the individual level.
I agree, actually. I agree with you on it. That's why I'm saying there are parts of it that even I will not defend, unless there's proper context, right? Like in the scenario where it's like, oh, well, you were just born into it, but you didn't know that was their land. Well, that's not applicable to the situation because people live longer. I'm pretty sure at this point, people still live longer. But I could be wrong. I could actually be wrong. But I think the giants also live longer. So if there were giants there that live way longer, then you can't just say they didn't know. They did know. They were there. They were there when they did it. They absolutely did know. And then they were told to leave after they knew they went against the agreement. They were told to leave. They refused to leave. So then they had to get taken out. But the idea that the women and children that are just actual men and women, normal humans, right, were just innocently there and then they got killed. Yeah, I will not stamp that morally. I don't think the creator expects me to ever do such a thing either. I would never stamp just going and killing innocent men and women, or women and children. Never, ever, ever.
And I would grant you that if it was literally the exact same giants who went there, the literal exact same people to a man, it's okay. But even if there was one extra person, that's how absolutist I am on this. Even if there's one extra person, it's just not moral.
But maybe the creator protected them, right? Because when it says, say you go into this land, it says spare the women and children and you can take them back with you. But it's it specifically says, this is what they try to claim, is it says you can kidnap them as slaves forcibly. But it doesn't say that. It says they have to agree to come back with you. And in fact, and if you're going to take them, then you have to shave their head and blah, 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 because they've been a pagan, polytheistic, degenerate, basically. And they have to prove that they're sincere about wanting to live for the creator. And that seems extreme, but what they were doing was extreme, where they were eating babies. They were literally eating babies, okay? So, what they were doing was insane. Their society was insane. And I'm not going to claim that I can sit here in 2023 and have full contextual understanding of what was going on with the civilization. This is hypothetical, whether you believe it's true or not. I could never pretend to fully understand or morally critique a creator that's making a call on a situation that involves genetic hybridization of giants that bucks the natural order to even exist in the first place. And we're eating women and children and babies, right? Like for me, that's insane, dude. I think that the creator, if the creator makes a decision to take them out, like it's probably justified, right? I'm not really in a position to critique that.
Well, here's the second problem. Again, problem number one I would have is overall is just that, and I'm not accusing you of doing this. I know you're well aware of like what you're like, how you make these. I can't do what people like in heliocentrism and other things do, which is like there's a way in which you can do theory crafting to try and make the current belief match some other belief because it's shrouded in the past and you can't quite know the details, so you can kind of change things around. They kind of do that with, instead of using time, they use time as well, but something which is too far in the distance or too far in the past, and they can kind of warp the details around. Again, I'm not saying that you're intentionally doing any of that or even unwittingly doing any of that. Just saying,
I'm saying, sorry. I'm saying, like, just to clarify fast to save us here, like, I'm saying that if right now it happened, I wouldn't morally be critiquing the creator. If there were giants that were eating babies and the creator took them out, I'm not gonna pretend I have a position to morally critique them.
And I'm just saying I can't bring myself to believe that for two reasons. One reason is because like I from an epistemological position, I'm just not going to believe things which I don't have repeatable evidence of, which is not to say it's logically impossible, guaranteed, or even metaphysically impossible. I just can't have that epistemological standard. And second of all, when it comes to the hybridization of humans, I actually think that's given the true science, which I've been studying, like my area of study has been in true biology, not fake biology. The whole notion of genetics is highly flawed, both from a logical and an empirical standpoint. Empirically speaking, there is no mechanism of genetics where there's this code in your body which somehow reads itself and then just expresses some random sequence of molecules which it put in specific sequences somehow miraculously manifest these macroscopic phenotypes. None of that is logically, and also empirically. And empirically, there's no ribosome, so the entire model falls apart at that level. So I don't really know.
I don't disagree with either one of those things, by the way.
Yeah, for sure. And I know, I've watched your videos. I know you're a very logical person. That's why I'm even engaging as politely as I am. So, but like beyond that, I just don't know what the mechanism of hybridization would be between a spirit and a human being. So without some sort of evidence or credence, I just can't swallow that story. That's fine. I know you're not.
That's fine. I don't even blame you for that. Like for me, I didn't go read the story and then just believe it. I had like anecdotal spiritual experiences specific to the scriptures where I then went back and looked at what it said, and I'm like, this is kind of blowing my mind that this could be true. But like, I got specific answers to prayers out of 2,000-page books. Read the first sentence I read directly and specifically answered my prayer multiple times, and then my real life showed that answer to my prayer was real. And it's just something that I'm not just going to pretend didn't happen. So that's where I'm at. It's not really the other way around. But I don't really blame you. But I don't think the creator blames you either, right? Like when it comes to, I'm not just going to like claim to know things are true that I have no actual direct evidence for. But when it comes to the genetic thing, it's just like I just use the word genetic hybridization so that people actually understand the concept. Because if you were to replace genetics based on what you said, well, what are you going to say? How are you really going to explain that?
I mean, I just
I'd answer the question about how could a spirit interact with a man. Like, well, it actually says that angels, being messengers, they always present themselves as man, meaning that they can actually change form into this dimensional state, this corporeal state that we exist in the material world. They can actually take a form within that. So that's how they would have actually created offspring. So
sure,
that's how they would have created offspring.
What is true biology, quote unquote?
Well, true biology is a biology which makes sense. I have nowhere close to all the answers. I'm just going by the apathetic method at this point. I'm ruling out impossibilities. The current genetic model is one of those impossibilities. I have my own speculations and theories on how things actually work, which would be emanational. So order is emanated. It doesn't just emerge like spontaneously by random. So you would have baseline substrate, which consists of multiple things. You have one thing called structured water, which is like the fourth phase of water, which is completely verifiable and repeatable scientifically, just never discussed in mainstream. They can't even deny it. It's like one of those things in science where they can't even deny it. But basically, it's intelligent water, which has specific electromagnetic properties. and that would be like one of the components. So we're kind of like water golems, but also we have another component called somatids, which are like universal stem cells, again also repeatable, verifiable by science. And those would be like the dust component, which is also pretty biblical, pretty cool. And then you would have emanational energies coming down from the angels, aka angels in the sky, which at certain cymatic frequencies will produce certain macroscopic forms, which are seemingly arbitrary, which are even in some ultimate metaphysical sense are kind of arbitrated by God. That's just the way it is. It's just like form, information coming down onto living matter, not dead matter, which basically creates the being. That would be true biology. That's my, again, the component parts of it are verifiable. The overarching theory is my theory as I go through the study, but that's how I look at it. So I don't know within that mechanism why, not even how, I mean, it would make sense if God could actually just allow that to happen, but why would he allow that to happen? Or would you even allow that to happen? This hybridization between spiritual beings and human beings? And are those beings now, just because they're different from humans, no longer afforded the same moral considerations we afford humans? I mean, all of these are massive questions.
Yeah, they don't have a soul. They don't have a soul. But I guess the alternative would be the removal of free will. So it's the same thing. Why would God let bad things happen? Well, the alternative is no freedom. So.
Well, I don't understand what it means to not have a soul. If there's a being who's walking around making choices, I mean, that being has a soul. I mean, whatever you want to call it. I mean, that is worthy of moral consideration.
Well, I will say this, like, I don't know, right? Because soul seeming to be relative to the mind and the body's connection. I was talking about this earlier, like, is the spirit more of like the non-excited pure potential state, and then the soul itself is actually like the excited version, or what we would maybe even call the light within, which is the excited version of the background? And is that the difference? And would these people have a soul in that sense? Maybe so, but maybe not like a divinely disseminated spirit, because the spirit would actually it wouldn't exist because it came from a metaphysical entity, that the offspring came from a metaphysical entity that wasn't basically divinely ordained, meaning like they were metaphysical. They came and took the physical form to take women, which the women also chose to do it, by the way. And all the ancient stories say that, outside of the Bible, say that women chose to sleep with the divine entity so that they could give birth to the giants, even though they knew that they would die when they gave birth, because they would be the one that would go down in history as the people that birthed this demigod, right? So, and that's what it says all around the world. It says that women lined up to have sex with metaphysical entities in physical corporeal form, even though they knew they would die at birth when they gave birth to the giant. And then they would be worshipped as gods, the giants. So I don't know.
I will agree with you on that one point. Being perennially black-pilled myself, I would not deny that there would be a lineup of women miles deep lining up to have sex with demigods or Hercules or whoever.
Yeah, imagine if the Avengers came and were real. How many women in 2023 would line up to sleep with the Avengers?
I'm not gonna. If that actually were to happen, I'm not gonna debate you that they would. Oh, of course they wouldn't willingly do that. They would. I'm not gonna be SJW about that. Yeah, they would definitely be doing that. But I'm just saying, regardless, on the soul topic, I'm just saying, if a being is conscious, making choices. Yeah. So, how I put it, like if they were akin to like what I think, again, this is my not even speculation. I don't know what to call it, but this is my gnosis, one might say, of like what the mind of a tiger would be, a highly intelligent sociopath. If they were like that, then it's morally okay to kill them. But if they were a conscious...
You think a tiger is a sociopath?
Wait, this is a really deep point. I really want to respond. Like, will you finish and then I can respond, and then I'll stop talking so much?
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, this is really deep, right? So, this is what it says. It says that they didn't have the ability to do good. That's what it says. So, meaning that they actually did not have the conscious ability to choose right or righteousness. And this gets very deep with Revelation as well. And it says, those who take the mark will no longer hear the voice of the bridegroom, and the light will no longer shine within thee. Okay? Meaning that there's some type of connection to the light, which we can actually basically put a sensor cap on your head with electrodes, and the sensors will actually detect the electric activity in your brain, and there's synapses that create what they say is emit, even though light's not emitted, but emits light in your brain. And then when you have spiritual experiences, it concentrates and it gets super bright, right? So we can actually show that our thoughts our thoughts are light. Like the way our thoughts even manifest is light. And so there's light within us. You can look to the spark of life as well. And so it's saying that in Revelation, you take the mark of the beast, and the light will no longer shine within thee, and you'll no longer hear the voice of the bridegroom, which I interpret to be your conscience. Meaning, you'll no longer hear that voice inside of you that says, this is right, this is wrong, this is how you weigh out what's right or wrong and make a decision. They don't have that voice. They don't even have that ability once they take the mark. I think that these were the same way, right? It says that they couldn't do right. They didn't know good. They couldn't do anything righteous. So it's like they literally existed in such a way that they didn't have the consciousness that we understand with the ability to right or wrong. Thus, they wouldn't have the light that we have, meaning that they wouldn't have a soul in that sense. And so, yeah, I just think that's what it is. Like they're incapable of doing right or acting righteously. And that's the same thing as when in Revelation they take the mark.
So I don't know about like the mark part. I can address that right after. But like in terms, I can actually kind of intuit, like I said, the tiger's consciousness. If I can, again, I would say, for all intents, logically, I would have to say it's speculation. But for all intents and purposes, it's some sort of gnosis. I can kind of put myself in the mind's eye of a tiger, which, like you said, it doesn't have a notion of right or wrong, and its only notion is to play and kill. And so, therefore, if a tiger came,
I don't think that's true.
Well, I mean, maybe I'm wrong on that. I could be wrong.
It's
like
not. I mean,
It's not the true biology, bro.
That's just an assumption.
It's an
assumption of what you know off of a tiger.
I agreed with you.
Well, he was very clear that he doesn't know for sure, right? He specifically said.
Well, okay. If an animal is in fear, right? What does it do? It attacks, right? It's a little bit crazy, right? It's defending itself. Now look at human beings to a tiger. We are animals that are in fear all the time.
Also
and
hunger.
In that situation, right? You are a tiger is engaged with a wild animal. You're not engaged with a tiger. A tiger is engaged with you also. And really, like, why should a tiger treat you any differently? Because you are freaking out. You know, you're destroying its whole environment. And honestly, it's not to say that there's like, you know, a correct relationship with the tiger, but what you're describing is just you know, it doesn't even have a modicum of respect whatsoever.
Animals are not the same as man. Like this is like the materialistic, depraved idea that we're just animals, and we're not, and we're distinctly different from animals, and it's abundantly clear.
I just said fear, right? And we are biological beings that are animalistic. We have a great deal of the animal within us.
Do we though?
Just like of course you do.
We can reason, dude.
And by reasoning, you're reasoning over the fact that you have a great deal of the animal still within you.
Do you think the tigers are sitting in the field like philosophizing? Like, dude, they're not. They're just sitting there in the sun. Like, this is. This is all about perspective. It's all about perspective, right? So, like, when it comes to say these entities didn't have a soul, they didn't have a conscience that chooses right or wrong the way that we understand, because it wasn't like the Creator didn't allot it to them. They weren't supposed to be there. So there was no spirit and consciousness of right and wrong to be given to them because they were literally not part of the natural order. They were created in such a way that wasn't allotted to them. This is way real fast.
Right. So when
I'm saying real fast.
No, who is in the lines
based on the perspective of how you look at it, wouldn't the Creator actually be extremely merciful to let them live and reign as demigods for so long, right? Before he took them out, he actually let them run wild. Even though they didn't have a conscience, they could only do evil. He still let them have free will, and he still let them live. So I don't know, man.
Who are you talking
Correct.
Tigers, giants, humans.
Just because animals and people bleed the same color of blood doesn't mean that we are animals or that we're related at all.
Well, I mean, my diverges.
You are animals. You're very.
That's what you're saying.
You're saying
Tigers don't just attack because they're fearful. They attack when they're hungry, right? Like there's other motivations behind a tiger's attack.
By the way, I chose tiger specifically.
Sure, whatever, but that doesn't mean you're an animal.
I didn't choose dog. I chose tiger specifically simply because when I look at a tiger, I see a being that actually just wants to hunt, play, and kill, and like actually play with its food. I didn't choose lion because I see some like dog-like proto-model tendencies in it. But when I see a tiger, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there are some tigers who exhibit proto-model tendencies. I could be, I literally could be wrong on this. I'm generally saying that. I was just using that as an example for some being who's basically like a subconscious chat GPT with like its consciousness only seeks to like look for opportunities to kill or like do evil. If those beings truly were that way, and I'm highly dubious, those Canaanite giants, then it would be moral to kill them. But I really doubt that and I probably, if we went back in time and had a crystal ball or something and I could see, I'd probably see something akin to like, if they actually did exist amongst their own ranks, I probably would see some like moral consciousness. So I still don't think.
Well, this is interesting because then it gets into like, what is that, right? So like when they, like for example, the Watchers, they cared about their offspring. So is that moral, caring about your offspring? Well, it's certainly not immoral. It's certainly not immoral, right? But it's also just selfish. It's like, it's your offspring. It's just selfish. But that isn't necessarily righteousness. Because like Enoch says that the Watchers like wrote a petition to the Creator and were like, please don't hurt our children. He's like, no. You're going to have to watch them fight each other and kill each other, right? Because this is what you did. You made this a reality. And no, I won't forgive you because you knew what you were doing. You were warned against it. You did it anyway. And now you have a man intercessing on your behalf when actually you're supposed to intercess on behalf of man. And I gave them marriage and offspring so that they long for nothing. You're in a metaphysical, non-corporeal state. You don't need that. So like it was a rebellion of egregious proportions. And what he did, and the way I view it, is he was actually so merciful. He let them run around and take over the whole world. He honestly still allowed them free will, and they were worshipped as gods. And then eventually he had to intervene or man would cease to exist.
Okay, you're talking about the giants or something.
Yeah, well, that was the actual context of the whole thing, right? Like, yeah.
I feel like humans are doing that currently. I feel like the same argument that you gave for the giants can be exactly applied to yourself, exactly. And when you when you using your rational mind saying I'm righteous, right, and a tiger isn't, right? I just feel like that's just very.
Yeah, but he never said that.
I said I'm capable of righteousness.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. Capable of righteousness, right? And so, but that's a man-derived, quality and word, right?
It just gets back into moral objectivity again. Like, is it actually just derived of man?
So where does morality come from? Like, where is even
the Creator?
No, it comes from your thought, your thinking.
No, your interpretation, your acknowledgement of the morals comes from your thought. But that doesn't mean that you made it. This is just like there's a tree there and we called it a tree. But if I didn't come up with the name tree for it, it still existed. Like, just because I've come up with a concept and a way to interpret or identify what's already there, its existence is not dependent. What? The tree doesn't exist until I title it a tree?
The tree exists, but what you call it and how you look at it through thought does not exist except for in your head. And you,
Santiago, do you know anybody that's colorblind? I'm not trying to interrupt.
Let him finish. He's making a good point.
Santiago,
the tree
do you know anybody that's colorblind?
The only thing that doesn't exist is seeing the tree for what it is, right?
Do you know anybody that's colorblind?
Hang on, Max. Stop talking over the top of him.
No, go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, this is getting ridiculous. So, do you know anybody that's colorblind?
I'm not talking about colorblindness, man. I'm talking about...
That's exactly what you're talking about because it's based on perspective.
I'm not. I'm talking about
it's based on perspective. That's what you were just saying.
If you're talking ocular vision, like if you're blind...
Yeah, but you don't know that because you're not that person.
I'm not engaging
wait, Santiago, help us out here. Do you agree that something can objectively exist independent of your ability to notice or acknowledge it?
Of course.
So existence is not dependent upon our acknowledgement. Same thing with objectivity, right? It's like even physics shows us there's a natural order to things. Everything seeks equilibrium. That means that morality would have the same intrinsic order. Now we have gray areas and ability to fully understand it.
Right, it's not dependent on your, and you can never understand it through that method, right?
But you're saying that we can't fully understand it is conceding my point, which is that there's something there to understand that's outside of our ability to understand, which means it exists outside of our subjective recollection.
I think you're stealing my point and saying that it's yours, but go on.
No, that's my point the whole time, is that there's an objective moral standard made by some type of divine intention, some source that's not corporeal, that's not limited to the material confinement.
Right.
It created the standard, And then we're just acknowledging what's there and trying our best to understand it in a limited way. But that moral standard exists whether or not you acknowledge it.
Good. So what's the most important thing to do is to acknowledge your limitation. That's all.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's try to
Yeah,
figure
no,
out.
that's
Try
really
to
the
grow as much
focus.
as you can.
So,
But
I mean, really, like you
Santiago,
might be growing from the wrong place, though, also, because that place would be a limited place, and adding to it just makes a greater limitation.
No.
Well, if you just tap out and you don't keep trying to figure it out, then that's actually immoral, in my opinion. So, right? Like if you just say, "Oh, well, I can
I'm
never
not
fully
tapping
know."
out. I'm not tapping out. I'm saying that I'm taking steps. I'm moving in the right direction.
Well,
Hopefully.
then that's called growing, right?
Yeah. You use any. I'm not semantically like arguing here, but we agree that it's limited what we're saying, right? And that's where I'm trying to defend our perceptions on this type of stuff that we're talking about, because I know I agree also that it's limited. And like
this came from like they stemmed over back into moral objectivity, right? Because we're talking about like where did the actual moral standard come from? That would be the arbiter of determination. It has to be something far beyond our limited ability to try to grasp it.
Yes. So
Why does it have to
hold on.
be
Let me get a word in here. So just to reach a middle ground, but I'm always talking about morality with Santiago. It's always like the objective morality. He seems to not believe in it, and I understand that
morality, man. I'm not. You can go ahead and talk about me. Go ahead.
But yeah, it always ends up going there with you for whatever reason. But just hear me out on this. Like, to reach a middle ground between both of you, we as human beings do have a moral compass, right, to an extent, but we're not capable of ultimately determining what is morally just in all circumstances, because we are living incorruptible flesh, right? And the flesh, according to the scriptures, is likened to an animal. Like, we are fleshly, animalistic. That is our animalistic inclination to sin and to do what is not righteous. So we need something that is beyond us to determine what is ultimately the truth, which is the word of God. Now, I'm not trying to preach here, but I'm just saying, like, I do understand what you're saying, that as humans, we aren't capable to ultimately discern what is right. And that's why we have the word to depend on the word, because the word reproves us. Without the Holy Scripture, people would be left to rely on their own understanding on how to properly love Yah and how to, and they would turn their faith into some vague form of worship. Based on feelings and emotions with no objective truth. And a lot of times, like, even if you do like what you say, like you just completely zone out and you just erase everything, like, Eastern meditation, they tell you, like, just completely, escape your mind, you still won't reach any credible truth.
That's not what I was saying. I was saying, look at the limitation. That's
we're limited.
the difference. No, but you're continuing at the limitation, right? Without sticking with it, right? That's all. And that's what everybody wants to
I
do.
completely disagree that morality is beyond human comprehension. I think it's very comprehensible, but it doesn't need any it takes general revelation, not specific revelation. I think there are self-evident moral truths, for example, even as pertains to God. For example, would anyone disagree that it's unjustified for God to punish with eternal? It doesn't have a matter. Eternal hell is irrelevant here. It's unjustified for God to punish a being who has no free will. Everyone would agree who is sane.
But you must have not heard what I said, though.
No,
because there are things that are obvious, like murder. Universally, murder is wrong, and what you're saying is universally understood to be unjust, right? But I'm not talking about things that are easily discerned. There are things that are gray, that the lines are blurred, and we don't really know if it's morally righteous to do that, right? So, like,
I think you can discern them in the abstract. I think the only problem you have is in the abstract, you can discern what's right or not. It's just in application. We can be specific. Instead of mystifying this, let's demystify it. In application, maybe it's difficult. Maybe when you see a giant, do you know if he's just like I'm not really talking, I'm not going to bring this tiger thing up again. I'm just using it lightly. Tiger is a proxy for a being which is completely deep down sociopathic. It just doesn't even have a moral consciousness. You don't know if those giants have no moral consciousness or not. So that is an epistemological problem for you in the moment when you're making your model determination. Should I kill this or should I not? So like that
but I'm just saying, like, we're getting the information about the giants existing and all of that from the scriptures, and we're trying to justify or not justify the actual claims of the scriptures. So in order to critique the scriptures, we got to take it for what it says, and what it says is that they don't, right? Like, we're receiving that information from the same source that we're critiquing. In order to adequately critique it morally, we can't straw man it. Like, whether or not we want to argue, oh, are they actually conscious or not? Well, that's one thing, but the scriptures specifically say that they're not capable of righteousness and they only thought evil continuously.
Sure. Morally conscious is what I mean, because you can be conscious but not a model agent. For example,
right? That's what I'm saying.
Well, personally, again, just like I've had the reverse process anyway. Just like I not really brought up. I chose to go to church because it was the closest thing to philosophy when I was growing up. I'm 30 years old, so when I was 10 years old, there was no philosophy or anything in school, and so Sunday school had the most philosophy. So I went into church and I became pretty hardcore as a Christian, even though I never believed that the Bible was the full revealed, planned, sanctified word of God or anything. But I was pretty Christian, and I actually had the reverse experience to you, where God's moral prompting told me to abandon Christianity. So I don't know. So like
Well, I had the same experience, by the way. Right, like I did abandon Christianity, and technically speaking, I still do when it comes to the modern terms. Now, well, when I say technically, well, Christianity means to follow Christ. But like all modern Christianity, all the doctrines, all the denominations, all the beliefs, all the religions, I disavow. I haven't found one of those that I agree with. Like, and I don't think we're supposed to turn to men to tell us how to interpret the Creator. I don't think you're supposed to turn to men to tell you how to interpret the scriptures. But I don't throw the scriptures out because of the ineptitude of man to understand them. And I also don't throw them out because of what men have done to bastardize it. And as I tried to historically fact check it the best I can, because history all has an asterisk, like it keeps pointing to the scriptures. Science keeps pointing to the scriptures. If the science says, if the scriptures say this is how someone's made, there's light. Like, wait, what are you talking about? Then science shows there's a spark of light. Like it does this all the time. It makes claims about minerals, different elemental compositions, different crystals. It makes claims about the sky. It makes all these crazy claims. It makes claims about giants. And then all the evidence just continually supports the claims that seem absurd in the scriptures. That's the part that intellectually satisfies me. The historical legitimacy of Yeshua existing, him being crucified, even like the hostile witness of the Jews saying, well, yeah, his tomb was empty, but, and that was intellectually satisfying, so much so that I then like fully let my guard down and pursued it spiritually. And I was not shown to just go back into religion. I was actually shown basically the opposite, which was to kind of expose those claiming to speak on behalf of the Creator in the scriptures that are bastardizing it. So I wouldn't say we're completely different in that regard. I don't like religion. I feel like I was shown that religion sucks and the Creator is actually very angry about it.
Fair enough.
I would agree with that for sure, because all they do is just go to war. Oh, we just got to bicker and argue and debate and war about who the Creator is. It's like, the fuck, man. The whole point
like
of
the Trinity's
recognizing there is a Creator is that there is no war. At that point,
Trinity's
you guys
perfect,
should just get along. Yeah, just get
the Trinity
along.
is a perfect example, right? Like the Trinity is like this popularized idea of Christianity, making a direct claim as to the nature of God. But in reality, the scriptures don't even say that. So it's like, if I were to take what all these quote unquote Christians are saying about it, and I'm like, this doesn't make sense. Wait. Is this polytheism? No, it's monotheism, but there are three things that can all be called a God, but they're the same thing, but they're different things. And one of them created the other, but they're equal in terms of being God. And one saved himself. And all this like contradictory stuff. He cried out to himself. He prayed to himself. All this stuff where I'm like, wait, oh, he's man and God at the same time. He's equally man and equally God. And like, if I were to say, oh, well, the scriptures are just ridiculous, right? I mean, this is intrinsically contradictory. It has no logic. It doesn't make sense. It is polytheism. It claims monotheism. It claims there's a concept that you can't understand. If you don't understand it, you go to hell. You burn forever. Like, if I were to throw out the scriptures because of the way that men have interpreted it, then maybe I would be messing up, right? Because it turns out that's not what it says at all. It doesn't say that. And so that's kind of where I'm at. I'm very open. I'm very malleable as to my understanding of the scripture. I'm constantly updating it. And I think that's kind of how we're supposed to be. I think that's what was shown to me is the true test is being humble enough to just keep on learning and updating.
I just reject any scripture just because they're contingent truths, and for me, any contingent truth has to be validated. It's just going to be my epistemology till I die, and I don't think God would ever punish me for this stance on epistemology.
Well, I don't think that he's going to punish you for wanting evidence. I think he literally says, "Hold steadfast and prove all things to be true." I would just say, don't take an epistemological overarching idea to justify lack of pursuit, if that makes sense, right? And I think that's what people do a lot. That's what I did when I was younger. I came with an idea of God in my mind, and I'm like, okay, well, decision over, journey over. I figured it out. I've come up with a satisfactory definition of God in my mind, so there's nothing else to look at. And that's where you come across like really vague hand wave dismissals like, oh, well, it's just a book. You just believe in a book or blah, 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 right? Where in reality, it's about continuing to look because this is such a deep, profound subject as in why are we here and who put us here and what's the purpose? You're never going to get like the 100% full, complete answer while you're here. It's about like, you're still supposed to try to go find that answer though, I think, right? So.
Well, I actually even disagree with that at this point. I used to say that myself. I think you could find pretty much at a very basic level, fundamental level, all the answers. I don't think it's as mystical as people make it out to be. Even because we just think a giant or something like that is that mystical. I don't even think that's that mystical. Just another creature. So I think you could figure out the bare bones. I mean, at this point, I'm very partial to reincarnation, even though it's a meme because I'm Indian, but I think it makes the most sense. It's the most egalitarian moral system, I think.
Everyone of you guys seen. I'm sorry.
I don't
personally. Can I make a comment about the Trinity just for a quick second? I'll admit I'm a Trinitarian. Actually, I've been doing. That's fine. I was one of the things I researched this recently, and I did this throughout the scripture. I don't have it right in front of me, but I have it documented. This idea of one and plurality is actually within the scripture. And it actually says in the very beginning in chapter 1, not from the God necessarily, but it gives you the idea. It says, let us make man, singular man, in our image. Male and female, he created them. So there is one definition of man in a plurality, in the duality, so to speak. And actually, you can see that throughout the scripture. There's like one nation, what makes up a nation? A bunch of people. So now, the next question I would ask, if there's a contradiction, as you say, in the Trinity, you first have to define what God is, and then define what a person is, and see if there's a contradiction in those definitions.
Yeah, how can something be equally God and person at the same time?
Okay, is God beyond our understanding?
Could I?
Yes, but that's my whole point.
Okay, now wait. Hold on. So you agreed. So there could be an aspect of God that does not match us or our definition. So there could be a component to God that we don't understand. So to say, how do you understand the Trinity? I'll say, I don't know. But I do see it.
They claim if you don't believe it, that you're going to hell. So like,
I don't claim that.
I know, but I'm saying a lot do. That was my contention. Like, we can agree to disagree on it, but like when I re-examined, he said our image because Yeshua was the first thing made, the first begotten son. The only one. He made Yeshua first before anything else.
Well, that term begotten, yeah. Well, hold on a second. That term begotten, though, doesn't have the idea of like I begot my children. It has a different connotation in that, like God is the eternal Father. Well, in a sense, Jesus is the eternal Son, because God cannot be an eternal Father unless he has an offspring. And there is a connection between the two of those. And it's not that God as Jesus as human was born 2,000 years ago. But in the idea of his divinity, he's always existed. And another thing is God's word and his nature of God, the Yahweh and God the Father and his word are interconnected. And Jesus is called the Word of God. So in a sense, Jesus is the Word made flesh, the eternal existence of God's Word that's been made flesh.
Could I
so
give
there
an
is
answer?
that connection as well. Go ahead.
How are you? Good.
Yeah, I just want to kind of give a quick answer to him. When we look at, the Trinity, or we're going to support or we're going to deny Trinity doctrine or teaching, you have to understand what the Trinity started out as. What is its origin? What does the Trinity state? It states that the Father and the Son are co-equal in power and knowledge in every way. And if that be the case, then why do multiple verses say the exact opposite? No matter if he's on earth or in heaven, it doesn't matter where he is. There is none of this co-equality and power and knowledge and all these things. Authority was given to him and all these things. I wanted to go just really quick. I wanted to say something earlier. It seemed like everyone was in agreement that we're all born with a moral compass, and I agree with that. I think the word renew or renewing of your mind is very important. The word mind is very important when we're discussing these topics, and where your thoughts come from and what the mind is, and what right is, what goodness is, what all these things which I brought up earlier. This is a very important subject, but just on the Trinity itself, man, the claim of the Trinity, the origin of it, is teaching that they are co-equal in power and knowledge. The scripture goes contrary to that almost in every book, almost every letter, every book, every prophet. Another thing is these features or form or likeness that you see, he was in the form, or he had the features of his Father. Now, whether he be on earth or whether he be in heaven, you could consider that. But never was he equal to the Father as a Trinity.
Yeah, it specifically says the opposite. It says that he got all of his authority from the Father. He does nothing without the Father's blessing, that he only acts on behalf of the Father, that literally the Father gave him his authority, which shows like actual that he's inferior, right? That there's a hierarchy. He was given authority. Okay, like that's why he's the right hand man. It's like the right hand of a king goes and acts on his behalf, but he isn't the king. And that's why the Father is the one that he constantly points to. And you go through the Messiah to get salvation from the Father. The Messiah does not give you salvation. He's the mediator to the Father. And so these are things that just don't make sense. I'm not saying that the Creator is obliged to fit within my understanding, but I'm saying that you really don't have a logical argument to say, well, I know it sounds contradictory, but it's just beyond our comprehension. And then your argument is built upon the scriptures that say the opposite. Like it actually says that he got the authority from the Father, and he has no authority without him, and he does nothing except for on his behalf. So to me, that seems point blank. And it says, no man knows the final day nor the hour, not even the angels nor the Son, but only the Father, which now shows that there's actually a knowledge superiority with the Father. Well, God knows all things, so Jesus can't be God if he doesn't know what the Father knows. And that's just kind of how
let me get in here real quick. So I'm in the middle between both of you, and I understand the Trinity is very controversial, and I'm not a Trinitarian, but I do believe that the Father is higher than the Son. Clearly, he says it himself multiple times. He gives allegiance to the Father. And, the Trinitarian doctrine teaches that they're co-equal and that basically the Son is the Father incarnate. And I vehemently disagree with that. But the thing is with the Godhead, it's a mystical subject. It takes a lot of studying and praying and really looking at the scriptures and all the prophets. Even Enoch. Enoch describes him side by side. He sees the Son of Man, the righteous one, the merciful one. Enoch describes him as the concealed one who was preserved in secret since the beginning and only revealed to the elect. But with that said, like what qualifies somebody as God, right? And this is what I say about Messiah. Messiah, according to the scriptures, is co-creator. And a lot of people, forget that in order to be a God, one of the main attributes is creative power, which nobody in existence has besides the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. According to both Proverbs, Enoch, and other scriptures, Colossians, Hebrews, John 1, it teaches us that Messiah is co-creator. Plain and simple.
Yeah, but that explains the our image, right? Like he made the Son, and then they co-created everything.
Yeah. So it was creation was a cooperative effort between the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And you can see this even in Genesis. You can see it within the Hebrew, the ancient paleographic Hebrew, pictographic Hebrew, whatever you want to call it. And when you break it down, the Hebrew, even the word Elohim, in its original form, it was only preserved for the Father, His Son, and the Holy Spirit. Before
that's where the Trinity come from. That's
where
the Trinity came from.
Yeah. But some people accuse me of being a Trinitarian because I exalt Messiah to higher than just a prophet or a messenger or
Oh, he is higher.
Priest.
He's just second to the Father, right? I mean, he's distinctly important.
Yeah, he's distinctly unique, even according to the scriptures. He's the only one of his kind, monogenes in the Greek.
Yeah.
So, like every animal, every creature was created after his own kind from the get. They didn't evolve slowly to become their own. No, they were from the start created according to their own kind, according to their own genetic material, right? And Messiah is described to be one of a kind, the only begotten Son of the Father. And actually within his essence has the same essence as the Father. And therefore, is basically everything identical to the Father, except that he's subordinate. By his nature, he's subordinate. And there's things that he just doesn't know that the Father knows. But beyond that, he's co-creator. He created everything that exists. He can forgive sin. He can judge. All judgment, was delegated to the Son. And there's so much more about the Son that, in the Jewish community, they kind of, even in the Hebrew roots community, they kind of forget who the Son truly is. And they promote this anti-Trinitarian doctrine, but I think they counter-correct a little bit too much. And they forget who Messiah is, because they say that praying to Messiah is like idolatry, which is kind of insane. And that's gaining movement right now in the Hebrew community. And I vehemently disagree with that too. I think there's nothing wrong with praying to Messiah. Praying essentially is having a relationship.
I pray to the Father through his name, but sure, I mean, teacher, I'm like, but this is the thing though. It specifically says that they're equal. And what actually happens is they remove the Father, right? And they just say Jesus is God, and that's how you get saved. It doesn't say that. It says we're saved through the Messiah by the Father. So it is an important distinction because it removes
pivotal.
the Father.
It's extremely important to see that.
I mean, it specifically removes the Father's like hierarchical importance, right? Like that he is the only one capable of truly saving you. You are saved through the Messiah by the Father. And this is a pretty big distinction. In addition, like if one of the primary qualities of a creator is all-knowing, and then there's something that the Son doesn't know that the Father knows, well, they're not co-equal. And I mean, I'm just saying this is just one of the things that like I used to believe, but I had to wake up to, and I'm, to each their own.
He's just the mediator for God.
Correct.
He's just the freaking
it's
speaker,
not to undermine the Messiah, though.
Yeah,
right? Like
exactly. He just comes down to say, "Hey, you know what? This is how it is. If you want to trust me, cool. If you don't, all right. It doesn't matter because I'm the freaking Son of God, dude. I'm gonna go back to my home. I'm gonna go back up there, and my father's gonna be like, all right, good job, dude. Right on.
Yep.
If they
it can
deny
actually
your
be
ask,
argued.
they hate you for doing it. Okay, whatever. But you did your job.
It can actually be argued that that the Trinity undermines the Messiah, because what it says is that Jesus is God.
I know they do that all the fucking time. Sorry.
So when he came here and he suffered and he was able to sin just like men, and he overcame all the temptation, they undermine it by saying, well, he was God, so he couldn't have sinned. No, he could have sinned, and he didn't. He was a man. He was in the form of a man. He humbled himself as a servant and came here as a man and overcame temptation. And it specifically says that Yah cannot be tempted by evil. And then it says Yeshua specifically was tempted by evil.
Well, that's but hold on. So the thing is that unlike everything else in existence, right? Even the angels can be tempted and can rebel. Clearly, they rebelled in the past. Messiah, because he has the same essence as his Father, was not capable of sin in his natural form. In his glorified body, he's not capable of sin. Reason why he had to come down and empty himself of who he was, of his rank, of his status, of being Melchizedek, both king and priest, to then actually be tempted. Because in his natural form, he cannot be tempted, and he's incapable of sin, just like his father.
Well,
He
there you
doesn't
go.
even
Though.
have that
That means that
inclination
when
in
he
him.
was,
Yeah.
that means when he was here, though, he wasn't equally man and God. He specifically was a
No.
man, right?
But he,
Like that's the point.
But the thing, Elohim consists of both the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Like Elohim is plural in its application. It ends in a mem sophit, which in the Hebrew consistently means it's plural. And now Jews have tried to rationalize that for ages, because the Hebrew does distinguish between Elohai, Eloah, El, and Elohim. Elohim is the only plural application of the word God.
And the interesting thing is,
I think Colossians clears all that up in Colossians 14, where it says, in whom we have redemption through his blood and even the forgiveness of sins, who is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of every creature. For all things were created in him and through him, and heaven and earth. And
So if the Creator made him, how could he be God? That's what I'm saying, right? Like
he didn't make
then you
him.
get into what does the word God mean? What is it? Well, he was a part of him. He begot him. That means to come forth from.
He was begotten. He was brought forth. But unlike Michael and Raphael and Adam and Hua, he was not created. He was literally begotten, like a birth. Like somehow Messiah was born in the beginning. It doesn't. Never in one. You won't find one verse saying he was created.
there is a verse that says he's created. I would have to find it, but it says that he was created before all of creation.
Let me try
find that verse, because I have not seen one verse that says he was created like Adam was created from the dust of the ground or from the elements. He was actually brought forth from everlasting. It was like the Father split himself.
Where did the elements and where did the dust come from? That was the freaking creator, right?
Well, hear me out. So there's fractal patterns in all of creation. So hold on. Eve was brought forth out of Adam, and that same concept holds true with the mystical events that occurred in the beginning with the Son and the Father and the Holy Spirit. Somehow the Son came forth from the Father in a way that no other thing in existence came out like that. He's the only one. That's why he retains the same. That's why he is Elohim, because Elohim is more than just the Father. Elohim is literally the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. It literally, that's what the Hebrew shows. You can't separate them. They're echad. They're united. They're in one accord. Not that the Son is the Father incarnate, which is what the Catholics preach, which is erroneous. But there is substantial scriptures supporting a Godhead that is more than just the Father. Though the Father has no causality and no beginning, the Son does have a beginning, but it wasn't a beginning like Adam was created. It was very different, not to be conflated.
That's kind of red herring, because
it doesn't even make
he
any
was
sense,
created.
man.
He was brought forth
So, like,
in a different
you're
manner.
telling me that the guy Adam popped out of some shit that some ignorant, unknowing essence or the actual creator it was an accident, right?
No.
That's what you're trying to say.
Adam
You're
was
trying
brought
to say it was
forth,
an
but not in the
accident.
same way that his
It was like a
Messiah was.
sideshow. You're trying to say it was like a sideshow, and Adam didn't come from anything, right? Like there wasn't something here before Adam existed.
No, there was.
Because that's
man
what
was
the
created on the
creator
sixth
would
day.
be.
Man was created on the
Right.
sixth day according to the scriptures, and he was made from the dust
Well,
of the
it doesn't
ground.
matter, because if you're going to deny the single originator, the origin of all this stuff we're talking about, right? I think
What
it's
do you
just
mean?
amazing how people want to
Ask me.
argue and bicker about how there's all these different forms of whatever, when it all comes down to the same single point of creation.
Well, it's the same way the
Doesn't
Holy
matter
Spirit.
what labels you come up with it, dude.
With the Holy
Just break
Spirit.
it down to the single. Adam came from something. Are you trying to say that Adam produced all this shit? Even though all of our accounts and everything were like, oh, no, there's something here before these accounts, right? That's what the creator is. So if you're gonna try to tell me that
Well,
there's
no, bro,
these
because the Holy
different
Spirit.
accounts of what the creator is, that's just Babylonian construct. Divide. I don't even give them that other word. They just want to cause interference and chaos and disease and confusion when they know there is a single point of creation. And then it comes down to usury.
The Father is a source of all living things today, of all
Well,
things,
whatever.
right?
You know, it's hard to
Including the
use
Holy
father
Spirit.
nowadays because people think that's a gender thing and you're a freaking male chauvinist pig or whatever. But I prefer to use terms that can't be picked apart and gone to war about your interpretations. So if you have a single creator of everything, it doesn't matter what gender or whatever, all bullshit. It all falls apart. If you can honor the fact that there was something here before you were, then you would also honor that there's a creator. Or you're going to debate and go to war and keep going into this
Dude, we're not
disease
going to
and
war, bro.
suffering. Wait, about what a big bang and the math and how we can interpret all this shit. Well, it'd be way more efficient if people just honored the fact that this shit was here before any of us, any of our methods and abilities to measure whatever it is. If everybody could just agree on that,
but that's not in contention.
well, then you would have the monotheistic idea of what the supreme creator of everything is all about, to settle this war, so we can all just experience the gift of this experience in the material realm, right? Why is it so hard for people to do that? That's the real question people should be asking. I mean, we all know this stuff was here before we were. And we got to come up with, it's aliens that we can't even confirm that exist. Right? Like, when can we actually agree that this was here before we were?
That's not in contention.
Well, I just told you that.
Well, yes, it is, because everybody keeps putting a label on it. Oh, you're an Anunnaki. Oh, you're from Mars. All this bullshit.
Well, that's not what we're arguing. Are we arguing that?
Are we
arguing that?
Before?
Are we arguing that?
No, dude. I'm just chilling.
Wait, stop ranting, bro. Stop ranting.
I haven't
just
said
going
a
on your
word
monologue.
for like 3
You're
hours.
monologuing.
He doesn't like it. He doesn't like this topic.
I get that. I get that.
Stop monologuing. Stop monologuing.
And I think it's
killer. Have a conversation.
It's a killer discussion.
Have a conversation.
But when people get mad is when you can't agree on the fact that all this stuff that we're debating or.
Dude, nobody.
I asked you to have a conversation. Don't start monologuing.
Can I say something really quick? I wanted to say like 5 minutes ago.
Don't monologue as well, because you monologue as well too, please.
Okay, have a good night.
Thank you. Please have a conversation. Everybody was here having a conversation, asking questions, and speaking about what they believe and whatnot. So please, if you're going to have a conversation, have a conversation. Don't just start talking and rambling forever.
You won't let me fucking speak.
You spoke for
you muted
3 minutes.
Me. So when we're having a conversation and then you mute me and then you say, "Hey, dude, can't we just have a conversation?" That's
you were talking over me, bro.
That's counterintuitive, dude. No, I waited for silence. I had the floor, and then you interrupted me, and then you started redirecting this negativity,
bro.
Dude.
I was modding. Cool. You kept talking.
Alrighty, well, that was some Karen-ass bullshit. You guys want to start a topic or what?
We had a topic, but he's just completely deviated the whole thing.
I don't know. I didn't hear that. I heard him talking, and then you say that he shouldn't talk. That's what I heard.
No, all I told him was not to monologue.
Okay. Well, let's try to just
Can we go
rail,
back to the topic?
rail
What
the
were you
train
saying?
back.
What were you saying? Who was it?
Please, yeah, let me just finish my train of thought. And I know a lot of people don't like this topic, but some of us in here love this topic. You know, that's why I'm speaking, because this is my area of specialty in North 2 and what's it? You know, we like this stuff, man. If you guys don't like it, I'm sorry, but I love this topic, and I just want to express myself real quick, and I'll keep it short.
Let's have a conversation, a monologue.
My point is that the Father and the Son are different. The Trinity says that the Son is the Father incarnate. The reason they get that idea is because the scriptures are ambiguous. Because in the Old Testament, in the Tanakh, you'll actually see Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh supping, eating with Abraham. You'll see Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh speaking to Moshe face to face. You'll see Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh walking in the midst of the garden. You'll see Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh doing things that the Father is not supposed to be doing. According to the scriptures themselves, no man has seen the Father and lived. Messiah himself says, no man has seen the Father. That seems like there's a dichotomy here, because we have many instances where the Father is literally eating with Abraham in his house. And he even tells Sarah, you're going to get pregnant. And Sarah laughs in his face. And then you look at the Hebrew, it literally says Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh. It doesn't say the word of Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh. It doesn't say the angel of Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh. It says Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh himself. Right? And this is where people think that the Messiah is the Father incarnate. They get this idea. But you have to understand that the Messiah, he was concealed. Who he was in all of the Tanakh was a mystery. And only very few of the prophets understood this. And Solomon was one of the prophets that actually, the only verse that I can find besides Ezra that describes the Godhead. Because he actually mentions.
You got to have a conversation, man. This is not you're make a point, then pass it on to somebody else to speak. You can't just keep making points and keep spending your time, man. Please.
Thing is, this stuff is elaborate, and I have to unpack it, and I can't unpack it in 2 seconds. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you have to, man. We have other people that want to get into conversation.
All right, so right here. So I'm gonna end it right here. So what I'm saying is that the Son was concealed, and he came in the name of the Father. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Father. But they're different, and that's it.
Yeah, the Bible says he's the image of the invisible God, and that he was the firstborn of all creation. In other words, he was created, firstborn of all creation, right? Because that means, and then he says, because by means of him all things were created in the heavens and of the earth, the things that are visible and invisible, whether they are thrones, lordship, governments, or authorities, all other things have been created through him and for him.
Amen.
And
But
is
bro, listen,
Yeshua wisdom?
He was the firstborn, right?
Of
Adam wasn't born.
Listen, of all creation.
Was Adam born? Yes or no?
He was also born by the Creator. He was created.
He was created. Okay.
As in other words, he was. Listen to that. He was the firstborn of all creation. What does that mean?
He was the firstborn of all creation, literally. But I'm asking you.
So he was created.
Was Adam born?
How was he born?
Adam wasn't born.
Adam was born from the dust of the earth.
Adam was created from the dust of the earth. Adam had sons, and his sons were born. So out of Adam's sons, right? Abel was the first one born. Of all men, Abel was actually the first one born, or Abel. But Adam wasn't born. He was created from the dust of the earth. He was a full-grown human being from the get.
It's perfectly fine to say that both Adam and Jesus had miraculous, births.
And there's another twist to that too, because Messiah was the first one born of all creation. You can also talk about the resurrection, how he was born unto everlasting life from death. He was the first one to be born, right?
So is
be resurrected to everlasting life.
I'm just saying Jesus, but Yeshua, he's considered as wisdom in the Bible, yeah?
No. The
wisdom of Christ?
No. Nope.
No.
No, he actually can send wisdom to you, right? He can send wisdom to you, but in the scriptures, the wisdom of Yah, the Ruach Hakma, is distinguished between the Son and the Father. The wisdom Hakma is a whole separate breath from the Son.
It says here, Jesus called himself the wisdom of God in Luke 11:49, in 1 Corinthians, in Colossians 2. So Jesus refers to himself as the wisdom of God.
Can you post those? Because
yeah, and
I
then
had to look
in
at the.
Proverbs it says, I, wisdom, was with the Lord when he began his work, long before anything else was made. I was created in the very beginning, even before the world began. I was born before there were oceans or springs overflowing with water. Before the hills were there, before the mountains were put in place. God had not made the earth or the fields, not even the first dust of the earth. I was there when God put skies in place, when he stretched the horizon over the oceans. And it goes on.
It's Proverbs.
Yeah, that's Proverbs 8:22-31. And then in, I think it's Luke 11:49, Jesus called himself the wisdom of God.
Hold on. The reason I find problem with this is because I've studied the scriptures, bro, and wisdom consistently, both David, First Baruch, Enoch, Sirach, Ecclesiastes, Solomon, they all refer to wisdom with feminine pronouns. And even Solomon goes as far to call wisdom the mother. And I don't believe that Jesus would be considered a mother or a female, or to conflate wisdom with Jesus after so many verses describing wisdom with feminine attributes and feminine pronouns is almost blasphemous.
It was written in Greek, right? So they probably said Sophia instead of saying wisdom.
That's what, to say that Jesus is wisdom, to me, is very problematic, because basically it would show that the prophets were loose.
Well, where did all the wisdom come from? So when God appeared to these prophets in person and spoke to them, that was not God appearing to the prophets and speaking in person. That was Jesus that was appearing. No man has seen the invisible God.
Right.
So their wisdom comes still from Christ.
Yeah. Wisdom can proceed from both the Father and the Son. The breath, which is the breath of Yah, is separate too from Jesus. And same thing with the Word. A lot of times people conflate the Word and they think that the Word is always when the Father speaks. But when the Father speaks, and Jesus is standing right there, is Jesus speaking from heaven? Of course not. That'd be likened to the Trinitarian doctrine. The Father has his own word, has his own voice. And a lot of the Christians don't understand that, because they think that Jesus is the Father, right? But the Father has his own voice separate, and consciousness separate from Jesus. They both have their own distinguishable voices.
The problem with Jesus being God is exactly what you just answered. The church teaches that they're three separate persons, Father, Son, Spirit. However, although they're three separate persons, they're one person, and that's the mystery that we can't understand. Well, that's sort of ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't believe that. There's just the Father and the Son. There's two deities, the Father and the Son, that are separate. And then amongst them both, there's this mysterious breath that can proceed from both the Father and the Son. It's the spirit of wisdom, the spirit of Hakma in the Greek. I mean, in the Hebrew. I'm still trying to understand it all, and I might never understand it. But I can tell you for sure that the Son is distinguished from the Holy Spirit.
Well, when Jesus went up, he said, I'm gonna send the Counselor, which is the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
Down to you. So I mean, there are separate entities, but everybody does one will, which is the Most High's will, the invisible
That's
God.
right. Three entities with one will.
Right. Well, I mean, pretty much everybody
one
does
spirit.
His will on heaven, right?
It's God's spirit.
That's what the prayer says. For the prayer, that will, because everybody in heaven does God's will. So so everybody does his will, even the angels. So, but they're all separate entities.
So in Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7, Solomon speaks about wisdom. This whole book's about wisdom, and he constantly describes her and she and over and over and over, and even says mother. Now I'm going to read it real quick just for the sake of the conversation. I preferred her before scepters and thrones, and esteemed riches nothing in comparison of her. Neither compared I unto her any precious stone, because all gold in respect of her is as little sand, and silver shall be counted as clay before her. I loved her above health and beauty, and chose to have her instead of light. This is where it gets real trippy. For the light that comes from her, and Messiah is that light that came from her, and there was a mystical origin to Messiah. It was a Father and Holy Spirit union that brought forth the Son, the only begotten Son. And here you get a little bit of a mystery revealed. For the light that comes from her never goes out. Once Messiah was brought forth, right, from everlasting, he's eternal. And that light will never go out. But he did have a beginning. All good things together came to me with her, and innumerable riches in her hands, and I rejoice in them all, because wisdom goes before them, and I knew not that she was the mother of them. I learned diligently and do communicate her liberally, and I do not hide her riches. How can that be Messiah, bro? That's gender fluid. Is Messiah gender fluid? Is wisdom gender fluid now? Or androgynous? Absolutely not. Sirach chapter 4, verse 17 says, for at first she will walk with him by crooked ways and bring fear and dread upon him and torment him with her discipline until she may trust his soul and try him by her Torah. It literally says her Torah. And we know that Messiah is the Torah made flesh. And Sirach, a whole nother prophet. Now we have Solomon, Sirach as a second witness, using feminine pronouns to describe the Ruach Hakma, or the spirit of wisdom. And even goes as far to say that the Torah is her Torah. So Messiah is her son. Now, again, I'm not pushing any doctrine here. This is something that I've looked into the scriptures and I'm trying to understand. And I'm by myself on here, bro, because this is very uncomfortable for many people that are Christians or even Hebrews for that matter, because this is something that nobody talks about, bro.
All right.
Hey,
so
man, welcome to the party.
So check this out. Hebrew 1, verse 4. Want to read that?
I just want to point out when the Bible says that Christ is the wisdom of God, that proves he's God. Only God can be the wisdom of God. So the wisdom of God and the spirit of wisdom are two separate contexts. It's real simple.
It would have to be. God calls him God.
Exactly. So I guess Jesus is God. If God calls Jesus God, I think we can all agree now. Okay, settled. Thanks.
Jesus is God.
I think he's a God, but not the God.
Yeah. I mean,
exactly. That's the point.
He's not
He's
the
God.
most high.
Exactly.
He's not the most high, but he is God.
Well, the Bible says he is. His name above all names.
Jesus
name
is
above
not
all
the most
names.
high.
The name above all names is what the Bible says. He's the ruler and owner and creator of heaven.
So God is sitting next
owner
to God.
of heaven. Yeah, you can't
Imagine how
understand
you
God.
say
That was your first mistake. Yeah, you can't understand God.
Listen to this.
You can't
Colossians
understand
1.
God. There's only one God.
Colossians 1:15. He is the
Yes,
image
he's the
of
icon.
the invisible God,
Image.
the
That's
firstborn of our creation.
Bingo.
Was God born?
Yes. Yeah, that means he was
The
born in
Most
the
High?
flesh. I almost answered.
Hold
I
on.
almost
Stop.
answered.
Stop.
You're not going to let
Stop.
me
Stop.
answer. Just
Listen,
keep
you gotta
talking.
let me
Run
finish
away.
my
You've been doing
sentence.
this for 3 years, bro. Keep running.
God, you
3
gotta
years
let
of
me
you,
finish.
Elbow. 3 years of you just
Dude.
talking through everybody.
You're gonna let me finish my sentence.
I thought you did.
No. I was still okay. As scripture always says, God was already here. Was he not?
Firstborn, because he was born in the flesh. Yes, only God can be born in the flesh from his divinity to die for our sins. He is the firstborn of all creation.
So God is gonna call himself God.
Yes.
So
he can do things we
he
can't.
made himself higher than any angel.
It says all things were made by him and for Jesus. By him and for him. Yes. Yes, he made it all. Yes.
Colossians
Everything.
does say that. Everything the Father
Everything.
made basically through the Son, everything for his Son. Like it's for him. Everything is for him. That's how much the Father loves his own Son. He even delegated all judgment to the Son. He delegated all creation to his Son.
Yeah. So who
Even worship.
made...
Even worship. This is where the Hebrews get
That's
it
right. We
twisted.
worship
They
Jesus.
think that
That's right.
they think that we shouldn't worship Jesus because
No.
it's likened to
That's right. We
idolatry.
worship him. The Bible
And then
says to
we
worship
can't
him.
even have a spiritual relationship with him without it being considered idolatry.
Even Jesus says, pray to the Father in my name.
Yeah, he gave us one example of Matthew, right?
Example.
He gave us one example because he was so humble. He didn't want to draw attention to himself by saying, "Oh, worship me." That's not in his character to do that.
So
but it's clearly all over the scriptures.
Jeez, are you serious?
All the apostles
That's
worship
what the Bible says. Yeah, he's right. That's what the
They
Bible
kissed
says.
his feet. They listen. The wise
Hold
men
on.
worshipped him as a baby. They bowed down to him as a baby and
Okay.
worshipped him.
Okay, so when Jesus,
That's right, Baruch Hashem.
so when Jesus was being baptized, God spoke to himself saying, "This is my son who I have."
Bro, no.
What are you
You're
saying?
saying God can't do that. You're saying God can't do that, El Rico. You see, that's
No,
what
what you're saying is God has mental problems.
You're
That's what
it's
you're saying.
polytheist. No,
I
you
don't know
have
what
mental
this guy
problems.
thinks.
You're practicing
this is what
polytheism.
this is what the scripture says.
No, you think you
And
know
this is-
God. You
oh
think
my
you know God. That's
This
what you
is
know,
I'm saying.
bro.
I
I'm
can't have
telling
a
you, the
conversation
Book of
with you.
Jubilees. Yeah, we can't. Never mind. Have a good one.
Nah, bro,
Yeah,
they're
bye.
different though. It's
That's what his whole thing. He Exo think that Jesus is the Almighty.
nah.
Yeah, we all understand who he is. Hey, Lion. I don't know.
So, anyways, but I wanted to go back. My bad, dude. Because I
Dude,
wanted
the
to go
Exo
back
runs from himself. Like he'll start some shit and then be like, "Okay, bye." Like what the fuck?
Yeah,
Well,
so
anyways,
what I wanted to point out,
hold on
to
real quick,
him,
man.
Bobby, bro,
You
because
kind
it
of
was
cut
still
in,
on
and
a
I just
point,
got
man.
something real quick to say.
Real quick, hopefully it doesn't change the subject.
Yeah. Lion, I tagged you in a post, and it's long, so obviously you don't need to read it right now. But when you get a chance, I'll be here if you want to speak up about it.
Sure.
All right, Lion. So in Hebrew 1:4, it says he pretty much being made so much better than the angels, as he had by inheritance obtained a more excellent name than they. So was he born or made?
No, Messiah was born.
But this is God. This is talking about Messiah. He was being made so much better than the angels, as he had by inheritance obtained a more excellent name than they. For unto which of the angels said he at any time, "Thou art my son. This is the day I have begotten thee." And again, I will be to him a father, and he shall be to me a son. In other words, he made the son. He made Jesus call him that he was going to be his son. In other words, that's why he became his firstborn, because he made him first, right? And he was his image. So he being made, he wasn't saying being born right there. It doesn't say being born, it says being made. So much better than the angels.
Well, it's kind of semantic
Can I-
because if he was made through a spiritual union between the Father and the Holy Spirit, it's not the same way, bro, that Adam was made. It's
Nobody's
very
saying that
different.
though.
Because the way I look at the Son, it was like the Father literally split himself like a zygote, like just like when like conception where you got an embryo that splits, right? That's exactly what we see in the beginning with the Father. The Father split himself, bro, and from himself brought forth his only begotten Son. That's why he's considered the only begotten Son. Even though there's many creatures, like even the angels are considered children of God, they're not actually of his same likeness, like in the same essence that the Father has, bro. Like that's why that's his literal only begotten Son, capable of creation, capable of forgiving sins, capable of ministering to all mankind, where no angel can do that, bro.
Can I say something real quick? Mic check.
Bro. Yeah, bro, you good?
I think that there needs to be something said about the distinction that we're making between being born and being made. If I'm a king and I take someone in my court who is, let's say, a lower rank, and then I make him a higher rank, I'm not changing that person's ontology or that person's essence. I'm simply putting him in another class that's higher than the other ones. So the quote that comes from Hebrews is a quote from the Psalms. And the original meaning of the psalm had to do with the king of Israel. And it became a coronation song, so that whenever there was a new king, they would quote this psalm. Why? Because in the king's coronation, God was making the king his son. He was putting him in a position. And so then we have to understand that there is a theology of kingship, that David is a type of what Christ would be the fulfillment of. So then Christ is the fulfillment of that. And in theology, when Christ is baptized, that's when people say theologically that Christ is anointed in, or he's made to be a higher rank at that time. That's what part of his baptism signified.
In Enoch 62, verse 12 to 13, it says, all the kings, the princes, the exalted, and those who rule over all the earth shall fall down on their faces before him and shall worship him. They shall fix their hopes on this Son of Man, shall pray to him and petition him for mercy. Now, this is according to the scriptures, the first scribe, the seventh generation from Adam, a righteous scribe, and he was already prophesying before the flood regarding who Jesus is and what would happen in the end times, that people will pray to him and petition him for mercy. And yet you have groups of people today saying that praying to him and not directly to the Father is considered idolatry. And then, I mean, there's nothing wrong with praying to the Father directly, but to say that you have to pray to the Father every single time directly only in the Son's name, there's no scripture that actually says that. They use Messiah's model prayer as like justification for only praying to the Father. But you have to understand that you can have a direct relationship with the Son. You can have to pray means to just have a relationship, to talk to him. And they're saying that you can't have a conversation with the Son without it be considered some sort of idolatry or sin. That's a big problem theologically for me. If you're in a car accident and you're bleeding out and you just, you gather the strength to say, Jesus, help me. Is that considered idolatry? If I'm being attacked at night by a demon, I'm having a spiritual attack, a night terror, right? Sleep paralysis. If I reach out and call out the name of Jesus, am I committing idolatry? If I'm walking or taking a jog around the park and as I'm jogging, I'm having a conversation with Jesus, right? And I'm just talking to him. Am I committing idolatry? Because that's what people are saying today. And it's coming directly from the Hebrew movement. And listen, I'm a Hebrew by heart. I believe I'm an Israelite. But at the same time, I can see the flaws in both Christianity, the church, churchianity, Christendom. But I also see the flaws in the Hebrew roots movement. And I'm just trying to spread truth here. That's all I'm trying to do.
I think if we consider a king's relationship with his people, let's say the king says, okay, I'm going to open up my court today and people can come before me and petition me. They can pray to me. They can approach me and say, oh, king, I have this problem. Will you help me with this problem? They're just simply going to their authority figure and presenting their need before him. They are just simply presenting their case. Right? I think that's pretty simple to understand. I don't think that poses any problems for us. No, yes, no, maybe.
No, yeah, I agree, bro. I was just waiting for other people to talk.
Okay.
But like, you know, in Genesis, we have the name Adam, and all the way through the scriptures to Noah, right? And most of you guys already know this, but for those that don't, when you actually read the names and their meanings, it reads out like this: from Adam to Noah, man appointed mortal sorrow, the blessed God shall come down, teaching his death shall bring the despairing rest or comfort. That's literally what their names mean. So the idea that God would come down in the flesh is encrypted into the names of the patriarchs from Adam to Noah.
Okay, can you flesh that out a little bit more? What do you mean? How do you get the incarnation in that scenario?
So the name Adam literally means man.
Yep. Okay, I'm good with that. Yep.
The name Seth literally means appointed. Enosh, mortal. Kenan, sorrow. Mahalael, the blessed El. Jared shall come down. Enoch, teaching. Like, this is what the names of the prophets literally translate in the Hebrew. This is what their names mean. And it reads a sentence.
That. That's good. That's a good point. Yep. Yep. Okay. I'm good with that. Yep.
You get a lot of the story when it's decoded like that.
Which goes into the difficulty when we try to translate into English and we don't translate the meaning of the word. We just transliterate its phonetic sounds. Adam, Enoch, Enosh. All of those English renderings of the Hebrew word doesn't tell us what the word actually means. And so then we don't really think about interpreting it in a literary fashion where they want us to make that connection because of what the meaning of the word is. I think that's a great point. That's a strong point.
I posted it in the chat.
I think I remember seeing that from Chuck Missler.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I forgot who was credited to have discovered that, but it's pretty amazing. And like that's what I'm saying. Like the Hebrew, once you start studying out the Hebrew, even if you try to corrupt the text, right? It's encrypted within it. So the Jews would have to literally take out the patriarchs to try to discount Messiah as Elohim in any fashion, right? If you believe Elohim is just mighty one, because some people will still rationalize that, and they'll say, "Oh, well, it just means mighty one or judge."
Why don't you
Travis.
stop that mic and
Yeah, Travis, your mic was doing a real loud background sound. I just muted you for a second. I'll unmute you, but see if you can. Yeah, something was going on. Yeah, you're good now.
Are we done with this? I don't want to take too much time talking about this. You guys want to move on?
Well, feel free to read over the post I tagged you in, man.
Sure.
If you want to respond, feel free. Or not.
No, yeah. You want to just ask me?
Ask you what?
I don't know. You tell me.
My question is to ask you is what do you think about what I posted?
All right, so let me find it. The inner nature of God is unknowable. This must be so, for not by God himself can comprehend his own nature and being. The Hermeticists believe and teach that God in himself is. Anyways, yeah. I'm not gonna read all that, but I'm gonna read it eventually. But since you brought up Hermeticism, bro, like, are you a Hermeticist?
I mean, if you're not gonna read it,
No, I'll
I
read
don't
it.
want
I
to
just don't
start.
want to read it out loud.
Okay, well, whenever you want to read the full, finish reading it and get back to me, DM me or whatever, man.
That's where we get the heliocentric model, though, right?
Hey, man, whenever you want to, talk about what I posted you, I mean, it's going to require you reading it. Doesn't have to be right now or on here. It's all good, man.
The idea that it's impossible to know the nature of Yah or who Yah is kind of like saying
Hey, man,
that.
opening. That was the first sentence. I hope that you read the whole thing or get back to me about it. Not trying to jump into some little part, or else I would have just posted that first sentence.
I read it. So you don't think that Yah has ever revealed himself? There's been no divine intervention ever.
Well, where are you getting that from in reference to what I posted?
What I read was that it was that knowing him is impossible, and then it just puts you in a labyrinth, and I understand where the thought process is going. I was just saying, do you think it's possible that the creator has ever revealed himself to his creation and told them the story or told them something?
Well, how much of a lake can you get flowing out of the mouth of a hose at any moment, right? It's like it takes time for a pool to fill or to drain. So, are you experiencing the water? Sure. The totality of it? No. Only, whatever can flow through the aperture of the nozzle.
I kind of see where you're going there, but maybe not really, I guess. I was just saying, the creator has never, revealed himself to someone, like a person, maybe, like one person, and then that person told his story to someone else or something. Or, what about the first two people? Gave them a language, or, how did language come about? No one's ever seen or had divine intervention, or,
That's a big mess of questions right there. I feel like my answer is clear, at least to the first question. And you read it, so I mean it says for not by God himself can comprehend his own nature and being, and that unspoken it should say in totality or fully comprehensively, right? Because if you in your mind understood the entirety of God and his divinity, then oh wow, holy cow, you'd probably be God himself if you were that wise. In fact, only him in himself could fully comprehend himself. So has he revealed himself? I don't know if you could. It would take you a million lifetimes to soak it all in. So what could be revealed, like I said, how much of a lake can flow through the nozzle or the mouth of a hose in any one moment, or even during a whole lifetime. You're drawing upon an infinite source through a finite delivery method. So, I mean, do you want to say the opposite, that there's someone who fully comprehends God?
I mean,
No, that's
Messiah
not
himself
like
said that, though. Nobody knows the Father except the Son. Only the Son actually knows the Father intimately.
Okay, so one of the things in conservative Christian circles is that it is suggested that what you just referred to from John chapter 1, that no one has seen the Father at any time, but the Son has revealed him, that even goes back to the garden, so that the mediator that Adam and Eve had in the garden, if you look at it that way, was the second person of the Trinity, which would be the Son. They didn't even have access to the Father.
I agree.
Okay, right? So John is saying no one's seen the Father. Okay, so then that means that even Adam and Eve didn't see the Father, but the Son has revealed him. So then you take that back again and you say, well, then it must have been the second person who was intervening in behalf of the Father to the first two parents.
Yes. In the Genesis account, and when you look at the Hebrew, it was Yod He Vav He in the midst of the garden, walking in the garden. That's why I'm saying, like, Messiah has the same name as his father when he was concealed. He came in the name of his father.
Right. Yeah.
But he didn't reveal who he was. He wasn't like, oh, I'm the son of the Father. No, it wasn't his time yet to reveal who he was.
Right. That's when everybody that dealt with what they thought was the Most High always dealt with the Son. He was the image of the Father, right?
Yeah.
One of my favorite parts of what I posted here, it's a little out of context, the paragraph before, but it, beginning of the second last paragraph says, and still more presumptuous are those who attempt to ascribe to God the personality, quality, and property and characteristics and attributes of themselves, ascribing to God the human emotions, feelings, and characteristics, even down to the pettiest qualities of mankind, such as jealousy, susceptibility to flattery and praise, desire for offerings and worship.
Well, scripture clearly states that we were made in his likeness, in his image, and we have the same feelings he has. The Father has joy, happiness, sadness, anger, and even jealousy is listed amongst those emotions that the Father retains.
I think that's really like unbefitting of a god. But I could see, like the thing about me, I see where everyone's coming from. It's all good. Like I get where you're coming from with that. I'm just more aligned with what I posted as far as like my thought process.
Yeah, does that follow along the evolution story then? Like the creator created everything and then it evolved to where it is today?
I'm not really sure I follow, but I'm not like some sort of evolutionist proponent.
No, yeah, I hear you. I was just like, I'm just thinking like if divinity created man and created all the animals, I would think that divinity would tell that man what he was, where he was, and all that stuff.
Oh, so you're saying like if your father left you alone in the woods, he'd at least give you a knife to have a fighting chance or something?
No, I guess in reference to like the first man ever created, I would think that whoever created him gave him instructions and then he just kept passing those instructions down.
Okay. Wait, are you talking about like Adam or something?
Yeah, that's what I was getting at, because you were saying like man has attributed all these feelings to God and this and that, and I'm just thinking like, well, if man was God's creation, why couldn't God have told him who he is? and what he is, how he feels, all that stuff.
Oh, I mean, that is a story that can be told. I mean, you can think that's the story of history near the beginning. Sure, I have my doubts, and it goes against already like principles that I hold, that I wouldn't even entertain that too strongly. But there's nothing wrong with what you said. Who knows? Could have gone that way. I can see where you're coming from.
Yeah, I don't know how it happened exactly. I'm just saying that's one of the stories, and I guess that's where they get the people that have attributed emotions to God or whatever claim that they were, the first man was created by God, so that's what they're going at. So
emotion, I feel like it's an evolutionary lens to look at emotions as some sort of animalistic thing. What if emotions are actually the heavenly things? And yeah, like being all emotionless is actually not a good thing. Like I feel like everyone's looking at it from the opposite lens because they've learned like, oh, Darwin said we got these emotions through evolution, and it's just an animal byproduct. But what if that's not true? What if emotions are actually more spiritual than anyone could conceive of?
I think that's what a lot of people around the world would say as well, in agreement with you, that emotions are even more spiritual in essence than, say, reason or thought.
Actually, makes a lot of sense. Think about it when Jesus said, if you hate somebody, you pretty much killed them, right?
True that.
Yeah, man.
You know how
Materialists would
it's
say that
often.
they would
Go ahead,
reduce everything to just neurochemicals, oxytocin, endorphins, dopamine, that what you feel in your heart is really just a byproduct of the material world, and there's nothing spiritual about it. And if you think it's spiritual, then you're an idiot.
I wasn't thinking that the Hermeticism post would, end up going this direction in conversation. I'm trying. So you guys took what I posted, and I know it doesn't align with your thoughts, but I don't see how it more so aligns with scientism. To me, all it's saying is stop getting ahead of yourself, you arrogant bastards.
like there's no need to know where we came from or whatever, right? It's like, just live now, right?
You might personally take that away from it. It says what it says. Then the implications of further reasoning based on what it says. That's a discussion to be had. I guess that's what you're doing right now. But I don't know. I'd have to where's the connection? How do you take that away from it? Don't worry about ultimate questions. Just be in the now, man.
Well, I don't know how it came about. How did Hermetics create it? I don't know. Maybe I'm misunderstanding it, man.
Humans got
I'm
bored.
really not.
Listen, humans got bored with what God gave them, right? I was like, fuck this. I'm going to try to be God. Whatever. I can do this. I think that's what that means. What else would it be, right? Hermeticism. It's trying to hack, life hacks or world hacks. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I don't think that that's necessarily a wrong thing. I think that just goes with, say, humanity just being natural scientists themselves. That is, they're just trying to understand their world. I don't think that means that they're trying to usurp the throne.
Right. No, I mean, I guess what I mean is that, we're free to kind of do whatever we want within the bounds of this place. So you find the bounds, and then you really push them limits. And sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. I don't really know. I think it would have to be up to perhaps a quote unquote creator to make a decision like whether or not it's good or bad. I don't think we can necessarily do that, but I don't. Don't know.
Well, just think about the conversation that we're having right now. I think that this is a healthy conversation that should show us that we can have these theological discussions and not crucify each other if we disagree. You know what I mean? But you and I and the rest of us are all on this side of history where we have traditions where they did crucify and kill people for dissenting and disagreeing theologically. It's like, this isn't like a capital offense, right? There's no reason to be killing people, because the only reason to do that, the only reason to persecute someone who is opposed to you is because your position is weak, you don't know how to defend it, and the only way to win is to kill that person and get rid of him, so that your voice can be the one that speaks to the council, and then the council goes, oh yeah, let's all side with this guy, because if we don't, he'll kill us like he just did poor old John over there for disagreeing. And then we see what tyranny, peaceful conversation that should extend over every single topic, whether it's religion, politics, science, education, medicine, whatever. We should just all be like listening to each other, going, well, what about this? Or I think it's like I think that everything that's happened right now is a good, healthy discussion.
Yeah, I thought it was good. I was just wondering. I have no, like, I don't have any particular say in what the right thing to believe or anything. So yeah, I liked what it said, and I was just trying to look at it, like saying like, what is this view? This is interesting, you know.
Yeah, and Messiah himself said in Matthew 11:27, no one knows the Son except the Father, and no one knows the Father except the Son, and anyone to whom the Son chooses to reveal him. And there's no real way to know the Father unless you read His Word. His Word will give you an insight onto His character, His being, His essence, His attributes, His emotions, what makes Him angry, what makes Him happy, what makes Him sad, what He hates. It's in His Word. And that's how we get close to Him, is through His Word. But the Father, the Kabbalists, right, the Jewish mystics and the Gnostics and all these other sects, they basically reduce the Father to just pure energy, electrons, neurons, whatever, electricity. Like, he doesn't have a form. He's more like an abstract deity. Some say, well, he's the universe in itself. He's nature itself. He's the earth. He's all encompassing. He doesn't have a singularity. He doesn't have a single point of reference. He's just existence itself. And that's kind of like what the Jewish mystics teach, except the scriptures are contrary to that. And that's fine if you believe that. And for a long time, I believed that myself.
Stop real
Yeah, sure.
quick? Can you expound on that real quick? What do you mean by the scriptures contradict that?
So I didn't know what that was considered. That idea where you believe that all existence itself is God, and that nature itself is God. But the more I read, the more I learned that actually Yah does have a figure, and it resembles that of a man, just like his son. It resembles a bipedal ape. And that sounds heretical. How do you mean the creator resembles an ape? But that's exactly what the scriptures teach, that we have
Okay,
a
great.
figure.
Wait.
All right, go. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So let's go there. Like, can you? I'm not trying to push you into a corner.
No, that's fine.
What do you have in mind when you say that the scriptures depict God as almost a super anthropological figure? Like where do you get that idea?
So I'll read the scriptures. I already have them pulled up, a few of them. But before I go there, I just want to let you know what this idea is called. It's called pantheism. The idea that nature itself or existence itself is God. And it's a very old concept. I wasn't even aware that that's what I believed, because I didn't know the definition of pantheism until a couple years ago. And I
get that. Yeah. I'm perfectly fine with that. But I'm asking you because you referred to how the scriptures contradict the idea that God is nature, and that the scriptures actually reveal that God is more like man. That's what I'm asking you to like.
Yeah, so I'll elaborate. I got you, bro. I got you.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we know that to be the creator, you have to exist outside of nature and time. Otherwise, you can't be the creator. Because to create the
Hold on.
creation,
Wait.
you can't
Who
be
says that?
the creation. You can't be the creator and the creation at the same time.
Okay, right. So then
I
I
think
don't
there's a
think that
dichotomy there.
I get you. That's the creator creature distinction, and I understand what you mean by that. So my point is that my understanding of Hermeticism is that it's that God is all encompassing, so that it could be said that in God we live and move and have our being, but that we are an expression of the divine, just like a dog, just like a cow, just like a tree. Those are all expressions of the great artist, so to speak. So that's what I understand the differentiation to be. Hermeticism doesn't necessarily equivocate between a tree and God, but it does link back a tree to God as an expression of his creative mind, his energy, his wisdom.
Hey Copernicus, I'm back. Not that that's important, but just that your opening sentence there, I would say is spot on, and I'd like to jump in. I didn't know you guys were still going to be talking about this when I got back, so but yeah, if I could hop in, I'd like to contribute. And I just wanted,
Sure. Let me just,
other guy, go ahead. I just wanted to say that that sounded pretty darn good as far as my understanding goes.
So I agree with you to an extent, but you have to untangle that because it's too vague to really pin down any objective truth to
Let's
that,
do it.
right? So I understand. We all know that creation itself is a byproduct of the creator, and within creation there are characteristics of his own character. Like even go on.
The real thing between us is like the degree of separateness, right? I mean, you're a Christian, right? Can I just call you that?
Sure.
As compared to a hermeticist, a Christian might say like, even though it's very confusing where people actually stand, but as far as each Christian compared to the other, like I've asked a lot of Christians, like, do you see God as something separate from his creation? Like there's God over here and then his creation over there, and he could view it from above. It's a joke of a way of putting it, but with a pair of binoculars from a distance, right? And a lot of them are like, yeah, they're separate. Where hermeticists would say that, like go ahead if you want to respond to that first.
On chapter 1, the Word was God. The Word being everything in all of existence, everything that's ever happened. It's the Word.
Well,
right?
like I said, it depends on which Christian you ask.
So yeah,
how much are they separate? To what degree? How would you draw the line? And then after you answer, I can tell you where the hermeticism sort of perspective lies, as in contrast or comparison.
So hermeticism to me is the teaching of a fallen angel, of a watcher angel, a rebellious angel.
Do you want to give the Christian perspective first, though?
Yeah. So Enoch, verse 46, chapter 46, verse 1, describes the Ancient of Days, and alongside him is his only begotten son. Now, it doesn't say at this point, it wasn't revealed to even Enoch who this righteous one next to the Father was, but it says here, verse 46, chapter 46, verse 1, there I beheld the Ancient of Days, which is a title specifically given to the Father, not to be confused with the Son. It says, there I beheld the Ancient of Days, whose head, so now he's got a head, was like white wool, and with him another whose countenance resembled that of a man. Now, Enoch it was like seen through a dimmed or blurry window. He couldn't really see the Father too clear. Nobody can see the Father. But he was able to just get a little glimpse of him, just like Moshe on the mountain got a little glimpse of his backside. It says here, his countenance was full of grace, like one of the holy angels. Then I inquired of one of the angels who went with me, and he showed me every secret thing concerning this Son of Man, who he was, whence he was, and why he accompanied the Ancient of Days.
So, are you aware that the book of Revelation attributes to Jesus that term, the Ancient of Days?
No, I disagree. Christians conflate the Ancient of Days with Jesus, but Scripture is very clear, even in Daniel 7. So in Daniel 7, we have here, Daniel 7 describes both the Ancient of Days and the Son side by side, again like Enoch. But for the longest time, the Ancient of Days, who that was kind of ambiguous. Nobody really knew, unless you knew the Scriptures very well. But in Daniel 7, it says here, starting in verse 9, I beheld till the thrones were cast down, and the Ancient of Days did sit, whose garment was white as snow, and the hair of his head like the pure wool. His throne was like a fiery flame, and his wheels of burning fire. So we have here a deity, and we know the Ancient of Days is the Father according to Enoch, because Enoch distinguishes the Ancient of Days from the Son of Man, the only begotten Son. And in here we have him sitting on a literal throne with a literal garment. So he has vestments now, he has clothes, and he has literal hair. So he's not just reduced to electricity or neurons or whatever you want to consider the Father. No, according to the Scriptures, he has a figure that resembles that of a man, because he can sit and has arms and legs and a head and hair.
So it's just my critique, and it could, like, I see where you're coming from, could be that way, especially when you say like made in the image like him or whatever, right? But my critique would just be going back to the post I made earlier about like, and even more presumptuous are those who wish to ascribe even the pettiest of human qualities to God, that he sits, that he wears clothes, that he's jealous, anything like that. It's like, oh yeah, God's clothes, tell me all about them. What are they made out of? Cotton? Silk? Give me a break, right?
Linen. But that's why it's hilarious that you literally posted the complete polar opposite of what the Scriptures teach. So, and I'm not surprised that this rebellious angel would want you to believe that, because he would be contrary to the Holy Scriptures.
And I see where you're coming from, man. Maybe God does wear clothes. That I keep it on the table. But I put a lot of thought into this, and I think that it probably is just a silly, thing humans have written down, where they're talking about God sitting and wearing clothes. Like, God sits, God wears clothes. I don't think so, but I can see where you're coming from if you want to think God wears clothes.
Well, if I could just jump in real quick. So even though I can have a conversation as a former Christian, I no longer, and I was raised to understand the Bible literally. I no longer believe the Bible should be, or even intends for itself to be taken literally. So this language of God having white hair and so this is all just symbolic language that is intended to convey certain things about the character that is being depicted. So that when we do go to the book of Revelation, and we see that Jesus is referred to as the Son of Man in chapter 2 of Revelation, where he's talking to the 7 churches. In one of those sections, I can't remember which church it was, but Jesus is described in the exact same way as the Ancient of Days in Daniel. And so my point...
He doesn't.
Okay, yeah.
He's never called the Ancient of Days, though. He does resemble
no, hold
his
on.
Father. Absolutely.
Hold on. My point is that is a literary device called an allusion. So the Bible doesn't have to say everything it means by a term, because it expects you to be able to understand its language and know the parameters that it already establishes. That is, that it speaks metaphorically to convey certain ideas. So simply because it doesn't say, and Jesus is the Ancient of Days, when it says that Jesus has feet like bronze, when it says that his face shone like light, and when it says that his hair was white as wool, The only other person that ever described was the Ancient of Days. We are, in my opinion, supposed to understand that those two things are equivocations.
Well, no, because in Daniel 7:13, it literally says this: I saw in the night visions, and behold, one like the Son of Man came with the clouds of heaven and came to the Ancient of Days. And they brought him near before him, and there was given him dominion and glory and a kingdom that all people, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion which shall not pass away, and his kingdom that which shall not be destroyed. So we have here Messiah going to the Ancient of Days. Again, Daniel's distinguishing between the Father and the Son. They're not the same person. The Ancient of Days is a title preserved and specifically given to his Father. Now, Christians, like I already mentioned, Christians have this habit of conflating the two because of the Trinity doctrine that's been preached for 2,000 years.
I thought this was like flat Earth shit. Is it always?
Oh yeah, we can move on. We can move on, but I love this topic. It's
Yeah, I mean, you can speak up anytime you want. I mean, if anybody wants to take the conversation somewhere else, you have that freedom. You don't have to cry about it.
No, I give up. I'm done. I'm mute. I'm done.
My bad.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the guy who's like want to go flat Earth.
What you got, Daimani? Tell me your best opinion.
My best opinion.
Lay it out here.
My opinion is I am an excellent lover.
All right, I believe you.
So I don't get it. So were you the one that was just complaining that it wasn't talking about, we weren't talking about flat Earth, and then we were giving you the floor, and you wanted to talk about your grandiose visions of your being on Juan?
Who the fuck said that?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
You want
that
to
was
mute?
me.
What the fuck, dude? Are you serious?
Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me?
No. Everyone's piling on Daimani here. Yeah, I got you. No,
Whoever I'm talking to, whoever we just
You
cleared the
talking-
floor for him. We
you
just cleared
talking
the
to
floor
Da-
for him, and he just fucking shit on her fucking conversation. That's what I'm talking to.
Yeah,
No,
we're
it was
gonna
his, hold on. It was his attempt at a joke. I don't think it was a serious
Sure,
thing.
sure.
I mean, I was
It's just kind of
trying to be
trolling,
funny.
I
I
guess.
mean,
Consider a light
get it.
troll, maybe.
Okay, Daimani, tell me your best relevant opinion.
It's just Damon. My name's Damon. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
But, that's fine.
Daimani,
I'm sorry.
lay
What was your
down
question?
your best relevant opinion.
On Jesus or flat Earth?
No. Well, in the context of the room, what we're all about.
Yeah, I mean, my favorite thing to argue is Horizon, and the second favorite thing is pictures from space.
All right, man, put it out
Well,
there.
let's do Horizon. Let's do Horizon because we can talk about we can go there. We can't go to space.
So
What
my
do you wanna
main question always is that if I just I'm just using this as like an ignorant person, right? Like I'm a caveman. I don't know much. So, but I'm going to ask the question in that sense, right? Like not that we know all this other stuff and that we've argued all this stuff before.
Hey, no judgment, man. Just share with
I'm
us.
just going to ask the question this, right? Like if I just imagine a flat surface in my mind and I'm standing on it and I'm imagining looking out, I can see off in the distance, right? And I can see forever almost, right? Until my eyes give out. I can't see detail anymore. So it just sort of blurs into non-existence, right?
There's
And
more
then I
factors
think of
than
myself,
that.
well, okay, let me just keep going here. And
Sure.
Sure. There's atmosphere, right? Like if it's foggy or humid or this
Absolutely, man.
light or that light and all this stuff. Yes, I'm not talking about that, right? Like I'm talking very.
Can I just jump in real quick?
And then, let me just finish my statement real quick. I'm almost done. And then if I were to do the same thing on a globe, right, I would imagine this long curve and eventually it would drop out of my sight and I would see a line in front of me. So I see this sharp line in front that's blocking my sight that I wouldn't see if it was just a flat surface that continued on.
Yeah, that's
it's not
true by
gonna be
any stretch of
sharp.
the imagination.
Well, it's not going to be sharp because
Okay,
of all
well this is my
visual
hypothesis, right? If I think in my mind, so like, tell me why it's wrong.
Oh, because you already
Okay,
mentioned
so
there's other factors at play. There can be mirroring. refraction, light attenuation. Like you said, you understand fog, atmosphere, humidity. Those are always at play. So,
well, what if
where do we go after that, man?
What if I just imagined that none of those things were at play, and I just had these very basic ideas in play?
Hey, you're free to imagine. I think you probably got a good idea. You know, like a lot of people call it no atmo state, right?
Right.
Just
yeah. No atmosphere.
Yeah, and so you're already aware of what it would be like if it was no atmos day. So what's your question if you already understand that?
Right. So, like, if there was no atmosphere, right, like, I would imagine, like, on a flat Earth, that I wouldn't really see a sharp line ever.
Well, I would
Like,
say you absolutely would, because the horizon is the meeting place. I'll tell you. So the horizon is the meeting place of the ground and the sky, and you only have a particular ground distance you can see: 3 miles, 5 miles, 8 miles, whatever it may be. The rest is sky. So it's going to be crisp because it's within a fairly local range to you, a couple miles, whatever it may be, and then the rest is sky. So it's not billions of miles out there. It's actually rather close considering.
As a round Earth, right? But like as a flat Earth, right? That's not true.
No, I'm talking on a planar, flat type Earth. Yes.
Well, on a plane Earth, why would I don't get it? Like,
because you only have a particular amount of visibility that allows you to see a particular ground distance, which is why the horizon moves.
Right, but why would it be a sharp line though? Like, it wouldn't it just fade out?
No, because it's the meeting place of the ground and the sky, and that has a particular distance, and that's a close enough distance for you to have that. In some cases, a more of a crisp. It depends on whether it's closer or further. Like hold on real quick. Travis, you can go down just real quick. Like the oil rigs on the one that people call the Black Swan. When the bottom legs of the oil rigs are being cut off, it's very, very crisp because your distance of the ground distance is closer. In that case, between you and the oil rigs is as far as you can see on the ground layer. Whereas on the one with the horizon's way behind them, it's not as crisp because it's much further.
Yeah, there's that, and there's lots of distortion, right? Like, we can see like it's wavy and stuff. It's not clean anymore.
I think Travis wanted to get in.
So
let's let Travis get in.
Okay.
Me after him.
Thanks, Gio. Yeah. So, Damon, I just put a link in to something that I
sorry, I wasn't looking at chat.
Did this week on my channel, and if you watch that one video, it's so we have to understand that refraction changes the entire field of view every single time. So you're never going to have the same apparent distance to the apparent limit, right? Okay, so when you look far away at the horizon, down, and then you see that actually, that line that looks to be crisping clear from my 50 millimeter and zoom in on it, I can actually see that line that I was looking at is moving. It's dynamic. There are waves out there. So it's an apparent. Okay, so what you're looking at.
Sure.
Okay, great. Listen very carefully, please.
I'm trying to.
What you're
maybe I'm
looking.
missing something.
Oh, hold on. Let me finish.
Hold on. Maybe I'm missing somebody. You're breaking up a bit. I'm sorry. I just want to let you know that I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
Travis, you are breaking.
anything.
If you can hear us, Travis, you are breaking up a bit. Damon is kind of clipping you though, but it's kind of you are breaking up. So I don't know.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I was talking over him, but only to tell him
Is
that
the
I couldn't
effect
hear
of
everything he was
one
saying.
thing and one thing only. Am I breaking up?
I think I got your gist though.
Yeah,
keep going.
it's pretty bad actually. It's actually pretty intolerable.
Well, that's up to the moderators. I'll try and listen.
We can give it a shot. Whatever you want.
Yeah, I didn't mean to cut him off. If I was, I was trying to break through to tell him that I couldn't hear everything he was saying. Just to let him know. But I think I got his gist though, and like to most of the extent, I actually agree with everything he was saying. There's different atmospheric conditions that definitely affect my vision. If I use a camera or some other like lens support, right, I can zoom in and and sometimes it seems more fuzzy, and sometimes it seems clearer. I mean, it just depends on the day, right? Like I don't know. I
got
don't know if
something
that
for you.
gives me any particular conclusion, though.
I got something for you, even on no Atmos day, right? And just to take to the extreme, say you're just like on a infinitely expansive, level, horizontal, flat, planar, concrete floor. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I know that was a mouthful, but you follow?
I got you. Keep going.
Okay. So, I got a series of questions. Not too many.
Go ahead.
You know, just standing above that floor, the highest, you know, looking horizontally with your eyes, staring straight out with the vanishing point acknowledged. You know, the floor can only rise up to eye level, right? And then the sky is going to meet it at that center point. You know, create a horizon, right?
Sure, I think I get you.
Okay, so even then, the floor isn't, even though in some sense of thinking it's going to reach that halfway point in your vision, it's not going to look like it no matter what. There's something called the Fresnel effect. Have you ever heard of it?
I don't think so. Maybe. I don't think so. No, I can't regurgitate it. So no.
Okay, so the Fresnel effect. I'm not sure you'll get great results searching that. There's Fresnel equations. You know, maybe you'll get what I'm pointing out if you Google it later. But you know, a surface. Well, more so, you know, what makes a mirror a mirror? It's about a sort of coherency of the light. You know, being like not so differentiated and bouncing all, and so it's like a clear reflection. And for some reason that I can't articulate, you know, too greatly, but maybe you can feel me on this. The steeper at an angle you look at something, the more reflective it gets, because there's a sort of averaging, or a sort of, I don't know.
There's
Well, it's called the Fresnel effect, right? And so even sandpaper, right? You get like a strength 10 sandpaper, and if you look at it at a steep enough angle, it's going to work just as well as any mirror in your bathroom, depending on the angle of observation, I guess. The steeper at an angle you look at something, the more reflective it gets. And so,
Fundy, I see everywhere. When I'm driving, I see that at the end of the road, like
Yeah.
10 feet in front of me. When you
yeah,
come
everyone
up
sees
the hill, that shit is everywhere. Every day.
And
Every day.
so what I'm saying, even if it was a very
I was just talking about this today.
and so all I'm saying is that even if you were on an infinitely expansive concrete planar, you know, floor, right? The horizon wouldn't appear to be at eye level. It'd be below it, because after about honestly, like not even a mile, the floor would become a mirror because of the Fresnel effect. And it's going to reflect the sky above it, or whatever is above it, you know, of course, the sky above the ground. And so the horizon is going to get dropped wherever it's very similar. It's going to be an equal radius around you in all directions, right? So even just on no Atmos day, on a flat Earth, planar, you know, infinite expanse, you're going to see a curved horizon, because you're going to have a circle, you know, you're going to have an equal radius in all directions, where that reflectivity caused by the Fresnel effect is going to come into play, where the angle gets to a point where it's going to appear to be a mirror. And then because the sky is so, you know, indistinguishable from any other part of the sky, you know, it's just one big blue thing.
I don't
Go ahead.
suppose you have any. I don't suppose you have any proof of that, do you?
Oh, everyone sees it all every day.
Well, like, look, I understand.
No.
I think let me just let me just interject and say that I think I understand what you're saying, and it is true. There's like maybe this isn't exactly what you were talking about, but like because I don't know what the Fresno is, but like there's been days where like especially in like warm days on like blacktops and stuff like that, I get a lot of miraging. Like
you can see it in the middle of
especially
winter.
the steeper
Promise.
angle that I am to the road.
That's
and
the
stuff.
that's the important part. In my opinion, the heat
Or
has nothing
less
to do with
steep,
it.
actually. I guess like more the closer I am to the surface of the road, right? Like right, the more distortion I get, and I actually get some mirroring effect. Certain mirage effects.
Right.
So I'm not sure if
You can
that's
go.
Right,
You
but
can
hold
go
on,
out.
just real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Just real quick though. But imagine you're taking a long walk on this old railroad track that they paved over, right? So they don't use the railroad track anymore, and they made a walking path out of it. So you're just looking straight ahead of you, right? At some point, you see people up ahead of you, and you can't see their feet because they're lost in whatever refractive index there is on that day. But you're not looking over a curve. The limitation of your eye is never curvature when you're looking over a straight extended plane. The only time you're going to have obstruction is if you got a valley, right? And if you have a valley, then you're going to be able to interpret what you're seeing because you know more information. But my point is that hold on, that the railroad track that's now being made into a walking path doesn't have any deviation from elevation. It's straight ahead, but you can't see the people's legs because refraction, diffusion,
it's not
all of
refraction.
those other things that are limitations to
No, it's
our
not
eyes.
refraction.
Well, in a
it's
sense,
obstruction.
in a sense, there is some refraction that might hinder certain views with mirage effects. A lot of times, if it's in the distance, right, and you're close enough to the ground, that there is some. I would contend that there is some blockage there. There's something obstructing.
I get that.
Not all the time, but like sometimes in certain situations. And then,
right? Can I respond to you real quick?
Oh well.
So
okay.
Well, yeah, I know, but you're bringing up points after points, and I want to deal with the first point that you just brought up.
I'm responding to your points. I'm sorry.
I know, but I know, but you just brought up an important point that I want to address. Okay. So when I have conversations with people like you, and we're having a good conversation, I make the distinction by saying that your limitation is always affected by refraction with or without mirage. So even if there's no mirage, you're going to have a limitation to your eye based on two things: the limit of your own physical eye, and then also the limit of visibility due to refraction without mirage.
Or other atmospheric conditions. Yes, I agree.
And of course,
so
the Fresnel effect has nothing to do with atmosphere.
Right. So, but hold on. Well, I would disagree with that because the Aether band is a lens, and the Fresnel lens is a lens.
You'll get it.
But my point. What?
The Fresnel effect. The Fresnel effect has nothing to do with atmosphere. It's just about the reflectivity of a surface, depending on the angle of observation. It doesn't matter if it's in a vacuum or not. Things will become more reflective the more surface is condensed into a certain, degree of field of view. This is why you can go on a hot day, a cold day, look at the top of a large bridge. If it's like a real nice round paved bridge, it doesn't matter the temperature outside. The top, I don't know if you guys have ever seen this, but if you're ever driving over like a large smooth hill, you can look at the top of the peak of the hill you're driving over, if it's paved, and it'll be reflective, and you'll see it change as you drive closer and over it.
Wait, hold on, just real quick. I'm sorry. So my position is that reflectivity is in the air.
Oh no, it's on. Yeah, it could be no atmos state. Any sort of smooth surface.
There's no such thing as a no atmos state.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Just a smooth surface angled away from you, so that say 10 feet only takes up 1 degree of your field of view is gonna appear to be a mirror, basically.
Right, but it's not the surface. It's not the physical surface that's mirroring. It's the air.
Oh, it is. Well,
What?
no, it is. No air
No, it's
requirement.
not. It's not.
I'm a little curious though, like whether it's like the sort of like reflective thing, or if it's something else. I'm just curious. Like I've heard like limitation of sight, right? Which whether there's a good like a good clean atmosphere or like a dirty atmosphere is what I like to call it. Like when it's harder to see a good distance because of atmospheric conditions. You know, that's a dirty atmosphere.
But
And a clean
listen,
atmosphere, you can see
yeah.
further.
I mean,
I
yeah, but I get that. But unless you're going out and making, unless you're going out and making these observations, you're only speaking from a conceptual idea in your head. So I have spent 5 years making these observations, and when I make an observation of this house that's 6 miles away, it's a very clear, crisp, beautiful day. That's the video that I just posted for you in your DM again. It's a different video, but it's a great visual because it was a very, very good, crisp day. But there was a limit to how far my eye could see. I couldn't see with clarity the other shoreline 6 miles away until I pulled my camera out, zoomed in all the way, and the device took my vision all the way across, and I saw the other shoreline. So it's not always true that simply because you have a beautifully clear day that there's low refractivity. It's just a different level. It's just a different gradient.
Well, answer me this question. It's a bit out. I'm not dismissing what you're saying, but are there particular days that I can look out and look a very long distance before I see any kind of distortions or obstructions or anything like that, right?
Yeah. So look, just this past 2 weeks, I had more time to go out and take shots. I actually went out on a particular day where I actually walked through that because I could see different levels of clarity on a very crisp, beautiful day. Now, I don't know at this point because I think the research would be beyond my ability to do that. And this is your question is my question. When can I go out and see this condition? I have not found that information from the heliocentric model. No one like Ruhiv, no one like Kosho, no one knows. If I say this, I say, what day should I go out to see looming? Or what day should I go out to see this? No one knows.
Well,
no one knows.
That's not true. That's not true. I mean, those are relatively well-known atmospheric.
Well, great. Please show me because I haven't found these papers.
If you want very little, then what you would need to do is go out on a day when it's been pretty much the same temperature for a long time and absolutely minimum.
Absolutely not. No, absolutely minimum. Absolutely not.
Absolutely minimum moisture in here with God damn it.
All right. Is this your opinion, or
humidity,
is this your opinion, or is this your opinion, or do you have a paper that you can refer me to? I'd love for you to link that to me.
Oh, I'm sure I could find something somewhere, but I don't.
Great. I'm great. Everybody listening, I would be very happy if you could DM me a paper.
Well, I mean, this is logical sense, right?
No, absolutely not. Because I've made these observations for the past 5 years, and no, it is not logical. Absolutely not. What you're saying, no. The observations contradict. If
you have similar ground temperature and air temperature throughout, right? Like, and the humidity is relatively low, then you're going to have very little distortion. I mean, that's logical.
Please provide a paper.
I don't have to. That's logical thinking. I mean, you
No, it's not.
understand
It's that okay? Okay, well then I'm telling
why
you
that would be true, right?
Okay, then I'm telling you
It's because
that
there's
my
nothing in the air to obstruct it, right? There's nothing distorting the
no.
light path. There's nothing getting in the way of it, right? It's just a clean
No.
view, like
No.
if you were in a vacuum, if you will.
Okay. So one of the interesting things about Skyfree's channel, which is another channel that makes refraction observations, is they went out and they gave the air temperature and is there? Or do you want to say something? I was talking.
No, I'm sorry. I said it under my breath. I apologize.
Okay, because you've done it a couple of times, and I don't know if that means I'm breaking up or if you're just like mumbling.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's a bad habit. I apologize. I'll try not to do it anymore.
Okay. My point is, I completely understand where. Look, I've been looking for this stuff for 5 years, so I understood what you said about the temperature differentials. Okay, so when I was watching Skyfree's video and they showed me, and they showed their viewers, the air temperature and the water temperature were exactly the same. That in the science says you should be able to see very, very far. However, they had a strong inferior mirage. That's not the science. So what I'm trying to say to you is, I've been out on the field. I've seen the field contradict the science. So when you say these things should happen, or this is how you know where you're going to be, like, show me the research study on that particular claim.
Yeah, but when you say it contradicts the science, you would have done the same thing yourself. You would have said, I measured these things. I did this observation, and it did not match the observations that this other person did in this paper. And then you would have recorded that. But why didn't you do that?
I do what I'm talking. Look, hold on. First of all, it wasn't me. I was referring you to another channel. Okay. Now I have been out and I've made my own measurements. I've seen conditions in everything.
This is hypocritical. I'm supposed to show you evidence of paper. So why shouldn't you show me the same?
Okay, look, I just gave you 2 videos. Okay. What I'm claiming, hold on, man. What I'm claiming, I'm the source. There is no science out there saying what I'm saying. The science that's out there, the science that's out there is the science you're quoting right now. And I'm saying I have evidence and observations that contradict your sources.
I don't see anything that you're giving me, so I don't see any links in the chat.
Are you not Demon?
I'm Damon E, yeah, but
Okay,
I don't
Damon.
see
Sorry,
anything.
Sorry, Damon. I sent you 2 DMs.
I don't know.
Did you not get them?
I don't know how to get to the DMs.
Okay, just go to your account. You should have a notification like with a little number 1 saying that you have a message from someone. If you go to your account,
it only says Stargirl, RSC, Rocket Scientist, Lewis. It doesn't have your name anywhere.
Do you have me blocked?
No, of course not.
Okay, then I don't know why you didn't get the DMs, but I did put those 2 articles in the main chat. If you want to search for my name, Copernicus, it'll show you my past 2 posts, which would be those 2 same videos.
Okay.
Okay?
Uh-huh.
All right.
How we doing, Travis? How you been?
What's up, Jeremy?
Chilling, bro. We've been killing them.
Yeah, man. Well, I'm on a long drive to Milwaukee, so I had time to kill, and I thought, I know how to kill time. What's that?
Milwaukee.
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 Could swear that sounds like Travis?
The trolls are still trolling. The drunk people are still drunk. Not much changed.
Everybody drink. SC Montreal. What's up, brother?
Good, bro. How you doing?
I'm your Copernicus.
I'm doing great.
Oh, here.
Doing fantastic,
I see
actually.
things, I guess.
Good to hear.
Yeah. Yeah. These are all.
But
Yeah, yeah. I'm understanding these.
yeah, but Damon, I
I've
really
seen
want to
these before.
reiterate this. I don't think so. I just put them out this week.
Oh, well, then I'm looking at the wrong thing. Then let me find some other ones.
Oh, Travis, do you have an infrared camera by any chance?
I've used one before. I don't have one myself.
Oh man. All right.
You want to start a GoFundMe for me? I need more cameras.
We need infrared cameras because.
I just need more
All right,
money.
here's the thing. I don't know if you've been paying attention. Just relax for a second, Damon. I don't know if you've been paying attention, but there's this thing. All right, go ahead, Damon. I'll tell Travis after. It's fine.
No, I was just messing with you, Jeremy. Come on, man.
You're just mumbling. You're just mumbling through me.
No, we can't even understand what you're saying because you're just mumbling. Mumbler.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've had a really long day. My voice is kind of tired. I apologize.
Yeah, that's the second excuse. How many more are you going to come up with, bro?
Okay. Well, go fuck yourself, then. You guys are stupid. Fuck you.
Okay, so listen. Thanks, Damon. That was helpful. So listen, there's this thing where infrared that spectrum cuts down on refraction, right? So if you go to a place where we're seeing too far because stuff's looming up over a globe, right? And then you pull out an infrared camera, the infrared should make you see less farther. Boom.
I think so.
I don't know who came up with that one, but that's fucking pretty good.
No,
That's good shit right there. Disagree with what? Bro, this is globe science, Travis. All right? Don't be a science denier.
Yeah, I had this really weird experience the other day. I was baking and I had like a really hot knife, and I tried to cut butter with it, and actually the warmer the knife was, the harder it was to cut through the butter.
Yeah. But no, seriously, isn't that some good shit? Because if we go out and we see farther with the infrared, even though we're supposed to see less far, I mean, then what? Now what?
Yeah, but you're not gonna see farther with infrared. You're only gonna see as far as the ether band. Everybody drink will let you see. What the infrared will do is in the corridor from your lens to the farthest distance where the air is, for the most part, evenly polarized. You will cut out some of the green frequency or some of the blue frequency or whatever. But if there is a high level of refraction farther out there, the infrared does not cut through that. You cannot go past the curtain. It's impossible.
No, you should see less. You're going to see less farther. Okay, so like let's say you go out on a black swan day. You go out on a black swan day, right? We can see 9 miles at a horizon. The Globers are saying with infrared, we should see less far than with a regular camera because it cuts down on the refraction.
I would say
me?
you'd have to show me what you're talking about because I don't concede that point. I would say no. That's not true.
I know I wouldn't think so either, but I mean we got to test it out. That's why I asked if you had an infrared camera. I mean,
well, BMLSB 69, he has an infrared camera. So the next time I'm in California, I'll see if I can borrow it again.
well, yeah, hit your boy BMSLMB up, and maybe you go do something with him or something out there. You put both the cameras. Yeah, I don't know how you would actually do it, but that'd be tricky at the Black Swan site because you can't even tell where the horizon is in that fucking picture. So I don't know how you're gonna know if you're seeing less farther or not. But
it all depends on the day. Our visibility is always, only, and ever affected by the index of refraction, with or without mirage. But every single time, however far we see and however short our visibility is always the result and effect of the aether band. Everybody drink.
Jeremy, are you thinking like if you know that black swan photo that the Globers show that has half of the platforms cut off? Are you thinking if we pulled out infrared, all of a sudden those platforms wouldn't be cut off?
Well, you have to go. You have to do this on a day where there's heavy refraction going on. So you have to do this on a day where you see way too far for the globe, and then you pull out the infrared. You know what I'm saying? If it just matches.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
I don't know. You could do it on any day you want, I guess.
right, but Jeremy, I would encourage you not to say things like heavy refraction, because a mirage is heavy refraction. Looming is heavy refraction. They are all heavy, significant refraction. They're just different kinds. So to say
Yeah, I'm
to
talking
go
about a
out on
day
a
when
heavy
there's
day of
looming, the looming thing.
yeah, I can
My
show
bad,
you.
Travis.
No, it's okay. I think it's my connection. I'm driving through Ohio.
Well, I've had a bad connection for about 3 months now. They switched my section at the high school, so I fucking robot everywhere. So it's tough. But yeah, you go on a day when there's a lot of refraction in the looming sense, for a time when we're seeing too far for the globe. Or I mean, I guess you could do this on any day, honestly, and just see like, yo, we're I don't know. We may need an infrared laser beam. I don't know.
I like that one, that you put the two infrared laser beams to see if they're both curving the same, or the regular one.
You get an infrared laser beam and like a blue or green one or whatever the fuck, and then you keep them at the same height and you just walk it back. And whichever one you should see the if there's a lot of looming, or even if there's not, I don't know. It'd have to be done a whole bunch of times, but yeah, one would disappear first. If there's a lot of looming, the infrared one will disappear first because it's cutting down on the refraction. So the Globers say. Bro, there's times where the sun will set over the grid in Manhattan in just a certain way to where it's like right in the middle of the street. And you can see a silhouette in the background, and they say it's Jersey. Now, if that's true, Manhattan isn't a high elevation at all. So to see Jersey from there, like I don't know what the distance is or whatever, but that might be something. That might be like some Canada shit. Probably maybe not as big as far, but something. Like that'd be a good spot to test it. Canada. They have to say it's refracted, otherwise their geometry doesn't work. It has to be loomed up. That's like a perfect time to try the infrared, non-infrared camera, I think.
I think Travis is right, though. I don't think you can extend your sight with the infrared camera. Just clears up a bit. But as far as seeing further, I'm not so sure about that.
No, it's going to make you see less as far, according to the Globers.
I don't know about that either.
Yeah, but that's the logical kind of conclusion you'd have to come to, isn't it? If refraction is helping you to see further, then when you remove refraction, it removes the effect of seeing further, right?
It would seem logical, except that I've seen some pictures, and some of them Travis took, some of them Bev took, and it doesn't appear that so. If I can recall that you could see farther.
Well, no, it just all that does is it invalidates the Glober excuse.
Oh yeah, definitely does that.
That we knew it was an excuse anyway. So,
Well, they'd have to rethink their whole refraction model if you had this. Like, If this was like provable, like, yo, look, has to be looming going up. We're seeing too far for the globe, and we're looking at it through infrared, and we're either seeing the same amount or farther, and then now your whole refraction shit's all fucked up, and you need to fucking go back to the Wile E. Coyote blueprint.
You know, when they show the windmills that are half gone, you know how tall those windmills are?
I mean, hundreds of feet, right?
I think some of them are like 300 feet high.
What about it, though?
Yeah, so you know how they say Earth curve, right? And they think that's a wind when they show us those windmills.
Yeah.
Well, for that to happen, there would have to be a drop of water there, right? Where the wind, where that cutoff mark is. Where would they say that is? At the horizon?
Yep.
So they would have to be 150-foot drop from the horizon to where the midpoint of the windmill is.
How far is the windmill past the horizon?
That's a good point. See, they don't usually give those details. They just say, look, half the windmill is gone. But they don't quite realize the implications of what that means when they say that, I think.
I think it's 30 miles. 32 miles.
It's 32 miles, those? Yeah?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Wait, if there's,
So do you
if there's
realize what that
60
means?
Yeah, if there's 66 feet cut off, that would put the windmills at 10 miles past the horizon. Seems reasonable.
So you think there's a 60-foot drop of water right there at that spot?
It depends on if there's 66 feet missing. I said if there's 66 feet missing, that would put the treadmills, the windmills, 10 miles past the horizon.
Okay, let's do one that we know, right? You know B-ball, of course. He has a shot of 16 mile, and he's looking at hotels. And I think there's like what? How many floors missing? 15 floors or something? So there's an
Probably
approximate.
11 or 17 or something. I can't remember.
Yeah. So there's like 160 feet of hotel missing. So that means from the horizon to the bottom of the hotel, there's 160-foot drop. Is that it? Is that your model?
Is there a punchline coming?
To figure out how many miles equals 160 feet of drop, because 10 miles is about 66 feet of drop.
Well, I think he says 16. He's 16 miles away, and he's looking through an auto level. So he's eyeballing the hotel. He's using the hotel as a measuring rod. So he's eyeballing it at the 16th floor, I think. So that means if you're...
Did you say he was 16 or 16 miles? 60 or 16?
16, if I recall correctly. Looking
sea
through
level?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you, where he says he was. But he agreed to that there's 160 feet missing from 16 miles. So that's quite a freaking job.
So I just did the math. I just did the math real quick, and that's about 170 feet of curvature.
It's quite a bit, huh?
Seems to match.
Except now, if you had asked them, if you go to that location where it's blocking and you look, what do you think they'd say? Let's say, I'll ask them. If you go to that spot where the water blocks and you look, you think you'd be looking down at the hotel? What kind of view you think you'd have?
Okay, that happened.
Who did that?
That was crypto. But he's muted though. Anyway, so what was SC saying? SC, you were saying, yeah, if you go to the horizon and they look at the, what was it, the hotel?
Yeah, if you go to the spot that we've established where the drop is,
Mm-hmm.
where it's blocking the view of the hotel, what would you see at that spot?
You would have
on the
to.
water?
You just. I would rework the math. So, how far is the hotel from the? I guess the horizon. From that point, I guess. Like, how far is the hotel at that point?
Yeah, they don't. Right. See, that's the problem.
Well,
they don't know. Hold on. I'm going to answer your question. Whoever SC's referring to is looking through the theodolite. He doesn't know the distance to the horizon. So we don't know how far away that horizon is unless we put someone out in a boat and I say, okay, SE, stop. You're right at the horizon right now. That's the only way we can then go from that position. And now you've changed your location. So your whole view is going to be reflecting the distance now, and it's not going to drop. It's going to be laid out in front of you, according to perspective.
Yeah, spheres are a little bit weird. But yeah, I imagine if you go to the horizon, the hotel wouldn't. If you're close enough, it might not even drop below the horizon. It might just be there in front of you, whatnot. It's weird. You're dealing with.
Now you got it. If you keep approaching the hotel, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's going to happen eventually?
It's going to basically.
There'll be no drop in front of you, right?
Yeah, more or less. Well, at least in terms of like horizon.
What happened to that drop that was there?
Well, once again, in terms of like the hotel being behind a horizon, it won't be like the drop will always still technically be there, but it's just you're high enough to where you're looking, across this sort of like drop or something. I don't know. It's hard to explain though, but it's still technically there though.
No, it's only in your mind because people know how water flows, right? That what you're visioning is only in your mind right now. Everybody knows that doesn't happen. Water doesn't drop or hump in reality. So what you're envisioning now is just something given to you by schooling, by the globe, the movies.
You mean by the math, right? The math that I've actually kind of worked out a little bit.
Water doesn't curve, bro. Sorry.
Well, I mean,
No
well,
math.
yeah, but that's irrelevant to what you were arguing earlier, though. I feel like you throw out an argument and then you kind of just, what's the word? You kind of just jump like, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. You just kind of bail on it and then you just go with it. He's like, okay, well, water, water doesn't curve. Like you had an original point, but you just kind of bailed on it.
Arma, if you were to go to two positions on Earth and shoot a laser and perfectly level the laser on a globe, those would meet up in the sky, right?
Depending on how far. Yeah, I mean, I guess a point in the sky, sure. It wouldn't. Well, I guess if you're really far away, it'll. Yeah, somewhere in the sky, I guess, sure.
Right, and on a planar surface, they will not meet on the sky, right? They'll be level.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, what do you mean by
So
sky?
Wouldn't that be a way to test it? The hump, essentially, the drop, whatever you want to call it, that bulge of water between you, the two people, and their levels being different under the claim of the globe. Their levels and the angles perpendicular that shoot off into space or whatever.
Yeah, but hold on. Let's real fast clarify what you mean by sky, though, because let's say, for example, someone is 6 foot, 6 foot observer, and the horizon is 3 miles away, and then let's say on the opposite end of that horizon, there's another person that's 3 miles away from that point. So the observers are 6 miles away from each other, right? And if they were to shoot, what is it, like a laser out, I imagine the laser from one person would be, what is it? So 6, I don't know. It'd be like maybe like a few feet or something above whatever, but that's not really the sky though. If it's only like shot up, like, well, I guess what you're trying to say is that technically, if you keep following that laser, it will shoot out indefinitely to the sky. So fair enough. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, on a globe.
Right.
And we already know this doesn't happen because of mirror flashes, by the way. So this is already not the case. But it could just be fully validated because on a globe, those lasers would have to actually hit each other up in the sky. They'd have to both be pointing up because level will come up off the ground if it's a powerful enough laser over a long enough distance. Yeah, whereas over a planar surface, those lasers are going to meet, 6 feet. If they're leveled at 6 feet, let's say, they're going to meet at 6 feet or roughly thereabouts.
Yeah, but I guess with the ball though, I mean the where the lasers would meet though wouldn't be that high, obviously. I mean, it's gonna be higher than where than level, obviously. But like let's say for example, 6 miles. There's two observers and they're 6 miles away from each other, right? I imagine a laser.
Do the math on it. Do the math. Do like 20 miles.
20 miles.
Yeah, maybe either 10 each or 20 each. Yeah, see if you can get those so we can see what it would take. Because I mean, if those lasers are going to meet at, let's say, 85 feet above the ground or something, that's very measurable. I mean, that's significant. If you're sitting there and you're seeing these two lasers that are perfectly level and they're just pointing up at the sky.
Uh-huh. But shouldn't we though, like, because obviously there's refraction, shouldn't we then do this then on if you're fine with refraction, shouldn't we do this like on a day where there's like not a whole lot of it, and then?
Well, don't you guys have to? Sorry if I interrupt. Don't you guys have to claim that refraction is bending around the sphere? So in that sense, like it shouldn't even be possible. You would say it would be bending and refracting.
Well, no, it depends on how much refraction there is. Because if there isn't a whole lot of refraction, then we would get this, meeting in the quote unquote sky, or meeting, 6 feet above where it would on a flat Earth, whatever. So it just depends on how much refraction there is. If there isn't a whole lot, then I imagine, yeah, it's gonna meet, where you said it would, where it's like higher than where it should be. So I think if you were to do this with the Black Swan, shoot these lasers, then you might get a rather flat Earth, what do you call it? Answer, whatever, where they meet is like closer to what a flat Earth would have it. But if you did this on, let's say, the reverse of the Black Swan, remember how there's like the two images? There's like the image where the oil rig is higher and then the oil rig where it's like behind the horizon. I think if you did it on the day where the oil rig is behind the horizon, then you probably get something closer to like a globe answer where it's like, okay, the lasers are higher than where they should be if it was a flat surface. I don't know if that made any sense. I haven't had it talking a lot.
But still, you would have to have someone physically out on the visible horizon so that you could at least approximate where that horizon is. Otherwise, you're not going to have a way to check your work.
Maybe. But yeah. Sorry, I'm like looking at this one video I've also listened to. I mean, I guess I kind of get what you're getting at, I think. But I mean, if you want to if you want to double check to see if like the Earth curve thing is correct, like okay, at this height, I should only be able to see about 3 miles away. So then when the person, boats out, they not what is it for boats when they when they what is it for boats? Because I know cars is drive. If you're driving a car, what is it? Riding a boat? I guess when the boat, yeah, there you go. When the boat like rides out to 3 miles or whatever, I guess after that point, if you see it, if you start seeing it being hidden, then I guess that kind of confirms, the distance to the horizon, I guess. But I mean, is that really? I guess that's fine. Okay, whatever. Sure. I guess you could do that then. Yeah. All right. Sorry, I'm not. I gotta eat something. Like not right now, but I gotta eat something soon because I can't. I can't like think right now.
Oh, you're saying exactly what you need to, and I think you realize it.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I guess. Yeah, I guess that could also be added into it as well. Where you just double check, I guess, with the boat, on the horizon or some shit, just to see, if that's appropriate. If that's the appropriate location or the appropriate distance, whatever. Through your nose and out through your mouth. Okay, that's fine. But all right. But
Wait,
yeah,
you heard my mouth breathing? Is that what you're saying?
No. Alasma said, calm down in through your nose and out through your mouth. That's what they were saying to me because they were telling me to take a deep breath because I talk a lot.
It is always good to take a deep breath, maybe even a couple.
Yeah. But yeah. Anyway.
Well, so
I think 6 feet. Because okay, if you had the two observers and they're 6 miles apart, the laser for the one observer is going to be 6 feet higher to the second observer. They're going to be like, "Oh shit, this laser is 6 feet higher," right? I don't know where they meet though. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm sure I could work the math out though, but I don't know the exact thing. But I imagine it's something like let me see. What would it be actually? It would shoot
you
out
should
to the
do it
horizon.
on you should do it on Blender or one of your softwares. Because if you could show, and then here's the thing in addition. Travis, I had this idea where we have drones that all have like tethers coming from them. So multiple drones that are all have tethers coming down, and that tether is all the way up. There's sensors and equipment that can read the gradient. And then you have multiple of these drones and you have them all fly in tandem with each other to be able to move it up, down, left, right throughout the entire corridor and to be able to measure the actual conditions throughout the entire visual space to the observing point and see what all of those measurements are throughout the entire path, in this case of a laser or an observation or within a mirage. Because that's the thing, Arma, if you would claim that the lasers would be bending around the curve and meeting each other, then you would have to validate that form of refraction is actually happening. Because on a sphere, they should shoot off into space and meet up above the ground.
Yeah. I'm thinking about the math again now, and I think I got it wrong. So, because technically speaking, the ground drops, immediately from you, right? So technically speaking, if you shoot a laser leveled where you're standing 3 miles out, the ground would be 6 feet lower.
Do you remember on that terrible, what is it, the Nat Geo one or whatever, the one that's so fake and terrible, the Stephen Hawking one when they did the laser test? Yeah, they claim that did hit higher on the target. So they don't claim that there's refraction that's bending it around a curve in that one that they did. But there's all kinds of problems because they never leveled it. And it's at such a short distance that the level would be key. So anyways, that whole thing is so hacked up. But my point is that people who would claim that the laser is bending around the curve, well, even in that Nat Geo one, they say it's not and that it is hitting up higher, which means in theory, if you were to extend their laser from what they did there and what they claim they got or whatever, the lasers would shoot off into space and they would be, if you had two of them at opposite ends of, 180 degrees from each other, aimed at each other, that point is going to match, just like two lightsabers going up off a sphere. They're going to meet up in the sky.
You said 180 degrees? What do you mean by that?
Two of them shooting at each other on a globe. So you have the hump drop, whatever you want to call it, between them. You got the bulge, the hump drop bulge between you, and you're both you both have a leveled laser, and you're both shooting at each other. So they're going to meet like two swords. They're going to meet together.
They would have to. Good point there, Gio. In their world, yeah.
Like in Glowbusters when they cross the streams.
Yeah. They're straight, but they're pointing up, of course.
I said Glowbusters, but I really meant Ghostbusters. I just said Glowbusters. That's funny. Yeah, this would be a Glowbuster, actually. It would.
Yeah, in your model, they would have to be pointing level. They're level, of course, but they're actually pointing upwards. Yep, both of them meeting in the sky.
Yep.
So level actually means TP.
TP Earth.
Yeah. Think about that, guys. Your level means actually pointing up in the sky.
Actually,
Yeah, I mean, not obviously not at like where you're standing at that very moment. It's not, but then as you go further out, then it starts to that angle starts to, like, relatively speaking, it starts to tip towards the sky, whatever.
I mean, do we live on a toilet paper roll? Check that one out. It's like a toroidal field. Like if you put a toilet paper roll in between that's where we actually live.
Oh yeah, wait, so it's kind of like, I guess you would sort of sit the toilet paper roll like vertically, right, on that, like you would.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, because it's like you got the donut, the toroid, the hypertoroid, and you have all of the inner and outer inverted and external. So yeah, like the donut. It's like the meaty part of the donut, basically, like where the jelly would be.
Yes.
The good stuff. That's how the creator made it, man. Split the waters and put the good stuff in the middle. That's where we're at.
Now you're making me hungry for donuts now.
The nougaty center. Anyways, and then if there's another way to validate that those lasers were straight, ideally too, if there's some way to go along the laser and do some kind of test to measure it, because if it's curving at all, that should be measurable as well. I think those would be some more advanced techniques, but with one of those like $20,000 or $30,000 lasers, or even more expensive, we could get ones that are incredibly precise, and then have tools that we could actually measure it along its entire path and validate that it is or isn't curving. Because I mean, to hit the targets the way they do, it has to curve around a sphere. So
yeah, you know what? Now that you mention it, I'm trying to think about this. Right, so like, I guess you could do that, because the thing is, so on the globe model, right, the black swan, right. The thing is, if we shot a laser, right, we wouldn't see it bend, because the thing is, because how refraction works, right? You're just seeing, the path the light takes, whatever. So it would appear straight. But what you could do is, if you had a bunch of boats, right, and you had maybe like a bunch of people measuring the height of that laser, right, then you could tell, whether or not that laser was actually well, but then again, because if they're on the boats, they're like, okay, this is going higher or lower. But if the no, that's not going to work, because if you have with the black swan thing, they're going to measure that the laser is pretty much always like the same distance, more or less, above the water at that point. And using that information, some people might conclude that, flat Earth at that point, but we know that's not the case, or at least we know that may not be the case if we assume refraction on a ball, right? There are the two scenarios, so that, never mind. That's actually trickier than than I thought.
Yeah. Do you hear yourself struggling to express your own model? Like, you don't have this problem.
But I mean, that's just how it is, though. If you have light bending, you're gonna run into that issue where, like, visually, it's not gonna really appear to, you know. And if you know the shape of the surface, then you can know for sure whether or not the light is bending. You're like, okay, like on a
Right.
ball.
Okay, stop. So let's go back to that very point. If you know the shape of the surface, show us how you know the shape of the surface.
Well, I'm not saying I do. I'm just saying that's what you would need, though. Like, for example, if I know for sure that the shape of the Earth, right, is round, right, and then I go to measure, the height of that laser. If I see that that laser is not changing its height, then I know that the laser has to be bending because that's
but
the only way that would work.
Right, but listen. So the past 2 weeks, I've had some really great observations where I've made a shore to shore observation. I can see the dock. I can see the boat dock 6 miles away. That is shore to shore. Those conditions in your world would be called looming because I shouldn't see that shoreline. That shoreline should be behind 16 feet of curve. That boat dock is not 16 feet up in the air. It's right at 3 feet over the surface of the water. It's elevated by about 3 feet, but I can still see it. So I have a line of sight to the shore.
Wait, was it
But if I
distance?
go 6 miles.
6. Oh, then that's only 6 feet behind the water.
No,
I mean,
no, it's not. No,
well,
listen,
it is. It
I've
is.
done.
No,
Okay,
because
go do the math. I've done the math.
Mhm.
6 miles times 6 miles.
Yeah, that's
times 8 divided by 12 is not 6 feet.
Yeah, okay, I know. Here's the thing, though, right? The thing is, you're roughly a 6-foot observer. Whatever. The point is, if you're roughly a 6-foot observer,
No,
right?
you have to know his observer point. It can't just be roughly from what he's saying. You'd have to know it. So
Okay, so yeah, so
what was your observation height?
Yeah, comparing school. Yeah, what is your observation height?
60 inches. 60 inches.
60 inches. So that's like 5 feet, right? So yeah, so that's 5 feet. So then, okay, then it's gonna be a little bit. It's gonna be a little bit more than 6 feet, but it's not what you said though, because you said what you're doing is 6 times 6
Okay,
times
hold on.
8, which is 8 inches per mile square thing. But that only works if that only tells you how much the thing is dropping, I guess, right? Which if that's what you're saying, then fine, I'll give you that. But in terms of how much is hidden, though, that doesn't tell you how much is hidden. That just tells you how much is dropped. So are you saying that that's how much is dropped? Then if so, I'll give you that. Is that what you're saying?
Well, this is your world, so I don't know however you want to express it.
Well, yeah,
so
so
let me
yeah,
let me wait. Hold on. Let me ask you this
Okay.
question. Then let's just do it this way. I have my camera set up at 60 inches.
Okay.
And it is on the shoreline.
All right.
Okay. I can see a 3-foot dock 6 miles away.
Okay.
Should I be able to see that 6-foot dock at that elevation at 6 miles?
What you mean 3-foot dog? You said 3 foot originally.
Well, the target hidden is 7 feet. If we're talking a 5-foot eye height with a 6 mile, it's like 7 feet.
So then I shouldn't see the dock.
Yeah, fair enough.
Right.
That's true. Yeah.
But I do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So in your world, because there's curvature, the refraction has basically flattened the curve so that I can see farther. Correct?
Sure.
Okay, great. Now, when I go out and there's an inferior mirage, I can't see the shoreline. But
Okay.
I can demonstrate from the nature and physics of mirage that the mirage is hiding the opposite shoreline. It's not curvature, it's refraction. So
Okay.
refraction limits my visibility and also extends my visibility. It's always refraction with or without mirage.
Okay. Okay. If your argument is that, then that still doesn't really throw out the ball. It just kind of says, well, you could do without the ball. I don't necessarily agree
I don't need
100%
to
with
appeal
that.
to the ball ever, though. I don't ever need to appeal to the ball.
Okay.
That's your problem.
I like how you put that, Arma. Oh, I could do without the ball. That's funny.
Well,
You're just like, I could do without it. Yeah, because that's the thing, dude. We all could do without it. No one needs it for anything.
All right. But yeah, I don't think it throws the ball, in the garbage or whatever. But yeah, I guess if your argument is that you don't need it, you don't need the ball for it to work, then I'll give you maybe like a 50% sure. There's also 50%, not sure, because I do know that the different refractions have like different like effects and whatnot. Like I know when you have like what was it? You said the inferior mirage, whatever, right? Like if I'm correct on which one that is, there's usually like a sort of mirroring effect, right? And it's pretty obvious, like when you have that type of refraction. And if you're going to claim that that's always the reason why things disappear bottom up, or always the reason why things are, why you can't see, whatever it is, oil rigs or boats or a city skyline, whatever, then we should at least see those effects with those, those in those scenarios. And
we
usually,
do though. We do.
Not really though. Not from what I've seen.
Yes, really. Okay. Have you made these observations for the past 5 years in multiple locations?
No, okay, that's not the argument. I'm trying to say like always. Like, if you're saying sometimes, okay, fine. But I'm saying like usually, or
Is it usually or always?
Okay, let me just rethink what I'm saying here. So there are times where you have buildings hidden behind water, whatever, and there's no signs of inferior mirage.
Right. Listen very carefully. I'm going to repeat myself. Refraction always limits or extends your vision with or without mirage. So if you don't want to talk about mirage, that's fine. But your visibility is still going to be affected by refraction. Nothing is ever hidden behind water.
Okay, but that's the thing though, right? So I sort of disagree with that, because every time things are hidden by like a mirage or refraction, whatever, you usually get that effect. You get that sort of mirroring effect. I haven't really seen it the other way around. You could make the argument that every time I see, a building disappearing bottom up, that is refraction, and therefore, my argument doesn't really have, a point, whatever. But I don't know, that I feel like you also have to prove then that you can have refraction disappear, have things disappear bottom up without that mirroring effect, because
right, but see, okay, but
how
hold on.
can you prove refraction exists though?
Well, we at least know that light bends, though, or at the very least we know that things can shift up and down in the distance.
No, light doesn't bend.
Okay, well, whether it bends or not, we at least know that things visually move up and down in the distance depending on the conditions of the day. Well, we know that though, because we have the black swan. We know that the oil rig will move, or it will appear to change its vertical position. All right, visually. So we do know something is happening, right? Either the Earth is, like expanding or is moving, doing the moving, or maybe the light is, or visually it's doing it. We at least have some evidence for that.
Okay, so just real quick, Armor, can you see the thumbnail that's in the video that I just posted? Okay, so you see that boat that's in a mirage, right?
Okay.
Okay, so you can't see where that boat is touching the water.
Yeah, but that's the thing though. Like, notice how
I wasn't finished.
Okay, fair enough. Go ahead.
Okay, so just like you can't see where the boat is touching the water, it still is right there at that point where the mirage is inverted. That's where. Oh, hold on. So your visibility to the water where it touches the hull of the boat is limited by refraction. Now, if you simply wipe away that mirage, the entire field of view is going to change. That boat is going to drop into the distance farther away from you, and the refraction that now affects it, which isn't a mirage, but it's still refraction, is going to affect the diffusion of light from the target to your eye, so that you still can't see where the boat touches the water. However, the reason why you can't see it, it's not because it's behind water, it's because it's behind refraction without mirage. Therefore, the limitation to your sight to that boat is refraction.
If you say so. I mean, the way I see it is that boat in the let me go if I see the thumbnail again. That boat is like, if you take that mirage away, you probably would see, either the bottom of the boat, or depending on if it's already, far enough to where, I mean, it is 6 miles from the looks of it, so maybe it is far enough to already be obstructed by the curve of the Earth or whatever.
No,
but
no.
Well, okay. How about this? How about we don't assume any distances, right? Because we have 6 miles, 12 miles, and 10 miles, right? I'm just going to assume the mirage, and that's it, or at least the whatever you want to call that, the mirroring effect, right? Which I think is miraging, right? So, how I see it is, if you get rid of that, right, you would see obviously, the bottom of that boat, whatever. And obviously, if you put the mirage there, then you don't see the bottom of the boat. But that's because you literally have this sort of mirroring, this layer where it's sort of just like mirrored, and it's sort of like hiding it, in that little, mirrored area, whatever. But once again, though, I feel like, it's pretty obvious that that's what's going on in that image there or whatever, where there is a mirroring effect. But there are other instances where you don't have that mirroring effect, and there are things disappearing bottom up.
But I just explained that to you, and it
Yeah,
doesn't seem like, no, don't say yeah, but, because I gave you the answer. Now, listen, if you want to go beyond looking at the thumbnail and watch the video, I show you the same observation with another boat without mirage, and the entire field of view is completely different. So that's where my research comes in, because I can show you both conditions over both corridors from the same setup.
Let me see. Yeah, I might have to give this video a look sometime.
Please do.
Let me see. All right.
So what's the whole point of thinking that refraction allows you to see further, and it also allows you to know what is the ultimate conclusion? Has someone actually done the experiment where they've done the same observation with an infrared camera, and what has happened? Has the refraction disappeared?
No, I have shot with an infrared camera. If there is, let's just say, for instance, I go out one day and I have the infrared camera and there's an inferior mirage, that infrared camera cannot cut through the mirage.
Why?
Well, that's beyond my pay grade. It would have to do with I would say it would have to do with the intensity of the polarization. So that's what I was trying to say with Jeremy before. I'm going to try to paint a picture. So if you have a boat that's, let's say, 6 miles away, the corridor from you to the boat is a completely different refractive condition that the infrared will clear up in that corridor. But as soon as the refraction begins with mirage, you have a completely different phenomenon, and that intensity of the polarization, which is concentrated in the focal point of the mirage, is too thick. It's almost like there's a fog bank out there, and the infrared can't cut through the fog bank.
Right, now I get that. That's interesting. So what's the conclusion then?
The conclusion is this: our visibility is always, only, and ever affected by one thing: refraction, with or without mirage. It's never limited due to Earth curvature, ever.
Well, refraction always happens. So yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
I mean, like when people say refraction, people think it just has to do with being able to see objects, further away. But every single thing you're seeing right now, even looking out the window, is refracted light.
Yes.
You are never seeing perfect light, so to speak.
Yes. Yes.
So yeah.
Yep.
But the thing I'm interested in is, so say for example you were looking on the horizon and you could see something that was 50 miles away because of refraction. Now, if you looked at the same spot with an infrared camera, would that remove the mirage or no? Because if it removes it, it's not there anymore.
No.
Because that's what should happen. Do you understand what I mean?
No, I would say that's not what should happen. No, that's what I was trying to say before. At that distance, the intensity of the refractive index is too complicated for the infrared camera to cut through. Now, I was having a conversation with a friend of mine earlier today, and I said to him, I don't have, SC Montreal doesn't have, BMLSB doesn't have, none of us have an equipment that cuts through Mirage. If it
But there has
exists,
to be, don't you
hold on,
think?
wait.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. If there exists an optical ocular device that can cut through Mirage, it's not on the market, and they haven't told us they have it.
Somebody put forth the idea, Travis, right? They put forth the argument. I think it was with Zanuck, right? That he says that we can see further than the globe allows due to refraction. So that when we pull out an infrared, it should remove some of the refraction, and we should not be able to see as far using infrared.
Yeah, Jeremy was saying that earlier. That's absurd.
Okay.
That's
Because
absurd.
that would prove, if that happens, that would kind of prove the globe. Do you understand?
Yeah,
And if not, then it would prove flat Earth. That's why I'm asking if the experiment has been done. So you're saying then that the reason you're not seeing it is because of this phenomena that you're saying, with the polarization thing, not because the Earth is round, basically, yeah?
Correct.
Okay. I don't know what to say because I don't. That's why I'm thinking, how could we clear this up?
Well,
there must
listen,
be some way.
Okay, look, this is where I'm appealing to the community at large. Okay,
Mm.
if you, I'll put another video in if you don't know where my channel is. If you go to my channel and look over the past week, I have put out videos. I would say at least 5. I have put out at least 5 videos in the past week that is talking about, in different ways, this very subject. And the only alternative explanation you're going to get is from people like me or Wide Awake or Sky Free. You're not going to get our explanations from mainstream. You're going to get the narrative. So you're not going to get the information that we're putting out. We don't have any place to cite it except ourselves, because we're making these observations, we're describing what we see, and we have the contrast in different conditions to show you why we're saying it this way today, why we're saying it this way on another day. And my appeal to everyone is, please, if you don't want to go to my channel, then go to somebody else's channel and give constructive feedback on the claims that are being made. Because we are talking about these things right now and no one gives a shit.
That's a bit sad because it's an important question. I mean, just
it is
right off the bat now. Just start thinking right off the bat is: have you guys ever tried playing around with filters, different light filters, to see if something could cut through it?
Yes.
And what results? What filters have you applied, and what results did you get?
Due to my budget, I've only gone to Amazon and I've chosen a medium-priced polarization collection. Like they'll give you like 3 or 4 different lenses, and so you put one on. See how that does, right? So I've messed with that. My point is always that when you get far enough away from your observation, the refraction at that distance kicks those polarization filters in the teeth. It says, "You shall not pass." You can't cut through it when it gets to that certain distance and gradient.
And what distance? What distance are we talking about? Like, at what distance did you start observing this phenomena?
It depends on day to day.
No, I get that. But when you were saying you took some pictures when you were doing it. Like, at what distance did you start observing it?
I can't give you the specifics because I don't have a team with me to go out into the distance so that I can have them tell me where they're at and whatever.
Have you tried maybe with Google Earth or something, like just to get like an estimate or something?
Yeah, but Google Earth can't tell you where the horizon is visually for you when you're making your observation on the shoreline. Google Earth.
Of course, but you could use an object. You could use an object like an oil rig or an island or something. I was just wondering if you tried something like that, because that would kind of give you a pointer, if you understand what I mean.
Okay, yeah, but see, so look, great point. Okay, so let's go up to Santa Barbara, where the oil platforms are, and let's say we take a shot out one day, and we have a full, at least it appears to be, that the water goes beyond the oil platform. Okay, so then basically I would say we can see the entire oil platform, and then we can also see the water beyond it. So we know that the horizon is beyond and behind the platform. At that point, right, at that point, you can know how far away the platform is, but you still don't know beyond that how far away the horizon is now from the platform. It won't
No,
tell
of
you
course
that.
not. You could get half decent estimate at least. Do you get what I mean? It's at least give you something to work with because, well, like you said,
No,
you
I
know, I
don't.
don't think any one of us has, you know, the kind of funding that would allow us to, you know.
I don't think that that's entirely accurate because of what happens with foreshortening when you get farther and farther away. You have the compression of the floor where you have distance that's compressed into a smaller space. So if you're looking 100 yards away from you and you can measure 100 yards, it looks pretty wide. It looks pretty deep. It looks 100 yards. But if you then take 100 yards 6 miles away, that's going to be compressed into a very much more acute angle, and it's not going to have the ratio. It's not going to be the same. You won't be able to know.
Yeah. I mean, if it's the distance you wanted to measure, I mean, there are. I mean, I suppose there are ways you could do it. You could get around it.
The only way I would suggest that you could know that is if you had someone in a boat that you could see beyond the oil platform, and then you could say, where give me your GPS coordinates. And then in that instance, you would know how far away the platform is. And then if he was correct and he's out on the ocean, you can see him, he's flashing his lights or whatever, you know that's your boat. And he says, these are my coordinates. Then you go, okay, your coordinates are this. The platform's coordinates are this. You're 2.5 miles farther away from the platform. That's the only way you're going to be able to get that specific. Otherwise, it's just guesswork, and I don't think that's worth talking about.
No, I agree. I agree. It's a bit of a shame that, you know, so few people are interested in the actual facts. Because
well, it is a shame, but let me tell you this. You know, I had a conversation with a PhD astrophysicist on my channel. I've got 3 or 4 recorded conversations with him.
Okay.
And he gave me nothing but positive feedback in terms of my my methods of setting up my observations. Numerous times, and you can go listen to him, he'll say, you're doing science. You are doing exactly what I would think you should do in science, blah, blah, blah.
I believe you.
Yeah. So, but the thing is that once he got trolled by a globe flake, he cut off all conversation with me. We were having a great conversation up to that point. So before he finally cut off the last...
What do you mean? What do you mean? What exactly happened?
It's a long story, but I...
Okay, never mind.
Well, yeah. My point is that it's not true that science is always looking to be corrected in its theories. Because I gave this guy nothing but science, and he was saying good, 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 right? And he was making connections where he said to me at one point, after I explained the visibility thing with refraction, he said, what about the curve of the Earth? Because he understood the implications of what I was saying. Now, in my opinion, the research that we've been doing as flat earthers is worth the mainstream taking a look at, because we're saying you guys have it wrong. Now, if they're interested in learning anything from us, they would say, great, you know what? We're going to fund you guys for a year. You do everything you need. You have 1 year to make your case. They're not doing that. Science does not want to change. If it did, this guy who was a PhD should recognize, as I do, that this is Nobel Prize worthy information. If it were, he should say, hey, Travis, let me write the papers for you, but I'll give you full credit this is Nobel. We will both get Nobel prizes for this. He's not interested. You know why? Because he cannot go against his model.
Because the thing is, a lot of these people know what's going on, but they can't say it because if they do, all their funding is cut. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I haven't been on Discord for long, but I mean, since I come on, I've been a little bit shocked really about, because I believe the Earth is a sphere, right? But I was having a conversation like a while back, and basically flat earthers said this thing about like how they'd mapped out the universe, and it actually appears to like be out in a flat plane, and it does look like the Earth is at the center. And I've seen this, and I agree that that's exactly what it looks like. But the other guy who was in the conversation, he instantly started saying, well, no, I don't believe that. There must be some kind of explanation for it. And I was a bit shocked because I've seen this happen a lot of times, and it seems like people aren't really interested in the truth. They're more interested in being right, or just pushing an agenda. And it's very disingenuous, because I used to think it was only on the flat earth side, but it's equal on both sides, and people aren't really interested, and it's fucking sad.
You know what they say about that axis of evil thing?
Yeah.
That you just mentioned?
Yeah.
They say that the CMB date is just wrong. They say the date is wrong. It's a bad measurement.
That's rubbish. They have to say everything though to hide the creator, because that's what the thing is. They want to.
That's your people.
They're not my people. Not my people, bro.
They're your boys. Yeah, those are your boys.
Well, if you believe that the Earth is still a globe, then they are your people.
Well,
that's your people.
Here's the difference between me and a lot of other people. I'm willing to go wherever the information and the data takes me. So if someone can prove to me, beyond all reasonable doubt, and answer all of my questions, I've said this, openly, I will openly concede, and I'll become a flat earther, and I'll even apologize, for being wrong. I have no problem that I'm wrong.
Okay, so hold on just real quick, because I'll make an appeal to you right now. I just told you and everybody else that I have at least 5 videos in my recent posts.
Mm-hmm.
That should be, if you are honestly interested, then I would say, and look, I busted my ass in these 2 weeks to make these videos as concise and short as possible. I even got one to 2 minutes today. You know how long it took me to get a 2-minute video put together? Over 2 hours. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So it takes a long time to be very concise. So
listen,
my point
mate,
is,
I'll watch it even if it's 5 hours long. So
okay, but
don't
great.
count unless it's 5 hours.
So then take note of who I am. If you want to contact me by DM and say, okay, this is who, so we can have a conversation, watch my stuff, ask your questions. I would be happy to have this conversation with you. I'm begging for conversations like this.
I'm always up for a conversation, mate. Always, regardless of the topic, because I'm always willing to learn. But the thing is, though, what I've noticed, like I just said there, that there's a cognitive bias for one or the other, and I've noticed that on both sides. So I've often had it with flat earthers as well, where I'm having a discussion, and they've already started off the discussion assuming that nothing I say can prove their model wrong either. So it has to go both ways. Do you get me?
Yeah, I don't behave that way. So if you have something to present, the only thing you're going to get from me is my addressing your argument.
Yeah.
The reason why they do that, though, is because we've seen it all. Like, I don't know if you have some secret globe stuff that we've never seen or whatever, but that's probably why they think that.
No, you know what it is? I've often heard this thing that, that question, it's so 2015, but the problem is the question hasn't been answered. The question hasn't been answered, and if it was answered, I don't know where I was, on the which rock I was when it was answered. But the thing is, you guys often say, "Oh, that has been answered," but it hasn't been answered. It's like, for example, say gravity. I've heard this so many times. Oh, it's buoyancy. It's been answered. Move on. No, it's not buoyancy. It doesn't answer the question. It doesn't answer. You have to answer the question adequately. You can't just poke holes in something and then say, "Oh, well, that's it. I've proven it wrong." No, you have to offer a replacement as well, because that's the whole thing. That's the way I see it, because I want knowledge to progress forward. Do you understand? So I'm not just about proving things wrong. I want to also show what it is and explain, so that so that we can actually get somewhere.
Real quick? Can I ask a question?
Hold on, real quick though. Have you ever heard this phrase, falsification is independent of replacement? Go ahead, Napalm.
Isn't that a QE phrase?
I was gonna ask a question.
That's a phrase that stands true. Go ahead.
I was gonna ask a question. Isn't the whole purpose of science to disprove things, not prove them?
Yes, of course. That's how science is done. You make a hypothesis and then you try to disprove your hypothesis, and only when you can't disprove it is it correct. That's how it works.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily what science is about. That's maybe some type of mythology within science. But the purpose of science is just to understand the natural world. How you go about doing that differs. Some people try to do it by falsifying things. Some people try to do it by affirming things.
This guy just called the scientific method mythology.
It is. It's in the name of it. The scientific method. It's a mythology.
Yeah, I think you guys are I think you're talking about the Y, and you're talking about the E, and then mythology. But anyways,
No. Listen, Nate, are you saying methodology?
Yes.
Okay. We need to be.
He's a Muslim, so he says things differently.
That is the worst cover up I've ever heard for someone. Try harder.
What do you mean? It's a methodology. What is a methodology? Look up the definition of a methodology.
Hey, just real quick. You said mythology.
I don't understand.
You thought I said what?
Up New York slang going on. Mythology.
He thought I said mythology. No.
Is that not what you said?
No, it's not.
Methodology.
Oh man, I
method.
Can't
I'm gonna say it. Methodology.
What Travis said. That's what I said.
Yeah. He started dropping his R's like 2 years ago, so he's still learning how to say
Yeah, it's weird.
Your mom started dropping.
It's weird. You came back. You left for like
also,
5
methodology
months,
doesn't have an R in
what
it.
happened?
So I don't. Yeah, but methodology doesn't have an R in it, so I don't understand.
Just real quick. Alasma, I just DM'd you my channel. Okay. So if you just simply go back 1 week and see where I have 2 rants, and they're both on superior mirages. If you start from there and then watch everything up to what I just put out today, that should catch you up to pretty much where I'm at.
I'll have a look.
Thanks.
Just say what's up, Travis. Long time no see.
What's going on, Kosha, man?
So you have new content. It's I look forward to checking it out, dude. I'm excited about it.
Yeah, where have you been, Travis?
I have been working my ass off on getting good content.
That's what's up.
Kosho, you seen this guy Anti-Globe?
No, I haven't seen that guy. Sounds like an asshole.
Oh, bro, I gotta post you to a video. He was calling you he was ripping you in one of his videos. I gotta find it.
Okay, so I wasn't wrong then. Okay, his name fits.
It was awesome.
He sounds like an asshole. I guess he is one. But regardless, yeah, I was gonna say it was funny when Al. I'm just gonna call you Al if that's okay, Mr. Al is my. But it's funny when he said that he was gonna watch a 5-hour video. I was gonna be like, watch out, because Jeremy's about to ask you on a date, dude. He's like,
it don't count unless it's 5 hours.
I agree.
There you go.
Like people are looking at videos and they're like, oh, I don't want to watch anything over 10 minutes. I literally won't watch it unless it's like, an hour long at least. Because certain topics, it's like, you know, when they bring up a certain topic and they're like, oh, here's a 5-minute video on this topic. And I'm thinking, motherfucker, you won't even get past the introduction in 5 minutes. What the fuck are you talking about? Don't like.
Yeah, but listen, man.
Mm.
That's why I busted my ass in the past 2 weeks to make more concise videos, because the attention span of the algorithms or the analytics, people only watch like 10% of the length of my videos.
Yeah, but that's because you're making videos for idiots. You're trying to teach idiots mostly.
Okay, well then I would appreciate someone like you giving you know, my content then a fair shake, which you already said you would do, so that's great.
I have patience. I'm an idiot too, bro. Don't think I'm smart or anything. I'm an idiot too, but it's just like I agree with you. I agree what you said there, and you know, it's sad as well. I actually know people who wouldn't watch a video because it's quote unquote too long, and you know, I don't know. They need Jesus.
I mean, you're right about that. Certain content, yeah. You know, it'd be cool if YouTube had that function, because you know you can look up if a video is like below 20 minutes or above 20 minutes. But it'd be cool if you can like put in like the range, you know, of how long you're searching for a video.
You can.
You know what I mean?
You can. You can put a filter
I
on
wish
that.
you could sort it by long. I wish you could sort it by longest.
Oh, I don't know about that, but I know that you can put in like a minimum length of video.
That's what she said.
You said you can't, Al?
Yeah, you can. I'm sure you can. I'm sure you can put in like a minimum length of the video, like minimum 10 minutes or whatever. I'm sure you can do that on YouTube.
Yeah, but I mean, I think even if someone makes a 5-hour video, the idea isn't for you to sit down and watch it in one 5-hour sitting. You know, you should break it up. You watch 30 minutes now, 30 minutes later.
Yeah, if they break it up into hour-long segments.
No, you break it
if
up.
they break it up
let
into hours, we'll just binge.
I
I'm
find
just
that
saying
when
they'll
you
just
do
binge
that,
watch
you
them
get-
all in a row.
Hey,
Yeah, I reckon you should watch all of it, because if you watch like in bits like that, like you watch 1/2 hour today, 1/2 hour tomorrow, I find that usually you forget.
Yeah, well, whatever, man.
No,
tell
you don't
something
forget.
interesting. It's kind of boring, man.
Yeah,
Okay, here's our
You
troll.
guys never seen
But,
that
I mean,
TikTok
that's
where he's like, hold on, you guys never
Never-
seen that TikTok where Netflix was like, hey, want to watch a 10-hour movie? And the guy's like, hell no. He's like, all right, how about we make a chop it up into 1-hour pieces, and then you watch it all at once. And the guy's like, hell yeah.
Yeah, but you know, basically, if Travis makes a 5-hour movie, I don't think his expectation is you sit down for 5 hours and watch it in one go. You know, just chop it up, watch half an hour, think about it, think about what was said. You know, do some research on the points made, then you move on to the next half an hour.
I'd rather watch 5 hours of your mom on Pornhub, but that's something
Yo,
different.
can you mute that guy, Jeremy, please?
Who said that? Who said it? That's
Who
that
the
turtle
fuck
guy.
said
Isn't
that?
it?
Yeah,
Yeah, that was me.
Please mute
Come
him,
on,
man.
dude. What are you?
He's not wrong though, to be fair.
Hey, real
He's
quick,
got
back to
Got
this.
him. Nice work.
I'm looking at this anti-globe channel, this asshole you're talking about. He's got 108 subscribers. I guess you're probably one of them, Jeremy. But what this are we talking about that he was?
This
going
is
on
flat
about?
earthers, bro. I don't know whose side he's on, honestly. It's hard to tell with this guy, but you're all over one of his videos. Shit was hilarious. I was crying.
Yeah, I bet you
Don.
was crying.
Well, Don had mentioned this channel the other night because apparently, like Jerry, like Fusilli Jerry, apparently was thinking that it was Tim Osmond, and that Tim Osmond also had like a sock account in here. So that's, anyways, that was the thing. Although I know that the real Tim Osmond guy has an account called Invoker. That's the name of it, and he's actually been on the server. He came into VC once, but he never spoke. I think I don't even know if he's still on the server, but that was him.
His name's Tim Osman.
But
Is that
anyways,
his real name?
but this anti-globe channel or whatever, like Don had pointed it out. So I went and looked at it, and like he has all these recordings of like our live stream, and he's just like ranting and like ripping people, like Witsit, all these other. He's just like a wild guy. Yeah, he's just like super like just insulting and just it's kind of like.
Does he attack me too?
What's that? No, he's like stalking the channel by like recording it and then ranting all about it and like. Yeah, that's what it looks like.
He loves Dawn and Witsit. That's his favorite two people from here.
That's his favorite, or that's who he picks on the most?
He fixates on Dawn and Witsit the most. Yeah.
Well, what's the video that you were talking about? Because I see some of the names. These I don't see one. See, he was ripping on me.
I'd have to go back and find it. So he was talking about gay people and shit. You were.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
Your name came up.
Nothing wrong with that, but okay. I'm just reading the titles. I mean, I'm not gonna fucking look through these things. So whatever. If it is, as you said, Tim Osmond, then apologize for calling him an asshole.
I mean, I don't know. He's got terrible arguments. So he made the argument where if the Earth is orbiting around the sun, then it should be noon at midnight when the moon's out and it's nighttime or whatever. Like some really old argument that really
he's a
isn't
flat
a
earther.
problem. No, but he rips us. He spends most of his time ripping us too, but he rips you guys too. I don't know what this guy's got going on.
Yeah, if you skip the video, he's got numerous, 20, 30, 40 videos that have the Earth Awakenings as like the profile or the thumbnail. And then if you click on any of those videos, it'll have like part of our stream playing, and then it's just him ranting and swearing and yelling, just being really vile, I only listened to like a few minutes of it, but yeah, it was so he's somehow like I don't know what you call it, like troll stalking or something. Our channel, I don't know, whatever you want to call it.
Well, go ahead.
But he does it with other people too. Like he does videos on the Jeranism and whatever other stuff too. Yeah, but there's like a bunch of them on our channel.
I'm the number one guy people go to when they need to figure out who's the sock. Okay, so I'm on it. I'll figure out who this guy is.
Well, that's where it started. There was a sock account in here, and basically, like Jerry was calling him Tim Osmond, and then he was like, "What the f?" Then he started doxing Bev's name like twice. So, anyways, yeah. So people thought it was this guy basically, and then the possible link of Tim Osmond, but
dude, Tim Osmond, huh?
Osama bin Laden. That was Osama bin Laden's name.
To be honest, it doesn't really sound to me like it is that actual Tim Osmond guy. If you hear his voice, it doesn't quite sound like this guy's voice, but they have kind of a similar vibe though. So that's it does seem like there's kind of similar. They're in the same troll group or something.
I already have a suspect of who this probably is.
Like souls reincarnate like in groups, but like also like when they're these demonic troll energies just find ways to team up and have similarities. They're like coming from the same group mind.
So they have the same name and the same vibe, is what you're saying. Troll the same way.
Hey, Geo, in a more esoteric, philosophical discussion, have you seen the movie Waking Life?
Yeah, I believe I did many years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I'd encourage you to watch it again. It's pretty impressive. It's deep, philosophical, good stuff.
Yeah, I did see it many years ago. So, yeah.
Travis, have you seen a movie called Scanner Darkly?
Yeah, it's the same guy. The same guy who wrote them.
Same people.
Yeah, Richard Linklater. Mm-hmm.
I saw Scanner Darkly in the theater, like when it was like in Berkeley.
It's a good movie. It was filmed here in Austin.
Linklater does all his stuff in Austin.
Oh yeah, is that because I think is that the director?
Yeah,
because he also did About a Boy.
Yeah,
which was
Dazed
also
and Confused.
Yeah, both those also. Yeah, both those filmed in Austin.
Slacker. He did School of Rock.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Sorry, you said slacker. Just had me thinking of Jin and his Gintopia, Slacker's Island. Or anyway, yeah. So I'm still on this dude, on this anti-globe guy, and yeah, I don't know. I'm looking at some of these videos, and he does seem to be a flat earther who's also anti other flat earthers. But there's a lot of dudes who fit that description. Like there's flat earthers I know that specifically rail against Witsit for whatever reason.
You know about that anti-globe guy?
Yeah.
No, I only listened to a couple minutes of his stuff, but no, dude, he sounds like he's totally globe earther, just railing on flat Earth stuff or whatever he thinks the term flat Earth is related to, and he's just kind of. But I didn't listen to enough of it, I guess, to like see if he had any perspectives. But I don't know. Are we still talking about that? I thought we were going to shift away from.
I would because I'm just looking at it. We can move on to whatever.
Travis, did you hear my idea earlier of having drones that could all fly throughout the corridor and actually get all of the readings of information, like in terms of refraction and long distance observations?
You can do it with any drone, right? Just glue some shit to it.
Well, essentially, if you had drones that had like tethers on them, and then meaning like, dangling down beneath them, and then on that tether, you could have different sensors and equipment, and then have several of them that are all flying in tandem, and then get a read of the entire corridor, or as Travis calls it, the ether band, being able to actually detect all the conditions within it.
It's gonna be tough to write it all software, but should be doable.
Well, Coach, back for a second. That anti-globe channel. The thing is, it's called anti-globe, but it actually has a picture of an AE map with with a cross through it. So I think whatever it is, yeah, he's playing games of some sort.
So you're allowed to bring it back up, but I'm not. Okay.
Yes.
You can. I didn't say you couldn't, but
I'm fucking with you, man.
I thought Travis was still here because we were going to talk about this Waking Life movie. I thought, but
I liked what you just brought up. I suggested that a while ago as well. Although I don't know if that's necessary. What you said about the drones, either drones or balloons or something along that line.
Why don't we just build a big ass fucking drone and just make it fly from South Africa to fucking Antarctica? See what's up there.
They'll shoot it down.
Yeah, okay. Then we build multiple. It's gonna be a suicide rush, but at least nobody has to man it. So.
Well, I mean, that would be information in itself. If you were like live streaming that or recording that or whatever.
No, it's actually a very good point, because as far as we know, people go from Antarctica from South America or from the Australia side, but not from the Africa side. And when you look at the globe, when you zoom into Google Earth and you look at the positioning of Antarctica, half of it is like totally unoccupied, meaning even on Google Maps, like there's no base stations, there's no outlets, there's like no civilization on half of Antarctica. All the bases are on the one half. Well, the half that has nothing on it, even on Google Earth, that's the half that faces Africa, South Africa. So is there even an Antarctic region south of South Africa? I don't think we've seen any actual validation of that yet. But there is, south of South America and south of Australia. So it's like, so is Antarctica actually two sections of ice? So then in that sense, are we even surrounded by ice at all? Is the other area just open? There's a lot of questions.
Just wondering, you looked up all the bases that are in Antarctica?
Yep.
It's kind of well-known information, because the paths that people take when they trek across it, they also trek across that side.
They claim that. Yeah, that's claim, but they're also claiming that they're going across Antarctica, which is...
I'm trying to back you up, Playboy.
No, I thought you were saying the opposite.
I'm agreeing with you because I'm saying that's because he was asking how do you know the bases are on that side, and I'm saying I'm agreeing with you that that's kind of well known information that most of the activity is collected towards is around that side of it, and that's even like when they take the paths they say cross Antarctica, it's taking place on that side of it, and I think that has something to do with the terrain though, more so than anything else, but. But yeah, it's true. The bases and all that are all collected. You know, there's a whole region of it that is kind of less activity there.
So instead of blame it on the rain, you're going to say blame it on the terrain.
The last trek across Antarctica thing that I saw was literally some sort of like 14-year-old girl or something. And when you look at her path, it's just across like this little peninsula. Like, oh, congratulations, you crossed Antarctica from one shore to another. Yeah, on a peninsula.
14-year-old? What?
I think she was 8 years old.
I mean, she was like 14. She was some sort of lower teenage years. Yeah, they made a big deal about it. You can look into it if you want.
Also, like half of Antarctica on Google Earth literally looks like a cartoon, while the like there's only little areas that you can actually see any detail. So this whole thing is like a layer.
She was 16.
There you go, 16. My bad.
And then Geo, there are certain parts where the seams of the overlays don't match up, and you can see something below the level that you're looking at.
Yeah.
So if you think about what Gio was just saying, that some of the areas look like they're cartoons because they don't have any details, that's a filter, right? That's like an acetate layer that they're putting over what they don't want you to see. But sometimes their seams don't match up, so then you see detail in a crack or a fissure.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, because of that's because of the what do you call it?
Deception that they're trying to pull over our eyes.
Yeah. No, so is the way they put the composites together, I thought, and like some of the data, they have more data in some places and less in others, and also I think that also have something to do with the like the snow, like sometimes there's ice that's covered over some parts of it, and then other times it's not. So like the landmass changes.
Well, you would have to, right? But see, my initial question to you is: are you just making this up in your head right now, or do you have documentation that you could say, look, they're explaining why their stitching together of their information doesn't match up every once in a while, like, or you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah,
I'm not making that up. I've heard that, and I can't remember where. I don't have it on the top of my head, but I could probably find where I've seen that. Where, like I said, where there's an issue based on the landmass on different times that the pictures were taken and shit like that.
So basically,
blame it on the terrain again.
More or less.
More or less. What's up, Noah?
Sounds like a rumor to me, to be honest. Sounds like hearsay. I would need to see further for me to buy that.
Well, Kosha, are you just speculating as to what it like? Are you just kind of?
I just answered that. I'm just saying that no, they're not speculating. This is something I think it's from a conversation about the topic in the past, and I remember somebody provided the data or the information from whoever makes these maps about that information. Although I don't have it on hand, it might not be that difficult to pull up. So.
And Noah, can I ask you a question?
Who?
Noah.
Is he here?
Never mind. I think he went away.
You can't ask me if I'm from Africa or something stupid like that. I swear to God, he asks me. He does that same setup and asks like a really dumb question every single time.
Is that what you're about to
ask anymore?
Are you from Africa, bro?
No, bro, that's just this fucking turtle plane has some fucking weird thing where he literally asks me that question every single time, and literally says like, "Hey, I want to ask Noah something," and like leads up like every time.
Is this for his own enjoyment, or I mean, he's not. Is like anyone else find it funny, or is it just kind of his own?
Maybe he's in love with you. Maybe he's secretly in love with you.
Just to get his kicks. Like this is just.
I have no idea, bro. No.
I'm trying to bond with Noah. Okay, I'm trying to build up a relationship here.
Well, I definitely remember.
Aww, that's so cute.
But yeah, about what Kosha was saying, and I have to say, Kosha had like a certain way of talking. He has like a swag to him. But about what Kosha was saying, yeah, that you just claiming things and not just having anything to back it is just not gonna go and fly. Like we're gonna need to see some evidence, sir.
It's fair. And so I'm actually in the process of seeing if I track it down myself.
All right, the man's on it.
Yo, where you been the last like 5 days, Kosho?
Transitioning. That sounds weird, but
Oh, you managed like that.
Yeah.
What's up, Jeff?
Never mind.
Is it because Brenda is secretly your idol and you want to follow in? Footsteps?
What I was gonna say, I mean, Coach, you have said this on Livestream. You've talked whether it's true or not about like escaping a bunch of felonies. So I was gonna say, when you haven't been around in a while, I'm wondering, did they grab you on one?
That's fair as well, but I know there's other people who disappeared, and that's why they disappeared. I'm not going to name names, but
send me a DM.
Yeah, like I said, just personal stuff.
Are you a heliocentrist, Kosha?
I would not identify as that, but I also wouldn't say that's untrue. I guess I don't know.
So, Coach, are you telling me with Antarctica that if one had the money, finances, etc., that they would let us just walk across it like these other ones you're claiming?
I'm telling you that no one would stop you.
Okay. Would you be willing to actually do it yourself to show that, or would you just consider it could be a kamikaze mission, so you're going to pass? Because if so, then you can't really say what you're saying. But go ahead.
Yeah, I've started at least 2 or 3 GoFundMe's, trying to get funds to pay for me and a flat earther. At one point, it was Chemo. Actually, I think both times it was Chemo. Me and Chemo to go across Antarctica. And I've also asked Earth is Serious Flat and also Jin if they would join me in doing it, and they both accepted.
Jin CBR1? You and Jin in Antarctica and Chemo? So what happened with the GoFundMe? So you are willing to do this then? That's what you're claiming?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
You know, it's the most dangerous terrain on Earth, right there, with all the glaciers and the cavity and the snow over the glacier, and then you fall in and you're all fucked up.
Yeah, would you be taking beers with you, or would you go without the beers?
That's actually a really good question. I would probably bring stuff so we can make mead. Yeah.
Just besides the fact of getting there, you also have to apply for some permits, and those permits to actually get them, you can also rack up like a bill of like $500,000. So it's gonna be a big GoFundMe, man.
Yeah, I don't want to be that guy, but it's going to be very difficult for any of you to hide against the snowy background of Antarctica. So I hope you know what you're saying.
That's fucked up,
Well,
yeah, I mean, that would be
the lightest skin out of the 3 of us, me, Jin, and I just Earth is Serious Flat. Yeah.
That would be the end all be all to this. I mean, we could pretty much shut it down if you just cross right over and boom, you're up on the other side. I don't
Yeah,
know
but
how.
I mean, Fundy brought up a good point, which is the reason why most of you guys don't, you guys aren't really swayed by the people who cross it, because when you look at the tracks, you look at the path of the people who crossed it, they don't really do a straight path across Antarctica. They do kind of a path from one edge, sort of more or less, because dangerous terrain, like mountainous and stuff.
Dude, you're not even gonna step
Sorry
one
about
foot on that continent. You're never gonna be allowed there. That's a fact.
Yeah, I mean, I think as well, it is a legitimate criticism that's being brought up because, for instance, like, let's say I landed in Miami and then I crossed, like, across to the other side, St. Petersburg or wherever, and then claimed that I'd crossed America. You know, people would be like, "No, you just crossed Florida, bro. Like, that's not America." But that's like, if you want to be deceptive, you could say, "Oh yeah, well, I started on that side and I ended up on that side, and it was in America," right? But you're not actually crossing America.
Yeah, how do you know you're not just skimming the corner of it?
Yeah, exactly. Just like some irrelevant peninsula.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, you'd want to do this with drones. There's no way you'd want to cross this on foot. The terrain is so dangerous. You get glaciers, and then you get like cracks in the glaciers, but they get covered over by snow. So you just be walking across this shit, and it's like whoosh, you're just in a ice cavern of death now.
Well, but people claim to have done it, I guess. Like, there's these couple, like, somewhat claims of it, or at least they went over some corner. But the thing that they don't have is footage of the stars through the whole journey. That's one thing that would be, like, if someone were to claim to have done that and come back and have anything of, like, validity to the evidence, like, that's one thing they would have to show. Otherwise, it's just dudes walking on an icy place. That's not enough. But the sky, if they had live footage, like a lot of live footage showing the sky every night where they're at along their journey, that would be pretty compelling.
Did you? Can I stream one video?
I mean, I'm just saying, for that idea that you're crossing in terms of, like, going under the southern pole or whatever it would be.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say that. Yeah, the southern pole, because, like, I know there's the whole argument with, like, the, what is it called again? The like, azimuth, the grid of vision or whatever, right? But if it's directly above head, like, at that point, I feel like there's no more, no more excuse at that point, right?
Yeah, and if I went into Narnia and met Aslan, then you'd have to accept that there's a talking lion, right?
Yeah. No. I mean, if I witnessed the talking lion, then yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's kind of the logic being employed, though, isn't it?
All right, there you go. Yeah.
If A is true, then A is true. Okay, but that's kind of irrelevant, right? That's what's in question.
Well, no, I'm just asking because with this whole, the stars, whatever, right? If it's directly above, I just want to know if there is an explanation on the flat side. Because if there is, then there's no, why bother even fucking recording the stars? So I'm just trying to figure out whether or not it's a sealed deal.
Which star are you talking about, and like what exactly are you saying about the star?
Just the southern pole. The, what is it? The
Sigma Octantis.
Is that what it is?
Can you even see that?
I don't know, but that's what I'm saying. In terms of star trails, though, you can kind of figure out, okay, that's the center point of rotation. So I'm just talking specifically that if that's directly above overhead or really close to directly above overhead, is there an explanation on the flat Earth side? Yes or no? That was the main point of my argument, or the main point of my point. And if there isn't, then I guess yeah,
Yes, there is.
No, there isn't.
No, well, let's hear it. Let's hear it. What is it? Because if there isn't, let's not bother with it then.
Hold on, just real quick. So, if I'll take a couple minutes to go find his channel and post it in the chat. But Lindsay Harris, whose channel is Tomb of Illumination, has been working through researching esoteric writings, spiritual writings, the Bible, and other things that deal with physics, and he's mapping out the conceptual idea of how the Earth could be an electromagnetic toroidal field and how everything works, how the sky works. If you want to find someone who's addressing your question, he's the guy. So Sigma Octantis is actually the sun.
Okay.
Polaris is the sun. Sigma Octantis
Gotcha.
is the sun. And I mean, it's very interesting to look at and to reconsider. Now, when you guys come at us and say, "Well, what's your explanation?" You want a replacement for your story. He's giving it to you. If you're honest about wanting to hear a good explanation, you're going to have a lot of information to take in. But
Well, I
he's the
mean,
guy to go check out.
all right. I mean, yeah. I mean, I didn't really care, whether, like whether it's a logical explanation or not. I just wanted to know whether or not there was one, because if we do record the stars, in this hypothetical where a bunch of people go to I don't know, Kosho and what was it, and Jin and Chemo, if they were to go there, I mean, they could record, they could record the stars, but it wouldn't really mean much. Like the main thing would have to be actually crossing over the entire continent. Like the stars just wouldn't mean much if you guys have an explanation for it.
Well, if you have the rotation of stars in the north, and as we get closer to it, you go further north, that raises in your sky. Conceivably, you could get under that thing. Now, that would be like being at the North Pole, and that's obviously elusive and so on in terms of our current situation. But in theory, that would continue to happen, as you go closer to it. So if you were to do the reverse, you're in one of the southern regions, you're looking at that rotation of stars. If you were to, since it's like at a particular degree above the horizon, and as you go further south, it begins to rise. The more south you go, the more that one rises.
Mm-hmm.
So the question would be like, is there just like on the north, and I'm talking over a planar surface right now, just like there is over the north, you could get to the center of that. Is that the case in the south? So at that point, now you're under a rotation of stars that are the southern ones, in that sense. Now, the question is, could you get there? That's one question. Is that even traversable, or is that even possible? Of course, if you do that, the land extends to that far, consider that. Then the thing is let's say you're under that on land. Well, the big difference from there is that if you were to keep going, if it's an AE type map, like Gleason's type AE map type of layout, then you're not going to be coming around the other side. You know what I mean? You're going off into a new land. So whether there's like another sun out there, another pond, more land, God only knows. Like what beyond that, in terms of our current awareness. So yeah, but on a globe, if you were to go under it like that and you were to map it, you got your video and you're capturing it, the whole thing. If you kept going and you kept in line with the same longitude line, like the prime meridian, basically, and you stayed with that, and you're going to come up on the other side of a ball. That's the difference.
Yeah, but as I'm saying though, at that point, I think just coming up on the other side is what you need. You wouldn't even need to record the stars. Like recording the stars would just be for fun, But like the fact that you came up on the other side would be more than enough,
No, but the stars would be key in validating that, because that's
okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Otherwise, we don't know if these guys are just going off a corner. They're going on a little. Yeah, we don't know what actual path they're taking.
Can I jump in just real quick?
Sure.
I just remembered one of the things that Lindsay has suggested in his videos, and that is that you have to think about Sigma Octantis as the South's Polaris. So everything in the north is mirrored in the south. So if you want to look for the Big Dipper or any of the other constellations that is in
Southern
the north,
Cross.
What?
Southern Cross. That's the big one, right?
Okay, so just real quick, I'm going to try to be as clear as I can. If Lindsay is correct and Polaris is Sigma Octantis, Sigma Octantis then is a toroidal field extension and how would I say this?
Nodal point.
For lack of a better word, the southern hemisphere is simply an expansive. It's just so weird to try to say this. Everything in the north that circles around Polaris is in the south. but you're not going to see the same symmetry. It's going to be stretched out and not matched. That's why you can't find an exact mirror of Ursa Major. But Ursa Major is there. You just have to take the time to figure out how it matches up. And I do remember in a couple of his videos, he does walk through how to think about what he's saying and look at it that way.
Yes.
Yeah, I kind of think of it almost like a tunnel from the north rotation to the south. It kind of looks like that when you get the certain time lapses that show like the 2 rotations or even 3. You see the equator line and then the other 2. See, that should never happen on a globe. You would only get 1 rotational pattern on a globe because the rotational pattern on a globe is correlated with your position on that globe and the fact that you're making that circular path in space, as it were. So you would just get that 1 rotation. But what we see on Earth is the 2 rotations simultaneously and the center line. The fact that we can pick that up from 1 position shows that it is exclusive, that has to be that the sky is actually making those movements and is not the result of being on a sphere.
Hey, Gio, it sounds like you are echoing a conversation that we had, probably over a year ago when we were talking about this. Remember that? It was really good discussion.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, and
Hey,
I've never
Gio.
seen it. I've never seen them replicate what, on a globe, what we actually see in the sky. So even though they've extracted the globe from the sky, that part doesn't match. Doesn't correlate.
So then, in other words, what we were saying before, and you didn't say it this way, but now that my mind's going back to that discussion, anywhere you move on your latitude, if you were on a ball, the celestial equator would move with you. But that's not what we see. We see the celestial equator staying where it's at, and you're moving away from it. But
Yes.
if you were on a ball and you moved your latitude, then you would have a brand new celestial equator right over your head every single time.
Yep. And then the arc of it would be defined by your position on that sphere, how far north you are from the equator.
Right.
Exactly.
I mean, that's how simple it is. That's very simple.
Yeah. Sounds really simple, man.
So in other words, the reason why we know we're not on a globe is because every time we change our latitude, we don't have a new celestial equator.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The thing I usually do is I grab the Earth curvature calculator. I just look at some positions and then I can see the curvature, how it should be and what it's not. Easy as fuck, man.
Yeah, but you can't show that in reality. You can only show it on paper.
But you can show it on paper how it should be, and then you can compare it with reality.
No, that's working backwards. That's called back engineering. That's called assuming you're consequent. That's called begging the question. So you start with the physical measurement first, and then if you want to translate that into a different language, you're still basing that translation into a different language on your physical measurements. If you create a physical language and write it down on a piece of paper and then go out and look for that answer in the world, you're going to conform the two together, and that's not science.
Whatever, man. Fuck science. I just use math. That's all I need.
Yeah, that's not science.
Who cares about science, man?
Oh, you're the troll. Okay.
Yeah, science is a much better method for trying to acquire knowledge than maths.
Yeah, okay. It's observable. It's repeatable. So
that's
it's science, right?
Yeah, that's science.
Guess I'm doing science then.
Bro, I can calculate how fast Superman flies. What bearing does that have on reality? Exactly.
Crickets. Crickets.
Hey, Crypto, how's it going?
Hey, Matthew, how you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Fucking Globers, man. Always trying to be dicks.
So, Crypto, did you see my diagram in answer to your question from like last week?
I saw you had messaged me, but I haven't actually had a look at it yet. Let me look now.
I could put it in the chat here. We could talk about it if you want.
Yeah, I mean you can do it. It's 4 a.m. here though, so I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on.
Are we allowed to swear in this chat? Or,
Got it.
Fuck.
Yeah, you're up right.
Yeah. Sorry. Sorry, Matthew, you talking to me?
Yeah, I was just saying you're up late. That's all.
Yeah. I should really have been in bed 2 hours ago, but it is what it is. Yeah, I should probably actually read that, seeing as I did actually ask for it. I'm reading it.
Yeah, we could talk about it some other time when it's a better time.
Yeah, see that one I just posted. See on one position on Earth, we can see those 2 rotations. But if you're on a sphere, the sky should just match your one position that you are correlative to how far you are above or below the equator. You wouldn't see simultaneously both of them. Unless they're local and close and actually moving that way in the actual sky, like the ceiling of your room.
Or it's wide angle though, that picture specifically though. I think the picture you sent there is like wide angled the thingy, the wide angle thing.
Yeah, I know, but there's a lot of them that show that you can pick it up. It's not just a wide angle phenomenon. Like you can pick it up on multiple different, like those, that is actually the paths they're making in the sky. The actual trails. It's not just caused by the camera. That's what I'm saying.
Because I've seen what do they call it?
That may be a wide angle lens, but I'm just saying the phenomenon is not being caused by that.
No. Well, the reason why I'm asking, the reason I'm saying, I'm asking that is because like, or not asking, but the reason why I'm saying that is because like I've seen videos, those 360 videos on YouTube where you can like kind of look around and whatnot. There was a 360 one of the star trails, whatever, and those, like, at least from what I've seen, I've never seen like this sort of effect. It's always like as if there's like a like a giant like celestial sphere around us that's rotating at the very least.
Yeah, but that's quite obvious, because if there's like a 360 camera view, then you're not gonna get those lines. You're just gonna get some dots. That's quite obvious.
No, but the 360 is also like time lapse. Like it's also like the star trails is also the trails as well, though. So yeah.
Have you guys ever seen this? Check this out. Sorry, it's kind of a different topic, but it just happened to come up when I was typing something in on my one of my folders, and I was looking for this the other day. Check this landmass. And dude, this is like aboard like one of these like presidential ships or presidential airplanes, I mean. That's what this map is, and it shows land in the South Pacific.
And that's Australia, right? In South America.
Well, no, the one on the bottom is I think it's supposed to be Antarctica, but the one to the left I think might be a really warped Australia. I think, I don't know.
No, dude, it's another land, man. It's other land.
Then where's Australia?
Oh, it looks like Australia is just above that. There's an island chain there, which is kind of where Indonesia and Papua New Guinea, all that lot would be.
It's on Air Force One.
Sorry?
It's on Air Force One.
Yeah, I mean Australia
Is
isn't
Europe?
like Australia isn't 4 times the size of South America, so it can't be Australia.
Was it Europe though?
Wait, why can't that be Australia in that specific thingy?
Australia isn't 4 times the size of South America.
Yeah, but it's a warped thingy though. Like it's a projection, whatever though. I think if me actually real fast pull this up. Is there like
what it shows is the 2 Antarctic regions. Like, see how the one south of South America, that's definitely the one there. And then the one over in the Australia, New Zealand region. And you see how there isn't one over near Africa? Could be that as well. It's also kind of warped, but I mean, do we know exactly? Like, it's pretty interesting that that's on Air Force One.
I'm pretty sure it's an AE map centered on Washington, D.C.
Yeah, because, well, hold on. Me real fast. Pull this up real fast. Yeah, here we go. I got a little image. This is not exactly 1-to-1, but it's kind of close. This is what I found online. And I think it's more, the one that you sent, though, it's more centered on, North America. So I think by centering that, I think Australia ends up, being like black holed spaghetti, like all like stretched and shit. I think that's what's going on. I could be wrong, but I mean, that's from the looks of it, though. I mean, these projections are freaking weird. They're freaking weird.
No. It just is interesting that it shows Antarctica split up into two separate islands. It's two separate land masses and not the circle all the way around.
Wouldn't that also affect South America? I suppose Africa's kind of all fucked up there, but
it's like.
But also, Africa's west of Europe there.
Well, isn't there like a site or something you can do
right.
your own equidistant maps, whatever? Isn't there a way you could do it yourself? Unless I'm thinking.
Yeah, I'm making one, about to post one.
Yeah, there is, Matthew. Someone has a link to that. Do you have it? I think maybe Bacon had posted it, but there's actually like a website you can go to, and you can actually just like you can do a bunch of different ones, and you can move the map around yourself, and you can make like AE maps. Basically, you can make them. That's how universal the AE map is to the Earth. That there's like every map projection, like even if you go to the map projection page on Wikipedia, they're all pulled from the AE map. That's like the foundation that they all come from.
Well, it's all kinds of fun. We can see this stuff, but we're not allowed down to 60 latitude. So what's the point, anyways?
There, Matthew found it. With two Antarctic regions.
The one on the left is labeled Australia.
Wait, hold on. Is this something you found online, Matthew, or did you make this one? You did this yourself?
I posted the link where you can do it yourself, centered on any point on Earth.
Oh, I wish there was like one where you could just kind of like drag it around. It's like, just kind of like you drag a point, and you could just kind of.
It takes 10 or 15 seconds to generate, so dragging it would be really slow.
Oh, okay, fair enough. That's right. Yeah, true.
And if you use the site yourself and look at the blown up image, then you can see that the landmass on the left is clearly labeled as Australia.
But
I can see New Zealand.
All right, be right back. I need to check my food real fast. I'm probably burning.
Yeah, that's gonna look exactly like the one on Air Force One.
Yeah, so mystery solved, right? There aren't two different Antarcticas.
Sort of. It's
Well,
kind of weird
one...
that on Antarctica is like one island on itself down south.
Yeah, Antarctica is like a continent in and of itself, and then they're trying to call this one this very magnified, distorted. I mean, nobody thinks Australia is 5 times the width of the United States, so that is some serious, like, I don't even know. Did they take that on a globe and then flatten it onto an AE map, and then it just, because the Earth's not a globe, it's that distorted?
Right. That's it. That's exactly right.
That's what it looks like. Because the globe, like this. Anyways,
the farther you are from Australia, the more distorted it'll look. if you center it on Australia, then Australia looks just right.
Operation Mindfuck.
It definitely seems super distorted, whatever it is.
Right.
But,
But
we don't know exactly. That's the thing. Like, we don't have the exact map, so maybe there could be some. Like, I don't think the Gleason's map is exact. So I personally don't think it is, but I think it's fairly close in some ways.
Yeah, but the original question is, what in the world is this map on Air Force One? And the answer is an AE map centered on Washington, D.C.
No, it's not centered on Washington, D.C.
What's it centered on?
Okay, never mind. You're right.
It could be New York or something, but I assume since it's the Air Force One, it's D.C.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then you got Washington, all the streets and all that stuff, make all them symbols. There's some kind of energy thing happening in that area.
Or they just wanted to make a nice looking map and have sort of everything centered around the Capitol and White House and all that.
You know that the Pentagon, it's like right next to there, right?
Right. They put everything kind of in this nice pattern.
Do you know when they finished building the Pentagon?
I don't know. What year?
During World War II on September 11th.
He doesn't care. He thinks it's all just coincidence.
Right. There's nothing magic about September 11th.
Yeah, true. There's only like 300 and something days in a year. And,
right.
Quite convenient it happened on that day, but there's nothing to do with it, of course. So not go crazy here.
No, man, if you defend the official narratives, bro, you got to say all that 9/11 stuff is just nonsense. All of it, man. All of it.
And all of it is. It's just made up shit. You guys
Holy shit. Yeah, there's people out there like you, man, still believe that.
Yep.
Yeah, but the point being that there's lots of different dates. For example, the Pentagon was
disappointing.
Was dedicated on January 15th, and that's not.
Hey, NASA Shield, do you know you're a disappointment?
To you, I don't give a shit.
Just in general.
To you, I don't give a shit.
No, I said in general, like to everyone.
I don't give a shit.
Even your family. You sound like your family hates you.
No,
do they?
They don't. No, actually, they do quite
Oh,
well.
okay. You know what the truth does to most people?
You can
most
project it.
families go after the truth seekers in their families and call them black sheep. Isn't that funny?
Truth seekers, you mean like morons like you who think the earth is flat. Got it.
Oh, shit.
Bro, don't insult each other's family. That's a little bit too far, man.
How is that too far?
Because his family's
This
got nothing to
motherfucker
do
says,
with
I
it,
don't
bro.
know a goddamn thing about life because I think the earth is flat.
Well, his family's got nothing to do
See,
with
there
it,
you
bro.
go. And then you got another person go, see, do you? You
So
fucking morons.
your
Y'all
IQ
are the
is
clown
definitely-
show.
Your IQ is definitely below average. If you think
Intelligence
the earth is
quotient
flat.
has nothing to do with actual intelligence,
Actually,
partner.
it does. Yeah.
Nah, no, it doesn't. It's someone else's opinion about how smart you are.
Well, good. My opinion of you is that you're an idiot because you think the earth is flat.
You sound like you haven't been
Why are
laid
you
in 10
guys
fucking
doing
years.
this? Why are you guys doing this right now?
Did you
Sorry,
guys know
I just want to punch him in the face. Never mind. We don't have to yell at each other. Go ahead.
Did you guys know that half of people are below average?
What's the point of this?
Half of people are below average.
What's the point of it all, man? Why are we even here?
Well, I was here to have a discussion, man, and I've had one earlier. But what's the point of like this right now, like arguing? If you guys want to do this, yeah, then agree somewhere, meet up, roll up your fucking sleeves and punch it out. And if not, then just shut the fuck up.
I mean, I agree. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, Matthew, what you're saying is true, but it's actually interesting. You can warp, you can warp that, can't you? Like, I'm not going to go into it, but you probably know where I'm going.
No,
Wait,
no,
this is the
it's
thing.
just
Hold on, can you inform us what this is? This is
No,
the
no,
thing.
it's just
Matthew
the-
secretively said crypto. Now he's responding. It's also a secret language. We don't know what it is.
Well,
Crypto, you're talking about my half of people are below average. That one.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's just the definition of average. It's just that most people prefer to think of themselves as above average, but technically, half of people are below average.
Yeah,
I'm below. I'm way below average. I'm a moron. I admit
Okay,
this.
so I'm above average in some areas and below average in other areas, and that's the beauty of the human race. We're all different. have different talents and abilities, and I think that's a good
I
thing.
have no talents or abilities. I'm
You do.
below average everywhere. No, I
No,
don't.
no, you do. Yes, you do.
How dare you? How dare you tell me I'm not dumb? How dare you?
Well, this is I mean, Matthew, what you're effectively talking about is the Dunning-Kruger effect, right? But people forget, which is, I always find this really, really ironic, is that people who don't understand the Dunning-Kruger effect don't understand.
yeah, I've noticed.
Yeah, I didn't finish, dude. I didn't finish. Didn't finish. Yeah, people who don't understand the Dunning-Kruger effect don't understand that it works both ways. So you could be overestimating your abilities, or you could be underestimating your abilities. So when someone accuses you of having the Dunning-Kruger effect as an insult, they're actually the ones suffering from it because they don't even understand the insult that they've used.
Who's Kruger?
Well, they're the two people who came up with the.
What was that bullshit you just came up with?
The guy named Freddy Krueger in people's dreams.
Well, that I just came up with. No, this is. I've been saying this for years. People don't understand this.
Is this an inside joke or?
No, Peyton doesn't understand what I said, so now he's accusing me of coming up with bullshit.
Yeah, you made up a bunch of words and strung them together, and they make.
You know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is?
Yeah.
Do you know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is?
Yes.
Go on then, tell me.
Yeah, it's a real thing.
Go on, tell me. The floor's yours.
What, you don't know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is? Why don't you Google it?
I just said what it is. Everyone heard me say it, but I don't think you know what it is, so why don't you go ahead?
Oh, if you don't know what it is, then Google it.
Just said what it is.
He just described it. What are you talking about?
Then fine.
Were you listening?
It's your turn.
Oh, I have to give you, after you explain what it is, I have to tell you what it is.
No, he talked about what it
stalling-
is. We were having a conversation about it, and he was just talking about the left-hand side, and then it sounded like you didn't hear the conversation at all. But the Dunning-Kruger.
Top left. I'm well familiar with the concept.
No, you're not. You just Googled it now. You're not familiar with anything. It's not top left. You have absolutely no idea where it is.
Yeah, the top left, where all you guys are. You think you know everything about it, but you don't know, and you have no experience in it. So you think
I'm not a flat earther, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, mate.
So
But you
anyway,
sound like an arrogant, condescending prick.
Well, yeah, he is. So Matthew, did you understand what I was saying then? Is the irony of that? Okay, thank you.
Elsama. What are you?
Say that again?
What are you?
The guy who sleeps in your mum's bed.
Oh, so he can make mom jokes, but I can't. I'm disappointed.
No, I'm joking.
That's being really
fucking. Sorry, I think I mistook you for the other guy. Sorry, bro. I do apologize, bro. No, that was wrong of me. What did you want, bro? Did you want to ask me a question?
I appreciate your apology. I was wondering on what side of the fence are you? Are you in the middle?
I'm neither. No, I believe the Earth is a sphere, but I wouldn't say I'm like a part of any side because how can I say this? I'm open to new knowledge. Do you get me? I can't say that for most people who come here. And what I've noticed, in fact, is that most of the globers, so to speak, seem to be even more narrow-minded, almost, like they're protecting a religion. So, I wouldn't say I'm either. I'm a truth seeker.
Well, you're totally wrong. If you're a truth seeker, go out and do some simple experiments that will prove to you that the Earth is spherical and rotating.
Oh, I know it's a sphere. I know the Earth is a sphere. I'm not saying about the Earth. That's not what I'm on about. I know 100% the Earth is a sphere.
Already.
Yeah, but he was making a comment on the psychology, and then you attacked him for it, which is really ironic.
He did sound smart until he said he believes in the globe, didn't he?
Yeah.
Well, see, the problem is, again, the globe is not a belief system. The globe is a scientifically validated system. You could do these experiments yourself if you chose to, but you don't.
And yet again, he was talking about the psychology, and there you are demonstrating exactly what he said.
It's not. This isn't psychology, sir. This is simple
Yeah.
scientific.
When you talk about
Did I
people,
not just say to you that I believe the Earth is a sphere?
I know. I understand. I am not talking
No, you
to you.
don't
I'm talking
understand.
to
So if you
Sensei.
understand, then what the hell are you talking about?
I'm talking to Sensei. I'm not talking to you, sir.
Oh, you don't know. No, never mind. What's up with you, anyways? Were you so unhappy in your life you had to come and, just put other people's down to make yourself feel better because you're so miserable and can't stand to look yourself in the mirror?
Totally incorrect, but that's true.
That's a very potent question to ask him, dude. Remember, Paige, dude, keep in mind, dude, this guy's probably.
No,
Hey,
I'm
just keep in mind, dude, what he just said. Hold on, man. What he just said, even though it was a little bit of an attack, at the same time, dude, it's true, and he doesn't even know you. So consider it. Maybe go back, listen to this, think about it deeply.
It's totally
because it's
false,
how you
though.
completely come off, and it's not really good for any good time.
It's totally false, though. I have no problem with this. My
everything you say.
My interest is that I'm amused by people who think the Earth is flat, despite some very simple experiments that you can do in your backyard to prove it. But I'm just amused by it.
All right. Well, if you're throwing a hook out there, does anyone want to bite? Does anyone want to hear his thing? Or sounds like that's why he's trying to do it.
No, I agree.
Let's hear one. I hear like one test.
Well, you believe it though. You don't know for sure.
No. It's demonstrable. It's proven. You could do it yourself, and I've told you how, but you refuse to do it because it'll blow your little religion. And the flat Earth is a religion because you believe it despite having no proof of it. No facts, no proof, no measurements. It's a belief system to you guys. So you kind of project
You're a tough
it onto
one,
us.
man. You're a tough one.
What do you mean I'm a tough one?
Well, because obviously there's enough examples and experiments to do that confirm that we're not living on the Earth as it's been described by NASA with the curvature of the Earth.
That's incorrect, sir. You have
I'm
no
not
proof
correct.
of this. You have no proof of this.
Okay.
Other than and NASA's fake and CGI and.
Paige, you are coming off very angry and insecure.
I have no problem with being.
Do anything for you? Can we help you out today? Is there anything we could do to?
If you think I'm angry and insecure, then you are projecting yourself onto me.
So is there any way we could help you, or were you done,
insecure.
or what was?
How about if you actually do the Eratosthenes measurement?
You're not stopping. We're not even staying on one topic. You're just kind of rapid fire gish galloping all over the place.
I'm not gish galloping shit. I'm telling you what you could do is do the Eratosthenes measurement for a change. Get up there and measure, the drop from vertical. Do the Al-Bruni measurement next time you take on an airplane or something. You have some very simple experiments. You go do the Foucault pendulum in your bathroom.
None of those things you mentioned indicate a globe without assumptions to begin with.
No,
the phenomenon could be explained in better ways that are more viable.
Incorrect. Totally incorrect. Everything you just said is false.
They both work on either a globe or a plane, so these tests are invalid.
What's that?
They both work on a plane or a globe.
What? I'm sorry, you the blow for?
Yes. Yes.
He said they both work on a plane.
They do not. No, they do not, sir. You're incorrect.
So the Eratosthenes thing does work on both, but until you add a third line, then they differentiate.
Correct. And even on the second line, you delude yourself into drawing the. If you add a third line, a third observation on the same line of longitude, you'd have to make no assumptions.
Well, the Eratosthenes experiment, even if you have two lines, for it to work on a flat Earth, the sun would have to be local and quite close as well. So there's more variables to it.
Right.
Yeah, that's exactly it, man. Yeah, it's
only with two. The third one throws everything out the window.
Not really.
Yes. There's no way that the sun is close and local with a third measurement on the same line of longitude. It doesn't work.
And this is what Crypto was talking about a few days ago.
Yeah, well, I mean, the first question I would ask is, have any of you actually done that?
Yes, I did it on the last equinox. I came within 5%.
I've done the Eratosthenes one. Pretty cool.
Where's the documentation of your results then, if you said you did that?
No, I've not done it. Not done it as an experiment like that.
You want documentation of a 2,500-year-old experiment? I published it in Nature. What do you think?
No, I'm saying, dude, you would need to show, if you have the Eratosthenes concept of stick on the ground, which is the most ancient thing in the world because that's how a sundial, you can make a very simple horizontal sundial with just literally a vertical stick in the ground. So it's one of the most ancient things ever. And the local sun moves across that, the disc, the flat disc, as it were, of the sundial. It tracks upon that.
You see,
now, hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. Those are the shadows that the sun makes throughout the year, throughout its position, depending on your position on the ground. Now, that is a angle that you can take, and you can calculate the comparison of the angles. The only way to have that hint at some idea of a sphere is to make several assumptions beforehand. And we've gone through this so many times, and I know you have, but we could go through it for everyone else listening as well if needed. But I broke this down multiple times to you how this is the case. And so when you have to use those foundational assumptions, and at that point, you're just doing an assuming the consequent and a reification and a begging the question all in one.
Incorrect. The third with 3 points on the same line of longitude, you don't need to make any assumptions.
Well, if you had 3 sundials on the lines of longitude or latitude over a planar surface, you are going to get variation.
The sundial,
and that's correlative with the position of the sun as it correlates to the Tropic of Cancer, the equator, and the Tropic of Capricorn, which are all defined points in the sky.
And you incorrectly associate the Eratosthenes measurement with a sundial that measures angles. The Eratosthenes measurement is concerned about the distance of the shadows relative to the distance of the stick. That is not what a sundial does. But
a sundial does both.
No, it does not, sir. The sundial does angles. It has nothing to do with the distance.
Yep, it has to do with the height of it and the angles and all of the components of how it plays out over the disc.
You're correct with the angles, but they're not. You're incorrect with the distance. No sundial measures distances.
Well, the sundial, I don't know if anyone said it measures distances, but with a sundial, you can actually get your longitude and latitude as well, anywhere on Earth.
So crypto.
I mean, yeah, whatever your claim of 3 points is, you'd have to present that, show it with solid documentation, and show whatever mathematics you think to show what you think it shows. Without that, it's kind of
all well documented.
Not anything that you've been able to present yet.
This is a 2,500-year-old experiment. All this data is well documented.
Yeah, but it's not actually synonymous with what you've just claimed to have done. That's the issue.
Sure, it totally does.
Yeah.
No, it isn't.
So, Crypto, I have an answer for you about the third point.
Show on with all 3 then, Paid. But yeah, go ahead, Matthew.
Sorry, Matt, you keep getting railroaded. Go on.
So, Crypto, you asked, what would it be like if you have a flat floor and a light, on the ceiling, and you put 3 points on there and measure the 3 shadows? And I posted a picture at 42 past the hour that shows the 2 angles you would get. And then if you do the same thing on a circular floor, I show the 2 angles you would get, and you'll notice that the third angle, or the angle at C, is slightly different, and so that's why a third stick would differentiate between flat and spherical.
Yeah, I'm just putting a spreadsheet together to check your maths. That's all.
Did you see the? I kind of wrote the all the mathematics in the caption. Actually,
no, I understand, but I'm just checking it all. But it's like so. The first thing that comes to mind is, people give this example. You travel 10,000 miles, you take a 90-degree turn. You travel 10,000 miles, take a 90-degree turn. Travel 10,000 miles, take a 90-degree turn, and you end up back where you started. Cool. And then you ask, has anyone ever done this? And it's not been done, right? So that's a waste of time. It's like when people make that argument, it's one of those, if it was true, then it would be true arguments that doesn't mean anything to anyone for any reason.
Yeah, it's interesting trivia. If it's true, it doesn't prove anything to anybody, though.
Right, exactly. And if we all already agreed with that, then there would be no reason.
What do you mean it doesn't prove anything to anybody? It proves that we live on a globe. That is impossible.
Yeah, but nobody's done it, is what we're saying.
What do you mean nobody's done it?
Oh, God.
You haven't done it for sure.
You said it's been documented, so could you offer that documentation, Peyton?
Bro, let's. I can't wait. Let's see it.
Plotted it. Look,
no, Peyton has to show.
You got to travel it.
Yeah, you lit this fire. You're
someone.
on it now.
You mean someone actually needs to travel? Do they need to walk it? Do they need to fly?
Any evidence for this?
Yeah.
What would be sufficient proof for you?
Any evidence for this?
Anything.
Any evidence? Well, it's okay. MC Toon plotted it out on a chart.
No, direct. Did he travel the distance, or did he just assume it with math?
He measured it on charts. How
So
about
he
that?
assumed it
Is
was
that
math.
good enough?
Got it. So
What
he
do you mean
assumed.
assumed?
Yeah,
Wait,
that's
what
not
do you
good
mean
enough.
assumed it on math? He drew it on paper charts because the computer was said, "Oh, that's a CDI." So he actually got paper charts and drew it.
That's not evidence that's happening in the real world, dude. That's just
It's not evidence. So
that's
someone would
something on
actually.
paper with charts. We're talking
So
about in the real world.
What evidence would you need now? Would we need to like walk it? Would we need to like fly it? How would we need to do this?
Measure these angles that he's
How?
claiming.
How?
And
Walk, fly,
show
drive, do
the
something.
documentation of it.
How? What would be sufficient proof?
That's kind of a you problem, though, if you're trying to prove it.
What do you mean it's my problem? I want to know what sufficient proof would be so that I'm not wasting
You're
my
telling
time
us
with
it's been
insufficient
proven.
proof. It's
You're
been
telling
measured.
us how?
I told you they've drawn it on charts. What more do you want? Do you want someone to actually get out? Well, that's what I'm asking. What would be sufficient proof? Tell me
There
what's
is
sufficient
no
proof.
sufficient proof.
So there's no way to prove it. There's no way
That's
to prove
right.
it at all
What,
because
you think this
reasons.
is sufficient? Like drawing on a chart?
Yeah,
All right,
I
real
mean, why
quick.
not? How about we just
Let's
say
break it down.
this?
Let's break it
Tell
down.
me
Let's break
what
it down,
sufficient
please.
Yeah,
proof
put
would
your
be.
We
three.
break it down real quick to playground. So if someone's on the playground, they say, "I can jump 10 feet." I need to see you jump 10 feet, or I don't believe that you can jump 10 feet.
Tell me
Right, but if you showed a
would be.
video of him jumping 10 feet, that's at least something. So if you
That's
showed
at least something.
yeah, so if you showed a ton of videos of however many sticks you want to stick in the stick, put it in your ball, stick your ball, and document it and show what you're presenting. Because I mean, if you're
Again,
presenting it, at
I
least
would
show
like-
it so then we could
I
at least
would-
look at it. But you're just saying it, claiming it's documented, and then you're not providing anything.
I would like to know what sufficient proof would be for you.
All right, bro. So film it like walking or driving or riding a bike or skateboarding. You know what I'm saying? Like,
So someone needs to like walk 10,000 miles.
Hey, man, you say you can jump 10 feet. Jump 10 feet.
No, I want to know. So that's what your thing is. Someone actually needs to physically walk this thing.
Okay, so the thing is, if you do this 10,000 and then go take a left and take 10,000, take a left. So the thing is, if those things happen, then it may lead credence to that we live on a globe. But since nobody's physically done that, that's why it's a turn of phrase. That's why it's tongue in cheek. God damn it. Fucking A.
We've measured it. We've done it on maps. That's not good
So
enough.
then show the evidence. If you're saying that,
How about
you're
it? Would
not
an
showing
airplane
it.
be good enough or not? Would we actually need to walk it on the globe?
Just use a quad bike or something, man.
Bro, we're talking about your 3 sticks and your 3 shadows. You're claiming that the shadows.
Wait a minute. No, wait. Are we talking 3 sticks and 3 shadows? I thought we were talking about traveling the three
If there's
legs.
three sticks, if there's 3 sticks and 3 shadows, it is absolutely impossible unless it is a sphere. If you add a third point, it's not possible without it being a sphere. It's literally the arithmetic says it's impossible. It just doesn't. Do you understand? It cannot happen.
No, what Matthews showed is a 3-degree difference from 56 to 53. That's what his little calculation thing there showed.
Right.
So what you would do is your third point would pick up a 3-degree difference than it would on a plane. And if it was at least from what he's putting forth here.
Yeah, this was in reference to something Crypto and I were talking about a few days ago.
Yeah, we had a separate
he was
discussion.
saying, if you put the light 3 meters above the floor and had 3 spots.
School kids do this. School kids do this measurement. It's all over the globe. All over.
Yeah, but if you make it a lot more than 3 meters, then what does that angle go to? Because that's going to be that's the thing. Well, this was Pade's original thing of 3 sticks does this thing, but he has no evidence for it.
What do you mean I have no evidence? The evidence is all over. You can Google it. For Christ's sake, they're kids.
You know what to do.
There
Well, I
are,
don't
there
know.
are kids. There are kids who do this. School kids who do this. Who post it to websites.
We're not talking about the basic Eratosthenes thing, dude. You're talking about with
Not
the
that,
I'm talking about
Can you do me a
people
favor?
all over the globe who measure this, who do this on and there's no way to explain how
Look,
these
listen
points
to me.
work.
You can. Let me help you how to explain it. Why don't you explain to them why you can't have 3 points? Explain to them exactly why. I think that would help.
Well, they can't think of 3 dimensions, though. That's the problem.
No, but try. Stop.
I've
Don't assume.
tried.
Just try.
Have you noticed
tried more than once. The picture explains it.
Yeah, the problem here at Alasma is that he's already decided that we're retarded, so he can't actually.
No, you are. There's no doubt about it.
See what I mean?
You know
See,
what?
the thing is, I know what my IQ is, and it's pretty high. So the fact that he's calling me retarded should tell you that he has fuck all idea on how to actually assess intelligence. Now, I was hoping to have a nice conversation with Matthew about this, but to be honest, like this guy's just really pissing me off and he's just wasting everyone's time. And actually, Matthew, you've been railroaded a few times by this dickhead as well, so I don't really understand why we're putting up with it.
Well, yeah, I've already muted him. If anyone wants to rally for him to be unmuted, let us know. But otherwise, yeah, he's being
yes, mute him.
So maybe Crypto and I can talk about that diagram for a minute to make sure that he understands.
Gosh, that'd be nice. Go ahead, please.
So can we make a vote? Like either DMOC or paid NASA show?
You know what? This is
I gotta mute
embarrassing.
this guy. Hold on. Elias, just mute yourself, bro, please. All right. Just please go ahead, guys. Crypto.
Just like
or Matthew.
Calling anyone in this debate retarded is just silly anyway, because like just from the point of view of assessing intelligence, anyone who's capable of understanding these topics isn't going to be below average intelligence.
Yeah, dude.
That's so obvious.
Hey, that's a shill. You're not retarded. You're just an asshole. It's a big difference.
Well, I think I think he made a good point though, and I think Crypto. I think you're not a dummy. No question about it. But I think you're not applying your intelligence to this problem. When you have a triangle,
wait. I showed the math. And there's it's 69 miles per degree on a flat surface until you get it. It's only off by 1 full degree at like 1,480 something miles. So who's verifying the 1,480 mile distance when you're off by only 1 degree? They're acting like this can't work. Period. You can't even do it on a plane. That's intellectually dishonest.
But
maybe asking for is the evidence of the distance.
His question.
What's sad for Matthew is, has anyone actually done this in reality?
Crypto, maybe it would be helpful for you to restate your question that you were asking the other night, and then we can talk about my answer for it, and we can see how it goes.
Because I've got a couple of issues with this philosophically before we even get to the maths, right? The first one is, has anyone done it, right? That seems to be a really obvious question, because if you're saying, here's this stuff, it proves a globe, it's like what I said before with the 390-degree angles when you're turning and coming back to where you started, right? Which would be true if it was already true, so it's kind of pointless. So that my first question is, has anyone actually done this?
I've posted the data from when I did it with 20 plus other people a little bit ago.
Okay.
What we're asking for is somebody to verify the distances, man. Like if over 14, or let's just call it 1,500 miles. If there's a 69 mile difference between a plane and a globe, we want to see somebody verify the distance, man. Within that, that would be way outside the margin of error, in my opinion. That's just a model. You're just showing that it works on your model, dude. You ain't proving it in reality, I don't think.
Okay, so Crypto, what was the question you asked earlier a few days ago about the floor and the ceiling?
I've got sorry, I just want to take Kosho's data. I don't know if you guys know, but in Excel you can actually instead of having to enter this stuff manually, you can just take a picture and upload it via the picture. So I'm just trying to get that done at the moment. So just give me 2 minutes just to do that. Because I'm trying to make a spreadsheet on it so that I don't forget to address this.
You might need a higher quality image from Kosho, though. I don't know if those will OCR correctly.
Yeah, I was struggling to read it.
Matthew, have you ever seen anyone that's done the air toss newts with 3 sticks and documented it in the way that you're talking about and shown any difference in the calculations that you were claiming, or would it be the same?
The data that Kosho posted, it's 20 people doing shadow measurements at 20 different cities, if you want to do exactly the air toss of these things, you need to find 3 different cities that are on the exact same longitude. And then,
I'm afraid this won't work though, because these are given. This is given data. This data can't just be assumed to be true.
no, his data shows the predicted shadow and then the measured shadow.
Yeah, on a globe coordinate system with globe distances.
Well, no. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
of course.
using the
core
model.
assumption that this is the whole thing's based on.
No,
Yes.
I used a distance from each person to the equator. That's
No,
true.
you'd have to measure the distance manually to get it correct. You can't just go off other distances given because you don't know whether those distances are accurate or not fully, and they don't have to adjust it that much to fit it to a sphere overall, because it's an amount of distance that can be hidden.
Yeah. When I mentioned that, that's just the mathematics. That doesn't. I mean, and you're talking only 69 miles across the whole fucking country, but you're not talking about refraction. I mean, any other things that could be going on. That's just the pure mathematics of it. It would be, to me, impossible to check, much less with what else is going on. Our vision, refraction. I mean, anything. Azimuthal grid. There's several different possible variables. But yeah, you using the model to prove the model. That's great. You got a working model.
That's just dishonest. That's just dishonest.
That's not dishonest, bro. How is that dishonest?
I'm not using the model to prove the model. I'm using the locations that the people were in, like for instance, my location, and the distance from my location to the equator. If you went directly south, and you could say that's using the model to prove the model. I'm using the known distances to use in this because you have to know the distance between you and the subsolar point at your local solar.
So you're not using the globe. So you got to know the
I'm using the known distance. The distance that you could call up a flat earther and I could ask him, hey, flat earther, hey, what's the distance from this location to the equator? And he might have an answer. That's not using the model to do it. It's just using the known distance.
Yeah, everyone right now, get out with a ruler and measure your distance to the equator. It'll just take a second.
The whole equator ain't even mapped out, man. I mean, I was surprised to even read that, dude. And like they don't even have the whole equator. It's just a arbitrary spot underneath the sun. Nobody's even tracked the full equator. It's I mean, you got a working model, man. I applaud that. I'm saying, but like what we're asking is 2 things, to verify all these distances.
Oh my God.
And another thing to how could you prove it's impossible on a flat surface? If you're going to hold us, you're going to use variables, and when we ask you why is this off, this is off a little bit here, this is off a little bit there. You're going to say, well, magnetic declination. You're going to say magnetic declination or refraction, but then you're going to try and hold us strictly to the mathematics, and that's not fair.
You can measure you can measure the distance through the equator. All you need is the latitude. That's all you need. That's all you need. I'm serious.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, one of the locations, there's 2 locations that I actually did. Well, me and my ex-girlfriend. But I was in Austin, she was in San Marcos, and they're almost directly north and south of one another, and they're almost exactly 1 degree of latitude different. And we had almost exactly 1 degree difference in our measurements, just as we have 1 degree difference in the elevation of Polaris on any given night. And it's, the distance that is said to be between 1 degree of latitude. So even if that was only an estimation to be correct, that's still enough to give you an estimate for what the predicted angle would be.
It's very simple. The latitude is the angle between the angle between the Polaris is the same angle between the equator and to where you are on the Earth.
Yeah.
So it's really just no. This is simple circle math. It's just simple. From there, if you know the radius of the Earth, you can approximate the arc length that you have to travel to get to the equator. That's all.
I get that, bro, but
it's very simple.
They just hand you a model, bro, and y'all just sucking it up like
this
like
is
it's
the
the be
model.
all
You can
end all, bro.
verify it. You can.
Who has verified any of these distances?
You can look at them up on Google Earth, and we can verify them.
I rest my case.
Koshu understands, so I don't think I'm the only one here.
I don't see. I mean, I don't think y'all are being intellectually honest. I mean, you're acting like we don't understand what you're saying. We do. We're asking who has verified any of these distances to the equator. And we're throwing out the point that, you know, if you're going to measure something in reality, let's say like say 50 miles or 60 miles, there's only a few feet fucking difference between flat and globe. So any actual measurable something we could probably do in reality, there's hardly any difference at all in flat and globe. But the point is who's verifying any of these true distances, man? I mean, sure, it's a working model and this and that, but
the latitude
taking
angle.
it on faith. You're taking it on faith, bro.
No, this is just math. The latitude angle times the radius will give you the arc length. The arc, just grab a compass, go down south, and then go travel that distance, and you'll be approximately at the equator. There we go. Problem solved.
So your model, right? You just proved my point. So you're using the arc length, you're using the model, using the math from the model, using the sun and the stars to map the latitudes and longitudes. So you're using the model to prove the model. There'd be I'd have a problem with it if it didn't match. If you're judging by all that, because if you're using the model and then coming up with the wrong distances, then there'd be a problem. Like you're using the model to try and prove
along
the model.
way. But Brian, along the way, even segments would not correspond with those angle changes. That's what you're failing to realize, and I don't know why you just can't dig into it a little deeper and understand the math, because it doesn't sound like you're even trying.
I just told you that over 15, there'd be a 1 degree difference between flat and globe. A full 1 degree. It wouldn't even be a full degree until you hit about 1,480 miles. Then you'd have a 1 degree discrepancy. So who's verifying that fucking 1,480 miles is all I'm saying. I'm saying within that range, dude, you could model it several different ways. Look at all the maps and shit there are. But I mean, if it is a ball, then sure, we double check these distances and they'd be right on. Or if there's something going on a flat Earth with a dome of
go another 1,400 miles, Brian.
Then we could prove it's flat. You know, it could work.
Go another 1,400 miles, Brian, and see if it works out properly for
I'd
you.
Like to see,
you can call people across the country. You can call people that live in New York and call San Francisco. Figure it out and call people halfway in between that we know halfway points are and see if it works. It will not work. You can go north or south or east or west. You're just not thinking it through, Brian.
There's no straight roads to make any measurements, bro. There's no strips of highway anywhere in America.
We fly over the ground, Brian. We know exactly how far we're going. What's wrong with you?
You got an idea. So you think you can map it across the whole country within 69 miles?
Yeah.
I doubt that.
It's a lot more accurate too. Why wouldn't you be able to?
And now you're telling me to go twice that far?
You have Brian, please. You're flying over the ground. You are able to figure out the distances to everything in any direction. And that's why aviation depends on accurate navigation tools and equipment. It doesn't have to be GPS.
From here to
it could be just taking a distance to two different airports along the way. You can figure out. I tested
the marker miles on the road, and it was wrong by like before right at 100 miles, it was off by 1.5 miles. Just checking it compared to the odometer, and on the way back it was a little bit different. And on the way back it was a little bit different, bro, which was weird.
Okay, well, you can measure it with your car if you want. They could be better than the road markers. If your speedometer is accurate, usually they're within 2%. So there's your 2%.
I'm telling you, it was off by way more than the globe flat discrepancy. Way more.
Well, we don't use markers on roads to determine distances in this scenario. We're looking at actual distances.
So you're not verifying the distances, basically.
We verify the actual. We verify it through actual measurements.
So, all right. So show me your verification of the model they've handed you.
A distance on a map validated by my techniques of triangulation? Very easy.
No. Map, check to verify the distances. Okay, I tried to do it in my car, and it didn't work. I was already
You
off
tried
by
to do it in
over a
your car.
mile. Hold on. So, like I said, I was just checking the
You tried to
odometer.
do it in your car?
Yeah, just checking, dude. I was just checking
Dude,
to see.
your odometer's be off by 3%.
Yeah, well, why was it off different on the way back, Zanuck?
Because you filled up your tires? I don't know.
Actually, I didn't, but that's interesting because that
Probably
could
wrote
be it.
down the wrong
But
number when you
y'all
started.
see what I'm saying? So here's the thing. So in 69 miles, which is about how far I went, and it was off a mile. Let's say, okay, it was the odometer fucked up, but the flat globe discrepancy in that distance is like 10 feet. You're
Right,
not
so use
gonna
a larger
you're
distance.
not gonna measure within that kind of precision. And anyway, so y'all are conceding that nobody in this argument has checked any of these measurements. That's all I want is some honesty. So nobody's verified any of the. You've done it with the map and the model
No,
and all
you
that.
fly
But in
from
reality,
one
nobody's
airport to
checked
another.
any of these
I can fly,
distances, right?
Brian. I can fly from San Jose to LAX, and I can get exact distance. And if I want to do it along the way and use an aviation sextant, I could do that too and validate that.
Zanuck, I know
within
I'm not going to
whatever
get any
accuracy of
honesty
my
from you.
tool.
Anybody else in here want to be honest? So nobody in this argument has verified any of these distances on either side.
So we don't know how far 60 miles is. We can't figure that out.
You haven't validated it. You haven't validated it.
Yeah, 60 miles is unknown.
I'll admit I haven't done it, but does that mean maps are wrong? You guys are saying that all of our distances are wrong?
Let's just say, for the sake of neutrality, that it could. Let's just use that term. And if it could, then that's a hole in the model.
I think you have to say that it definitely is wrong. Your claim is that it is wrong, because if the maps are right, then it didn't work.
Yeah, dude, there's definitely distances that are claimed on the globe model that will only fit on a sphere. So
right. So you have to
the
say
distances have to be wrong for the Earth not to be a sphere. Some distances have to be wrong. Not all of them, but some. Because some can also be accurate. And they can, that's the thing, they can cut out and add in different areas to account for it. In the areas we live in, they're going to have the most accurately correlated. The ones we can actually verify. But out in the southern oceans, places that we can't, that's where the solution lies. Well, the solution could lie here as well, though. I mean, we could do it with
lie in a
here, but there's a lot of privately owned land, so we can get into the whole discussion about how to measure distances, but it's be a big project to do, which I have many plans and we have had many ideas as to how to do so. So we'll do it, but it's going to take some time. Best is with drones and mapping it, marking it on the ground.
My favorite is Witzit's claim that there are 32 time zones in the southern hemisphere.
What's that?
Not a claim, dude.
That is pretty rich. That's
What'd you say, Matthew?
Good stuff.
Oh, I was referring to Witzit's claim that
Did y'all see
one of his recent things is he says that there's 32 time zones in the southern hemisphere and 19 in the
How many do you think there are?
Yeah, do you know how many there are? Here, take a look here, Matthew. Have you seen this?
He was showing y'all what it should look like on a globe.
Hold on, Brian. This is the case, Matthew. Are you just trying to say something that Witzit made that up?
No, I'm saying that he should count the light and blue ones that go up and down the whole thing, and the other ones are political boundaries. See,
that's not what you just said now, but that's what you're saying now.
Yeah. So there are not 32-hour-long time zones in the southern hemisphere.
Look, no,
right.
No,
so why is there 19 and 32? He wasn't saying that there's different. I mean, that's not what he's saying. He's just saying there's 19 and 32 in terms of what he said.
And what I'm seeing posted is what the time zones should look like on a globe. If you look at them in reality, bro, they're so wonky and fucking overlapping. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, so the 19 and the 32 are political boundaries. I'm talking about the light and blue parallel vertical lines you see behind the continents on that. There are 24 of those in the north and 24 in the south.
Right. So don't you see how if the south is actually larger in reality from what they're showing us, Don't you understand? So there's more than the 24 in reality, because they still have to space them up roughly the same, because high noon still has to be high noon at that position on Earth. So they can't fully fudge this.
Yeah, so
they have no other option. The fact that it's 32 shows because those are generally similarly sized than they are in the north, and there's literally more of them in the south and less of them in the north. Because, like I said, the high noon point has to match. They can't fudge that part of it.
Yeah, I got that. I'm saying that I don't think that you can find 32 places in the southern hemisphere that have 32 different high noons that are 1 hour apart.
No, you apparently didn't see my video.
No, you're not. Yeah, they're all mismatched. That's the whole thing's
a video where I start traveling east, and following the time zones, I forgot what latitude it was, and showing that the time zones went from -1 first hour, second hour -1, -1. You're thinking it's like, hold on, I'm gonna post this video.
And Matthew, you would need to go out to the southern oceans. You would need to go to the southern oceans to see the difference, because they can line stuff up on land that matches with what those stripes would be, like on a globe or over an AE map. Let's just say like within the continent of Africa, for example, South, because we're talking about the South, South Africa, South America. There's obviously less populated. They're much less developed and industrialized. So you've got all of that going already, and they can still map those land masses so that if you called someone in Chile and it's high noon, whatever, but to really see the difference is out in the southern oceans. So that's key.
Yeah, that's pretty sparse out there. Hardly even any islands out there.
I'm just saying that's where they would be. Like if you took an AE map and you split it up into like 4 quadrants, like that map that I often post, the Pierce Quincuncha one. Like this. If you take something like this, I'm not saying this is the exact map of the Earth, but I think it's within range of this. So if you have 3 of these like this, each of those latitude and longitude lines correlate with what they would be on a globe or on a planar surface. The difference is the southern oceans. So just because someone in Australia or someone in South America or South Africa can say, oh, it's high noon, it's high noon, it's high noon, doesn't mean that there isn't a difference in the southern oceans and how that correlates in terms of, especially when the sun is like out of the Tropic of Capricorn as well. Like you could have these local regions have these coordinates, and then like most of the plane flights are in the northern hemisphere as well, as is. And there's all the plane flights.
Y'all are trying to make that 4 corners of the Earth thing work, ain't you?
I see what you did there. Yeah, I guess I was just saying that I think that even in the southern hemisphere, if you were to space out some like fictional time zones that were each an hour apart from solar noon, that you would end up with 24 of them before you ended up right back where you were. That's all. Like if there's 24 hours in the day, you can't overlap more than 24 different time zones that are spaced out exactly an hour. Now, of course, some of them in the southern hemisphere are plus half an hour, minus half an hour, plus 3/4 an hour, and all that. But there's only 24 full time zones.
Right, but I'm just suggesting that they can give us local information on the local lands that we could actually take a plane to or fly to. But yeah, the southern oceans is where there's a huge unaccounted for.
So what's your opinion about the like Sydney to Santiago flights?
Yeah. Well, there's a couple things about those that are interesting. One is that it's actually a different model airplane that they use for those. And the different model airplane that they use actually does have a much faster ground speed. So that's one thing. And then I think also they can catch the wind patterns at high altitudes that can add, in some cases, hundreds of miles per hour. So they're those flights have basically a autopilot, like an autopilot program that's connected in with the military systems, where it will, first of all, the plane has a faster top speed to begin with. And then in addition, they catch the wind currents and trade wind currents at the different altitudes in order to go faster, essentially.
So yeah, because at different altitudes, you mean because going one way versus going the other way, they can't both be going the same speed? Or you're saying the wind goes one direction at one altitude and the other direction at the other altitude?
Yes, exactly. So these autopilot systems, all they have to do is slightly change the altitude to catch the wind patterns that will most optimally traverse them across the land at that speed. Yeah.
I think you're right. They do that. I'm just skeptical that that would be enough to get it all the way across that distance in time. And their airspeed can't go more than Mach 1. I think most commercial jets are like Mach 0.8 or 0.9 or something.
Yeah, I mean, some of the calculations I saw were just about in that range, like 700 miles an hour, like 600 to 800 miles an hour, which is, that 0.8, 0.9, etc. And the one in particular, I'd have to go back and look at all my data on it, but I believe it was like top speed of like 750. So it could easily be cooking at 700, 750. And when doing the math on that, it is within range that can be the case. So what it would just be is that, that flight has a little bit more of a unique, couple unique features to it, like the different model of plane, and then perhaps having a little bit more of an advanced way to catch those trade winds. Because I agree, there is a bit of a discrepancy on that, but
yeah, and the other interesting thing is that it's over ocean the whole way. So
how would you know? How would you know exactly? How would the people on board know what speed they're going or what altitude they're at? That's the thing.
They wouldn't, but they should be able to see if they're over ocean the whole time.
Hold on, if you want to see how messed up the time zones are, go to that video I just posted and go to 6 minutes and 30 or 6 minutes and 45 seconds. And I followed the time zone along I just went along a latitude, I think it was 30 north, and I just started from New Orleans. I started a time zone 90 degrees away, so 6 hours, -6 UTC. Okay, and I did it in January when there's no daylight savings time, and just watch. I followed it degree by degree. It is so mucked up, dude. Anybody can make a model if you're gonna just lay it out like the way it's laid out. So it's a couple minute watch from 6 minute 45, and just watch these time zones and how it's laid out. It's crazy. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that is interesting. It shows how messed up these political boundaries are.
So at one point, you're 79 degrees away from the marker that I marked, and you're 7 time zones away. So you're pushing what should be. I mean, it's off. It just jumps. It skips from -1 to +1, then back to 0. But you're 79 degrees should be about a 5-hour difference, and it's a 7-hour difference. But worse than that, it skips. It literally overlaps and skips over time zones. So it goes from negative. You just got to watch it, man. I'm not going to sit here and try to explain it. It's a couple minute watch, but it's.
Well, but about the distances, like we were talking about as well. I mean, Yeah, Matthew, I will say that from all of my understanding on everything, that yes, the distances were given. There would have to be some parts of those that are incorrect, that don't actually match up. Now, where they could have cut in and cut out different areas, that would be the big question.
Right.
And how they shuffled it around.
And I actually think that's your best answer, is that the distances we were given were wrong, because otherwise it just doesn't work out.
Well, some of them are, yeah, not all of them. Especially the ones like between the continents, like these really long distances, like from the tip of South America to the tip of South Africa, like that distance, for example. The one that virtually no one has validated.
The longest flight I ever went on was Chicago to Amman, Jordan. Oh, I take it back. I went from LAX to Seoul, South Korea. That might have been longer.
Yeah, but dude, it's not even that easy to measure distances ourselves. So it's something that's actually pretty tough to verify, especially now with all the private land ownership. You can't just go barreling through private land and measure the Earth, you know?
Right.
These days.
What's the longest flight you've ever been on, Gio?
Oh, flying from California to Europe.
Oh, that's pretty long. What's the shortest flight you ever been
on? Yeah, a couple of those. Yeah, I've been on some real short ones. Yeah.
Once we were landing LAX, but it was foggy, so we landed at Burbank, like, I don't know, 30 kilometers away. We refueled and then took off from Burbank and landed at LAX. That's the shortest I've ever been, like 30 kilometers.
Yeah. I know what you mean. I mean, the other thing that to do would be to measure the distance of the Tropic of Cancer versus the distance of the Tropic of Capricorn. That would be killer to be able to do that. And again, I've never seen anyone that's presented that information, that they've tried that, you know? To actually travel at the Tropic of Cancer directly on it the whole way. Now you're going to have land that you're going to run into, so you're going to have to transfer over to the land. But
what about going 60 nautical miles? Would that be enough?
Well, another way to do it, you don't have to measure the whole thing in its circumference. Another way to do it is to measure the GP of the sun as it's tracking in the north and south, and then see if there's a difference. That would be one.
Yeah, I think that would be an interesting thing.
Because the distance the sun travels, now you have a time component that you can bring into it to understand how the sun moves on the surface. So
you could sort of simulate that by looking up all the different spots along the tropics, and timeanddate.com. But that assumes you trust the timeanddate.com. Maybe you don't. Because it has a sun calculator that tells you at what time, what elevation the sun will be.
yeah, there's definitely a couple things that could be done. Definitely. On a couple different fronts. But I was just talking about the circumference distance because it would be significantly larger. Like with an AE map where you have it going out from the center, then yeah, the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn are going to have pretty significant difference, whereas on a globe they would be equal. So that seems like that's pretty easy to validate. Like,
well, another thing you
can be done
do
with a fairly small amount of effort.
Yeah, another thing you could do is look at the sun on the two solstices, because on one solstice it's over the Tropic of Cancer, on the other one it's over the Tropic of Capricorn, and then you could just measure the angular speed on those 2 days and see how different they are.
Yeah, that simple GP of the sun would be pretty huge to have that information. At those points in the north and the south.
I was following in on the argument with the upward acceleration, and to me that's very interesting. Like I figured that out a long time ago. Like I realized I used it to argue against the globe, like showing how when you drive forward in a car, like the helium balloon goes forward and shit. Like so if there is an acceleration, if you know that's a big if. I'm not taking the stance, but I could steel man it. It's not a downward acceleration. It's literally an upward acceleration. If there is an acceleration, which that couldn't work on a globe. You can't be a ball and accelerate in multiple directions at once. That's bullshit. But if there is, but everything acts as if the reference frame is accelerating up. So in other words, if you're in a car and you hit the gas, you get pinned to the back of the seat. You could put a scale back there. So you drive forward and you could weigh the weight of your back hitting the back of the seat. So you can literally demonstrate it in any direction. Except for so the argument is that's what gives buoyancy or what gives RDD its orientation. But I don't think it has to be an acceleration, or it doesn't even have to be an acceleration. The way I heard it described, it's a momentum thing. So if it's a constant, say 500 miles an hour or 200 miles an hour, if something's going up, it decelerates as the ground comes up to hit it. Now I'm not, like I said, I'm not arguing for that, but it's an interesting argument because everything in reality would back it up. Every demonstration, every test, literally would back it up. But I don't like it for some reason. I just don't like it. Gio, I don't know if you've seen that last video I made last night where I went on Stellarium and I could show Orion every fucking day, every month. Like they're saying, they say on most websites it's primarily visible the best or from February to November. Then there's sites saying that you can't see it at all in like May, June, July, and August. And I've argued that with Bacon, and I found like a couple months where I found it, but I was using Astronomy Picture of the Day and shit a while back, and they were saying that the picture it wasn't from that date. I never looked back into that because to me it should be invisible 6 months out of the year if it's a totally opposite direction. But giving them the benefit of the doubt, I'll say 4 months. I'll give them an extra month on each side. So I'll say 4 months or fucking 3. I'll give them a month and a half on each side. But I looked on Stellarium and I just kept skipping. I moved around a little bit. I moved once from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere, and I was able to show Orion every single month. I just kept skipping month to month to month to month to month. I put it in the last video I made. That is a fucking problem. That means the shit works the same way east to west as it does north to south. And that can't be.
What are you guys up to tonight?
We were just arguing about distances and stuff. Or we were debating on the sticks and shadows, and we were saying how close it is between flat and globe. It'd be impossible to verify in reality, or not impossible, very, very difficult, and that nobody's done it. And just same old arguments, just slightly different cast of people. Little variations.
That's the thing about a flat earther, where everybody who knows, and everybody who doesn't, you just have to sit there and you either have to get rid of them and be bored, or you have to go over the same arguments over and over.
Yeah, that's true. We do have some good, like, speculative talks, like where you have a bunch of different ideas of the way things might work up there. But yeah, that's kind of few and far between. I think it would get boring without them. I agree.
So I think I might have found the actual real Kaaba for Islam. Like, people say it's Mecca, but I recently found out that Mecca was not on the maps in ancient days, which is a problem because even though they claim it's Mecca, and in a lot of translations of the Quran you see it as Mecca, it actually says the mother of all cities. And I looked that up, and there's actually just one city known as the mother of all cities, and there's an ancient mosque there, actually several mosques, but one of them, it has been recorded in antiquity that people used to pilgrim there and make pilgrimages there and like circle a black cube within its walls. So sounds like it. Sounds like the real thing.
Yeah, I know nothing about that.
None of you guys care or would know, but that's what I found out today.
I've tried to watch religion debates, but it's just, dude, I could debate it a million different ways. I mean, there's a gajillion different interpretations. And it's just pointless to debate, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, it's kind of different for us because we're such a small community and our book is so small that it makes it easier for us to have these discussions, and there's less craziness. I mean, well, people have wildly different opinions, but when we talk about it and read the Quran, we like come to a closer understanding to each other. Because I think
I have my own. I have my own faith. I have my own version of my faith, but I would never debate it. It's my faith. I'm not going to debate a faith. But yeah, it's an interesting discussion sometimes.
Yeah, it's funny because I often feel the same way about flat Earth. People, especially in here, they'll be like, "Oh, well, what about this and that proof?" I'm like, even if you guys talk yourselves into a circle thinking you're cornering me, like, you're just not going to convince me of that. Like, I'm not stupid. It's been many years since I started believing this. Like, it's like you thought you could walk up to me and tell me that my baby is someone else's baby. It's just not going to happen.
No, that I wouldn't go that far, but yeah, I feel you. But no, that's your damn baby. But I'd say it's more like telling me, like my daughter or my son or one of them ain't mine. But I see what you're saying. But I don't know. I try to keep a complete open mind. Like I like made a promise to myself a while back that I wasn't gonna fall in head over on anything. I'm gonna keep a open mind, at least to hear different possibilities. Granted, I've only changed my mind on a couple things, but I'm still willing to hear any anything that makes logical sense to me. Religious,
Yeah, but how many times you have that?
cosmology, religion, any of that. I try to keep open mind.
Yeah. As far as hearing globe Earth over and over again, though, it's like, been there, done that. Plus, I mean, we were indoctrinated into it for years. They come here like they're going to educate us, and we literally grew up in the same system.
Well, there's a couple things they could do that would satisfy me as a globe, and I feel like if they could have done it, they already would have. They're not even trying. But still, there's a couple things that would do it for me, and that would be to measure the curves. Like, if somebody were to go to LIGO and measure it up against the water, there's already a canal there. Just clear it out a little bit. I think they know what's going to happen if they do. That's my opinion. I'm not 100% certain of it, but I feel like if they could have done that, they already would have. Instead of showing us the as-built plans and shit like that. Trips between Antarctica, I think they could have get a simple flight, just a few-hour flight from the base by Australia and the base by South America. It should just be like about 4.5 hours apart. I'd like to see, recorded flight, something with maybe some flat earthers on it, somebody I trusted or any, and just fly between the bases. I think it's way further than they're leading on. It's something they could have already easily done. If they could, that's my thought on it. But if I was to see something like that, I would reconsider everything.
Yeah, I think the circumference of Antarctica, really just which way you would have to go in order to circumvent it. Because I mean, pretty much as soon as you get going, you're either going to be, driving east, turning right, or you're going to be driving east, turning left. So it should be pretty obvious pretty quickly. And then for me, I don't know. It's kind of like, can you prove that you can have air pressure without a container?
Yeah, that's a big one. There'd still be holes I'd have to fill in my head. But there's no flat Earth to me conceivable where the Antarctic base in like closest to Australia, like Scott, and then the one closest to South America, I think McMurdo, I'm not sure. But like there's no flat Earth where they're only 4 hours away, because to cross the entire continent, even if it's like 2,000 miles wide, that's like what 3.5, 4.5 hours. Even if it's 2,500 miles, that's 4 hours. It ain't shit. And there's no flat Earth in my head. So like I said, if they could have done that though, it's an easy one, and I feel like they already would have if they could. That's my opinion.
Yeah. Well, if they had truth on their side, every one of their proofs wouldn't be theoretical.
Yeah, I know. Everyone it's every proof they try to use. When you look in at the detail, it usually backfires on them 180 degrees. Like the underlit clouds, like that does not work on a globe with the sun shining on the bottom of clouds with the sun sitting above the horizon. It just doesn't. That's a globe killer. Upon first glance, yeah, it's like, how do I describe that on a flat Earth? Maybe perspective and the sun. But dude, you just look at the math. It can't work on a globe with the sun above the horizon. But that's what happens. It's a local light. It hits the local clouds, shines up on them, and but on a globe, if it was 1 degree above the horizon, it'd literally be 1,600,000 miles above our feet from a tangent. A tangent straight out, 0 degrees from the horizon. That puts it 1,600,000 miles. So there's no way it's gonna shine on a cloud that's 2 miles up. It can't hit the bottom of that cloud if it's 1,600,000 miles above it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that's just one example where it's what seems like a good, and the star trails, like they act like it's a flat Earth destroyer, but you look at the detail and you really draw it out, and it can't work on a globe. You can't be in the northern hemisphere looking at the stars, straighten out at the equator, and then start to like slightly arc away and get smaller, like going the other way on the other side of the equator. If it's me moving, then all the stars are going to reflect my motion. They don't know we're on a globe. They would have to. They can't simultaneously go in 3 different directions. If I'm the one moving in one direction, they can't. They'd have to be conscious, and they'd have to know which way to go on a globe. It just doesn't make sense. But that's just a couple examples where you look at the detail, and it literally, instead of disproving a flat Earth, it literally destroys their model. I can keep going.
Yeah. And you can if you want. That's what we're here for. Yeah, show me the uncut footage of Midnight Sun in Antarctica. That should be an easy one.
The what?
Uncut footage of Midnight Sun in Antarctica.
You say you showed it?
No, I said show me.
Oh yeah, I know that what they've showed us is, it's easy to poke holes in.
Yeah, I mean, well,
go.
The contrast is sharp between seeing, like, the midnight sun in the north is very well documented. In the south, the only thing there is cut. So it's like, it's
yeah. Then I was looking at old Periscope film footage, and like on Bird's second trip there, he went to that one. They brought him further inland in Antarctica, and it says right there like he had to hunker down, and he had to make sure he had everything he needed, because once the sun went down, it didn't come up. They said he had to spend. They literally said, this is quote unquote 9 sunless Antarctic winter, 9 months of the sunless Antarctic winter. And I'm like, 9 months without a sun, like that would make sense to me if it's like a AE map type of setup, and you go further in Antarctica and you're further away from the sun, then you'd have extra months of darkness, But this was a Periscope film, like the Navy documentary that made that claim. I put it in one of my videos. That was a shocker to hear. Like, that would only make sense on a flat Earth. 9 months of darkness.
Yeah, because on a planet, it should be getting exactly the same as the North Pole does.
Yeah, 24 hours of sun for 6 months, and you're 3 million miles closer. On top of all that, you're literally 3 million miles closer during the southern hemisphere's 6 months of sun, and you still have ice. How can you have 6 months of sun and still have ice? Like, that is baffling. If I don't get it. It doesn't make sense.
Well,
It should
the
be
midnight
warmer.
the midnight sun is only supposed to last like a month or something.
Yeah, but not at the geographic South Pole. It'd
Right.
literally be 6 months. I mean, of course, that's right there in the middle. Yeah. So if you're offset by, like, if you're 10 degrees or something like that, then yeah, it would only be a few months, or a couple months or something. Yeah, it would vary. It'd vary.
I have this tiny dog. I just gave him a bath to try to get the fleas off him, and it made his hair so frizzy.
That's funny. What kind of dog is it?
Some sort of Chihuahua Terrier mix. Let's see here. We have to go save the picture still.
I was just looking in this celestial navigation chart, and because I made a video with where I showed Orion in every month. I moved from north to south like halfway through, or no, like toward the end. But still, it shouldn't be visible anywhere on Earth for if it's the way they describe it. There should be at least a few months where we can't see it, but you can see it in every month. So I looked it up, and Maesa, or Miesa, however you pronounce it, that star, I think December 18th or something, pretty close to solstice or whatever. The southern solstice. It lines up antipode. I think it was December 18th, and it's almost completely antipode, but it's off a little bit. It's because the sun is closer to Capricorn, so Miesa is like, I think 11 degrees north. It's like 10 or 12 degrees. I think it's 12 degrees from being completely antipode to the sun. Completely. Now the stars don't, the tilt doesn't matter with the stars. They whatever latitude they're over, that's the latitude they stick to for that. They move so slightly. I'm working on figuring that out, but pretty much year to year, decade to decade, wherever it's at, that's where they stay. It ain't like the sun; it doesn't move in and out. And so 6 months later, it should be just about perfectly lined up within a few degrees, within a dozen degrees. I'm trying to find a star that's exactly antipode, but dude, there's no stars like within. I was trying to find during the equinox. There's only one star that's less than 5 degrees declination, meaning within 5 degrees of the equator, and that's
Sirius.
Allen, or one of the Orion's belt.
It should be Sirius. His dog, Orion's dog, Sirius. He's the Southern Star.
Could be. I'll check it. But I just started working on it, and I'm learning a lot just while figuring it out and everything. But it's just crazy. Like, you'd think it'd be a lot easier than it is. The way they have it, it's just ridiculous, they talk about the celestial equator and all this stuff. Why do they even say all that? It's just the fucking equator, you know. The equator is zenith. On a globe, though, the angle like changes and shit compared to the observer, but the star doesn't. The star just maintains the latitude it's on. You know. I don't know. I don't want to get going, but it's so complicated for nothing. Like it seems like it's overcomplicated. It's a lot simpler than they're making it out to be. Just they don't do a good job of explaining it and defining the things.
Yo, Brian.
Yeah.
Yo, Brian.
Yeah.
I see you send me a friend request a few weeks or days back. Did you need something?
Hold on. Who's this?
It's me.
Okay.
Chirality.
I've already sent you one, man. It's pending.
Yeah, I'm only seeing it now. I just wanted to know if you needed something or you were just sending
I just
friend
sent it,
request.
man. I just try and.
Oh, all right. All right.
I just try and be able to contact people, you know.
That's what's up. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my little doggy. Do you see him?
Come again?
Do you see my doggy?
Oh, let me see. Hold on.
His name
No,
is
I
Boba.
do not. Did you put it in? Oh, okay, yeah. Ha. With a binky, or is that a ring pop?
It's a ring pop. Yeah. He was biting the end. Even though the candy was all gone.
That's funny.
I would stream him to you if video is allowed in here. Oh, what is me for?
Look like Toto.
Yeah, right. I thought so too, but then I looked up Toto, and turns out Toto is black.
Okay.
But yeah, he's some sort of terrier for sure. Do you remember Wishbone?
Ren 1010.
Hmm? I only just got this guy. He's a good doggy.
I just got my chickens trained with a little help from a duck. Like the duck's a little older.
How do you
and all
train
the
it?
chickens, the raccoons got them. Like they got out, and like I don't know what they were thinking. They think they were getting out to go to freedom, but they were going to the predators. But so I was pissed off about that. But I redid the cage, built them a good sized cage with a little add-on room with a little pond in it for the duck. And but I just got them trained. They're pretty young. They're probably about a month and a half, 2 months old. But I just got them trained the last 2 nights where if I could let them out after the heat of the day, and I don't have to hurt them or chase them back in. They go back in their cage right before dark, like right when the sun starts going down. They just go back in there. I'm like, I had chickens a while back that would do that. It didn't take that long, but it's a relief. So now I can let them out to peck around and stuff, peck around the garden, kill the bugs, just have freedom. I don't know, but and they'll go put themselves back up.
I'm sorry, were you talking to me? I was typing and I forgot to listen.
I just run in my mouth before I got the little pond thing. I had a big bowl because I was like, man, I have to have something for this duck to sit in. It's an adolescent age duck, but something for it to sit in. But it's almost like it was shy, like it didn't want me to see it sitting in the bowl because it filled up like almost the whole bowl. But I caught it like twice sitting in the water bowl, and it jumped out real quick, like doopy doo doo, like he was embarrassed or something. He didn't want to be seen sitting in the water bowl. But it was just funny. But I put the pond in there, and he wouldn't even go in that. He wouldn't let me see him in that. And then now he's finally where he'll sit in there a few days later. These birds are so stupid, it's funny. They're not smart creatures.
I
But they're
know.
hilarious.
They'll fly right to their death too. There's vicious dogs nearby. They're like, oh hey.
Just watching them run is so funny. Like they couldn't make anything with two legs trying to run. Like they can't show like they got to be real careful what they show in like Jurassic Park. Like they have to show the velociraptors with like the long tails and stuff because otherwise they look so goofy running, like sticking their neck out and running like the ducks and the chickens. It looks so funny. It makes me laugh every time I see them run. Like
I should have known they were fake whenever they first said that T-Rexes were closely related to chickens. They're like, oh, they had huge heads but tiny brains. Like, oh yeah, like that's so realistic.
Yeah, I know. Little gimp arms.
Yeah. Just artists.
Nothing with baby arms like that could be cool.
It's funny because I told my daughter immediately that unicorns were fake, but I don't know when I should tell my son that dinosaurs are fake.
Well, just let him, when he gets older, he'll read the facts. They found soft tissue, literally ligaments shit. They found ligaments, and that's not even fossilized. You can't have soft tissue from a T-Rex, and they found in a Triceratops, a T-Rex. they found literal tissue.
It's funny because
whatever they are, they're not what they're saying.
Yeah. They act like fossilization takes so long, but it actually doesn't. In the U.S., they found a fossilized foot up to the ankle inside a boot made in the 1900s.
I've seen that in a fossilized hammer from like the late 1800s. It was in a fossilized stump or some shit.
I've seen a tree stump in the middle of turning into crystal. Like it was just like halfway into crystal and halfway still like live wood. Yeah, fossilization doesn't happen at the rate they say. Let me see what stalagmites and stalactites also
That's
can.
a good point.
Yeah, those also can happen in a very short period of time. I think there's a whole column that was generated in 40 years.
Yeah, I believe that. And like, dude, we used to go to this place like Shark Tooth Island, where they dredged an artificial island and some trees grew up on it and stuff. It done washed away, but we'd get. I mean, we found thousands of shark teeth, but we'd sit there and compete, see who could find the most. You get good at it, believe me. It's mostly little ones, but And then, but you'd find a few big ones every time you went. Say you go for like 5 hours, you'd get 100, 200. Mostly little ones, but rarely would you find white ones. And there's sharks everywhere, and we catch them right there where this place at. It's right off the intercoastal, and there's tons of sharks up in there. And so I've never, no, maybe I might have found one. No, I've never found a white one like that are in their jaws. But I found every now and then we find like a brown one. Most of them are black, right? And they turn black, but we'd find some white ones. So I think they're turning faster than we think. And I was gonna do this. I wish I'd have done this because I talked about it like 3 or 4 years ago, or at least a couple years ago. Because I have a rack of teeth. Because my neighbor used to be a shark fisherman and stuff. But I was gonna go get some seawater, some salt water, and just jar it up and put the tooth in there and let it sit and just see how long it takes. But the brown ones are pretty cool. They look like they're a cool color. They're like they're just a lighter color. You could tell they're on their way to being fossilized. But I mean, just guessing, it probably takes 50 years for them things to turn black like they do. That's a guess, but they claim like millions of years. I don't buy that for a minute.
Yeah, for sure. Also, the idea that gasoline is liquefied dinosaur bones? Come on.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like that dude. Back before the internet, this guy was protesting when he went to the meetings where they were talking about it's fossil fuels and now it's like all old stuff, and because this dude produced coal. I think he was an LSU professor or something, but he had produced coal. It was just like a 105-degree temperature, not even that hot, with just a little bit of pressure. Out of a piece of wood in 2 weeks, like 2 or 3 weeks, he could make coal out of wood just with a little bit of heat, a little bit of pressure, not much of either, in like 2 weeks or a month or something. And just shows you that it's just not
Well, I mean, yeah, and it makes sense, right? Because what do we call like burned wood? Charcoal, right?
right. But that pressure does something to it. It dries it out, and or I guess, but that just a little bit of heat and a little bit of pressure, and sure enough, it coalifies. And it's not exactly the same as the coal pockets, but you got these pockets with a lot more weight up on them, probably a little hotter, a little warmer, and get these big pockets of coal. That doesn't mean that millions of years old and shit. Yeah, I don't buy that either.
Mm-hmm.
I don't buy half the shit they say.
I know. I don't even buy that cigarettes are bad. I bought cigarette rolling stuff today.
I think that the only thing bad about cigarettes when I used to smoke is like the tar. Like I think the tar in them. I think it's like some of the stuff they might add to them. I think naturally the tobacco probably ain't near as bad. I don't think it is that bad. But if
Yeah,
you look
that's
at
why
the list of chemicals they put in it, dude, it's like why are they adding all? Ridiculous. Bunch of
Yeah,
poison.
yeah. Jimbo, how many times do I still have the debate thing on my profile? Is that why people are still talking to me about this stuff? Let me make it myself clear. I'm a flat earther. I'm not going to stop being a flat earther. You can stop trying to show me proofs. I can see through you. There's no need. Let me see. Where's the debate one?
How long have you been a flat earther?
2016.
Okay. Yeah, I looked into it right after the North Carolina conference, like a couple months after the North Carolina conference. So I didn't see that live. And I think that was late 2016, I think. God, it's been a long time. So you're a veteran.
Yeah, I didn't really I mean, after the great censorship, I didn't really manage to be in contact with other flat earthers, but I just kind of did what I could on my own.
First thing I did is took my equipment down to the beach and started taking elevations and shit and running string lines. I did the first equinox. I ran string lines. I ran a compass east due east string line and waited for sunset, and I was like, no way, no way. Like, I gotta check this shit. I couldn't believe it.
If I lived on a beach, I definitely would have done some experiments myself. Yeah, I live pretty far inland, so that wasn't going to happen. Yeah, what I did is I basically just started pouring through all the globe proof to make sure that I wasn't off base and tried to prove that it was a globe. But the more I looked at it, the more obvious it was that all of their proof was just super shaky, just not, I was going to say shaky at best, but it really is worse than that. Just was like, oh my gosh, they're lying to us. Oh my gosh, they're lying to us. Oh my gosh. Why is all this proof fake? Why? And there's an obvious answer.
Yeah, it begs a question. There's a lot of easy ways to poke holes, and then you figure out, it's a model. They've got a model. Sure, you got a model, and over the years you've fine tuned it. Sure, you ain't proved shit.
I know. It just goes to show you, you can fool the people for so long, but unless God wills it, it won't fool us forever. I mean, if it's not true.
That's my honest opinion. I don't think we're meant to know what the whole damn earth is. Maybe, but in my opinion, I don't think anybody knows entirely what this place is and how far it goes in every direction. I mean, I've got my thoughts, I've got my ideas, but I don't think anybody knows 100% for certain. That's my opinion on that.
Yeah, well, I definitely don't know how far it goes. I know it's wide, and I know the Quran is pretty explicit about it being flat. So, it is what it is. And it says it's all stretched out, as you go on, but you get the point.
A flat Earth Muslim debater.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not here for a debate, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't shy away from debate, but I guess I just don't want to do it all the time. It's not why I come on Discord. So he's allowed to keep people muted unless they're Globers?
Say again?
This chirality is saying this guy should stay muted if he's not going to say it's a globe.
That's funny.
Democked. You're about to be democked. No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to demock you. What I think is crazy is that they seemingly hired people to come in here and try to persuade people that the Earth is not flat. Like, I guess they don't want us to pick up steam. I guess that makes sense. It just seems weird.
They shut it down in 2017, and they said they were going to spend whatever money and throw whatever resources it took to stop the spread of what they're calling disinformation. They focused it. They focused it on flat Earth. In fact, they only gave flat Earth as a reference, and they said Google was going to use whatever resources necessary, whatever
Not Google.
necessary.
More like whoever's ordering Google. Companies are always cool with it because they're getting paid for it. Though I notice they like to threaten the owners of the social media sites whenever they're in like public court. Hold on a second, I'll be with that.
Yeah, the people who own the media, they tipped their hat, over the beer bug. They showed their hand, they fucked up. Like a lot of people already knew, but way more people are awake to the bullshit now. So it's a matter of time. They could slow it down. That's my opinion.
Yo, Kosho, you there?
Yeah.
What you doing?
I just got done finding my cat. Brought it home.
Finding your what?
My cat got out, so I was searching for it for however long I've been gone.
I didn't even know he was gone, man.
Okay.
Yeah. Like literally no one was counting the time.
How long has it been since we were talking about Antarctica? How long ago is that?
I was hardly listening. I think Brian was talking to someone about it. I wasn't really paying attention.
Now I'm trying to show my girl how to make mead.
What?
Mead. I'm trying to show my girl how to make mead.
You mean mead like the alcohol?
Nope. Not like the alcohol, like some other definition of the word. Any other definition. What? Yes, the answer is yes, like the alcohol, dude. Aren't you not supposed to drink alcohol, Nate?
I don't. Yeah, that's why I was asking for clarity.
All right, my bad. When I was in Bahrain, and my buddy over there, his name was Osama. Actually, the last time I talked to him, I brought him into gyms, and he left without. I haven't talked to him since. So, but anyways, when I was in Bahrain, he never drank before he met me or anything like that, or smoked cigarettes or anything. And I remember, like, right before I left, I remember seeing him at the club because we were at the bar together. He's dancing with a beer in his hand and a cigarette it's like smoking on the dance floor and shit. I was like, damn, dude, I'm a bad influence.
You are, man. Yeah, you need to stay away from him.
Yeah, he's a pretty pious Muslim.
As he should be.
Anyway.
Do you guys give to charity?
I do. I'm sure Nate doesn't.
I don't what?
Give to charity.
Good boy.
Of course I do. I have to. Do you, Kosher? Is it someone else talking? They're so low.
What do you mean you have to?
I mean, I have to give to charity.
Are you?
Why do you have
to? One who's Muslim?
Say what?
Are you Muslim?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's only a Muslim on the weekends.
On Fridays, yeah. Fridays only.
I just gave to charity for the first time a few weeks ago, and like right afterward, like the same week, God gave me a dog, a tiny dog with all the stuff that comes with it for free, all the dog for free, everything. He's like one of those tiny. Huh?
What did you give to charity?
Buddy.
Be careful, Nate's the anti-Allah in disguise.
Anti-Allah?
The Dajjal?
I don't believe in it, y'all.
Why not? You're a weird Muslim to not believe in the Dajjal.
I'm Quran alone.
He's a not at Allah.
Yeah.
That was a pretty good one. Yeah.
So why was this the first time you gave to charity?
Because I was broke. I was a charity.
Well, I was buying anyways.
What?
A charity in a long time.
My friend runs a charity in Bangladesh and Pakistan. And he it takes like $120 for a meal. So he just gives to orphans and the needy and stuff. So I like that charity since it's not taking any money for itself, basically.
So, what kind of Muslim are you? Shia,
Sunni? Quran alone, I said.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Quran alone.
That means the Quran without hadith.
Yeah, I mean, there are sects out there that only follow the Quran and ignore hadiths. But I mean, which one are you a part of?
There's no sect to Quran alone. No such thing.
But there are sects that only follow the Quran and they ignore all hadiths and teachings from imams.
I don't
are
have
you part
any.
of any one of them?
No. I live in Texas. I grew up among Christians. I don't know any Muslims aside from online.
Oh, damn. So how did you become a Muslim?
Well, God showed me monotheism and over the course of some years, and then I realized, or God told me, through Revelation, that God would have left a text for us, one that was immutable, that we could all look to once we found God. So I began searching, and it took me a couple years because I didn't want to read the Quran for obvious social reasons. But I was like ignoring everything else in my life in order to pour through all the religions that I could find. And when I found the Quran, it was really obvious that was the one I was searching for. So no one showed it to me but God.
See, Kosho, it can happen to you too, man. It ain't that difficult.
Oh, yeah.
It was difficult. It was definitely difficult.
It was worth it, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I now have the criteria. You know, in the Quran, God talks about the people who, like, have the truth, but they're not guided yet. You know, that was me. You know, like I knew to follow God, to submit to God, that was the only God that you could call God. But I didn't know a lot of his rules and the guidance. You know, I just didn't know the guidance.
What about the Jesus God?
Jesus is not a God.
Some would disagree.
I know they would. I grew up Christian, like not just Christian, but like primitive Baptist, like singing for 30 minutes before an hour-long sermon straight from the Old Testament, like real old school Christian. Like we read the Bible every Sunday. Like,
Did you ever
I know.
speak in tongues?
No, I'm not a charismatic. I wasn't part of the. My in-laws are charismatic, so. Because, well, and it's honestly an understandable belief that the signs shown in the Bible should be doable by regular people, but it's not because the Bible is corrupted.
You know,
if you want favor from
joking.
God.
Sorry. I was gonna say Nate was joking when he.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
get.
Sorry, Go ahead.
If you want favor from God, you can like fast. You know, like you can remember God. There's like things that you can do in the Quran, where it is in Christianity, it's like, well, you're saved and Satan's defeated. Don't worry about it.
I was just gonna say I think Nate was joking when he had
No,
said
I
there's
heard.
hope for me.
Oh, okay.
That to convert or whatever. But I will say that the one thing I like that I learned not that long ago, I think from you actually, was or the one thing I like about y'all's religion is you guys agree with my interpretation of the Bible that Jesus faked his own death.
Oh, you heard about that, huh? That's cool. Oh yeah, I guess I told you about that. Yeah. Do you know that in the Quran, over and over and over, it says, "Then will they not use reason?" It's very adamant that you use reason.
Say it again.
Over and over in the Quran, it says, "Then will they not use reason?" It's very adamant that we use reason. I don't know. That's just one of my favorite things about the Quran. Is that it advocates for reason, not listening to scholars or whatever else, you know.
You guys ever looked into Mormonism?
I know all about Mormonism. I live right in an area where it's like, oh, people walking down the street must be Mormons, dressed to the T, you know.
This is a side note, but my mom was having an affair with my dad with a Mormon when I was growing up. I just found that out recently by my sister.
I saw a documentary before the Great Censorship of someone who came out of Mormonism. Actually, he didn't just come out of Mormonism. He actually started as a Mason and like went further into it to the point where he was some sort of leader, and then they had him become a vampire. He could only drink blood for a whole year, and he became a Mormon leader. And he said the people who brought him into that told him that it was by witches for witches, and they keep the people mystified by giving them so many rules that they can't possibly think of themselves as righteous enough to question their leaders.
So you said that's an interesting progression, because you said he was just a dude, and then he started looking into religion, and then he became a vampire, and then he became the leader of the Mormons.
He wasn't just a dude; he was a Mason. Actually, he was a cop
right, yeah.
and a Mason. Because apparently Masons are real popular among cops, or it's a real popular thing to do.
Yeah, and the military as well.
Yeah, go figure. Yeah, I know. It was a kind of crazy thing. I'm not sure how easy it would be to ever find again.
Yo, lady, so have you ever done Umrah yet? Or Hajj? You still planning on doing it?
Yeah, one day. God willing.
That's what's up. It ain't that expensive, you know? Yeah, you should definitely do it.
Yeah, I'm nowhere near being able to afford that kind of thing yet, but we kind of spend all of our money on a house, so all of our money is going toward that.
Oh, I see. Okay. So is it that your whole family reverted, or just you?
No, just me. My dad, he kept so much pork in his fridge for 2 years after I converted. I was like, who even knew that ground pork was a thing?
Hey, Pumpkin. Hey, where were you born?
Texas.
That's what I thought. 'Cause I live in Texas. Are you still there?
Yep.
Yeah, same.
Nice.
Y'all should meet up. Like talk about Islam.
Good for us.
To do what?
Talk about Islam.
I talk about Islam every day, dude. I with or without, other people around. So just watch it, Nate. Watch
I'm just
yourself,
trying to
dude.
help.
Yeah, well, you're not.
Trying to save your soul, Coach. Come on.
Is there a lot of Jews converting to Islam?
No.
I don't know if they convert, but it's kind of a thing where they're allowed to coexist, as a Muslim.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I just read recently that the Jews and the Muslims has agreed that they're worshiping the same God, and they agree that Christianity is a corruption.
Yeah, so as a Muslim, I could marry a Jewish woman and she wouldn't have to convert because she's a person of the book,
Yeah. Well, you guys have a lot of loopholes, okay? But Frasier, remember that show Frasier? Them and Cheers, they have the same universe, because Cheers is the original and Frasier is a spinoff. So, of course, Islam and Judaism have the same God, because Islam is a spinoff of the original, the only, which is the Torah.
It's not the only either, right? We had the Psalm or the Proverbs and the Psalms. We had the Torah, then the Gospel, and now the Quran.
Well, now we have Mormonism too. We're going to count all of them. Mormonism, Rastafarian, all the same God.
You make a good point there. That is kind of true, man. But basically, Islam was where we try to clean up all of the mistakes the Jews made,
I think it was more like not retaliation, but an answer to what was happening with the corruption of Rome and Christianity.
And
people have lost their way,
Exactly.
Oh, yeah?
Especially the Jews, you know, the temple, I think the second or third temple was destroyed. They were in a diaspora, lost in the wilderness, and you know, the only people that looked out for them and cared for them were the Muslims.
Is that right?
It's true. I mean, the first revert to Islam was a Jew, Muhammad's first wife.
Yeah.
Khadija. Yeah.
Like Jesus was a Jew. He was also cleaning up all the mistakes of the Jews, wasn't he? Hmm?
Yeah, Jesus was a Muslim trying to do what Muhammad was doing.
Oh, okay. Joseph Smith was a Muslim too, huh?
No. He's a fraud, charlatan. Clearly.
By the way, Fraser's a flat earther.
Was he?
Yo, so did you find out more about this anti-globe guy that's been hating on you, Kosho? What's his deal?
guys.
Kelsey Grammer is a flat earther.
Oh, hold up. Hey, hi. How you doing?
Hi there.
Hi.
So, which one walked the earth first?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Who walked the earth first?
No, I'm just jumping in. So, was it a Jew, a Muslim?
Muslims.
Which one
Adam
walked the earth
was
first?
a Muslim.
That's funny.
It's true though.
But many Jewish and Muslim and even Christian scholars have semi agreed upon that many of the stories, especially from the Old Testament, like Adam and Eve, Moses, Abraham, and stuff like that, they're mythological characters, and they were just used to describe a scene or a story or something like that to teach on to the other ones. So many people, even devoted believers, don't even believe that these stories are real because they cannot be.
But sorry, what stories cannot be real?
Many of the Old Testament stories, like Adam and Eve, Abraham, Moses, and all that kind of crap.
Okay, well, I disagree. All right, so I did find it because I have a good search engine. So here it is.
What did you
The guy exposing the Mormon Church.
Oh, okay. I'll check that out. But yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Tim. You know, especially in this world of logic and rationalism. You know, a lot of people don't interpret these ancient religious texts as being literal or historical accounts.
Yeah. I mean, for example, the flood story in that region, it makes sense that they had a flood story because, as we saw last year with the flash, what happened in Pakistan, this happens regularly in these regions. Like the region of the Old Testament was often suffering under flash storms and stuff like that. So it would make sense that there was some sort of flood story in it because they were suffering from regular floods, and had to migrate around.
So what I've been able to piece together from the Quran, which I think is common knowledge to Muslims, but it was shocking to me. So the world or humanity is split into 3 terms. The first term, people lived like near 1,000 years, right? And they just lived and did things and had generations, and then God brought it all to end with the flood. Okay. At that point, God started sending messengers to various cities once they had grown up to be great cities. He sent them with the truth and said, anyone who rejects it, like if you reject it, I'll destroy you. If you don't, cool. So most of them rejected and were destroyed, and you can see the evidence all over the world of these cities that have been destroyed by God. Until finally, Moses was the last bringer of destruction to a nation with Egypt. After that, we have the Torah. After that, we have Jesus coming to bring the truth to the Jews, but it's after the period of destroying peoples, so they were not destroyed. And then finally, we cap it off with Muhammad as the seal of the prophets. Again, he didn't bring destruction, only books. So each of the prophets, since the destruction, the smiting stopped, each of them brought text with them. Now we are in the final phase of humanity, which is waiting for Judgment Day. So now Satan is pulling out all the stops, everything he learned from all the previous eras, and pulling it all together. So that's where we're at. I am a literalist, by the way, if you couldn't tell.
Had me fooled. Yeah, my teachings and belief within Islam is a bit more esoteric, So, like me and my people, we kind of believe there's a hidden message behind the words within the Quran, and they shouldn't be taken at face value or literally,
Could you give us an example of like the hidden message that would be interpreted more metaphorically in one of your passages or one of your tenements?
No, I don't want to do all of that, dude.
No, okay, all right. I find that part interesting about whether, how much is figurative, how much is literal, and why it's important to believe the story for your salvation. Like it's a story. How do you if you can't confirm it, why would your salvation depend on the story rather than the spiritual or your acts?
I don't think it's so much the story. It's more the actions. Like first of all, you have to believe, but you also have to be a good person. Like donate to the poor, feed the poor, and be a good person. Like there is, for example, the story about the two jihads. The little one is the one where we hear about all the time, where they have to protect another Muslim or something like that. The fanatics go in and attack other people. But the big jihad is the lifelong journey, inner journey about becoming the best Muslim you can. Something like that.
The Quran says that life is to test who is best in conduct. So, be good in conduct. Here's the thing, though. God is the one true God. And if you deny that, then you're denying reality. And that's a huge problem. There's no reason that anyone wants you to follow it except that it's true.
Well, that's the claim, but that's it.
It just seems like your acts should be based on something. Well, I know it would be, and I'm not trying to say anyone's doing anything wrong. I think if you're just worried about your ever after, and that's the only reason that you're doing good or bad or whatever it is you're doing, then that's kind of it's a sin of its own in my mind, in a way. If you're only worried about what happens to you after you die, and that's the only reason you're doing good, and that's blasphemy of a certain sort, isn't it?
I think it more says something that even if the only thing you cared about was your own soul, that you would still be doing the right thing.
I guess, yeah, but I mean, if that's the only reason you're doing what you're doing for the selfish reason of your own soul, it just promotes the selfishness of your own soul. It's more like I don't know. It seems like there should be more about like the good of the whole included.
Well, have you observed like Muslims commune? Like they're one big brotherhood, bro. Like I
I'm
can
not
give you
even trying
an
to.
analogy from an English prison. If you're a white dude over there, you're pretty much lost because the Muslim brothers is just so tight connected. I know it's a bad example, but it's an example about the brotherhood that they experience within the religion.
That
I
sounds
wasn't
like
even
within
talking about Muslims at all.
that sounds like within the race, but I did actually get to meet with some Muslim people and do Juma with them, and they were extremely nice and interested in me. I will say though that Christians have something over the Muslims when it comes to conduct, though. Christians are far better to people outside of their religion and inside generally. Like, they, their scripture, basically the biggest thing they can get out of their scripture is to be nice to each other, to their neighbors, even to their enemies. And they shouldn't be nice to their enemies, but they really ingrained that in their personalities, and they're nice and they're sweet to everybody. They don't go around telling people they're going to hell. I mean, it's not to warn people, but like they don't warn people, but it's like the interactions I've had with Muslims as a Muslim, to be honest, most of them were, "What? You don't even know Arabic? Are you even a Muslim?"
What was your perception of Muslims before you reverted?
I didn't have much of one. I just, I don't live in a Muslim area or an Arab area or anything like that. But I knew that I didn't know much, so I tried to not really form an opinion. But obviously, it had some sort of impact because I avoided reading the Quran because of it. My dad is staunch anti-Arab type of guy, anti-Muslim guy.
Oh,
I
how did he
need
take you converting or reverting? Is it? I don't know why
Never.
Nate said reverting.
Yeah, well, they
What
say
did
it's
he say?
because you're Muslim at birth, so it's a reversion, not a conversion.
Right, gotcha. What did your
Um,
dad say about you?
well, he didn't like it, but all his other children are like atheists, so it's kind of not that big a deal. But like I said, he did keep a ton of pork in his fridge, and when my birthday came around the second year, I asked for shish kebabs, and he made me a shish kebab and made everyone else pork chops.
Oh, okay.
So he
You mean
was
just
annoyed.
vegetables?
What?
Shish kebab just had vegetables or something? Or what? Is that non-pork or something?
Yeah, like steak and veggies.
Oh, okay, steak. Cool.
So he didn't like it, but he has told me that he feels better about me being Muslim than he does about the other kids not being religious at all.
So your atheist brothers and sisters, how many are there?
3.
Have you talked to them about flat Earth?
Oh, what?
Talked to them about the flat Earth yet?
Oh yeah, immediately. I
Are
did
they
when.
all science or employed in the science field, or completely
Not
too
at
far
all,
gone?
but they think way too highly of their own intelligences to ever consider that, and it made them
So
question mine.
how far did you get? How far did you get with it? Any of them even listen or what?
My little sister did more than anyone, but unfortunately, she didn't really look it up until all the fake stuff was out there. So now she thinks that she knows why flat Earth is not true.
Right.
I need to have a good talk with her sometime, but she lives in Colorado, so it's a little hard.
Yeah, there needs to be like a warning or some kind of like, if you're gonna say it, you got to make sure you give them that, avoid these ridiculous videos that are just straw manning the whole.
Honestly, I didn't even realize that's what had happened until like just this past year. I was like, oh, that's what happened. Like, really just the last few months. I was like, that's why she thinks that she knows it's not true.
Right.
Because I didn't even really like think about it until I watched that Level movie. I was like, oh yeah, of course. They've been putting in there so anyone else who looks it up won't find the truth, of course. And I knew that they
Right.
were doing it, but I didn't like click that would happen like to people I know, I guess.
But they know you not to be stupid, so that's the other thing. Like people that really know you or know us,
Yeah, well, it
they
doesn't.
know you're not dumb. So why would they think you just believe the dumb video? If they think you're crazy, why wouldn't they care enough to figure out why you really think it, rather than just assume you're crazy? But of
Yeah.
course, it's challenging their own psyche. So
Right. And it's a little bit mob mentality. Oh, we're right, you're wrong, kind of thing. I tried to convince them. I slowly make progress with some of them. Like my mom finally told me what really was her problem with flat Earth, and she told me that ships sail over the edge and you can't see the bottom. So I quickly showed her a Nikon 900, whatever.
Nikon P900. Yeah.
And then the other one was that she couldn't picture how the sun and the moon would work on a flat Earth. Or no, she said that planes have circumvented the globe. So how could that happen on a flat Earth? So I had to show her that as well. But it wasn't too hard. And afterwards, she was like, oh.
Right. So she's open to it at least.
Oh, more than she was, yeah.
Were you guys talking about flat Earth?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Fraser's a flat earther.
Hey there.
My husband is talking like a flat earther. He hasn't called himself a flat earther yet, so I don't want to do that until he's confident with it. But
Right. It doesn't matter if he says it. If he stopped believing in the globe, he's a flat earther. Right?
yeah, exactly. For a while after we found flat Earth, he started to back off of it and act like he didn't know which was which. Like just kind of like not deny the flat Earth, but then still like kind of believe that it was a globe. But now he's talking about like fake ass space and stuff.
Yeah, it's so funny how you go from wanting to believe it to laughing at it.
Yeah. Honestly, I think that talking to people online about it and hearing other intelligent voices talking with me about it, like just made it click for him that it wasn't just, one person's delusion. He knew that,
Right.
but since we all had to go underground, it's kind of like,
Yeah, that's why we won already, regardless of how many people actually figure it out, because we've normalized the conversation.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he was kind of that way about the Quran too. Like once I was online talking to people, then he started to see that it was rational.
Right? Yeah, that was the goal, and it's been achieved. Where it's just a rational discussion. It's not something that you just scoff at any longer, and you can tell the people that wanted to argue with you to begin with start running away from you eventually. And it's not just because you're pounding them with whatever. It's just because you can tell they realize that they don't have an argument. They just want to think it's true.
Oh my gosh, I'm not sure if I got this meme here or where, but I found this. What you said reminded me of it, and this thing just cracks me up so much because it's so true, and just I've started posting it so much in my own server that I just call people stage 4 now. There's terminal.
What stage am I in?
I don't know. I think you're coming around, Kosho.
Should it take me more than 6 years? Is that normal?
I think you're probably at 2.
Okay. Which one do you have to be official flat earther? Like,
No. See the panel, the meme I posted?
let me see. Oh, okay. Oh, wait. Who's the person who says objective truth simply doesn't exist?
The first person.
Yeah, I know. Well, I know that. I'm just saying, in
theory,
it's kind of
analogy for something.
It's like making the statement that there are no absolutes, which is an absolute statement.
Well, you can just find them because whenever you tell people the truth and they and you tell them that objectively, you tell them with a point blank statement that makes perfect sense, and then they just get mad. They don't try to backpedal. They don't try to fight with your statement. They throw out other statements and they just get mad that you disprove them. This is, and especially it's funny because all of those people who react like that, even if you haven't gotten them to that point, if you show them this meme, they'll get mad just reading it because they're like, objective truth simply they really do think that objective truth simply doesn't exist. I had someone argue saying like, "Oh, well, he's just saying that his subjective truth is that objective truth simply doesn't exist." I'm like, "Oh my gosh." You are this guy. You're stage 4 right now.
I am.
No, the guy who is saying that.
Oh, I got you. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, this meme cracks me up so much. It's just so true. Just like how many of these people have we met where they think objective truth doesn't exist, and they think they can just assert that on everyone, and they just go throughout their lives like thinking that and asserting it places.
Yeah,
Have
similar
you?
to how they say science doesn't prove anything, but here's the proof of the globe.
Well, no, it's not necessarily similar to that. Because I was going to say the reason because I know people who say that, we can't know, or we don't have direct access to the objective truth, or we don't directly perceive the objective truth.
Well, that's
But that's not
true.
the same thing as there isn't an objective truth.
Right. Yeah, that statement actually is acknowledging that there is an objective truth.
Kosho only dates flat earthers.
What?
So Kosho only dates flat earthers. They're not only dates, but he wants his girlfriend to be a flat earther, from what I heard before,
I
right?
know.
Kosho, she's still a flat earther.
Yeah, I get it. I know a lot of Quran alone people who only want Quran alone flat earthers.
What's it going to take to get more women to realize that the Earth is not a spinning ball?
I'm not sure it's so much women as it is discord.
What do you mean?
I mean, the attitude of debating people all the time, relentless, like,
Oh yeah,
attacks. It's just not like most women's thing.
right.
So it's not necessarily there's fewer flat earth women, though there quite possibly are. It's just, how are you going to get them on here?
Right.
Oh my gosh. So I finally found a search engine that really works, that doesn't limit my search results, that doesn't censor my search results. And so I
Oh.
decided to finally do some flat earth searching, since it's been kept from me since 2017. And so I found this site as a flat earth site, and it said watch flat earth TV, and I was so excited, and I pressed play, and it was just a live stream of this very chat room.
Oh really?
Yeah.
What's the search engine called that you found?
Mojeek, MOJEEK.com. Oh yeah, that thing's been my best friend. That was how I found that video that I thought was lost forever.
Oh, okay. So it's not you don't have to install it. You just use the. Okay.
Yeah, it's just a search engine. It's not a browser or anything.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it needs to be. Yeah, all the quibbling needs to get out of the way before women just say, "Of course it's flat." I think they intuitively would click with it even easier than a lot of men. But
Yeah. I mean, I definitely have heard of my fair share, because when I told all my friends and family that I'm flat earther, I started hearing from them when they met other flat earthers. So a very few of them are girls for sure.
hmm Do you have the Dave Weiss app?
The what?
Do you have the Dave Weiss app or the Sun and Moon app where you can find all the other flat earthers?
No.
Have you heard about that?
No, I haven't.
There's an app you can get where it gives you a little blue. You could actually see them even if you don't pay the extra. But if you pay a little extra, then you can actually contact the flat earthers in your area.
Oh, that's
But
cool.
it has a map, and then all the little blue dots will show up where all the flat earthers are around you.
Whoa. Link it to me. What is it?
It's called Sun and Moon app. Just look up, go to your Play Store and look up Sun and Moon app.
You talking about the app that has everyone's address in it?
I don't see it.
At first, let's see.
There's a flat Earth, sun, and moon clock, which I already have.
Yeah, that's it.
Wait, sun and moon.
Well,
no.
You have to buy that. David Weiss is a smart guy. He's Jewish, so he
No, just kidding.
he puts a subscription. So you got to subscribe, and I think there's like multiple tiers. And if you subscribe, I forget what tier it is, but you get, to see access to everyone's address. How many flat earthers are in your neighborhood? What'd you say?
You don't get everyone's address. Come on.
No, but you have the map of where the flat earthers are.
Yeah, in your area.
But is it flat Earth, sun, and moon clock?
Yeah, that's probably it. I'll make sure it's the right one. I'll take a screenshot of what it looks like.
The thing sends me annoying notifications all the time.
Oh, okay. You can see on there if you go to the flat Earth, sun, and moon clock. Is that it? Yeah, but you can see the people in your area. If you don't pay the extra, you can't really message them or anything. But if you go to the friends area or whatever, where you the handshaking icon,
is that what it is?
then it'll pop up how many different people are in your area.
Remember at the Dallas conference when that Glober put up that sign that said the Earth isn't flat or whatever, and then that airplane banner or whatever, and then David Weiss bought the airplane banner that was just advertising his app.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he's a smart guy. He's very enterprising.
Yeah, I guess he had a really good job and everything before that, and he just gave that up for investing in the app.
What? Well, I don't think he invested that much in it, but he made enough in it because he charges because he had to subscribe. How much is the subscription for to get everyone's that lives around you?
$11
a month?
No, a year, I think.
Oh. Isn't there there's a free version though too, right? Like there's a free version, or is it like $2.99 or something?
Yeah, just to download $2.99 or something, and then if you pay $11, then you can get the contact stuff.
Yeah, because I think he's made over $30,000. I mean, that was back in the day, so he's probably making more now.
I think he did have to put up a bunch of money to get it made, and making the apps and everything would cost a little bit. Didn't it?
Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't imagine, but I know that an app like that, like I could have made an app like that, but like I said, but obviously he probably couldn't. He had to hire somebody to do it, but I don't know what they charge him.
It's pretty cool. There's a bunch nearby.
What did
you have the thing now where you can see the people.
Yeah.
There was a website. There was a free website that does that, but I think it got taken down, or they took it down because it was like, I don't know.
Giving info on people.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can see how that could be kind of dangerous. Like it has like the locations of all the flat earthers.
Hey, Coach,
Yeah,
you said you did bots, right? Sorry to interrupt.
Oh yeah, I've
made
bots,
right?
bots. Yeah.
Look how many people are in here.
Not like sexually, but yeah, I've made bots before.
I like an idea just spawned in my head, like for doing streams. I've been dealing with this issue of like cropping in OBS, like the image for the person's like picture when they're live streaming. Could you write a bot that I can like give a command so when I'm doing like a live stream, I can assign like a certain amount of people to have like an exclamation mark put on their nickname so they're jumped to the top of the line regardless, and anyone who comes in new is automatically at the bottom so that they don't like jump in the place and like out, like because like anytime a new person joins, depending on where their name is, they can all of a sudden be in where the cropped frame is, and push somebody out of the frame.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. That's pretty easy. But you said you want it to where who gets the exclamation point? The person talking or the person?
Like when I have a debate, like I'm gonna have like the up to 4 to 5 people, a moderator and 2v2 or 1v1 that are gonna be at the top, either on camera or just on either profile picture in place, and then any new person joining is going to get some sort of moniker that puts them below so they don't fuck up the crop.
Well, what you could do that might be easier is instead of so it's like you could do that yourself, where you just give them like the person talking has exclamation point or whatever it is, so that they're at the top, and then just if anybody new comes in, you just put like a Z in front of their name or something like that.
Oh, that'd be easy, yeah.
Yeah, because then that way you wouldn't have to. You would just update the people who are coming in the room.
I was just thinking it'd be nice if there was a bot to do the whole thing, and then I could just tell it like, give speaker role to this person, this person, this person, and then it would just auto do whoever after the fact.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Actually, no. If you want, I can put something together, like a simple like template thing that will do that, and then you can. I'll talk with you.
Yeah.
You know,
I'll send you a DM. I'll even pay for shit. That'd be awesome.
Oh, yeah, that's cool, man. But just know that, once you make it your bot or whatever, you're gonna have to give this bot like a lot of permissions. It's gonna have to have a lot of permissions if you want it to, change roles and nicknames and that kind of stuff. But not like admin or anything. Just mod permissions.
Cool. Yeah, it would solve a lot of things, or a lot of the problems I've been having, I think.
Yeah, I'll put it on my to-do list, and you have to. It's the kind of thing like you'll just have to keep like tapping me because I
chastising you.
Yeah, because that's the only way I get things done. Because I have ADHD.
Oh, dude, I just got my doctor's appointment today, so I can get a referral for ADHD diagnosis. So I'm like just starting that process. Like, fucking just turned like 38 this year, and like fucking watching a bunch of YouTube things and like realizing that I've got ADHD. Like, it explains like every fucking thing that's been a problem in my life. Like,
yeah, I've always suspected it. And then same thing, dude. It wasn't until a couple of years ago I think I saw something on YouTube and they were talking about time blindness, and that immediately resonated with me because that's my number one issue in everything is not having a real connection with time.
Dude, I made a demon fucking got inside me last summer, and I made a full on Fairbairn Sykes World War II dagger. Like, I don't even remember making the fucking thing.
That's funny. Yeah, but I'm the same way though too. I have never been diagnosed officially, but my girlfriend's finally convinced me, or she's like setting up the stuff with the VA, so I can actually go see a doctor and get that stuff, get diagnosed and medicated or whatever.
Yeah, the doctor, she's like, yeah, so it's a whole process. Like, I'm going to have to get, like, affidavits from family members, even my bosses at work and shit. It's funny because I just found my folder from my parents from when I was at school, and, like, almost every single teacher from, the whole time, like, oh, he's super smart, just doesn't apply himself. That's, like, one of the main things.
Did you ever try applying yourself?
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like fuck me, right? Like, oh shit, I should have just tried that.
No, yeah, that's people who don't have ADHD don't really get it, but
no, I had ADHD and I took Adderall for years, and man, do I regret it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just really, really bad for me and for my husband. It's like the square root of meth, like it's not going to put you out on the street immediately, but you're going to tear up your skin, your teeth, you're going to stay up all night, you're not going to realize when you're in a terrible mood, you're like going to be kind of a terror to your family and friends, your life will fall apart, you won't realize why you're not doing stuff even though you're on the medicine that's supposed to make you do stuff. If anything, I would recommend taking it a few times so you understand the feeling of having dopamine and using that to get stuff done. But
yeah,
other
I've never
than that,
done an upper. Yeah, I do pot and maybe psychedelics like once a year fuck, I haven't done it for years, but alcohol on top of that, you know. I've never done an upper in my life, never done cocaine, never.
I prefer
Never.
upper to downers.
It makes sense if you have ADHD or whatever. But I mean, because I've heard just from a
Well,
professional that. Go ahead, sorry.
I was going to say I'm ADD, not ADHD, technically.
Well, I don't know when you get diagnosed, but I think they sort of like how they put Asperger's and all these other things together on the spectrum, the autism spectrum. They reclassified a bunch of things under ADHD, like ADD is now ADHD, and so the same with other diagnoses that are similar to that. But regardless, yeah, I once heard that from a professional that out of all the psychological ailments, you know, like obviously like OCD, depression, or whatever other manic depressive disorder, anything else like those can be. They give medication for them, but they can't really be like they're not really treating the ailment; they're treating the symptoms, sort of. But ADHD, even though it's a chronic disease, is classified that way, it's also the only psychological ailment that can be treated with medication. So, like, you can actually, it can't be cured because you can't get rid of it, but you can treat.
I'm looking for small treatments, like small changes to my life. Like I don't even think I'd be using it every day. Mainly like when I have to, you know, go to work or when I'm trying to, you know, actually, you know, focus like on work stuff. But man, what's that?
I said that's what you always think before you do it. It's just like you don't realize what it can become because you become dependent on it, and before you know it, you give credit to everything you do to Adderall.
Well, here's the thing: is like I'm like 38, and like I taught myself how to play guitar. Like I can, you know, play decently well, but I couldn't tell you a single name of any of the chords. So it's like for the life of me, would love to learn that. I just can't. Like it pains me to learn things sometimes, and like if the demon isn't in me to do it, it's not gonna happen. Like I'm interested to see if that's a thing that, you know, can be, you know,
I know what you're
shaped out of
talking
me.
about. I know what you're talking about because I was the worst of everyone I knew in doing that exact thing. I remember in school, I took out my homework to do it. I was so determined to finally do my homework for once in my life. And I took my backpack out and I brought it out to the hallway and I forced myself and I opened it up and I took it out. And I stared at it. And then, like, next thing I know, the day is over. I'm like, why didn't I do that homework? You know, like, I don't even know how I managed to not do it. Like,
Well, it's like
know.
like that first step of doing it is pain. It's like almost physically painful, and it's like I just like I'll sit there and stare at a wall to avoid the thought of having to do or start the other.
Yes.
Yeah,
You have
it
to. I
sucks.
actually learned this line from a kid show. Helped me learn, even though I was watching for my kid. It said you just have to begin to begin, and that really is the hardest part. The hardest part is beginning. The second hardest part is continuing, and there's no other parts. What I found from going through that, and trust me, I get that too. I taught myself how to draw really well. Like I can draw a portrait of your face exactly how it looks in an hour. Like I'm like us people like that. It's almost like we're making up for not being able to do regular stuff. But I eventually learned from having kids and basically having no other choice that it's just something you have to like. Okay, one part of you does have to force it, is true, but there's another part that it's actually not that hard. And if you don't think of it as work, if you think of it as like, well, I could be doing nothing, you know, like for one thing that makes it easier for me to do work is like being on Discord or being on the phone with my husband or something and just like putting Bluetooth in and like getting down to work. Like just the more that you succeed in it, the easier it will be for you to accomplish. I'm still not like great at chores, but I definitely am way better at it. Like my dishes are clean, like most of the laundry's done. Like I never was able to clean before I had Adderall, but once I took it and I kind of learned from it how to get myself to do anything, after that I think it was just a matter of learning it. I would just recommend not becoming dependent upon it, but only using it as an experience.
Yeah. So like I don't have a problem like cleaning. It's just like I don't do it every day. Like one of my big problems is mail. Like I have like fucking mail piles, and like anytime I have a flat surface, it's just it collects clutter, and I've got piles of junk that I have memorized of what's in this pile of junk, and
Yeah.
fuck.
Or emails, or I never. This is what I was going to tell you, because I know I told you to DM me, but everybody knows I don't check my DMs. I don't. So I'm writing down what you asked me before, and I'll have to remind myself to check my DMs for you. But yeah, I don't check my phone half the time. I don't check anything.
Yeah.
It piles up.
But habits are also a great way to handle that kind of stuff. Or doing stuff makes it
Everyone
easier.
knows.
Mhm.
Everyone knows that all all the male in your life always costs you money. So you've got male and you've got female, and those two things cost a lot of money.
Ain't that the truth?
Sorry, I'll shut up now.
You guys have no idea the kind of discussions I've had to have with Muslims about gender equality.
Well, I lived in Saudi Arabia for 2 years, so I've got a pretty good idea of what you.
Yeah, you do. Well, of course,
Which 2 years? Sorry, continue.
Well, when I was younger, let's say it was a long time ago. It wasn't.
Oh, okay, never mind. I mean, I lived there 2012 and 2013. Well, in Bahrain, outside of Saudi.
Oh right, yeah, up in the north. Okay, interesting. Fair. Well, how long were you in Bahrain for?
Yeah, a year and a half.
Oh wow, cool. Well, not cool. Actually, the opposite.
It was cool there, dude. I mean, no offense to Muslims, because I have respect for Muslims, of course. But I'm just saying the Muslims that live in Saudi Arabia, to me, seemed to be very hypocritical, I guess, because Bahrain, you can drink at almost every hotel, so any bar really, and most of the girls there, unfortunately, are whores. Like you go out and there's whores. There's not really a lot of normal girls, and so the Saudis on the weekend, like every Thursday night, they would cross the bridge and they would just be in Bahrain, just partying, drinking, whoring. So it's not very pious, obviously, but.
I couldn't agree with you more. To be honest, Quran alone, Muslims are not really aligned with other Muslims. We don't like their behavior. We don't like their hypocrisy. And oh my gosh, are they filled with hypocrisy.
Well, yeah, but I mean that most of them haven't even like when you talk to the average Muslim in Saudi Arabia, most of them they're not really Muslims. They're kind of like they abide by the laws of the land because otherwise there'll be serious consequences, right? I suppose like we do, but obviously you do get Muslims and you get prayer calls at 5 a.m, which is really annoying. But most people just want to they just want to go about their day like anyone else.
Right.
But I mean, I was in. I don't even know if I should say where I was. I was in one of the major cities there, so maybe I'm only meeting a certain kind of person.
Honestly, that's something that makes me feel like Mecca is not the Kaaba, because I feel like the Kaaba, there's no way that women would not be allowed to dress normally and like have to worry about their lives. Like that doesn't make sense. It should be safe.
Well, it depends what the rationale for it is. I mean, I remember once I had a guy explain the rationale for the head covering to me, has actually he basically said to me, sorry.
Oh, it's protecting women. That
Yeah. Well, but what he said is actually protecting their beauty from the sun was basically his argument.
from the sun, sure. If you want to say it's a cultural thing, I agree. It is a cultural thing.
Yeah.
You know, like they need that in the Arabian Peninsula. Makes sense. That's why the Quran says draw your head covering over your breasts, because they were walking around with their breasts exposed and their heads covered.
I don't know about you, but it's like the last thing I'd want to wear in 50-degree summer heat is a black robe. That seems
Oh,
like the last thing I'd want to put on.
I know, to be black too. Oh, and you see them like pouring water on their husband. Oh, I hate it. Yeah, the hadith are so sexist. I don't even really like talking to Sunnis because, or Shias, any hadithis really, any Mohammedists, because they're so sexist. You can tell right away. They don't really care what you say as a woman. They're like, yeah, shut up. And they don't respect anything you say. If you come across in the least bit disrespectful, they pretty much just want to leave. I mean, and that's in my server. If it was their server, who knows what they do.
Yeah, I mean the thing is as well that you have to sort of understand about this is that there's a lot of this. How do I even put this without? Because I'm not trying to be contrarian, but there's so much. Okay, this is how I'm going to put it. There's so much men are sexist every time they open their mouth propaganda in the mainstream that I think what happens is that individual men who don't understand that it's kind of propaganda then internalize that frustration and then take it out on actual women. I think that's likely what's going on. And so that doesn't make the behavior okay, but at the same time it's like why is the mainstream constantly berating men seemingly just for being men? It gets really old.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about Middle Easterners.
Sure, but okay. I thought you were talking about like a Western context, but
No.
and it doesn't make it okay when they take it out on you or whatever. But sometimes I watch adverts and I'm like, why is the idiot in every advert a man? And
I
like
know
the one in every advert is a woman, right? And like I don't watch TV anymore, but when I used to watch TV, it was one of the first things I was thinking. Every time someone fucks up, it's a guy. Every single time. I was like, what? And then you get to deal with their frustrations from seeing this, bullshit on their TV all the time.
Yeah. They think if they oppress women, it'll make it okay. Because even though they are not being bombarded with it, they see the West being bombarded with it and they hate it.
Well, yeah, but they might have a different motivation as well. I'm just saying that from my point of view, that really frustrated me when I used to watch TV. I was just like, oh, for fuck's sake. But some other people might choose to then, like, because I think people conflate feminism with women, right? And it's like, that's not the thing. They're not the same thing.
And like, I don't care about American feminism, but feminism in other parts of the world, say the Middle East, yeah, we really need feminism.
It depends what you're defining feminism as. I mean, it's like
That's the thing. They always define feminism as like this terrible thing, but at its core, it's not. It's like the what is it? Androgyny, hating men. That's the problem.
Yeah, but then that comes down to a definitional issue, then, doesn't it? Because for instance, if you were to define grass, it's pretty easy to define grass because it's a real thing. You can touch it, you can smell it, you can do whatever. Yeah, it's physical. So you might have slight differences, but generally speaking, the idea is going to be the same. Whereas if you talk to 100 different feminists on what feminism means, they all have a different answer for you.
Yeah,
so
right.
It's a tough one, and I'm not saying that therefore it's bad or wrong or anything. It's difficult to pin down because it means something different to everyone who calls themselves a feminist. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And it means something different to everyone who is not in feminism as well. I mean, it means, I guess, roughly the same thing. I don't know. I wouldn't know.
Right.
Yeah. They come in and they try to like push this idea that women can't work, and it's like, In what era have women not worked? Like only the rich people, only like well-off women have ever not worked throughout history. Like, you know, they're female slaves. That's proof of work. You know, like
Yeah.
you don't need to keep women from working in order to restore us to our proper like place in the family. You know, like you can do both.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that you guys have actually been done dirty by this
Oh,
because
I don't think it should be expected by women. I don't think it should be prohibited either.
yeah, sure, but I don't think it ever was. I think what's basically happened is so okay. Take the odd, take like two couples from the 1900s, right? You've got a working class couple. The man works in a coal mine, and the woman stays at home raising family, whatever. And then you've got like an aristocratic couple where the man goes out and has this very lavish lifestyle. As an I don't know, he's a politician or he's someone important, and the wife is kind of bored because she's at home looking after the family, right? So,
Rich women do charity.
but what I'm saying, right, is that of those two women, which one is jealous of her husband? Like, is the working class woman jealous of the guy who has to go down to a coal mine, like,
Oh, right.
shaking hands with the devil for 12 hours?
Well, it's
Or-
not about being jealous of working. No one wants to work. It's about being able to bring in money for your family. You know, it's like, well, to be from the beginning to expect a woman to stay home with her kids. That's normal, I think, especially in the first few years. But no one can say that those kids need to be watched 24/7 by their mother after they're like, you know, school age. Like,
no, look, that's not my point. The point I was trying to get to is that you have a certain demographic of